The Murder of Sergei Kirov, History, Scholarship, and the Anti-Stalin Paradigm. By Grover Furr. Contents. Introduction. Chapter 1. Kiri Lena. Chapter 2. Leno's Introduction. Chapter 3. Leno's Errors. Chapter 4. Fallacies and Errors in Leno's Argumentation. Chapter 5. Leno and the Fallacy of Begging the Question. Chapter 6. The Leningrad and Moscow Centers. Chapter 7. The Block of Rights and Trotskyists. Chapter 8. Nikolov's First Confession. Chapter 9. Stalin's Remark to Target the Zinovievites. Chapter 10. Yuri Isidov, Reliable Researcher. Chapter 11. Documents Leno Ignores. Chapter 12. Evidence Leno Ignores, Kirov Murder to 1936 Trial. Chapter 13. Evidence Leno Ignores, the First Moscow Trial. Chapter 14. Evidence Leno Ignores the Second and Third Moscow Trials. Chapter 15. Yagoda's Confession. Chapter 16. Bukharin and Kotalinov. Chapter 17. Lyashkov's Essay. Chapter 18. Inukij and the Lone Gunman Story. Chapter 19. Osmond Egg. Chapter 20. Conclusion, The Logic of the Evidence. Appendix 1 The Issue of Torture. Appendix 2 Texts of primary documents ignored by all previous writers. Acknowledgements and dedication. Once again, I would like to express my continuing gratitude to Kevin Prendergast and Arthur Hudson, Interlibrary Loan Librarians at Harry S. Sprague Library, Montclair State University. Their tireless efforts to obtain hard-to-find articles and books in many languages make my research possible. I dedicate this book to Susanna Magdalena Sodillo, Ph.D., dedicated scholar and teacher, incisive and supportive critic, mi companera y mi camarada, with all my love and respect. Without your encouragement and support this work would never have been undertaken. Introduction. The basic facts have never been seriously disputed. At about 4:30 p.m. on December 1, 1934, Sergei Mironovich Kirov, first secretary of the All-Union Communist Party I of Leningrad Oblast and City, entered the Smolny Institute, headquarters of the Bolshevik Party. Kirov mounted the stairs and walked along the corridor of the third floor towards his office. Leonid Vasilievich Nikolov, an unemployed party member, was standing in the hallway. Nikolov allowed Kirov to pass by and then rushed towards him from behind, took out a pistol, and shot Kirov in the back of the skull. Nikolov then tried to shoot himself in the head but missed and fell in a faint on the floor a few feet from Kirov's body. In Russian the party's title was VKP, or All-Union Communist Party. Informally, it was still referred to as the Bolshevik Party, Bolsheviks, etc. Nikolov was seized on the spot. From this point on there is little agreement. Either late that night or sometime the next day his interrogations began. At first Nikolov seems to have claimed that he had killed Kirov on his own, without any accomplices, in order to draw attention to what he felt was unfair treatment of himself. Within 2 or 3 days he began to hint that others were involved. Before a week was out, Nikolov had admitted that he was part of a conspiracy by a clandestine group of party members opposed to Joseph Stalin and favoring Grigory Zinoviev, Leningrad first secretary before Kirov. NKVD investigators now turned their attention on this group. Interrogations of those Nikolov had named, and then of the persons named by those men, led to a number of partial and a few fuller confessions. 3 weeks after the murder 14 men were indicted for conspiracy to kill Kirov. They were tried on December 28 to 29, convicted, and executed immediately. Meanwhile, Nikolov's brother Pyotr and wife Milda Dral had made more and more self-incriminating confessions. In March 1935 Dral was tried, convicted, and executed. The larger significance of the Kirov murder unfolded only gradually during the next 3 years. The threads that bound the Kirov conspirators to Zinoviev and Kamina, followed up by NKVD investigators, led to the three Moscow show trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938, and to the trial of the military commanders known as the Tikhakevsky affair of 1937. This last led in turn to the Azovshchina, also known as the Great Terror of 1937 to 1938, during which some hundreds of thousands of Soviet citizens, most certainly innocent, were arrested and executed, with many others being imprisoned. On March 5, 1953, Joseph Stalin died. Within months Nikita Khrushchev had become the most powerful leader of the Soviet Union. Before Stalin had been dead many months, Khrushchev began organizing a campaign to attack Stalin. A major part of this effort was to declare that Stalin had fabricated false cases against all the defendants of the Moscow trials and Tikhakevsky affair. Khrushchev hinted at these things in his famous secret speech of February 25, 1956. In the same speech he also cast doubt on the official version of the Kirov assassination. Within the party leadership, Khrushchev and his men promoted the rehabilitations of a great many persons who had been executed during the 1930s, including some of the Moscow trial defendants. Khrushchev and his men tried hard to find any evidence they could to prove that Stalin had been behind Kirov's murder. But they were unable to do so, and so at length settled for a story that Nikolov had acted on his own. The version that Stalin had caused Kirov to be killed continued to circulate, becoming widely believed both inside and outside the Soviet Union. Outside Russia, the Stalin did it version continued for a while thanks to books by two well-known anti-communist writers, Robert Conquest, who wrote Stalin and the Kirov Murder in 1989, and Amy Knight, author of Who Killed Kirov? Both these works rely heavily on rumors and hearsay. During the Gorbachev period, another attempt was made by highly placed party officials to promote the view that Stalin had killed Kirov. This attempt also failed due to the utter lack of evidence to support it. Since 1990, the view officially accepted in Russia has been that Nikolov acted alone, and that Stalin used Kirov's murder to frame former or putative rivals, forcing them to admit to crimes they had never committed, and executing them and, ultimately, many thousands more. In 1993, Alla Kirilina's book Ricochet appeared. Kirilina was long the head of the Kirov Museum in Leningrad, an official government position that gave her great familiarity with Kirov, his life, and his death. This study contains references to a modest number of primary sources and even reprints a few of them. In 2001, this book was republished as the third part of Kirilina's much longer study Neizvestny Kirov. In the fall of 2010, American historian Matthew Leno published The Kirov Murder and Soviet History, a mammoth 800-page work under the aegis of the prestigious Yale University Press series Annals of Communism. While Leno acknowledges his debt to Kirilina's work, his book is much longer, with many more references to primary sources. While Kirilina's book is more discursive in nature, Leno's is, or appears to be, evidence-based. It contains translations, complete or partial, of 127 documents. A number of these are primary sources for the Kirov murder investigation. The problem: both Kirilina's and Leno's books contain evidence, the texts of many primary documents and references to yet others. Both arrive at the same conclusion, that Kirov's assassin Nikolov was a lone gunman and that everyone else accused of complicity in the murder was framed, falsely accused, forced to give false confessions incriminating themselves and others. If Kirilina's book, or the more recent and much more detailed work by Leno, had solved the Kirov murder, the present study would be largely superfluous. But any attentive reader will notice immediately that neither Kirilina nor Leno proves this case at all. Though they cite a large number of primary sources, only two of those documents in any way support the hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman. There are serious problems with both of these documents. All of the other primary documents support the original conclusion reached at the time by the Soviet investigators of the NKVD, the Soviet prosecution, and the court, that Nikolov was part of a clandestine Zinovievite terrorist conspiracy linked with other similar conspiratorial groups. In the present study our goal has been to solve the Kirov murder case. Towards this end we review all the evidence as objectively as possible, with appropriate skepticism, and without any preconceived conclusion in mind. The main conclusion of our study is that Nikolov was not a lone gunman at all. The Soviet investigators and prosecution got it right in December 1934. A clandestine Zinovyevite conspiratorial organization, of which Nikolov was a member, killed Kirov. The only sensible way to approach the Kirov murder is to begin with Kirillina's and Lino's studies. These two books set forth the present state of research on this question. Each contains much valuable evidentiary material that any future student must take fully into account. We study each of these works with great care, Kirillina's in one chapter, Lino's far longer and more ambitious work in several chapters. We expose in detail the very considerable, ultimately fatal flaws in each of them. It is our conclusion that both authors began with the preconceived idea that is also the official position of the Russian government today, as it was of the Gorbachev regime that preceded it, that Nikolov alone was guilty and everyone else was framed. This conclusion is contradicted by virtually all the evidence, as our careful study of that evidence shows. We examine and reveal the errors Kirillina and Lino make in reaching their erroneous conclusion, exposing their faulty reasoning and use of primary sources. We also draw upon much evidence that is directly relevant to the Kirov case but that neither Kirillina nor Lino used. It may not be coincidental that all of this evidence supports the hypothesis that Nikolov was part of a Zinovyevite conspiracy, that is, the conclusion drawn by the Soviet prosecution and courts in the 1930s. We do not try to account for the fact that Kirillina and Lino make a large number of faulty suppositions, errors of reasoning and argumentation, and omissions in their consideration of relevant evidence. It is hard to imagine that these scholars made so many flagrant errors without noticing them, that is, it is hard to believe that some of them were not made deliberately to attempt to force their conclusions to fit the preconceived official conclusion that only Nikolov was guilty. However, it is easy to underestimate the power of a well-established, privileged preconceived framework of analysis on the minds of any researcher who is himself seriously biased. The pressures, both psychological and academic, to reach a conclusion acceptable to leading figures in the field of Soviet history, as well as to officials in Russia who control access to archives, are considerable indeed. Consequently, the disadvantages, professionally and otherwise, of reaching a conclusion that, no matter how well demonstrated, will be displeasing to powerful forces in the archival, political, and academic communities, are clear to anyone who is familiar with the highly politicized nature of the field of Soviet and indeed of all of communist history. We devote a great deal of attention to analyzing and detailing the defects in Kirillina's and Lino's research. We devote special attention to the crucial parts of Kirillina's and Lino's arguments to Nikolov's first confession and, in the case of Lino, to Genrikh Lyashkov's article in the Japanese magazine Kaizo of 1939. This is essential in order to clear the field to establish that these, the most authoritative works on this problem, have failed to solve the question of Kirov's murder. Our task is similar to that of an architect who, called to inspect a structure, discovers that its construction down to the very foundation is so faulty that the entire edifice must be razed and a sound structure erected in its stead. Once we establish that neither Kirillina's nor Lino's studies are adequate and that any objective study of the Kirov murder must begin again from the beginning, we proceed to do so. A problem that confronts everyone interested in the Kirov assassination is that the Russian government continues to keep top secret many, perhaps most, of the investigative materials for the Kirov murder, as well as the subsequent and related investigations into the Kremlin affair, the 3 Moscow show trials, and the Tykhaevsky affair. In Russia there is a statutory 75-year limit upon the expiration of which documents are supposed to be declassified and made public. Many documents from the 1930s have indeed been made public. But most of the investigative materials related to all of these alleged conspiracies are still classified, unavailable even to trusted scholars. Nevertheless, so many primary sources have been published over the past 20 years that, we argue, we have enough evidence to resolve the matter of the Kirov murder in a definitive manner. Implications. In his informative discussion of Khrushchev's campaign to rehabilitate those convicted of complicity in Kirov's murder, Lino correctly situates the Kirov case at the foundation of the conspiracy trials of the 1930s in the Soviet Union as follows. If the official charges in the first two trials that former Zinoviev supporters had conspired to murder Kirov were entirely bogus, then the indictments in all of the succeeding show trials collapsed. But if there was some truth to the charge that Zinovievites conspired to kill Kirov, then that preserved the possibility of arguing that the latter charges were also valid, at least in part. Lino understands the implications of the Kirov case. Khrushchev aimed to debunk the then canonical narrative of Soviet history during the 1930s and create a new one out of whole cloth, one in which Stalin was the criminal who had framed and executed a great many innocent party members. In order to construct this new narrative, he had to begin by completely rewriting the Kirov case. Lino goes on to cite some of the falsehoods invented by Khrushchev and his men in order to persuade the more pro-Stalin members of the party Presidium that all those convicted of guilt in Kirov's murder save Nikolov had been innocent, framed. But as we shall show, Lino is still far too credulous of Khrushchev's lies. According to Lino, even though Khrushchev and his men had concealed much evidence, destroyed other evidence, and generally lied in their study, they were basically correct in concluding in a secret report that Nikolov had acted alone. Khrushchev realized that the complete rewriting of Soviet history he wanted necessitated a reversal of verdicts in the Kirov case. And the reverse is also true. To reinstate the original verdict against the defendants in the December 1934 Kirov trial implies that the defendants in the conspiracy cases that followed it, the Moscow Center trial of January 1935, the Kremlin affair of 1935, the three Moscow show trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938, and the Tikhakevsky affair trial of June 1937, might well have been guilty. Since the testimony in all three show trials and in the Tikhakevsky affair trial implicated Leon Trotsky, it raises the possibility that Trotsky might have been guilty too. Likewise, it suggests that other party leaders tried and executed in non-public trials might be guilty as well. In short, the whole post-Khrushchev paradigm of Soviet history that we have called, for short, the anti-Stalin paradigm too, is in play in the Kirov murder, many of its mainstay facts uncertain, questionable, or bogus. This would entail a reassessment of one of the major historical figures of the 20th century, Joseph Stalin, and consequently of the entire history of the Soviet Union, in which Stalin and the period of his sway is pivotal. A paradigm shift of this magnitude would disturb any academic discipline. Arguably, it would be especially threatening in such an overtly politically charged field as the study of communism, of which Soviet history is inevitably a vital part. Perhaps it is not surprising that few scholars wish to squarely face the prospect of coming down on the side of such a change. As we discuss in this study, Lino spends several pages of his introduction assuring his readers that he is steadfastly anti-communist and anti-Stalin, even though he concludes that Stalin did not have Kirov assassinated. The fact that Lino felt the need to publish what might be called a statement of his political reliability just because he has concluded that the evidence shows Stalin did not commit a certain crime of which others had suspected him, and despite the fact that both the Gorbachev-led Soviet regime and the Russian government since then had long concurred in this assessment, attests to the charged political and moral aura surrounding virtually every question of Soviet history during the Stalin period. The Kirov murder case is one of a small number of cardinal and therefore hot-button issues in Soviet history. Others include the Moscow trials, the Azovshchina, or Bad Time of Azov of 1937 to 1938, and Nikita Khrushchev's secret speech to the 20th Party Congress in 1956. All of these events are crucially linked to the Kirov affair. Of course, there are other pivotal events in the Soviet history of this period too, such as collectivization, the famine of 1932-33, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and the Katyn Forest massacre, that are not immediately linked to the Kirov affair except insofar as they all involve the Stalin leadership. Nevertheless, the Kirov murder is fundamental to our understanding of both elite and mass politics of the 1930s in the USSR, and in fact to the fate of socialism itself. The notion that Kirov was killed by a lone gunman and hence that Stalin framed all the rest of those accused of complicity and conspiracy is a foundational part of the anti-Stalin paradigm. This in turn means that many people, some of them powerful in academia and even in politics and the media, will be displeased at any research that calls this paradigm into serious question, regardless of the evidentiary basis of that research. The historical legitimacy not only of Russia but of the other post-Soviet states is constructed upon the demonization of the Stalin period and upon certain foundational events that are referenced to justify that demonization. Ideological anti-communism, always avidly promoted for obvious reasons by powerful capitalist forces, is also tied to a very negative interpretation of all communist movements, and especially that of Stalin. It should surprise no one that scholars are wary of reaching conclusions that will prove unpopular in important circles. Powerful academic, economic, media, and other influential elites are strongly predisposed to favor negative historical portrayals of Stalin and the Soviet Union of his day. Meanwhile, there are no corresponding powerful interests that might look with equanimity, much less with favor, upon more positive interpretations. Nor do any powerful institutions exist to promote objective research to discover the truth by the best methods and let the chips fall where they may. Viewed from this perspective, it is perhaps less surprising than it might otherwise be that until the present study no researcher has ever approached the primary source evidence in the Kirov murder case in a spirit of objectivity and decided the matter as though it were just another historical problem, albeit a fascinating one. Whatever their reasons, however, neither Kirilina nor Lino have done so. The evidence they themselves cite, to say nothing of the very large amount of primary source evidence that they unquestionably know about but have simply omitted, is sufficient to prove that their conclusions are incorrect. On the evidence there can simply be no doubt that Kirov was killed as a result of a conspiracy of clandestine terrorists Zinovievites. Our analysis. This study begins by reviewing in detail the three most recent scholarly studies of the Kirov affair, by Kirilina, Lino, and the Norwegian historian Asmund Egg. These are the only books whose authors gained access to and drew upon many primary sources. No study of the Kirov affair before Kirilina's was able to use the primary sources that have been made public since the end of the Soviet Union in 1991. Kirilina's study, titled Ricochet, was republished in 2001 as the final part of her much longer book Neizvestny Kirov. We will use this edition rather than the first 1993 version because it is the more recent one. We devote much more attention to Lino's 2010 study because it is far more recent still and, in addition, much fuller. Lino translates either in whole or, usually, in part, a number of important primary documents. Lino also explicitly draws upon Kirilina's book. His is both the most recent and the most authoritative study of the Kirov murder to date. As we shall show, Lino's study is also very seriously flawed. Nevertheless, because of Lino's unprecedented access to primary source materials and the sheer length of his study, any reconsideration of the Kirov murder has to begin with a detailed critique of Lino's account. We devote several chapters to it. Egg's book, published in Norway in 2009 and in Russia in 2011, has been anointed by the Boris Eltsine Foundation's History of Stalinism series. In many respects the most disappointing of the three, it does cite documents not mentioned by either Kirilina or Lino, a fact whose implications we explore. We devote a separate chapter to it as well. Point 3. We also devote several chapters to a detailed study of a number of especially crucial primary sources. Some, like Nikolov's first interrogation, are also examined by both Kirilina and Lino. Others, such as Genrikh Lyashkov's article in the March 1939 issue of the Japanese magazine Kaizo, are studied only by Lino. We also examine a large third group of very important evidentiary documents that constitute critical evidence in the Kirov murder and yet were ignored by Kirilina, Lino, and Egg. In a concluding chapter we outline what we see as the major conclusion and its implications, that the version of the Kirov murder gradually uncovered by Soviet investigators in the December 1934 and January 1935 trials, the Kremlin affair interrogations, and the pre-trial and trial materials of the 1936, 1937, and 1938 Moscow show trials, is basically accurate. The conspiracies alleged at these trials did exist, and Kirov was murdered as a part of them. We explore, as space permits, some of the implications of our conclusions, which contradicts indeed, overturns the scholarly consensus since Khrushchev's day both inside and outside the USSR and post-Soviet Russia. We fully realize that this conclusion will be deeply displeasing, even unacceptable, to some scholars in the highly politicized fields of Soviet and Communist history. Nevertheless, given the evidence we have, it is the only objective conclusion possible. This study of the Kirov murder is one of a number of recent studies that tend to dismantle the anti-Stalin paradigm on purely evidentiary basis. We conclude that a new history of the Soviet Union during Stalin's time, one dramatically different from the version current since Khrushchev's day, is in the process of replacing the anti-Stalin paradigm. Chapter 1. Kirillina. In his introductory chapter, Lino states that his greatest debt is to Alla Kirillina, the most knowledgeable scholar in the world on Kirov's killing. The longtime head of the Kirov Museum in Leningrad/St. Petersburg, Kirillina's most recent work on the Kirov murder is Neizvestny Kirov. The third part of this work, Ricochet, is Kirillina's discussion of the assassination, investigation, trial, and aftermath. In it, Kirillina expounds the view of the murder implied in her clever title, that Nikolov was a lone gunman and the bullet that killed Kirov ricocheted to kill many others. Kirillina wrote her study before the release of many of the evidentiary materials that we now have and that Lino and Egg cite. Apparently even her position as director of the Kirov Museum did not gain her access to these materials, let alone to those that have still not been declassified. For our present purposes, Kirillina's study of Kirov's murder and its aftermath is important mainly because Egg and, especially, Lino admit they drew heavily on it. We will examine Kirillina's Ricochet in two respects. First, we will demonstrate that Kirillina has not solved, indeed, it seems she has not even attempted to solve Kirov's murder. We will then point out some important facts that Kirillina reveals and that Lino has omitted or suppressed, matters missing from Lino's much longer study. Since Khrushchev's day, and especially since the later Gorbachev period, the official Soviet and Russian view of the Kirov assassination is that the assassin, Leonid Nikolov, was a lone gunman. Kirillina, Lino, Egg, and virtually all other mainstream scholars of Soviet history have adopted this official position, the implication of which is that the Moscow trials were fabrications or falsifications and the defendants innocent, unjustly executed by Stalin. In the present study we show that there is no evidence at all for this position, and a huge amount of evidence against it. It would appear that anti-communist scholars have embraced it for ideological reasons alone. Kirillina begins with the assumption, all but universal among mainstream historians of the Soviet period, that the Moscow trials were frame-ups, falsifications. The problem with this assumption is that it basically predetermines the rest of Kirillina's study. The Kirov murder figured prominently in all three of the public Moscow show trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938. If the Moscow trials are declared to have been frame-ups of innocent men, no one remains as an accomplice or accessory to Nikolov's act. Since no one seriously believes any longer that Stalin had Kirov killed, the only remaining possibility permitted by the assumption that the trials were falsifications is that Nikolov must have acted alone. In short, Kirillina begs the question of Kirov's assassination. She does not pose a hypothesis and then set out to determine whether the available evidence supports that hypothesis or another one. Rather, she assumes from the outset that Nikolov acted alone. As we shall demonstrate, Lino and Egg do this as well. Like them, Kirillina cites a lot of evidence to which she was the first scholar to have access. This evidence is very interesting and important. Moreover, it does not at all support her preconceived conclusion. We will briefly examine some examples of what appears to be incompetence in Kirillina's book. We will also identify some statements that appear to be intentionally false. Of course, some form of prevarication is essential in a work such as Kirillina's, one that presents itself to its readers as an attempt to discover the truth, to solve the crime, but instead presents a biased argument in favor of a preconceived conclusion. Moreover, when that preconceived conclusion runs counter to virtually all the evidence we have, and we have a great deal of evidence concerning Kirov's death, an author determined to deny this fact and to promote instead a version of events which is contradicted by the evidence at every turn may be compelled to employ transparent means in her attempt to disguise the truth. What appears to the objective reader as incompetence may well be instead, like the deliberate falsehoods, an attempt to persuade and deceive rather than genuine ignorance or incompetence. Incompetence. Like Lino, whose work we shall examine later, Kirillina makes a number of careless errors. She reports a newspaper account that claims Andrei Vyshinsky, prosecutor in the Moscow trials and assistant prosecutor in the Kirov trial of December 1934, believed that confession is the queen of evidence. The newspaper Moskovsky Komsomolets in St. Petersburg, in its issue of 6-13 December 2000, published a short notice on the Kirov murder. It questions whether it was Nikolov who murdered Kirov and argues that at the foundation of Nikolov's confession is the incorrect conceptual position of AIA. Vyshinsky, at that time Prosecutor General of the USSR, who considered that confession is the queen of all evidence. This canard has long since been refuted. Vyshinsky's speech to the February-March 1937 Central Committee plenum, published in 1995, specifically attacks the notion of relying upon confessions instead of other evidence. In his later work, The Theory of Trial Evidence in Soviet Law, Vyshinsky criticizes the fact that confession, even when obtained under torture, was considered queen of proofs in the 15th and 16th centuries in Europe. The methods of proof were also extremely simple and unique. The most reliable means of proving was the use of physical suffering, torture, under the blows of which it was easy to obtain the defendant's own confession, which was considered to be the best evidence in the world, the queen of evidence. For though Kirillina is critical of the other assertions in this article, she never points out the author's error in falsely attributing to Vyshinsky what in fact he strongly opposed. On p. 342 Kirillina states, I note that it was Iyagada who first uttered these words at the trial of the Block of Rights and Trotskyists in 1938, Zaporozhets released Nikolov at my direction. The text of the trial not only shows that Iyagada never uttered these words but that, on the contrary, Iyagada specifically denied doing any such thing. Iyagada stated in pre-trial interrogations available to Kirillina that he was informed of Nikolov's release only after the fact. We discuss this issue in detail in another chapter of the present work. Zaporozhets had no connection at all to the release of Nikolov on October 15. Citing as her evidence Khrushchevera witness Onchikov, who testified that Zaporozhets was in the hospital in a cast. But Iyagada had never claimed that Zaporozhets was in Leningrad at the time of Nikolov's detention on October 15, 1934. On the contrary, in his pre-trial interrogation of May 19, 1937, Iyagada stated, I personally did not give any directives about getting rid of Borisov. Zaporozhets was not in Leningrad at all at that time. 5. In this same interrogation, Iyagada testified that he learned about the upcoming attempt to assassinate Kirov from Inukij after a conference of the conspiracy, the Right Trotskyite Zinovievite bloc, in the summer of 1934. Then, in Iyagada's words, answer, I summoned Zaporozhets from Leningrad, informed him about the possibility of an attempt on Kirov's life, and instructed him not to stand in its way. Answer, Zaporozhets told me about this a little while after Nikolov had been released. Question, what did he tell you? Answer, Zaporozhets was in Moscow, came to see me, and related how in Leningrad a certain Nikolov, who had been watching Kirov's automobile, had been detained by personnel of the operations division. He was brought to the political division, and upon being searched in the presence of Gubin there were found materials that constituted evidence of terrorist intent. Gubin reported this to him, and Zaporozhets released Nikolov. So Yagoda never claimed that Zaporozhets was in Leningrad when Nikolov was detained on October 15. The volume Genrik Yagoda was published in 1997. Kirillina's book Neizvestny Kirov was published 4 years later, in 2001. Kirillina had ample time to consult the former volume and see that Onshikov's statement did not contradict Yagoda's testimony. But she failed to do so. Kirillina notes that under the law of December 1, 1934, terrorist cases were to be tried without defense attorneys or the right of appeal. She then notes that at the August 1936 Moscow trial defense attorneys were indeed permitted, but appeals were not allowed. By order of the CEC of December 1, 1934, cases involving terrorists were to be conducted without defense attorneys, behind closed doors, and without the right of appeal. At the 1936 Moscow trial there were both defense attorneys and a public. Perhaps this departure from the order and providing the defendants with the right to appeal the sentence were a guarantee of Stalin's in collusion with the defendants. In this case they did not allow the defendants this right. On the night of August 23 to 24, 1936, the court announced its sentence, and that same night they were taken straight from the courtroom to be shot. This is false. The post-trial appeals of a number of the 1936 trial defendants, including Zinoviev, Kamina, I.N. Smirnov, and Nathan Lai, were published on page 3 of the newspaper Izvestia of September 2, 1992, years before Kirillina's book was published. Kirillina had no excuse for stating that the right of appeal was denied to these defendants. Either Kirillina invented this fact or copied it uncritically from some other source. Falsehoods. In addition to errors such as those above that might plausibly be laid to carelessness, Kirillina makes many statements that are more accurately described as deliberately deceptive or falsehoods. All are attempts to de-emphasize or discount evidence that supports the existence of a conspiracy involving Nikolov. Kirillina notes that in his interrogation of December 6, 1934, Nikolov at first confessed that Kotolinov and Shatsky were participants in the terrorist act, but failed to cite a single bit of specific evidence in confirmation of this statement. By specific evidence, Kirillina evidently means material evidence of some kind. In support of this statement she cites I.U. Sidov's article wrongfully executed in the journal THIRD of December 4, 1990. But even Sidov did not demand specific evidence from a person giving a jailhouse confession. Kirillina's demand for concrete evidence is dishonest. Does she really expect that Nikolov would have carried around a piece of paper signed by Kotolinov and Shatsky in which they agreed to take part in Kirov's assassination? The phrase, but failed to cite a single bit of specific evidence in confirmation of this statement, is a sign that Kirillina is all too conscious of the weakness of her case, an attempt to dismiss evidence that disproves her own hypothesis. Point 6. A few pages later Kirillina refers to an interrogation of Nikolov of December 20, 1934, during which Nikolov claimed he had approached the Latvian consul in Leningrad both for money and to ask him to make contact with Trotsky on behalf of their group. Kirillina says that this is not supported by any documents. This is yet another tell as though the imprisoned Nikolov would have documents either on his person or anywhere at all attesting to this. However, this statement of Nikolov's is an interesting one and begs further consideration. We will examine it in a later chapter. According to Kirillina, Nikolov stated in a confession of December 4, 1934 that he was a member of an underground counter-revolutionary organization, that its participants adhered to the platform of the Trotskyist Zinovievist bloc. The former opposition had their own specific accounts to settle with Kirov in connection with the struggle which he had organized against the Leningrad oppositionists. We have known since the early 1980s from Trotsky's own pen that a real right Trotskyist bloc involving Zinoviev and Kamina did in fact exist. Kirillina states, by the way, none of those who confessed about the Leningrad Center named with Nikolov or Shatsky among its members. This is simply false. In the text of the December 12 interrogation of Zvezdov in Leno's book we read. Question: lay out for us the membership of the Center and the other branches of the Leningrad organization. Answer: the membership is as follows. 1. The Leningrad Center. A. Rumiantsev, Vladimir, head of the organization. Kotolinov, Ivan. Tsarkov, Nikolai. H. Nikolov, Leonid. 3 of those arrested and tried alongside Nikolov for Kirov's murder, Levin, Sositsky, and Myasnikov, were Trotskyists. Leno admits as much in his treatment of the incident, even pointing out that there is some evidence the Latvian consul, Bisenieks, did in fact give some money to Nikolov. Bisenieks never denied meeting with Nikolov. Moreover, Nikolov talked the language of the opposition. We know that some others arrested in connection with the case, like Evdokimov and Gorshinin, did as well. Kotolinov and others in the Zinovievite group were briefly expelled from the party in 1927 for Trotskyite activity. 7. It would have been natural for lower-level conspirators to seek a connection with Trotsky. As Kirillina notes, the NKVD also did not consider the evidence of a Trotsky connection firm at that time. But Nikolov's claiming to have asked to be connected with Trotsky would naturally have appeared to them as worth pursuing. Investigators are trained to follow up every possible avenue of inquiry. And it is certainly not evidence against the existence of a conspiracy. Concerning the August 1936 Zinoviev-Kamina trial, Kirillina states that there was no material evidence. Once again, not a single document, not a single piece of material evidence, not a single outside witness was brought forward at the trial. The whole indictment was built exclusively on the self-incrimination of the accused. Then on pages 368-9 Kirillina juxtaposes passages from the January 1935 trial of Zinoviev and Kamina to some passages from the transcript of the August 1936 trial. Although Kirillina does not acknowledge it, this section of her book is taken directly from Trotsky's Bulletin of the Opposition No. 52 of October, 1936. Kirillina even copies word for word Trotsky's claim that not a single document, not a single piece of material evidence, was brought forward at the trial. However, Trotsky proceeded to admit that the Honduran passport of V. Olberg, with which he entered the USSR illegally and which was, in his testimony, obtained with the aid of German Trotskyists, did constitute a piece of material evidence. Kirillina conceals this part of Trotsky's statement from her readers, thereby deceiving them, for at least this one piece of material evidence was presented at the trial. Furthermore, we know that Trotsky himself was deceiving his readership in this discussion of the August 1936 Moscow trial, as he had done in his discussion of the Kirov murder in number 41 of the Bulletin of the Opposition. For Trotsky and his son Leon Sidov discussed between themselves the bloc of Trotskyites, Zinovievites, and others. This bloc was indeed formed in 1932, just as stated in the testimony in the August 1936 Moscow trial. Sidov informed his father that Zinoviev and Kamina were indeed a part of the bloc. We will discuss this issue in another chapter. All this Trotsky and his son denied in public. This was natural enough, in fact necessary, if they were to preserve their underground conspiracy within the USSR. But this information about the bloc was discovered and published by Trotsky historian Pierre Brouet in 1980. Then in 1991 it was discussed again in an article in the Soviet journal Voprozy Istorii KPSS by American historian Archgetty. It was publicized in Russia again in a work published in 1995 by Vadim Rogovin, who quoted it. Kirillina's book was published in 2001. She either did, or should have, known about the bloc and informed her readers. As a final example of Kirillina's dishonesty, consider the following. In the Japanese magazine Kiitso of April 1939, Lyashkov published materials in which he categorically rejects any involvement by Iagata in the conspiracy against Kirov. Lyashkov was at 4 Lytynyi Perulok, in the NKVD, near Agranov, when Stalin phoned the latter and ordered him to send Borisov to the Smolny for questioning. Agranov immediately gave the appropriate instructions. It was only 30 minutes from the moment of Stalin's call to the moment of the auto accident with Borisov, as Lyashkov pointed out. And we can agree with Lyashkov's opinion that this amount of time was simply insufficient to organize the murder of Borisov. This can only be a deliberately deceptive statement. In both pre-trial interrogations and at trial, Lyagada repeatedly insisted that he had had nothing to do with Borisov's death, while at the same time also insisting that he was, indeed, involved in the conspiracy to murder Kirov. Kirilina cites Lyagada's lack of participation in the first as evidence against Lyagada's confession to the second. Kirilina has clearly never read Lyashkov's article in the journal Kaizo of April 1939. If she had, she would have seen that Lyashkov insisted that Lyagada was indeed involved in a conspiracy to force Zinoviev and Kamina to falsely confess to Kirov's murder at their August 1936 trial. 8 Lyashkov also claimed that Shatsky was Nikolov's sole co-conspirator in the assassination of Kirov. Kirilina would certainly not have omitted these important details of Lyashkov's article had she actually read it. Therefore, she gave her readers the false impression that she had read Lyashkov's article, but in reality she never did. In his book, Lino cites Lyashkov's Kaizo article at length, setting it forward as the strongest evidence now available that Nikolov was a lone gunman. In a later chapter of the present work, we too examine the Kaizo article and demonstrate that Lino's interpretation of it is incorrect. Lino, however, has clearly read Lyashkov's article. It is just as clear that Kirilina has never read it. Materials in Kirilina's book but omitted by Lino. Kirilina and Lino share the same goal, to present Nikolov as a lone assassin. Perhaps the most powerful method of arguing a preconceived idea is to suppress evidence that fails to support it. In the case of the Kirov murder, there is so much evidence of a conspiracy that, were it all to be simply suppressed, almost nothing would remain. Therefore, in addition to the omission of evidence inconvenient to the preconceived conclusion, other techniques of misdirection must be employed. Lino has told us that he considers Kirilina to be the greatest expert on Kirov's murder. He cites Kirilina's book many times, and ought to have cited it in some places where he did not. But Lino has also omitted some evidence that Kirilina presents. Lino has tailored his argument in a somewhat different and, arguably, more careful manner. Usually there is a discernible method to his omission of Kirilina evidence. Nikolov's finances. Kirilina frankly acknowledges the evidence that Nikolov was not in financial difficulties in 1934. She quotes from December 11, 1934 interrogation of Nikolov's mother, Maria Tikhanovna. As far as its material situation, the family of my son Leonid Nikolaevich did not experience any hardships. The children were also fully provided with all the necessities, including milk, butter, eggs, clothing and footwear. Kirilina quotes this passage from the article by historian Yuri Zhukov, where it is somewhat fuller. As far as its material situation, the family of my son Leonid Nikolaevich did not experience any hardships. They occupied a separate 3-room apartment in a cooperative house, which he received in return for payment of the cooperative unit. The children were also fully provided with all the necessities, including milk, butter, eggs, clothing and footwear. During the last 3 to 4 months Leonid was unemployed, which somewhat worsened the provisioning of his family, but even then they did not experience any special hardship. 9. Lino does not even mention this interrogation and passage. Perhaps he has omitted it because he argues that deprivation was a primary factor motivating Nikolov's supposedly lone assassination. This passage would constitute strong evidence against Lino's theory. Lino writes Nikolov was desperate for money in the fall of 1934. Even if he was, and the testimony just cited casts serious doubt on that statement, desperation for money does not necessarily entail neediness. Lino also quotes the indictment against Nikolov. Through the confessions of a series of persons who were interrogated in the present case as witnesses, including Nikolov's mother T. Nikolova and his wife, Milda Dral, the investigation has established that the accused Nikolov did not suffer from material need during this period of time, and neither did his family. Anyone reading Leno's book alone would have no idea where this testimony came from, and might assume it was fabricated by the NKVD instead of his mother's testimony, and in fact represents Kirillina's viewpoint as well. Kirillina continues. Unmistakable signs of the family's good material circumstances are the fact that L.V. Nikolov himself possessed a bicycle, and in 1933 to 1934 the Nikolovs rented a private dacha in the prestigious area of Sestroresk. Nikolov was even fined 25 rubles and ordered to pay an additional 19 rubles by the party for hitting a pedestrian with his bicycle. Kirillina cites evidence that Nikolov always had good jobs, even easy work, and was never unemployed until his dismissal from a job at the Institute for Party History in April 1934. She speculates that Nikolov must have had good connections to be recommended for such jobs. Neither Kirillina nor Leno try to account for these good connections, as any good investigator would be sure to do. Perhaps they do not wish to suggest that these good connections were, most likely, the Zinovievites who were later tried and convicted of Kirov's murder along with Nikolov. Nikolov's wife Milda Dral also had a relatively well-paying job. If Nikolov did indeed feel he was in need of money, this lack was only a subjective one. He and his family still rented a private country house during the summer he was unemployed. Had they suffered genuine want, they could simply not have done so. No one facing eviction or hunger rents a summer cottage. Leno never informs his readers that Kirillina acknowledged that Nikolov was not in any real financial need. We also know that Nikolov chose not to take another job while he prepared to assassinate Kirov, a fact stated in the prosecutor's indictment as follows. In one of his confessions, the accused Nikolov directly states, "I informed him that I had decided not to go back to work during the period when I was preparing the act in order to have enough free time to carry out the murder of Kirov. Kotalinov approved my decision." The wife of the accused L. Nikolov, Milda Dral, confirms this. She states, "From the end of March 1934 right up to his arrest he did not work anywhere. The reason for this is not Nikolov's inability to find work, but his stubborn refusal to accept any kind of work. Having devoted himself fully to the preparation of the terrorist act, I presume that he did not want to tie himself to work anywhere." Kirillina never mentions this fact. Leno quotes at length from the indictment but omits this part of it here, a point we will consider in another chapter of the present work. Nikolov's interrogation of after December 4. In a passage we have already quoted above, Kirillina says that Nikolov made the following admission after December 4. He was a member of an underground counter-revolutionary organization, that its participants adhered to the platform of the Trotskyist Zinovievist bloc. The former opposition had their own specific accounts to settle with Kirov in connection with the struggle which he had organized against the Leningrad oppositionists. We do not know at what point after December 4 Nikolov made this statement. Without citing any evidence or reasoning, Kirillina simply declares it fabricated, as indeed both she and Leno do with all the evidence that does not fit their predetermined schema. That is why the investigation steadily fabricated the conspiracy version. But at least Kirillina does record the statement, thus allowing others to view it in a different light. Leno does not clarify or even cite this important quotation. He does quote parts of a December 13 interrogation of Nikolov in which some wording appears similar to some of what is in Kirillina's quote, but suppresses the passage in which Nikolov cites the supposed motive of the Leningrad Trotskyite Zinovievite group in killing Kirov, that the former oppositionists had their own accounts to settle with Kirov in relation to the struggle that he had organized against the Leningrad oppositionists. Nikolov's confession of circa December 8. Kirillina quotes the following important remarks from Nikolov without a precise date but implying December 8 or shortly afterwards. The Kotalinov group was preparing a terrorist act against Kirov, and its direct implementation was entrusted to me personally. I was aware from Shatsky that the same task had been given to his group too, and also that this work was being conducted by them independently of our own preparation for a terrorist act. I first met Shatsky in 1933. Our next meeting was during the summer of 1934 at 28 Krasny Zarya Street, where Shatsky was conducting surveillance on the apartment and ascertaining all of Kirov's movements. He did this in order to prepare a terrorist act. Kotalinov said that, getting rid of Kirov would weaken the leadership of the party. Kotalinov worked out directly with me the technical details of carrying out the act, approved them, specially determined how accurately I could shoot. He was my immediate leader in carrying out the act. Sokolov determined the suitability of this or another point in Kirov's normal route, thus facilitating my work. Ioskin was informed about the preparation for the attempt against Kirov and worked out with me the variant of an attack in the Smolny. Zvezdov and Antonov knew about the preparations for the act. They were directly tied to Kotalinov. Lino does not reproduce this text or refer to it. He does summarize an interrogation of December 6 that contradicts this text in some places. Eventually Nikolov confessed that he had recruited Shatsky to watch Kirov's apartment for him, and strongly implied that Kotalinov had masterminded a conspiracy to murder Kirov. Moreover, he said that Kotalinov was planning to go to Moscow to assassinate Stalin. Though he relies heavily on Kirillina's book, Lino does not clarify the relationship between the direct quotes cited by Kirillina of circa December 8 or shortly thereafter, and his own summary of part of a long interrogation of December 6. On top of that, Lino indulges in a favorite practice of his, to put quotation marks around any words or phrases that do not fit his preconceived conclusions, as he does here around the word confessed. Lino acts as though using these scare quotes constituted some kind of argument that the confession was not genuine. This is one manifestation of the fallacy of assuming that which is to be proven, a common error which Lino frequently commits. We will consider Lino's practice of begging the question and of argument by scare quotes in a separate chapter. Kirov's learning. On pages 325 to 327, Kirillina discusses Kirov's broad reading, especially in philosophy, and his involvement in education. Indeed, Kirillina seems to have some respect for Kirov. She was, after all, head of the Kirov Museum for many years. Lino omits all this in his introductory chapters on Kirov's life. In contrast to Kirillina, Lino strives to insult Kirov at every turn. He says that Kirov is generally perceived as one of the despot's thuggish henchmen. By whom? Lino never tells us. Evidently he has invented this fact. However, Kirov is not so perceived by Kirillina, Lino's major source, so this perception is not general. The best Lino can do is to quote the British consul in Leningrad, who said that Kirov was brutal-looking, whatever that means. British imperialists were generally regarded as thuggish by millions of people around the world. Perhaps Lino never mentions the evidence of Kirov's learning because it might contradict Lino's attempt to portray Kirov as thuggish and brutal. 10. An earlier attempt to kill Kirov? Kirillina writes. In one of his interrogations, Lv. Nikolov confessed that he had first planned to kill S.M. Kirov on November 14, 1934. And with this goal in mind he met him at the Moscow station in Leningrad. But he did not shoot since a large number of people met Sergei Mironovich there. And so he mingled with the crowd of those people and went away. This event is also recorded in his diary under the date of November 14, where Nikolov also seems to say that he had only tried to meet with Kirov on October 15. Yet in a diary entry of a few days beforehand, November 9, Nikolov had written, "If on October 15 and 11/5 I was not able to do this, however now I am ready that I am going to my execution is nothing only it is easy to say it." This diary selection is quoted by Lino on page 242, along with a further section that appears to make it clear that he had intended to kill Kirov on November 5 as well. Since November 5 is in the past, it sounds as though Nikolov is ready for yet another attempt, perhaps that of November 14, mentioned above. It would have been useful to put this passage in Nikolov's diary alongside the text from the undated interrogation quoted by Kirillina. From what we can see, the interrogation appears to confirm the notes in the diary that Nikolov had made not one, but several aborted attempts to kill Kirov earlier. Lino omits this. In any case, pages 18 to 19 of the indictment contain a quotation from Nikolov's confessions in which he plainly states that his diary accounts were faked. Here it should be noted that in order to conceal the traces of the crime and to hide my co-conspirators, and also to disguise the true motives for the murder of Comrade Kirov, the accused L. Nikolov prepared a number of documents in which he tried to portray his crime as an act of personal despair and frustration due to his supposedly serious material situation, and as a protest against the unfair treatment of a living human being by some government officials. The accused L. Nikolov himself admitted the falsity and fictional nature of this version, and explained that he had created this version by prior agreement with the members of the terrorist group, which had decided to portray the murder of Comrade Kirov as a personal act and thus conceal the real motives of this crime. In his confessions of December 13 of this year, L. Nikolov directly stated, "I was supposed to portray the murder of Kirov as the act of an individual, in order to hide the participation in it of the Zinovievist group." Zinoviev's oppositional activity. Kirillina transcribes a short passage from one interrogation of Grigory Evdokimov, a Zinovievite and former Leningrad official accused as a member of the Moscow center of the bloc of Trotskyists, Zinovievites, and Rightists. At interrogation on December 24 GE, Evdokimov stated, in November 1934 he criticized the work of forming a united front and blamed the French Communist Party and also the leadership of the Comintern for striving for a united front in France. Another arrested Zinovievite, L.S. Gorshinin, went even further. L.S. Gorshinin went even further in his criticism of the foreign policy of the USSR. At interrogation on December 25 he stated, Stalin is consciously not activating the Comintern and is transferring the center of all attention onto the official diplomacy of the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs and in essence sacrificing the interests of world revolution to the idea of building socialism in one country. Kirillina explains these statements in the following manner. I should note that it was towards the end of 1934. The opposition, or rather its leaders, had voted for Stalin's political program, the building of socialism in one country, at the 17th Party Congress. However, they did not agree with it and continued the line of world proletarian revolution, carrying on a covert struggle against the Stalin leadership. Kirillina takes it for granted that the oppositionists were guilty of double-dealing in that they had rejoined the party dishonestly. By contrast, Lino blames Stalin for suspecting double-dealing, implying that Stalin had imagined this out of paranoia. We discuss this issue elsewhere in the present work. Lino never mentions these statements. On the contrary, he chooses to reproduce large parts of an interrogation of Zinoviev from December 22, 1934, in which Zinoviev denies any oppositional activity, and denies even oppositional thoughts after 1932. This facilitates Lino's portrayal of Zinoviev as the innocent victim of a frame-up, something that would be harder if he had juxtaposed Evdokimov's and Gorshinin's statements against Zinoviev's professions. In short, Kirillina admits that a covert struggle by Zinovievites and others against the party line did in fact continue, while Lino ignores it, in effect denying it. In his confession of January 13, 1935, to which neither Kirillina nor Lino refers, Zinoviev went further and agreed that a Moscow center of former Zinovievites, hostile to the party line, still existed. We will discuss this document when we set to resolving the Kirov murder ourselves. So Kirillina's work is disingenuous in the same general way that Lino's is. Both of them proceed from the idée fixe, the preconceived conclusion that Nikolov was a lone gunman and, therefore, everybody else must have been framed. But despite his acknowledged indebtedness to Kirillina's work, Lino ignores it when he finds it convenient for his argument to do so. Chapter 2. Lino's Introduction. Lino organizes his introduction as follows. He briefly summarizes the circumstances of Nikolov's murder of Kirov at Smolny Institute in Leningrad on December 1, 1934. He outlines the thesis of his book. He briefly outlines the Khrushchev-era investigations and accounts of the murder. He discusses the evidentiary problems with testimony given long after the event and the reasons why accounts based on memories of past events are not to be trusted. Lino admits he had limited access to the former Soviet archives, so he has not seen all the evidence there is. He cites his debts to previous scholars. He makes a declaration of his anti-communist bias. Much of what Lino writes in this chapter is useful. For example, he points out that the Khrushchev-era investigations of Kirov's murder had the ulterior motive of trying to inculpate Stalin. This meant that these so-called studies were not really studies at all. Rather, the Khrushchev investigators, evidently led by Petr Pospelov and Ivan Sarav, Khrushchev's head of the KGB, pretended to carry out an objective study while cherry-picking the documents they chose to present to the Molotov Commission, the high-level group formed to reinvestigate the repressions. Lino also points out that Sarav had other important files concerning the Kirov murder destroyed altogether. Pospelov was an early supporter of Khrushchev, who promoted him to secretary of the Central Committee and then candidate member of the Presidium of the CPSU. Like Khrushchev himself, Pospelov had been an enthusiastic promoter of the cult of personality around Stalin. Lino's discussion of the unreliability of accounts that rely on memories of events long past is sensible. Although these remarks are made in a general way, in reality they constitute a criticism of the work of Conquest, Tucker, Knight, and all writers who have concluded that Stalin had Kirov killed. All such works have to rely on rumor and hearsay, since there is no real evidence whatsoever of any involvement by Stalin in Kirov's death. Lino frankly admits that he was refused complete access to all of the evidence that still exists. This is refreshing, though it would have been better if he had discussed what this withholding of evidence strongly implies, that the evidence withheld by the Russian government must contradict the official version that Kirov's killer was a lone gunman, or why would they withhold it? But this is Lino's version too, a fact that perhaps explains why he does not draw the logical conclusion from the fact that much evidence is withheld. Lino also neglects to point out that Kirilina, to whose work Lino acknowledges his greatest debt, failed to acknowledge that she too did not have access to all the evidence. Nor does Lino point out the obvious conclusion: if Khrushchev was determined from the outset to prove either that Stalin had Kirov killed or that Nikolov was a lone gunman, that is, that no conspiracy existed, then the evidence he and Kirilina were permitted to see has been carefully tailored to fit that conclusion and is as biased as Khrushchev's men could make it. That in turn means that anyone who, on the basis of this evidence, concludes that no conspiracy existed needs to reconsider that conclusion very carefully. By contrast, if, as the present study demonstrates, despite all the attempts to expurgate, withhold, and distort it, the available evidence should nevertheless point strongly towards the conclusion that a conspiracy did in fact exist, that itself is a powerful argument in favor of a conspiracy. Lino's introduction contains a number of weaknesses that characterize the remainder of his study: false statements, deliberate deceptions, begging the question or assuming the truth of statements that need to be proven, and anti-communist bias. Any one of these would prove fatal to any historical investigation. Factual inaccuracies and false statements. Lino describes the cohort of party members to which Leonid Nikolov, Kirov's assassin, belonged as follows. To bridge the distance between themselves, the avant-garde, and the masses, communist officials in the 1920s and early 1930s recruited factory workers into the party in large numbers. As communists, these promotes benefited from access to white-collar jobs, as well as better apartments, better rations, and superior educational opportunities. Hundreds of thousands of others got an education and made professional or bureaucratic careers, becoming the backbone of the Soviet state by the 1940s. Yet others, thrust into positions for which they had little or no training, failed. Then Lino describes Nikolov as one of these failures. An unemployed communist named Leonid Nikolov had held about a dozen jobs since he joined the party in 1924, during the recruitment campaign that followed Lenin's death. Since his most recent firing in April 1934, he had been unemployed. Lino is mistaken. Nikolov was anything but a failure. Nikolov had managed to get away from regular blue-collar work. He had one higher-paying, non-production job after another until his firing in April 1934. That suggests that he almost certainly had friends in high places, influential persons who were able to get him these kinds of jobs. Dismissed from a comfortable job with a good salary because he refused to leave Leningrad on a party assignment, Nikolov decided not to look for any more work. This is consistent with his being part of a Zinovyevite conspiracy, though of course it does not prove it. According to the testimony of his family members, Nikolov and his family suffered no material difficulties despite the fact that only his wife, Milda Drahl, was employed after April 1934. Entries in his diary record worries over finances. But that could be explained by evidence cited by Lino and Kirilina that suggests Nikolov used this diary to create a cover story to make it look as though the assassination was an act of individual protest. We study this question fully in the present work. Nikolov planned to shoot himself to death on the spot after killing Kirov. After he failed to do that and was questioned by NKVD investigators, his story of individual protest quickly broke down. Before long he confessed that its purpose was to shield the other members of the conspiracy from suspicion. Lino writes, "For the communist leadership, the murder in Smolny was traumatic, not just because the victim was one of them but also because the murderer was a communist and a worker. Something had gone badly wrong, for the party and the proletariat were supposed to be pillars of the regime." Lino returns repeatedly to this notion that Stalin and party leaders would have felt especially chagrined by the fact that Nikolov was a worker. But he gives no evidence to support this repeated assertion, which is certainly false. During the 1920s and early 30s, virtually all the opposition groups in the Bolshevik Party had working-class members. Some were made up primarily of workers, or at least of people from working-class backgrounds. This was particularly true of the Zinovievites, followers of Grigory Zinoviev, who had been first secretary of the Leningrad Party until 1926. Leningrad was the most industrialized city, with the largest number of workers and working-class party members in the country. After listing some of the Bolsheviks' successes during the 1920s and early 30s, Lino writes, "They had also ruled with police terror, which increased greatly in the late 1920s. Lino does not say what he means by police terror or give any examples of it. I can identify nothing that could accurately be so described during this period. Suppressed all open political dissent. In reality, open political dissent was permitted and in fact was commonly expressed, for example at factory and union meetings. However, it is true that organized political dissent was not permitted. And factions within the Bolshevik Party had not been permitted since 1921, a ban suggested by Lenin. Opposition political parties were not permitted, but neither had they been since before 1920. In making the three statements above, Lino is guilty of a double standard. No one would accuse a Western capitalist country of such acts without citing specific examples. In the case of the Bolsheviks, Lino acts as though evidence is not necessary. Confiscated private property, banned most private businesses. Here Lino tacitly assumes that private property is somehow sacred. Communism of course opposes private property and private businesses on principle. Such confiscations characterized Bolshevik policy from before the revolution of 1917, when they advocated land to the tiller, that is, the confiscation of landlord property, and the nationalization of major industries. After the end of the Soviet Union, authorities confiscated public property, that is, privatized it, and forced the peasants, who still made up the majority of the population, to work for very little on collective farms managed by the party/state apparatus. This statement is, to put it politely, highly misleading. Most peasants had always worked for very little. Lino appears to imply here that most peasants had earned more than very little. The real situation was very different. Most peasants in Russia were poor. About a quarter of them, the batraki, or farm laborers, had no land at all. About half of the rest were poor peasants, unable or barely able to sustain themselves even in the best years by farming a very small parcel of land with the most primitive means. Whenever famines broke out, many of the batraki and the bedniaki or poor peasants simply starved to death or died of malnutrition-related diseases. Considerable starvation occurred even in non-famine years when rich peasants or middlemen who bought and resold grain, withheld grain from the markets to await higher prices. Lino writes, as a direct result of forced collectivization, more than 5 million country people died of starvation in 1932 to 1933. Lino does not attempt to provide any evidence in defense of this statement, much less to prove it. He simply states this as a fact. But it is false. There is no evidence that collectivization caused the famine of 1932 to 33. In reality, it was due to crop failure. Professor Mark Tauger, the leading expert on the famine, points out that famines had racked Russia, including the Ukraine, every 2 to 3 years for at least a millennium. 12 The famine of 1932 to 33 was yet another one in this seemingly endless series. Undoubtedly, had collectivization taken place during years when no crop failure occurred, a great many fewer people would have died. But this could not be known in advance, and in fact there were few such years. Every researcher knows these facts. We must assume that Lino knows them too. But he fails to engage them and their evidence, or even to refer to them. Therefore, this statement appears to be a declaration of loyalty. In it, Lino self-consciously puts himself into what we may call the Cold War anti-communist camp, one tenet of which is that collectivization was somehow immoral. Lino further writes, in the months following the murder, Stalin did all he could to heighten the atmosphere of suspicion and dread that accompanied the killing. If, as Lino tries to argue, Kirov's murder really had been the act of a lone gunman, if there was no underground terrorist conspiracy and Stalin knew it, then there would be much truth to this statement. However, the present study argues that, on the evidence, such a conspiracy did exist and went much farther than just the men convicted and executed for conspiring to kill Kirov. We now have a great many primary sources from this period of Soviet history. None of it suggests that Stalin and other Soviet leaders did not believe there was a conspiracy and were only cynically spreading this idea. But if they really did believe such an underground terrorist conspiracy existed, it would follow that the atmosphere of suspicion created was understandable. He warned of terrorist plots to assassinate the entire Soviet leadership. Lino implies that such plots did not exist. But there is a great deal of evidence that they did exist, including pre-trial and trial confessions by Moscow trial defendants, but much other evidence as well, including evidence from outside the Soviet Union, and no evidence that these confessions were scripted, forced on the defendants by the NKVD, or otherwise faked. We will review some of this evidence in the present book. And proclaimed that no one could be trusted because enemies had penetrated the party itself. This is a false statement. Lino cites no evidence that Stalin ever said no one can be trusted, nor can I find any such quotation by Stalin. Stalin did state that former oppositionists could not be taken at their word, i.e., simply believed when they claimed they had ceased their oppositional activity. But this was no more than an acknowledgement that conspirators lie in the service of their conspiracy. Lino claims, in Leningrad 13 men, mostly former left sympathizers, were framed, charged with plotting a terrorist attack on Kirov, and executed together with the actual assassin, Leonid Nikolov. Here Lino anticipates the central hypothesis of his book. The present study argues that this hypothesis and statement of Lino's is wrong. As we shall show, Lino fails to present any evidence whatsoever that these men were framed. On the contrary, all the evidence we have points towards their guilt. Lino continues. Two of Stalin's most prominent former rivals, Grigory Zinoviev and Lev Kamina, were tried in January 1935 for moral complicity in the assassination and sentenced to long prison terms. This statement is false. There is no mention of moral complicity in the charges or sentence handed down against Zinoviev, Kamina, and others. Zinoviev was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for leading an underground conspiratorial group of his supporters whose members, with his knowledge, not only spread hatred of the party leadership but traveled to Leningrad and met with the leadership of the Leningrad Center which carried out the murder of Kirov. One part of the sentence statement reads as follows. As a result of the counter-revolutionary activities of the Moscow Center in specific links of the Zinovievist counter-revolutionary underground there arose purely fascist methods of struggle, and there appeared and strengthened terrorist sentiment directed against the leaders of the party and government, which had as its result the murder of Comrade S.M. Kirov, prepared and organized by the Leningrad Center of the same counter-revolutionary group. All of the defendants in the present case have fully admitted their guilt. 13. As leader of the group, Zinoviev was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Kamenev received the lightest sentence, 5 years, because the court found as follows. As one of the leading members of the Moscow Center, but who had not taken any active part in its activities during the recent period. We deal with other of Lino's falsehoods in his introduction in a separate chapter. Begging the question. Lino refers to false accounts of the assassination in the Soviet press during the 1930s. And they made extensive use of the layer of falsified evidence from the Great Terror. These statements commit the fallacy of begging the question. They assume that which should be proven. In fact, they assume away the problem that Lino supposedly did his research, and wrote his book, to solve. That would not be so if, later in his book, Lino were to prove that the accounts of the Kirov assassination related in the Moscow trial's testimony were false. But he never does that. Moreover, he does not examine any of these accounts. He does not even identify them, say, in an appendix, or in a footnote to inform his readers where they can find this evidence should they want to examine it themselves. Much less does Lino argue that the canonical version of Kirov's assassination, as it was gradually revealed in the various trials between December 1934 and March 1938, is false in any way. In fact, Lino conceals the existence of these accounts from his readers. Lino simply asserts that they were false without any evidence or, indeed, any argument at all. Yet this is the central thesis of his book. The principal result of the present study is that the much maligned Soviet or Stalin account of the Kirov murder is, in fact, the correct one. Torture. In his introduction, Lino makes frequent reference to torture. He speaks of documents from the renewed investigation of the Great Terror years, many of which are witness statements given under torture or the threat of same. NKVD officers tortured witnesses until they provided testimony supporting fantastic charges of conspiracy against former party leaders. The use of torture by Stalin and his secret police to extract false but politically useful confessions of terrorist conspiracies. Lino fails to demonstrate even a single example of torture against a witness or defendant in any of the trials concerning the Kirov murder, those of December 1934, January 1935, the first Moscow public, or show, trial of August 1936, the second Moscow trial of January 1937, the third Moscow trial of March 1938. He alleges, though he does not prove, that some former NKVD officials once involved in the case were tortured in the later 1930s. But even if Lino could prove that these men really were tortured and their confessions scripted and false, it would not affect this central issue. Their testimony was peripheral at best to the basic question, was there a conspiracy to murder Kirov? Nor does Lino prove torture in any other instances. He merely cites allegations made in the 1950s. But by his own admission, Khrushchev and his men were busy destroying documents and falsifying charges against Stalin in the 50s and 60s. The truthfulness of these, or any, allegations must be demonstrated, not taken for granted. Lino makes no attempt to do so. In any case, allegations are not evidence. The fact that someone alleges that he, or a third party, was tortured does not mean that he really was, especially when, as during the Khrushchev years, investigators were under pressure to try to prove the trials of the 1930s were fabricated and that torture had been employed. We devote a part of the present study to the fallacy of appeals to torture used as a rhetorical device of persuasion to conceal Leno's lack of evidence. Even if it could be established, and it has not been, that one or more of the central defendants were in fact tortured, that would not mean that this testimony was false. A person may be tortured to induce him to tell what he knows, as well as to induce him to sign a false or scripted confession. Tortured people can either lie or tell the truth. Likewise, defendants who are not tortured may either lie or tell the truth. Therefore, even if Leno could establish that one or more of the main defendants who testified about the Kirov murder had been tortured, that would not establish that his testimony was false. By ignoring the Moscow trial testimony, Leno is again positioning himself with respect to this historical question. All the Moscow trial testimony supports the hypothesis that Nikolov, Kirov's assassin, was a part of a network of clandestine opposition terrorist conspiracies. It is considered unacceptable by some persons in the highly politicized field of Soviet history to reach the conclusion that the Moscow trials were not scripted and that opposition conspiracies existed, even though on the evidence there is no doubt at all that such a conspiracy did in fact exist. Anti-communism. A researcher needs to be as objective as possible so that his preconceived ideas and biases do not fatally prejudice his investigation. By contrast, Leno takes pains to express his anti-communist bias in the strongest terms. He admits that he believes communism is evil, a cruel failure with millions of victims. Statements of this kind serve no research or investigative purpose. They only serve to warn the reader that the writer who advertises his bias so blatantly cannot be trusted to be objective when gathering, examining, interpreting, and drawing conclusions from the evidence. Imagine that Leno, instead of declaring that he believes communism to be evil and a cruel failure with millions of victims, made the same statement but about capitalism. The impropriety for a scholar of even thinking in such terms, much less in parading these opinions before his readers, would become apparent to the most anti-communist reader. Leno calls Stalin one of the greatest mass murderers of modern world history, as though it is a proven fact. So serious a charge requires strong evidence to justify it. Leno cites no evidence to support this statement. In reality, no study has ever proven such an accusation. Point 14. Leno asserts that in Leningrad 13 men, mostly former left sympathizers, were framed. It will astonish readers to learn, as we will demonstrate in the present study, that Leno has virtually no evidence at all to support his thesis that even a single one of the defendants was innocent. This declaration of Leno's does put him squarely in support of the official Soviet/Russian government position and is consistent with the only acceptable and mainstream view that the Moscow trials were frame-ups. But it is not in the least supported by the evidence. On the contrary, all the evidence we now have refutes it. Leno asserts that the end of constructing communism justified means that included mass violence, summary trials, and the starvation of millions. As Leno makes no effort to prove any of these grave charges, we may conclude that he thinks they are obvious. They are an obligatory component of anti-communist propaganda. All revolutions cause mass violence, but nothing compared to that of the First World War, believed justified by the leaders of all the major countries of Europe, Japan, the United States, and the Ottoman Empire. Summary trials characterized all sides during the World War. We have dealt briefly with the starvation of millions above. Leno refers to Stalin's use of Kirov's death to justify terror and claims Stalin presided over the execution of thousands of senior party officials who had no record of political opposition in an apparent attempt to eliminate any possible source of resistance to his rule. Neither of these statements are supported by any evidence. Leno provides not even a footnote for these statements. Moreover, we question Leno's use of elusive language here. What does presided over mean in this context? It could mean no more than that Stalin was the de facto leader of the country at the time. Would we say that President Franklin D. Roosevelt presided over the Jim Crow system in the southern United States? He certainly chose not to stop it and reap political benefits from it. Yet historians would never say he presided over it, even though his title was President One Who Presides. As for senior party officials who had no record of political opposition, Lino cannot possibly know this, since even he admits that much evidence from the 1930s remains top secret in Russia today. But the main point is surely this: what is pertinent is not whether a person, senior party official or not, had a prior record, but whether they were guilty of the crimes they were charged with, i.e., whether they were convicted on the basis of credible evidence. To raise the question of executions without any context is to do what Khrushchev did. Khrushchev had reason to think his 1956 audience, all of them senior party officials, would agree with him. But scholars must consider Mat.Rs of evidence. Point 15. Lino claims that Stalin insisted that NKVD investigators build a case against former party oppositionists. By build a case, Lino must mean fabricate a case, for otherwise investigators are acting correctly in pursuing their investigations where the evidence leads them. It is the job of prosecutors everywhere to build cases. But Lino gives no evidence that Stalin ordered the NKVD to fabricate any case against anyone. To our knowledge, no such evidence exists. Point 16. Some of the statements Lino makes in his introduction are clearly ideological rather than historical. For example, he writes, Stalin's communist denouncers were in the right, and the cause of de-Stalinization was just. A few pages later, Lino is more explicit about why he feels that he needs to proclaim his anti-communist bona fides in strident tones. Some may be tempted to accuse me of apologizing for Stalin because I do not take on faith the received narrative that he ordered Kirov's murder. It should be obvious that no historian ever has to explain or give reasons for not taking some historical conclusion on faith. But Lino knows that the field of Soviet history has rules of its own, for he proceeds to compose a virtual credo of the faithful anti-communist. To prevent misunderstandings, I want to make my position clear. I have an immense, personal contempt for despots and authoritarians of all stripes, from Stalin to Mao, from Hitler to Franco, from Riosmont to Pinochet, Pol Pot, and King Leopold II, Belgian ruler of the Congo Free State. Stalin was one of the deadliest tyrants of world history, and communism as a system of government was a cruel failure with millions of victims. Lino then criticizes the Bush administration for its policies restricting civil liberties and use of torture in the wake of 9/11. What does any of this have to do with whether Kirov was murdered by a conspiracy of clandestine oppositionists, as alleged by the Soviet government at the time, by Stalin, or by a lone gunman? Perhaps only this: Lino knows that Soviet history, particularly of the Stalin period, is a discipline in which ideological conformity is considered all-important in powerful circles. To arrive at a conclusion that Stalin did not commit some crime of which he has been widely accused by famous anti-communist historians is to run the risk of being labeled pro-Stalin, pro-communist, or at least insufficiently anti-communist. In fact, the present study will undoubtedly be called an apology for Stalin because it does not take on faith the received narrative, though that received narrative has, since 1990, not been that Stalin killed Kirov, but that Nikolov was a lone gunman, and because we prove that Stalin did not frame any of the Kirov defendants, any of the Moscow trials defendants, any of the defendants in the Tkhachevsky affair. In fact, there is no evidence anywhere that Stalin ever framed even a single person. The thesis Lino attempts to prove throughout this book is the same, in the end, as that of Soviet anti-Stalinists. Despite their attempts to frame Stalin for Kirov's murder, the government-sponsored researchers of both Khrushchev and Gorbachev eras were forced to conclude that there was no evidence to support this conclusion. This position is also supported by Alekhiry Lina, the main Russian scholar of the Kirov assassination. Few of Lino's readers will know this. But the best-known books on the Kirov assassination outside of Russia, those by Robert Conquest and Amy Knight, both argue that Stalin had Kirov killed. Lino does point out that Russian authorities still keep important documents of the Kirov assassination investigation top secret, unavailable to him or to any other researchers. It did not occur to Lino to ask why this might be. A logical hypothesis would be that the still-secret documents contradict the orthodox or mainstream position of today's Russian authorities that Nikolov was a lone gunman and that no clandestine opposition conspiracies really existed during the 1930s. We know this position is false. We shall discuss the fact that letters exchanged between Leon Trotsky and his son Leon Sedov revealed to researchers in the 1980s that a bloc of Trotskyites, Zinovievites, rightists, and others did in fact exist. Lino never refers to this bloc or to the implications for his thesis of the official Russian denial of its existence. Chapter 3. Lino's Errors. In order to demonstrate that Lino's book contains serious lapses of objectivity, it is perhaps sufficient to enumerate some of the large number of outright falsehoods it contains. This section will identify and analyze those we think are the most noteworthy. We will not attempt to psychologize Lino as he attempts to do with Stalin. Unlike Lino, we admit that we have no way of knowing what was going on in his consciousness when he wrote these false statements. Perhaps he really thinks they are true. If so, he should have investigated them more carefully before printing them as fact. As a direct result of forced collectivization, more than 5 million died of starvation in 1932-33. This is false, unsupported by the best research. Excellent research has shown that there was a secular famine in 1932-33, as there had been every 2 to 4 years in Russia for at least the past 1,000 years. But the famine of 1932-33 was the last famine in Russian/Soviet history. 17. Stalin was one of the greatest mass murderers of modern history. This too is a declaration of loyalty rather than the conclusion of scholarly research. In reality, no mass murders, either by Stalin or that he was responsible for, have ever been demonstrated. Lino does not tell us what events he has in mind. Perhaps the following. The Great Terror. Several 100,000 persons were convicted falsely and simply shot by the NKVD under Azov. Stalin never ordered or condoned these murders, which Azov and his accomplices committed under the guise of fighting active counter-revolutionary rebellions. 18. After Beria replaced Azov as head of the NKVD, hundreds of thousands were freed from prisons and camps, while Azov and his accomplices in the NKVD were investigated, arrested, tried, convicted, and punished, often by execution. The Moscow trials and Tykhaevsky affair. All the evidence we have, and there is a great deal of evidence public now, support the guilt of these men. The Katyn massacre. Likewise, there exists much evidence that the Soviets tried and shot some Poles, not just prisoners of war but others, and the Germans later shot many more of them. 1918. Apparently Robert Eck, and then a number of other first secretaries, approached Stalin and the Politburo after the June 1937 Central Committee plenum and asked for these special powers to deal with conspiracies, rebellions, and revolts in their areas. This led to the Politburo Decree on Anti-Soviet Elements of July 2, 1937, which authorized all first secretaries to arrest kulaks and criminals who had returned to their areas, shoot the most dangerous of them, and exile the rest to other areas. For the next year or more, Stalin was flooded with reports of conspiracies and revolts from all over the USSR, some of which have been published. According to Kostov, a very anti-Stalin researcher and one of the compilers of several of these invaluable document collections, Stalin believed these reports. The most terrible thing was that Stalin made decisions on the basis of confessions that were inventions of certain NKVD workers. Stalin's reactions showed that he took these confessions completely seriously. Once again, it is considered beyond the pale in anti-communist circles, academic and otherwise, to state these facts. According to Lino, Stalin insisted that NKVD investigators build a case against former party oppositionists in the days after the killing. In a later chapter of this study we demonstrate that this statement is false, another classic example of Lino's begging the question by assuming that which he ought to have proven. Likewise, Lino refers to false accounts of the assassination in the Soviet press during the 1930s. Lino never even discusses these accounts, much less establish that they were false. he is in no position to do so since he failed to examine the testimony presented before and during the 1936, 1937, and 1938 Moscow trials. In reality, judging from the evidence available at the time and what we have today, the accounts of the Kirov assassination in the Soviet press during the 1930s were and conform far more closely to the evidence we now have than does Lino's own version. Lino states, "I have consciously striven to include all plausible evidence contradicting my case. This is perhaps the most blatant falsehood in Lino's long book. As we will demonstrate, in reality Lino ignores virtually all the evidence presented after the trial of the Leningrad defendants in December 1934 until the end of the March 1938 Moscow trial. This is a huge amount of evidence. In fact, it is most of the evidence now available to us. But Lino never studies any of it. In the present study we conclude that all this evidence, plus all the evidence Lino does discuss, demonstrates that Lino's hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman is groundless, without any foundation in the evidence." Lino writes of the use of torture by Stalin and his secret police to extract false but politically useful confessions of terrorist conspiracies. There is no evidence whatsoever that torture was used to extract false confessions, and Lino cites none here. NKVD men, particularly under Ezhov's direction during 1937 to 1938, did use torture and fake confessions widely. In 1939 Ezhov and a number of his closest assistants were arrested and confessed to doing this. Though much still remains secret in Russia, we now have enough of these confession statements to make it clear that Ezhov, not Stalin, was responsible for these faked confessions based in many cases on torture. Point 20. Kirov stuck with Stalin. Whatever his private doubts or fears may have been, Lino presents no evidence whatsoever that Kirov had any private doubts. This allegation appears to be a relic of earlier propagandistic accounts of Kirov's murder in which the killing was attributed to Stalin. Lino rejects these versions but retains a component part of them, that Kirov had some kind of doubts or fears of Stalin. Lino states, "Molotov was a mass murderer, one of the 2 or 3 men closest to Stalin in the 1930s. This is an astounding statement. Lino cites no evidence that Molotov ever ordered anyone at all, much less masses, to be murdered. No doubt Lino could have made some sort of case to support this claim. After all, virtually all high-ranking Bolsheviks of the Stalin period and even before and afterwards have been called murderers by some anti-communist or other at some time. Such statements mean nothing unless accompanied by evidence, nothing, that is, except for proof that the author of such statements has strong biases. But Lino does not justify the statement in any way. Concerning the Nikiv case, about which little is known, Lino states, he was shot in short order. Point 44. Lino's note on page 772 reads as follows. Klevny Uk, Stalin I Kaganovich, 432, 459, 411 to 412. Agranov telegram to Stalin in Kostov etal, Lubyanka, 1922 to 1936, 565. Agranov's telegram to Stalin makes no reference whatsoever to Nikiv's trial or execution. The only one of these references that says anything about Nikiv's fate is Klevniuk, who states, Nikiv was probably shot. 21. Even Klevniuk admits that he does not know even whether Nikiv was shot, let alone in short order. Lino turns Klevniuk's surmise into a statement of fact, a falsehood that appears to be deliberate. What's more, this issue is irrelevant to proving Lino's case about Kirov's murder. Lino states the following about a confession by Nikolov of December 5, 1934. In Nikolov's quite plausible account, Chatsky expressed anger at Stalin's 17th Party Congress speech calling for the firing of former oppositionists. The problem is that this never occurred. Stalin did not call for firing former oppositionists. Neither of the two speeches Stalin gave at the 17th Party Congress says anything remotely resembling this. On the contrary, a number of prominent oppositionists who had renounced their opposition dishonestly, as it turned out, and been readmitted to party membership, had been promoted again to very high positions and addressed the party congress in January 1934, Bukharin, Pyatakov, Zinoviev, and Kamina among them. 22 This seems to have been intended as a signal to all that former oppositionists would be readmitted once they renounced their opposition. It's possible that Lino simply failed to check Stalin's speeches at the Congress to verify whether Nikolov was telling the truth. If that is so, then this is a serious lapse on Lino's part. But the NKVD investigators would not have failed to check it. Assuming Nikolov actually made such a statement, his doing so would have been strong evidence to the investigators that Nikolov was lying. And in turn that would have signaled to the investigators that his story was beginning to fall apart. It would have encouraged them to press Nikolov even harder on the falsehoods and inconsistencies in his statements. Sure enough, the very next day, 1 December 6, Nikolov first stated that Kotalinov and Shatsky were participants with him in the terrorist act. On page 289 Lino writes, "To get him to interrogations the guards had to put him into a straitjacket and carry him down the hall while he struggled and shouted, 'It is I, Nikolov, they're torturing me, remember me, T9. See Kirillina, Neizvestny Kirov, 277. The Kirillina reference states that Nikolov declared a hunger strike but gives no evidence or source for this statement. The reply to Yakovlev quotes the claim about torture but gives no source at all for it. We will examine the reply to Yakovlev in a future chapter. The actual source is the article by Yuri Sidov, wrongfully executed in the journal THIRD of December 4, 1990. But Sidov gives no source for this statement either. Elsewhere in this review we have shown that Sidov himself has told deliberate falsehoods, including in this very article. The lack of a source strongly suggests that this statement is no more than a rumor unless Sidov or one of his staff simply invented it themselves. In either case it is of no value. It hardly needs to be said that rumors are not evidence. Lino himself never refers again to this allegation that Nikolov was tortured. 23 He should not have included it at a minimum, not without tracing its provenance, as we have easily done here. On pages 312 to 3 Lino states, Zvezdov gave the interrogators almost everything they needed. He placed Nikolov inside a tightly organized counter-revolutionary group that aimed to replace Stalin. The group was made up of former Trotskyites and Zinovievites. It had strict rules of secrecy, so that the following Alice in Wonderland reasoning could be applied: the lack of evidence of a conspiratorial organization could serve to demonstrate just how top secret, insidious, and widespread the organization really was. On one level this is nonsense. There was no lack of evidence of a conspiratorial organization. Zvezdov had confessed that there really was a secret Trotskyite Zinovievite group. As we shall discuss, and as Lino himself admits, many others among the accused, including Kotalinov and Nikolov, also agreed such a group existed. Again, as we discuss elsewhere in the present work, Trotsky and his son Sidov agreed that it existed too. Logically, Lino could only refer to lack of evidence of a conspiratorial organization if he were to state up front that he did not count confessions or interrogations as evidence. That is, if he were to take the position that only written agreements among the conspirators confirming their conspiracy constituted evidence of the existence of a conspiracy. Of course this would be absurd. The whole point of conspiracy is secrecy, to leave no evidence. A conspiracy that left written evidence of its existence would hardly be a conspiracy at all. Furthermore, even the existence of written evidence of such a conspiracy would not constitute more reliable evidence than the testimony of its participants, for documentary evidence can be fabricated just as easily as can confessions, if not more so. Not once in his whole book does Lino argue that any of those who confessed did so because of torture or threats. He suggests this as a possibility, but never states it as a fact in even a single case. Presumably he would have done so if he had the slightest grounds. Therefore, Lino's reference here to Alice in Wonderland is disingenuous. There is plenty of evidence of a conspiracy. Lino is so eager to deny that any counter-revolutionary organization existed that he makes absurd statements like the following. At the trial, Kotalinov testified that he had belonged to a counter-revolutionary Zinovyevite organization, but that all the members did was stay in contact with one another. They had no specific agenda or division of responsibilities. Lino does not trouble to examine this statement. And it is incredible. For one thing, if Kotalinov were correct, that all the members did was stay in contact with one another, then why did he agree it was counter-revolutionary? For another thing, a number of other defendants testified that the Zinovyevites were indeed involved in political activity. On page 321 Lino writes of the accelerating campaign to rewrite Soviet history, to exaggerate Stalin's role. His footnote to this passage refers to Lavrentiy Beria's book on the Bolshevik movement in the Caucasus and specifically refers to pages 54 to 62 of Amy Knight's book on Beria. But Knight's book says nothing about any such campaign. Therefore this is a false reference, the only result of which can be to mislead the reader into believing that such a campaign existed. On the same page Lino writes, one important remaining hole in the case was that Nikolov could not or would not provide convincing evidence that he'd actually belonged to the Zinovyevite organization any time during the 1920s. As we have shown elsewhere, Tsarkov confirmed that Nikolov was a member of the Zinovyevite organization during the 1920s. What other convincing evidence of Nikolov's, or anyone's, membership does Lino want a membership card dated sometime during the 1920s? Of course illegal conspiratorial communist organizations do not have membership cards, lists, or other paraphernalia. Moreover, Nikolov's membership during the 1920s is irrelevant to the question of whether he was a member in 1934. This kind of remark is a tell, as we explain more fully elsewhere, a signal, no doubt unconscious, to the attentive reader that Lino has no evidence and is trying to disguise this lack with specious verbiage. In an attempt to discredit the NKVD investigation, Lino writes that, in order to inform party leaders about the results of the investigation, owing with remarkable speed, the TISK executives called plenary sessions of the regional party committees in Moscow and Leningrad for December 15 to 16. Lino implies that 15 to 16 days after the assassination was remarkably fast. That, one presumes, is intended to suggest to the reader that a rush to judgment, some kind of phony procedure and trial, went on. But there was nothing remarkable about the speed in which the case against Nikolov and the underground Zinovyevite Center in Leningrad was prosecuted. For the sake of comparison, in the USA in 1901 there were only 9 days between President McKinley's death on September 14, 1901 and the beginning of the trial of his assassin, Leon Cholgaz, on September 23. In the Kirov case there were 27 days between the assassination and the trial. Lino states, the Stalinist leadership drove the mass operations onward by issuing mandatory quotas for arrests and executions to provincial NKVD organizations. This is false. Ezhov did indeed call for arrest and execution quotas. This was in violation of the notes coming from Stalin and the Central Party leadership, who always used the term limits of arrests and executions requested by local party and NKVD leadership. Limit means no more than, but it can be less than, while quota means no less than an enormous difference. 24 In any case, there is no reference or citation of evidence at all for this serious accusation. Lino states, Tkhachevsky and his fellows were tortured and shot. This is a false statement. There has never been any evidence that Tkhachevsky was tortured. Lino's note to this statement reads as follows. Getty's text does not claim Tkhachevsky was tortured. However, Jansen and Petrov do claim that they were tortured until they confessed. Jansen's and Petrov's source reads. This is the supposed memoirs of a prosecutor, Afanasyev, who claims he was present while Ezhov, Stalin, Molotov, and others discussed Tkhachevsky and decided to have him tortured. But there is no evidence that any of this is true. There is no reason to think Afanasyev was present during any of these discussions, which he reproduces verbatim. None of the biographers of Tchaikevsky, including the recent and extremely anti-Stalin books by Yulia Kantor, even mentions Afanasiev's account at all. Concerning Trotsky, Lino states with indignation, "It was not Trotsky who collaborated with foreign imperialist powers, it wasn't Trotsky who ordered Kirov's murder, but it might well have been Stalin." Lino has no evidence for these statements. But there exists a great deal of evidence to support both of these accusations against Trotsky. Specifically, there is a great deal of evidence to implicate Trotsky in collaboration with both Germany and Japan. 25 There is also a great deal of testimony that Trotsky had a role in the Kirov assassination. We will explore that in the present book as a part of our examination of the Moscow trials. For now, we should recall that the group tried, convicted, and executed for the Kirov assassination in December 1934 Nikolov, Kotolinov, and the rest were members of a Trotskyite Zinovyevite bloc that, thanks to Trotsky's own admission, we know really did exist and that we know was indeed in touch with the exiled Trotsky. Other false statements. Beria, accumulated in his safe materials incriminating other party leaders. There is no evidence whatsoever to support this allegation. Beria was charged with something like this, but all writers including Amy Knight, whom Lino cites elsewhere, make it clear that the charges against Beria were untrustworthy and unsupported by any evidence. Khrushchev and many of his allies genuinely did want to end mass terror. The problem with this statement is that there was no mass terror in 1953, nor had there been for many years before that. The only period in Soviet history that might be described as one of mass terror was the Azovshchina of 1937 to 1938. Khrushchev himself was in the thick of it, one of the worst perpetrators, while it was Stalin and Beria who had put an end to it. 26 In the 3 months he was minister of the combined MGB and MVD after Stalin's death, it was Beria who pushed reforms of the legal system. Ivan Sarav and Katyn. Lino writes, Ivan A. Sarav participated in the execution of nearly 15,000 Polish prisoners of war in the Katyn forest in 1940. This statement is false. Lino's footnote is to an article by Nikita Petrov, an investigator with the Anti-Communist Memorial Society, in the Russian journal Otechestvenaya Istoria in 1997. No doubt few people will check this article. There Petrov says, in 1940 Sarav was a participant in one of the most disgusting Stalinist crimes, the mass murder of Polish prisoners of war and civilians, which later became known as the Katyn Affair after the name of the locality near Smolensk where the remains of those executed were first discovered. Executions also took place in the Ukraine. Sarav was responsible for them. In the 1940s and 1950s the blame for these crimes was consistently laid to the Hitlerites. Sarav, who was then the chairman of the KGB, exposed himself by expressing dissatisfaction with the security officers who failed to cover up their crime. They couldn't cope with such a small matter. In anger Sarav let the cat out of the bag. There was a lot more of them in the Ukraine when I was there. But not a thing was said about it. 28, nobody found even a trace. Below we will analyze the source Petrov cites. Here we note several matters. Sarav does not at all claim he participated in the Katyn massacre. On the contrary, Sarav makes it clear that he had nothing to do with Katyn. He refers only to his time in the Ukraine. According to the statement by Petrov, what Sarav said is that those who did participate in Katyn had acted incompetently, while he himself had been more careful and no one had found any sign of those he had executed. Sarav did not admit to shooting any Poles at all. He refers to his victims as them, a word that appears simply to mean Rastrelyamrik, people who were executed. There's no suggestion that it means Polish prisoners of war and civilians, or even just Poles. It is Petrov NP, not Sarav, who inserted the reference to executed Poles. Petrov's source is page 204 of the first volume of Sergei Khrushchev's work Nikita Khrushchev, Kryzisi I Rakety, Vgliad iznutri. This passage is in the abbreviated English translation, as follows. In Poland, Stalin's name was associated with many bitter memories. These included the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, signed on the eve of the invasion of Poland, the anonymous graves of Katyn. In those years I heard about Katyn for the first time. I was staggered by the monstrous accusations, and of course I didn't believe them. However, I soon realized they were true. I happened to hear confirmation of them from General Sergev, an authoritative source who had very vehemently denied the accusations. It was a topic he didn't mention in Father's presence, but for some reason he dropped in one day while Father was away. At the time everyone was disturbed about Katyn. Rada's husband, Alexei, in some connection I no longer recall, asked the general how they could have missed it. Ivan Alexandrovich reacted angrily, I would even say painfully, to the question. He started to make caustic remarks about the Belarusian Chekists, who in his opinion, had been unforgivably careless. They couldn't cope with such a small matter. In a fit of anger, Sergev let the cat out of the bag. There was a lot more in the Ukraine when I was there. But not a thing was said about it, nobody found even a trace. 29. This passage reveals yet more important points. The words that Sergei Khrushchev attributes to Sergev here do not confirm that the Soviets had carried out the Katyn massacre or that he even knew about it, much less that he participated in it. Rather, they are an angry outburst against the incompetence of whoever shot the Poles buried at Katyn. Sergev could not have been referring to any supposed participation by himself in killings at Katyn. Sergey's sphere of activity had been the Ukraine. There were allegedly executions at Kharkov prison of Polish POWs from the Starobielske camp. These executions are indeed considered to be a part of the Katyn massacre. But Sergev could not have been referring to these executions. He says there was a lot more in the Ukraine when I was there, meaning people. It was Petrov who added Poles executed, in the Ukraine. The alleged Katyn executions in the Ukraine, in Kharkov prison of prisoners from the Starobielske camp, were approximately 4,000. This is several thousand fewer, not more, than the Germans claimed were found in the mass graves at Katyn. There were plenty of executions in the Ukraine during the late 1930s, including many of Ukrainian nationalists. Sergev must have been involved in those. Khrushchev himself certainly was, as first secretary of the Communist Party of the Ukraine, and Sergev was Khrushchev's man. Sergei Khrushchev supposedly heard these words when he was present at a conversation between Sergev and Alexei Adzubay, Nikita Khrushchev's son-in-law. It is further evidence that either Sergei Khrushchev's memory of this conversation is faulty, or that it never took place at all, and he fabricated it. Sergei Khrushchev writes that at the time everyone was disturbed about Katyn. But it is impossible that Adzubay, much less Sergev, would have made the error of thinking that Katyn was in Belarus rather than where it actually is, in the Smolensk Oblast of Russia. Therefore, it is Sergei Khrushchev who has made this error. Assuming that Sergei Khrushchev was, as he claims, present at a conversation between Alexei Adzubay and Sergev during the period shortly after the 20th Party Congress, he has not remembered it correctly. He could not have heard Belarus. Moreover, even Sergei Khrushchev does not claim that Sergev referred directly to Katyn. This is his own interpretation. And that interpretation is incorrect, as we have shown above. The history of the executions of Polish prisoners of war and other Poles, called the Katyn massacre, is hotly contested. Belief that the Soviets were the culprits is a kind of shibboleth of respectability in some Cold War-oriented circles, where it is indeed considered improper even to acknowledge the existence of the important and fascinating historical controversy around this topic. One possibility is that the Soviets shot all the Poles, as the Nazis claimed in their 1943 propaganda report. But Sergey's account above does not confirm that. In the Russian original, Sergei Khrushchev said Sergev v Serdsak progovorился. The translator renders this accurately with the phrase in a fit of anger Sergev let the cat out of the bag. But letting the cat out of the bag is exactly what Sergev did not do. Much less did he admit that he had played a role in it. Why would Sergei Khrushchev have claimed unequivocally that Sergev had let the cat out of the bag? only because he realized that the words he attributes to Serov do not do this. But Sergei Khrushchev wanted the text to confirm Soviet guilt in Katyn, and the only way to accomplish that was to invent it. There is a more fundamental issue here. Petrov's, and therefore Jansen and Petrov's, and thence Leno's, analysis tacitly assumes that the passage in Sergei Khrushchev's book is genuine, not only that Serov actually said something like this in Khrushchev's presence, but that Khrushchev's son accurately recalled the precise words Serov spoke in 1956. But Leno's own book contains a good, brief summary of research. That human memory is highly malleable and oral transmission of narratives unreliable. No one else heard Serov say the words Sergei Khrushchev attributes to him. Under the principle testis unus testis nullus, this fact alone disqualifies the statement as evidence. Point 30. In addition, Khrushchev evidently did not write them down until decades later. Moreover, by the time he did write them down, Gorbachev and Eltsin had already claimed that the USSR did shoot the Poles at Katyn, and this fact was very widely publicized. Leno's discussion of the fallibility of memory includes examples of memories being contaminated by statements made later on. No one has claimed that Alexei Adzubay, who Sergei Khrushchev claims was also present, recorded these words by Serov. Leno should have checked this, as we have done here. He should have examined Petrov's words with care and compared them to Petrov's source, Sergei Khrushchev's account. After all, what else are scholars for if not to hunt for sources and evidence, and verify or disprove fact claims? Had he done so, he would have discovered what we have pointed out here, that even in Sergei Khrushchev's dubious account it is very clear that Serov did not claim that he had participated in the Katyn massacre. 31. Shatunovskaya. Shatunovskaya, again appealed to Mikoyan, and Mikoyan supposedly appealed to Stalin for clemency. Stalin refused. There is no evidence to support the claim that Stalin refused to liberate Shatunovskaya. Leno's footnote is to somewhere in Shatunovskaya's rambling memoirs Passim, he writes, and to the second volume of the rehabilitation volumes. This latter reference of Leno's is pure bluff. Page 904 of the volume in question contains the thumbnail biographical sketch of Shatunovskaya. It says nothing about any appeal or any refusal by Stalin. In Shatunovskaya's memoir, the passage in question is narrated not by Shatunovskaya herself but by her daughter. 32. But the real point is this: neither Shatunovskaya herself nor her daughter could have known what Stalin did and did not want to do. Mikoyan mentions Shatunovskaya several times in his own memoir but has nothing like this. Shatunovskaya's book is full of such rumors, and we will have occasion in this book to examine untruthful statements by her again. In any case, Leno himself has found her to be thoroughly unreliable. Evidently he included this rumor simply because it makes Stalin look bad. Torture. Pospelov chose to rely on evidence that was extracted under torture in the process of fabricating a case against arrested NKVD chief Yagoda. This claim itself is a fabrication. Anyone who reads the transcript of the March 1938 Moscow trial will see that Yagoda was convicted not on the basis of evidence from others but on his own confessions. Other defendants testified about Yagoda's activities too, but we have no evidence whatsoever that any of this testimony was fabricated, much less that any of those who gave this evidence were tortured. In another section of the present book we show that Yagoda himself confessed to involvement in the Kirov assassination but strongly disagreed with prosecutor Vyshinsky's charge that he had been an accomplice in the murder. Yagoda also vigorously rejected other accusations against him. This is good evidence that he had not been tortured and did not fear torture in the future. Moreover, Yagoda's testimony at trial agrees with his pre-trial testimony in interrogations published in 1997, which we also examine elsewhere in this book. Leno repeats the same falsehood a page later. Yakuchev was a perpetrator, a torturer, and a collaborator in Stalin's fabrication of false cases against Yagoda and dozens of others. Leno avoids any examination of the Moscow trials generally or the 1938 Moscow trial in which Yagoda was a defendant, so he has no basis at all to declare the case against Yagoda false. Lino cites no evidence that Iakushev was a torturer, so he has no business claiming that he was. As for Lino's accusation that Iakushe was a perpetrator, this is simply incoherent. Perpetrator of what? It sounds bad, which is the point, no doubt, but doesn't mean anything at all. In fact, we know that Iakushev lied when interrogated by Khrushchev's men. In March 1956, Iakushev, former Leningrad NKVD man, claimed in a letter to Frol Kozlov, one of Khrushchev's most trusted aides, that Borisov had been murdered as part of NKVD involvement in Kirov's murder. 33 But Borisov was not murdered at all, as everyone Gorbachev's investigators, Kirillina, Lino, Egg, and our own research too agrees. Therefore Iakushev was lying about this, no doubt as instructed by Khrushchev's men. So nothing that Iakushev testified can be trusted. Lino fails to point this out. Sergev again. A second memorandum added substantially to the picture of a lone gunman and a fabricated criminal case against the Zinovievites. The memorandum in question gives a picture the word Lino uses here, but it provides no evidence whatsoever to sustain the charge of fabrication. On the contrary, the memorandum is yet another part of the Khrushchev-era campaign to try to prove Stalin had Kirov killed. In pursuit of this goal, the authors of the memorandum disregarded any evidence that points towards any other conclusions. In fact, the memo is good evidence that Sergev and his men, who wrote the memorandum, had no evidence that could discredit the Moscow trial verdicts. Note the distinction between this statement and the logical fallacy that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, a form of the argument from ignorance. We are not claiming here that it is the lack of evidence that Nikolov was a lone gunman that proves he was not. Rather, we assert that Khrushchev's men would have brought forth any evidence they could find that Nikolov was a lone gunman, since they very much wanted to prove he was, and went on to claim that he was anyway. If Khrushchev's men had been able to find evidence to support their conclusions, they would certainly have cited it. Therefore we can be certain that Khrushchev's men, Serevko, could not find any such evidence. But they had total access to everything, including evidence they destroyed and all the evidence that Kirillina, Lino, and Egg were not allowed to see. This itself is the best possible indication that no such evidence exists. Meanwhile, we have a huge amount of evidence that Nikolov was a participant in a conspiracy. Lino recognizes that Serev's word is not to be trusted. Sergev was Khrushchev's man throughout this period. Lino is sporadically skeptical about Serev's actions. But Lino's whole analysis is fundamentally based on the materials of Serev's reports on the Kirov assassination, all of which were aimed at framing Stalin and refuting any notion that Nikolov was part of any conspiracy. Lino fails to add that this fatally compromises anything Sergev had to say, whether about the Kirov assassination or about anything else. This is hardly surprising, since Lino comes to the same preconceived conclusion that Sergev and co. came to. In fact, Lino admits that it was Khrushchev's men who in April 1956 invented the notion that Nikolov was a lone gunman. Therefore, despite his words of wisdom in cautioning his readers that Sergev and Khrushchev were striving not to discover the truth but to implicate Stalin in Kirov's murder, Lino proves to be very credulous of what Sergev says. For example, Sergev is the only source for the Khrushchev-era contention, still solemnly repeated today, that Beria and/or Stalin had Radek and Sokolnikov murdered in their prison camp. There's no reason to accept this story. 34 Even if the NKVD men whom Sergev named as having confessed to these murders did make the statements Sergev attributes to them, and we do not have those statements, only Sergev's claim, that would not mean that those statements are true. As Lino himself admits, Sergev and Khrushchev were fabricating a great deal during this period to try to exculpate all of those who had been repressed in the 1930s and to blame Stalin. Lino has a good discussion of the ways in which memories of past events can be reconstructed. But Lino does accept it. Only a little checking is required to prove that Sergev was lying here too. An article of our own examining this question is awaiting publication. Lino could have done this checking just as easily. Since Lino chose not to check Sergev's claim, he should at least have reasoned that, absent corroboration and given his practice, which Lino does document, of discrediting Stalin whenever possible, Serab's credibility is nil. Perhaps Leno's failure to exercise skepticism in this particular case is a reflection of the fact that, like Serab, Leno is devoted to a preconceived notion that there were no conspiracies and thus that Nikolov was a lone gunman. They demonstrate that the defendants, including Yagoda, were almost certainly innocent of any conspiracy. This statement of Leno's too is false. The text of the report that follows contains demonstrable lies that Leno's book itself disproves. For example, the following statement from Serab's August 31, 1956 report is disproven by Leno himself. It is worth noting that even on the eve of trial the investigators had no evidence of any interest on Nikolov's part in any of the former oppositionists, much less of connections between him and Kotalinov, Rumiantsev, or others among the accused. Leno's own book proves that the statement of Serab's is a deliberate lie, as we show in other chapters of the present study. Nikolov wrote about Kotalinov in his diary, directly implicated him as early as December 4, 1934, and went on to describe Kotalinov's role in training himself for the assassination. We have this information today, and Leno himself records some of it. Serab simply withheld it from the Molotov Commission. Leno also points out that Serab withheld other materials from the Molotov Commission, and had yet other materials destroyed. So even had Molotov wanted to study the primary documents of the Kirov case himself, Serab could have hidden the evidence from him. The rest of Serab's report deals with the Kirov-related testimony after 1934, which we will consider in a separate part of this study. For the present we simply note that Leno's remark above is incorrect. In reality Serab's report is highly dishonest. It contains numerous deliberate falsifications. We will identify some of the more important lies later. But there are so many lies in it that to identify them all would unduly lengthen this study to no purpose. Most important for our purposes, Serab's report contains no evidence at all that Yagoda and the other Moscow trial defendants were innocent of Kirov's murder, and nothing that might impeach any of the evidence that they were guilty. We will examine this question in detail in the section on the Moscow trials. It is central to understanding how utterly bankrupt Leno's argument is. Leno claims, "No one was covering for Stalin at this moment. The Khrushchevites revealed many of his most heinous crimes." This statement is false. In reality Khrushchev and his men did not reveal a single crime of Stalin. To this date, every single supposed revelation of crimes alleged by Khrushchev against Stalin has been proven false. 35. Leno mentions Zhukov apparently reading aloud from archival documents at the 1957 Central Committee plenum. But Leno fails to tell his readers that Zhukov read from a falsified copy of Iakir's June 9, 1937 letter to Stalin, omitting Iakir's frank admission of guilt in treason. Leno refers to A.N. Shalepin's speech to the 22nd Party Congress in 1961 and quotes Khrushchev's reference to Shalepin's speech as well. Leno fails to note that Shalepin's speech is also comprised of falsifications from beginning to end. Shalepin also quoted a falsified copy of the letter of Iakir's to Stalin, again omitting Iakir's confession to treason. 36. Leno quotes Alexander Yakovlev's 1990 letter about the Kirov murder, including the following line: Yagoda was falsely placed among the members of the non-existent right Trotskyite bloc. Leno has to know from Getty's and Brouet's studies of the 1980s that the right Trotskyite bloc did indeed exist. He cannot be ignorant of this work, since he states that he received help from Getty. But he fails to inform his readers that Yakovlev was either lying or just incompetent here. We will take a closer look at this matter in another chapter. Leno claims, "It was a fairly common practice for senior Bolsheviks officials to have partners identified as housekeepers. Stalin in his later years did." Leno gives no evidence to support this statement. We could give more examples of false statements in Leno's book. But the general point should be clear now. Leno frequently makes assertions without evidence when those assertions are either demonstrably false or when there is no evidence to support them. More errors. In the course of his long book, Lino makes a number of statements that are false and have been disproven by scholarly research. Of course, every scholar makes errors. But Lino does not make his mistakes at random. Each and every one of these false statements has the same political tendentiousness. They can all be usefully termed anti-Stalin. In this long book I have not been able to find a single example of an erroneous statement that tends to make Stalin look good. All of Lino's errors tend towards making Stalin appear bad. This cannot be explained as the usual occurrence of some errors or mistakes that may be expected to appear in any lengthy and complex scholarly work. Errors made by chance would vary in their political tendencies. Nor can it be set down to carelessness, for the same reason. Therefore Lino's errors constitute further evidence of his lack of objectivity, his a priori anti-communist and anti-Stalin bias. The famine of 1932-33. Lino writes. As a direct result of forced collectivization, more than 5 million people died of starvation in 1932-1933. This is a false statement. No scholarship on the 1932-33 famine proves anything remotely like this. Anti-communists have been searching for such evidence for many years. The reality is that famines had occurred every 2 to 4 years in Russian history, going back at least 1,000 years. The work of American scholar Mark Tauger, who has devoted his life to the study of these famines, demonstrates this decisively. We have discussed this issue, with appropriate references, in an earlier chapter. In reality, collectivization was necessary in order to stop the endless cycle of famines and increase agricultural production, at least to the point at which people did not starve or die of starvation-related diseases. It was thanks to collectivization that the famine of 1932-33 was the last famine in Soviet history except for the 1946-47 famine, caused by the confluence of the terrible destruction of the war with harsh climatic conditions. Whether the 1946-47 famine was handled well or poorly by the Soviet government is a debatable point, but no one claims it was deliberate. 37 After that, the USSR never again suffered a famine. Dr. Lydia Timoshuk. Lino writes. Nikita Khrushchev recalled two other hysterical female denouncers endorsed by Stalin, the history graduate student Nikolayenko in Kiev and a Komsomol official in Moscow, Misakova. In the prosecution of the so-called doctor's plot just before his death, Stalin again used a woman pushed around by her male superiors, the Dr. Lydia Timoshuk, although Timoshuk was probably not psychologically ill in the clinical sense, as Fokova and Nikolayenko seem to have been. Stalin's cynical use of exploited, desperate, and sometimes psychologically ill women was a particularly vicious instance of a basic practice of Soviet governance. This is all wrong. Khrushchev lied in his account of Timoshuk and the doctor's plot in his secret speech. Evidently Lino is ignorant of the fact that Timoshuk had nothing to do with the doctor's plot. She had tried to inform party officials about the mistreatment of Politburo member Andrei Zdanov in August 1948. Timoshuk was awarded the Lenin Prize in January 1953 but had it taken away in April 1953, when Lavrentiy Beria examined the doctor's plot charges, found them baseless, and persuaded the Presidium to release all the arrested doctors. All of Timoshuk's letters to various officials about all these events were published with commentary in the Russian historical journal Istoknik in 1997, long before Lino began to write his book. It appears that Lino may have relied upon Jonathan Brandt and Vladimir Naumov, Stalin's Last Crime, a terrible, dishonest book that mangles the details of the doctor's plot while deliberately omitting the evidence that fails to support their thesis, something that, unfortunately, Lino also does. The Brent-Naumov book received a devastatingly negative review by prominent anti-communist researcher Gennady Kostyurchenko in the Russian Zionist journal Lekhaim in October 2004 and another just as negative by Fedor Lyas in Zametki po Evryskoye Istoriyi 2, February 2005. So Stalin did not use Timoshuk. But the main issue for our purposes is this: Lino made this accusation not just despite the fact that he had no evidence to support it, but despite the fact that there is a lot of evidence to disprove it. Once again it appears to be a method to Leno's mistakes, make any statement as long as the result is a fact that reflects badly upon Stalin. Leno evidently believed Khrushchev's stories about Nikolayenko and Misakova as well. Yet a major theme of his book is to show how Khrushchev and his men tried to frame Stalin as Kirov's murderer by withholding and destroying evidence, before they finally had to abandon the attempt as hopeless. Why, then, would Leno believe Khrushchev here? Once again, evidently because it makes a good anti-Stalin tale. Sergei Ordzhonikidze's death. Leno writes. A number of specialists and administrators in Ordzhonikidze's commissariat were charged with sabotage, and some were arrested. Ordzhonikidze made an effort to defend some of these men, which culminated in a private conflict with Stalin on the eve of the February 1937 task plenum, and Ordzhonikidze's death, probably by suicide. Once again, this is false. Ordzhonikidze made no such attempt to defend his subordinates. Moreover, there was no private conflict with Stalin. Quite simply, it never happened. There is no evidence of this. Not only that, there is no evidence that Ordzhonikidze committed suicide, either. Leno's only source here is the book by Oleg Khlevniuk, Stalin I Ordzhonikidze. Khlevniuk asserts that Ordzhonikidze opposed Stalin, had an argument with him, and shot himself. But Khlevniuk has no evidence for any of this. He evidently based his version on a Khrushchev-era introduction to a biography of Ordzhonikidze in which these allegations were made, also without any evidence. When this biography was reissued a few years later, after Khrushchev's ouster, this unattributed information was cut out. Leno had no business using a secondary source as evidence. He should have checked. 38. 38 See furr, Khrushchev lied, 114-6, where I give more details. Zhukov's reading at the June 1957 Central Committee plenum. Leno states. On the afternoon of April 25 the Presidium met to discuss the rehabilitation of Tkhachevsky, Yakir, and Yubarevich, the three leading generals executed for treason in 1937. Khrushchev challenged, let the old members of the Politburo tell us how they decided the question of bringing Yakir to trial, how this first step was prepared. Marshal Zhukov seconded Khrushchev with we've got to get to the bottom of this. On the following page Leno discusses the June 1957 Central Committee plenum at which this question arose again. Zhukov and Shvernik denounced Molotov's, Kaganovich's, and Malenkov's prominent roles in the terror, with Zhukov apparently reading aloud from archival documents. Leno cites the transcript of this plenum, published in 1999, in which Zhukov read the text of a letter from Yakir to Stalin of June 9, 1937. The relevant section of the transcript reads as follows. You all know Yakir, he was a well-known developing and very strong worker. He was arrested for nothing. On June 29, 1937, on the eve of his own death, he wrote a letter to Stalin in which he says, Dear, close comrade Stalin, I dare address you in this way because I have told everything and it seems to me that I am that honorable warrior, devoted to party, state and people, that I was for many years. All my conscious life has been passed in selfless, honorable work in the sight of the party and its leaders. I die with words of love to you, the party, the country, with a fervent belief in the victory of communism. Molotov, Malenkov, Kaganovich. 1957. Moscow, 1990, p. 39. In 1994 the text of the 1963-4 Shvernik report to Khrushchev concerning these military men was published, containing a fuller text of Yakir's letter. Here is that text. The part omitted by Zhukov in 1957 is in boldface. Dear, close com. Stalin. I dare address you in this way because I have told everything and it seems to me that I am once more that honorable warrior, devoted to party, state and people, that I was for many years. All my conscious life has been passed in selfless, honorable work in the sight of the party and its leaders. Then I fell into a nightmare, into the irreparable horror of treason. The investigation is finished. The indictment of treason to the state has been presented to me, I have admitted my guilt, I have repented completely. I have unlimited faith in the justice and appropriateness of the decision of the court and the government. Now each of my words is honest, I die with words of love to you, the party, the country, with a fervent belief in the victory of communism. This fuller text was published in 1994 in Vojenyi Archiv Rosii, p. 50, in Tragedia RKKA, Vojenno-Istoryczny Archiv 1, p. 194. Finally, it was published in the authoritative volume Rehabilitacja. Kak Ito Bilo. Volume 2, p. 688. This document is strong evidence that Iakir and, by extension, the other commanders tried and executed with him, were guilty. Their guilt suggests that Bukharin's confessions at the March 1938 Moscow show trial were truthful, since Bukharin incriminated Tkhachevsky. They are of capital importance for the subject he is studying. But there is no trace of them in his book. 39. 39 furr, Khrushchev lied, 209-212. We know that Lino is aware of the Shvernik report because he examines the part of it concerned with the Kirov assassination and concludes the ongoing investigation appears to have been impartial. It is possible, of course, that Lino did not read the whole report, but only that part dealing with Kirov. If so, this was a grave error on Lino's part. This passage is also further proof that Khrushchev and his men are never to be trusted. It's not clear whether Marshal Zhukov knew that he was reading a letter that had been faked through expurgation. Nor did this happen only one time. At the 22nd Party Congress in October 1961, Alexander Shelepin, Khrushchev's head of the KGB, read the same Iakir letter in his address to the Congress, and also omitted Iakir's admission of guilt. 40 Lino warns his readers about Khrushchev's attempt to frame Stalin, but then fails to take his own counsel. 40 Speech of Com. Shelepin, in XXIIS est Komunistického Partii Sovětského Swaza. 17-31 Oktября 1961 Goda. Stenograficheski Achayat, 2, 403. Khrushchev's secret speech. Lino discusses Khrushchev's secret report to the 20th Party Congress of February 25, 1956. It is important for his purposes as it marks the beginning of the official inquiry into the Kirov assassination, the documentation of which comprises the second half of Lino's massive book. Yet Lino never mentions the fact that every revelation made by Khrushchev of alleged crimes and misdeeds by Stalin and Lavrentiy Beria was false. This fact has been well known since at least early 2008.41. Some of these falsehoods had long been recognized. But, unaccountably, Lino takes Khrushchev's speech at face value. 41 Fair, Grover. On Stalinskaya Podlost Moskva, Algorithm, 2007. This is the Russian original. Khrushchev lied is an updated version. Khrushchevites revealed many of Stalin's most heinous crimes. Later, in connection with the June 1957 plenum, Lino states the Khrushchevites revealed many of his most heinous crimes. But Lino does not mention a single one of them. It is hard to believe that this is an accident, for in reality there is no evidence that Khrushchev revealed even a single crime, not just at the June 1957 plenum, but ever. Every single allegation Khrushchev made of a crime by Stalin that has been checked has proven to be a falsification. The Russian edition of the present author's book on this subject, Anti-Stalinskaya Podlost, was published and widely publicized in Russia long before Lino's book was completed. But even had it not been, or if Lino had not heard of it, neither Lino nor any historian has any business taking Khrushchev's word, or anyone's word, as true without looking for evidence. That is the case with any fact claimed by anyone. But it should be especially true for Khrushchev, since Lino knows that Khrushchev and his men were falsifying and questions Khrushchev's motives in trying to pin the Kirov assassination on Stalin. Post of General Secretary. In a section titled "Was there a move to replace Stalin with Kirov?" Lino notes that a 1963 report states that a number of delegates to the 17th Party Congress wished to abolish the office of General Secretary and return the party to collective leadership. Lino is evidently unaware that Stalin himself had already tried 3 times to resign from the post of General Secretary, on August 19, 1924, December 27, 1926, and December 19, 1927. On the latter date, when his request to be permitted to resign was not accepted by the Central Committee, Stalin made the suggestion to annihilate the post of General Secretary. This suggestion was also rejected. However, after the 17th Party Congress, the term General Secretary was no longer used. Stalin was elected simply to the Secretariat and his name was among those of the other secretaries. For example, in the relevant section from the transcript of the 18th Party Congress in March 1939, the secretaries are all listed alphabetically, i.e. as equals. On March 18, 1946, a plenum of the Central Committee passed a resolution concerning the composition of the Politburo, Secretariat, and Orgburo of the party. Here Stalin was indeed listed before the other secretaries, out of alphabetical order. But Georgy Malenkov is also listed out of alphabetical order. Once again, there is no mention of the post of General Secretary. Once again, Stalin was elected simply as a member of the Secretariat at the Central Committee plenum after the 19th Party Congress in October, 1952. Even the official notice of Stalin's death on March 5, 1953 stated simply that his posts were Chairman of the Soviet of Ministers of the USSR and Secretary of the CC of the CPSU. That is, Stalin was not General Secretary of the party after 1934. Furthermore, he had wanted to resign from the position and abolish the position. Lino is either ignorant of these facts or does not share them with his readers. Khrushchev, however, acted differently. At the September 1953 Central Committee plenum, Khrushchev got himself elected first Secretary of the Central Committee of the CPSU, a post that did not exist before. In 1964 Leonid Brezhnev succeeded Khrushchev as first secretary and in 1966 was elected to the new post of General Secretary of the party, which was the title of all the Soviet leaders through Mikhail Gorbachev. Chapter 4. Fallacies and Errors in Lino's Argumentation. Lino writes, with the arrests of Antonov, Tolmazov, and Zvezdov, Agranov's men began to accumulate substantial evidence about continuing social ties between former Zinoviev supporters. These were treated as threads in an extended web of political conspiracy. Stalin and the Central NKVD officers were extraordinarily suspicious of dvurushnичество among the former Zinovievites. In particular, they were concerned about a directive Zinoviev supposedly issued his followers in 1928 to recant their views and rejoin the party. Stalin and Agranov chose to view this directive as a sign that Zinoviev sought to undermine the party from within. A party member who rejoined the party not out of commitment to its line but for some other reason, be it simple careerism or as alleged here a plan to bore from within in concert with others, to use party membership in an attempt to gain privileged access to party positions and members in pursuit of the goal of getting rid of the party and government leadership was said, understandably, to be guilty of two-facedness, an expression that also exists in English meaning deceitful, insincere. Hypocrisy is also a good translation of dvurushnичество. Such a person professed loyalty to the party while in fact undermining it, vowing to follow party discipline but in reality following the discipline of their own fraction. If the former Zinovievites were still loyal to Zinoviev, then they were members of a secret party fraction, and such fractions had been banned at Lenin's urging at the 10th Party Congress in 1921.42. 42 After the successful consolidation of power by the Communist Party following the Russian Revolution of 1917 and the Russian Civil War, the Bolshevik leadership, including Lenin, instituted a ban on fractions within the party as Resolution No. 12 of the 10th Party Congress in 1921. It was passed in the morning session on March 16, 1921. Supporters of Trotsky sometimes claim that this ban was intended to be temporary. but there is no language in the discussion at the 10th Party Congress suggesting that it was intended to be temporary. C10 ISS RKP. Protocolly. If the ties between former Zinoviev supporters were social rather than political, then they would not be evidence of a conspiracy. However, Lino has no evidence that these ties were only social or that they were only former Zinovievites, i.e. no longer part of an active fraction, illegal under party rules. No evidence, that is, other than the initial testimony of these men after their arrests. But this is not good evidence. For one thing, all suspects, the innocent as well as the guilty, can be expected to deny guilt when first questioned. For another, the suspects soon changed their stories and confessed to still being part of an underground Zinovievite group. For a third, we have evidence from other sources that these conspiracies were still persisting. So Lino does not decide this question on the basis of the evidence available, but instead simply asserts that these suspects were only former Zinovievites. Lino's thesis is that Nikolov was a lone gunman. It is essential for his thesis that these men did not have a political formation separate from that of their party organizations. There was nothing extraordinary in Stalin's suspiciousness about two-facedness. If the men in question were sincere supporters of the party's line, then all was well and Nikolov was indeed only a lone gunman. But if they were not sincere supporters of the party line, then Nikolov was a participant in a secret terrorist conspiratorial group within the party. The question is not one of Stalin's psychology but one of fact: did such a conspiracy exist or not? In 1928 Zinoviev had written his supporters to urge them to rejoin the party as he had done. On December 10, 1934 Antonov said, Rumiantsev was dissatisfied with the position taken by Zinoviev, who advocated return to the party under particular conditions. The only condition permissible for a person to join or rejoin the party was that he pledged to support the party's line. Antonov's phrase, particular conditions, are suspicious precisely because they mean Zinoviev had other reasons in mind. On December 11, one day later, Zvezdov confessed that he knew that an underground anti-party organization did exist. I am aware that in the course of 1933 to 1934 the former leaders of the Zinovievite opposition, Bakov, Kharitonov, Gurdik, and Zinoviev himself, renewed their efforts to revive their organization. The former leaders of the Zinovievite opposition who were in Moscow and were tightly connected with Leningrad hoped to drag our old Komsomol group of former Zinovievites into a battle with the party and the party leadership. Antonov, Nikolai, with whom I study at the institute, told me about this. Antonov heard about this from Kotolinov. Said that now the old ties were being activated and a new attack on the party leadership was being prepared. In the following pages of his book Lino cites a lot of evidence that the erstwhile Zinovievites had indeed formed an underground anti-leadership group and, therefore, had rejoined the party in a duplicitous or two-faced manner. Lino's document 55 is a confession by Zvezdov of December 12 in which he details the membership of the Leningrad groups. It begins with a reference to a December 11 interrogation in which Zvezdov had already asserted the existence in Moscow of a counter-revolutionary organization, founded on the base of the old Trotsky-Zinoviev bloc. After a lengthy excerpt from Zvezdov's December 12 confession, Lino asks, why did Zvezdov and other purported members of the Leningrad Center confess? Thereupon Lino proceeds to suggest every reason: threats, torture, the Rubashev phenomenon 43 except one, that they confessed because it was the truth. Lino does not even raise this as a possibility. This glaring omission exposes the fact that Lino simply assumes the confessions were false, untruthful, and scripted. And the fact that Lino feels compelled to make such an assumption, even tacitly, exposes another fact: Lino has no evidence whatever to support his assumption, because if he did have any he would certainly have cited it. 43 Rubashev, a character in Arthur Koestler's 1940 novel Darkness at Noon, confesses to crimes of which he is innocent out of a mixture of guilt and loyalty to the party. Lino reproduces parts of a confession by Tolmazov of December 12. Tolmazov confirms the existence of the underground Moscow and Leningrad groups of Zinovievites. According to Leno's translation, Tolmazov even used the word center to describe these groups. On page 316, Leno concedes that Kotalinov admitted that the Zinovievites had rejoined the party dishonestly and maintained their own organization. However, Leno does not give the text of this interrogation and conceals from his readers the fact that this text has been published elsewhere. We discuss this document in another chapter. In it, Kotalinov admits that Zinoviev's letter of 1928 was a written instruction to deceive the party. Leno fails to inform his readers of this statement of Kotalinov's. Whatever Leno's reason for omitting it, this document is devastating to his argument. To sum up, there is a great deal of evidence from the interrogations that the Zinovievites in Leningrad and Moscow did indeed rejoin the party in a two-faced manner. There is no evidence at all to suggest that these confessions were scripted. The late Pierre Bruet was a champion of Trotsky's and fiercely hostile to Stalin. According to him, it was simply taken for granted by informed people that when oppositionists in general rejoined the party, they were doing so two-facedly. Lev Sedov called the Smirnov group either the former capitulators or the Trotskyite capitulators. Everybody had known, from 1929 on, that people in the Smirnov group had not really capitulated but were trying to fool the apparatus, and were capable of organizing themselves as an opposition within the party. The fact was so universally known that Andrei Snin, the Spaniard deported from the Soviet Union in August 1930, explained it openly to his German comrades of Die Permanente Revolution, who printed his declaration without apparent problem. Young Turks, left Stalinists, they had already begun to organize and act as an opposition in 1929, had been unmasked in 1930 and were continuing their oppositionist activities despite public confession of mistakes and self-criticism, which induced the apparatus to call them double dealers. 44. Pierre Bruet, Party Opposition to Stalin and the First Moscow Trial. In John W. Strong, ed. Essays on Revolutionary Culture and Stalinism, at p. 104. With two-facedness as brazen as this, Stalin would have been foolish not to suspect it. In any event, he was correct in this case. Any competent, honest examination of the evidence must conclude that the underground Zinovievite groups did exist. Anti-communist bias. It is the duty of scholars to train themselves in the ability to be objective in the interpretation of evidence. As scholars, we should distrust our own preconceived ideas more than anyone else's. After all, it is our own ideas that are most likely to mislead us. In the criminal justice system, jurors are enjoined to judge the guilt or innocence of a defendant based solely on the evidence, reasonably interpreted. Judges and lawyers query jurors about anything that might prevent them from deciding a case purely on the basis of evidence. If a juror's biases or preconceived ideas are so strong that they would prevent him or her from deciding purely on the basis of the evidence, that juror is supposed to be excused from that case. His biases, prejudices, and/or preconceived ideas will prevent the juror from studying the evidence objectively. Everyone, historians included, has biases, prejudices, and preconceived ideas. The scholar in any field of study is obliged to be aware of them, distrust them, and make allowances for them. This is as true, and as important, for the historian as it is for the physicist or chemist. Overt, open, admitted, and obvious bias and prejudice is the easiest to identify. But, of course, it is possible to pretend objectivity while in reality permitting one's prejudices and biases to predetermine the results of one's study. This kind of covert bias is more insidious, harder to discern. It is more likely to lead astray those readers who are unwary or lack sufficient knowledge of the subject matter. Leno makes no attempt to control or even to conceal his strong anti-communist bias. He gives it free rein. It is impossible not to be struck by Leno's frequent and vehement expression of his anti-communist views. It is as though Leno were unaware that any kind of bias fatally compromises objectivity and therefore makes the discovery of the truth impossible. What follows is an examination of some of the more flagrant examples of overt expressions of bias in Leno's book. I make no claim to completeness, which would be otiose anyway, a mere catalogue. Further examples of anti-communist bias are treated in other sections of this study. I also omit discussion of Leno's introduction here since I deal with it separately. In Chapter 1, Leno calls Lenin intolerant and Stalin vengeful. He gives no evidence for either statement. This lack of evidence reduces these remarks to the status of mere insult, nothing more than an expression of Leno's own personal bias. Moreover, Leno himself later cites evidence against Stalin's vengefulness by pointing out that Stalin signed off on or even initiated the rehabilitations of former oppositionists who spoke at the 17th Party Congress in January 1934. Leno says Kirov stuck with Stalin whatever his private doubts or fears may have been, but cites no evidence that Kirov had any doubts or fears at all. Leno calls Stalin's Dizzy with Success article of March 2, 1930 in all probability a deliberate attempt to scapegoat local officials. This is a good example of the anti-communist double standard. When a communist, let alone Stalin, issues a call for moderation, it is assumed that he has a sinister, ulterior motive in mind. Normally, no such assumption would be made in the case of a non-communist, certainly not without evidence. Leno calls Andrei Zdanov a hard-bitten Stalinist. The word hard-bitten means tough in a fight, but Leno has cited no fights in which Zdanov had proven his toughness. As used here, it seems to be a kind of throwaway, generalized negative comment. Again, according to Leno, Kirov was generally perceived as one of the despot's thuggish henchmen. But his evidence for this general perception is Bullard, the British consul in Leningrad, someone who can hardly represent a spokesperson for the general viewpoint. Leno has ample space to demonstrate how Kirov acted like a thug but does not do so. As for henchman, a word that anciently had a positive connotation, Leno evidently uses it for its negative overtones alone. Like hard-bitten, henchman tells us about Leno's biases but conveys no information about Kirov. This may be why he uses these terms, to assure the authorities in the anti-communist field of Soviet history that he has the appropriate anti-communist attitudes and values. Leno calls penal labor slave labor. Yet inmates of American or other prisons who are required to work are never referred to as slaves. The correct term is penal labor, which has been employed in the United States and other capitalist countries, where it is never referred to as slave labor. This is another example of the anti-communist double standard. Point 45. 45. The anti-communist double standard in historiography is discussed in, e.g. James Prickett, Anti-Communism and Labor History, Industrial Relations 13, 219-227. Online at http://tinyurl.com/prickettindirl74. Leno claims Stalin admired Zhukovsky for his scorched earth approach to policing. He cites no evidence for this claim. How can Leno channel Stalin know what he was thinking? What does scorched earth approach to policing mean? The answer seems to be, nothing, but it sounds bad. Once again, it is just an insult. Leno is again reassuring his readers that he is politically correct in that he despises communists and never misses an opportunity to insult or belittle them. This passage simply represents Leno's prejudices on display. In transcribing Nikolov's plan to murder Kirov, Leno annotates Nikolov's remark us and them as follows. This is an example of what could be termed ventriloquism. These are Leno's words which he would like us to believe Nikolov meant to say. Leno would like Nikolov to have said them. Alas for Leno, Nikolov didn't say them, so Leno puts those words into his mouth. In reality, there's no indication Nikolov meant anything like this. In view of the rest of the evidence, by us Nikolov almost certainly meant we, the Zinovievites, or we, the clandestine Zinovievite Trotskyite bloc, and by them the Stalin leadership. But Leno's preconceived idea that Nikolov was a lone gunman precludes his considering this possibility. Leno is eager to identify evidence of anti-Bolshevik sentiment among workers generally. Moreover, it is impossible that Nikolov meant the general population. In the excerpts from Nikolov's diary, letters, and interrogations that have been made public, Nikolov never refers to the general population at all. The discourse of communists at that time was very class-conscious. Nikolov would never have assumed that the Soviet population was one general interest group. If he had meant the working class or the peasantry, he would have said so. Lino describes the special law passed in early December 1934 stipulating expedited and abbreviated trials and executions for terrorism as follows. In a genuine emergency, Kirov was the first senior party leader to take a bullet since Lenin in 1918. Party leaders still claimed the right of resort to state terror. The December 1, 1934 law describes a procedure similar to a military trial. This has nothing in common with state terror, no matter how this vague term is understood. This is the anti-communist double standard again. In his introduction, Lino expresses criticism of the Bush administration's Patriot Act and indefinite detention without trial at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, of terror. Suspects something he does not even accuse the Stalin-era USSR of doing. But Lino does not call the American administration's action state terror. Moreover, this accelerated and simplified trial procedure was not applied in any of the three public Moscow trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938, at which the defendants did have the right of appeal. Some of their appeals have been published. 46. 46 Razkaz o Desiati Rastrelyanik, Izvestia, September 2, 1992, p. 3. Lino states, Nikolov's real identity, a working-class communist who had turned against the regime, was potentially devastating for official versions of reality. It needed to be kept quiet. On page 344, Lino repeats the notion that it would be a disaster for Soviet propaganda if Nikolov turned out to be a worker. But nowhere does Lino cite any evidence to support this statement. No wonder. There could hardly be any. Many oppositionists were workers or former workers. In the 1920s there had even been a workers' opposition group. The fact that yet another oppositionist was from a working-class background was nothing new and by itself could have no special significance. 47. 47 Wendy Z. Goldman, Terror and Democracy in the Age of Stalin, discusses the political struggles and opposition within the industrial working class in the 1920s and 1930s. Moreover, though working class in his origins, in practice Nikolov was well on his way out of the working class. He had enjoyed privileged blue-collar or white-collar work for a number of years. Nikolov's own career was thus vastly different from that of most other workers in Leningrad or in the USSR generally. Lino shows no curiosity about how this could have happened. One obvious possibility is that he obtained these privileged positions by virtue of his membership in the underground Zinovyevite group. Some of the Zinovyevites had medium-level party posts and were in a position to exert influence. Lino accuses Sinelnikov, a Khrushchev-era biographer of Kirov, of ignoring Kirov's role in what Lino terms the brutal pacification of the Azerbaijani countryside during the civil war. But he does not tell us what brutality allegedly occurred and what Kirov allegedly had to do with it. Lino's own summary of Kirov's time in Azerbaijan during the civil war contains no such allegations. Like Sinelnikov, therefore, Lino himself ignores whatever happened during this period. Later in the book, Lino permits himself the following tirade. The author of this report unwittingly reveals a great deal about the nature of the truth in Bolshevik rhetoric by the middle 1930s. The officer treats the centrally controlled show trial of August 1936 as establishing a true revolutionary narrative, while dismissing Yanukovych's alternative narrative as counter-revolutionary. Evidence for the competing narratives is irrelevant. The sole criterion for truth is now the declarations of the central authorities or the storylines presented in the mass spectacles organized by them. Moreover, believers in the Stalinist truth care far less about whether it corresponds to the real world than whether they can demonstrate their power by forcing others to reiterate its tenets. For Stalin and his loyalists, the ability to get the entire populace to repeat their true narrative of events both indexed and reproduced their power. Once again, Lino cites no evidence for this sweeping generalization. This anti-communist rant also has the appearance of a cover-up. The August 1936 Moscow trial in fact presented a great deal of evidence concerning the Kirov assassination. Lino ignores all of it and then has the temerity to claim that it was the communists who considered evidence irrelevant. Anyone who troubles to read those pre-trial investigative materials now available, the published transcript of the August 1936 Moscow trial, and the materials from the Harvard Trotsky Archive where the block of Trotskyites and Zinovievites, including its membership, is acknowledged by Trotsky himself, to mention but a few, can see that the Soviet authorities were very concerned indeed about evidence. It is Lino, not the report's author or the Bolsheviks generally, for whom evidence is irrelevant. We devote a part of the present study to an examination of the pre-trial interrogations of Genrikh Yagoda, Commissar of Internal Affairs and thus head of the NKVD until August 1936 and a defendant at the March 1938 Moscow trial. In those confessions, Yagoda directly implicates Inukij as an accessory in Kirov's murder. These confessions are cited unproblematically as evidence by prominent anti-communist scholars. Inukij's involvement in Kirov's assassination would fully explain his attempt to frame the murder in terms of personal revenge rather than political terrorism. In that chapter we demonstrate that Lino is aware of these materials but conceals them from his readers. There can be little doubt that he does this because the evidence they contain thoroughly disproves Lino's lone gunman hypothesis. Argument by scare quotes. Lino has frequent recourse what we may call argument by scare quotes. Lino puts scare quotes around certain statements and assertions without explaining to his readers what this means or why he does so. Evidently these are statements, such as confessions, and assertions that Lino believes to be false or that he wishes his readers to consider as false. But he never explains what makes him think they are false. Nor does Lino ever cite any evidence that they are false. We are forced to guess, to surmise that the scare quotes are intended to signal to the reader that he too ought to look upon these statements and assertions with suspicion, if not with outright disbelief. However, Lino does not explain just how his readers should alter their own opinions as a result of this use of scare quotes. Principled researchers try to account for the evidence by formulating hypotheses. Broadly speaking, two hypotheses are relevant in the case of the Kirov murder. Hypothesis number 1, in murdering Kirov, Nikolov acted as a participant in a clandestine opposition group. Hypothesis number 2, all the evidence that points to the existence of this clandestine opposition group was falsified by Stalin himself, the NKVD and/or prosecutor's office acting under his instructions, etc. Late in his book Lino surveys the Khrushchev-era attempts to invalidate the 1930s testimony concerning the Kirov murder. We will examine Lino's survey later on. But Lino realizes that Khrushchev and his men were trying to pin the Kirov murder on Stalin and also trying to prove that no conspiracies at all existed. Lino acknowledges that the Khrushchevites had recourse to falsifications. In any case, his study of Khrushchev's machinations is no excuse for not studying the available evidence himself. As employed by Lino, this practice of using scare quotes is another form of begging the question, of assuming the falsehood of certain statements and assertions without citing any evidence that they are false, of assuming that which is to be proven. Like any researcher, Lino is obligated to prove that these statements are false. Since Lino never explains his use of scare quotes, it appears as though he is attempting to convey to his readers that he has proven, or disproven, something that he has not. We will cite some examples here. Properly understood, this practice of argument by scare quotes is one type of tell. By using scare quotes, Lino is tacitly and, no doubt, unintentionally admitting to his attentive readers that he cannot prove what he claims he has proven, but that he is unwilling to honestly admit this fact. This type of argument, then, is one more example of the textual or rhetorical strategies Lino evidently feels he must employ in order to convince his readers he has proven his hypothesis while disguising the fact that in reality he has done nothing of the kind. For a researcher who had evidence would set it forth clearly, and Lino does not do this. Lino writes. Eventually Nikolov confessed that he had recruited Shatsky to watch Kirov's apartment for him, and strongly implied that Kotalinov had masterminded a conspiracy to murder Kirov. All researchers need to be prepared to find evidence that does not support their hypotheses and to deal with such evidence honestly and with objectivity. Since Lino does not explain his use of scare quotes here, we may conclude that he doubts this confession is genuine solely because it contradicts his hypothesis that no conspiracy existed and Nikolov acted alone. Lino owes his readers an explanation for the scare quotes and the doubts or suspicions they imply. 2 pages later Lino does this again. In the Nikolov case, Agranov had made progress with Peter Nikolov's confession of his participation in the plot to murder Kirov. There was the putative counter-revolutionary group consisting of former oppositionists from the Vyborg Ward Komsomol and other acquaintances of Nikolov. In the case of the counter-revolutionary group that would eventually become the so-called Leningrad Center, Sokolov had so far proved the one really productive arrest. He named a large number of former oppositionists who supposedly constituted a group still opposed to the party, and he placed Nikolov inside the group. This was progress towards proving the kind of conspiracy that Agranov had to create for Stalin. On page 304 the words Leningrad Center and Moscow Center occur 6 times, and Center once by itself. Lino puts scare quotes around them every time. Lino's reasoning seems to be as follows. Lino's thesis is that Nikolov acted alone. Therefore, there could have been no group and, consequently, no Leningrad and Moscow centers. Therefore any confession in which they appeared must be false and any proof or evidence fabricated. It is, of course, fallacious to reason in this manner. Then Lino states. On December 9 Vladimir Rumiantsev, arrested on December 6, provided interrogators with the first evidence of what might be interpreted as conspiratorial activity by Zinoviev and Kamina. Why the scare quotes around evidence? Lino is devoted to the hypothesis that everybody except Nikolov was falsely accused and convicted. But if this were so, then any evidence that contradicts his preconceived ideas has to be a fabrication, therefore, not really evidence, but evidence. Lino, that is, sticks to his preconceived hypothesis no matter what the evidence says. On page 308 Lino uses scare quotes 4 times, twice around Leningrad Center. The other 2 concern Zvezdov's confessions. It appears to have been Vasily Zvezdov who provided Agranov with breakthrough evidence about the existence of a well-organized Leningrad Center conspiring against the party leadership. 2 days later, he did confirm the existence of an underground Zinovievite organization dedicated to fighting the party leadership. This passage does, in fact, convey useful information, however indirectly, to the reader, namely, that there is no evidence that would persuade Lino such an underground Zinovievite organization did in fact exist. For in the case of a secret, conspiratorial group there can scarcely be any other evidence for its existence than evidence testimony from its members. Those who, like Lino, discount all such evidence in advance ought to be forthright and admit directly that they have made up their mind to ignore all the evidence that does or could reasonably be expected to exist. On the following page Lino puts scare quotes around Leningrad Center, Moscow Center, groups and centers. Then he states. Zvezdov was following their script. What script? I use scare quotes advisedly here, since Lino gives no evidence at all that such a script existed. He imputes a script to the investigators but fails to inform us how they managed to get the suspects to utter confessions following this so-called script. Absent any evidence of it, however, the script remains an invention of Lino's mind, hence my own use of scare quotes here. So Lino puts scare quotes around evidence that does not fit his preconceived hypothesis, but no scare quotes around evidence that does not exist at all, evidence that he, Lino, has invented this script. Lino's bias dictates his conclusions throughout. On page 313 he writes. Why did Zvezdov and other purported members of the Leningrad Center confess? Lino goes on to discuss physical abuse, other forms of torture, and other putative reasons why prisoners might give false confessions. But he cites no evidence that any means of coercing false confessions were used in this case, or in any of the Kirov investigation. The possibility that Zvezdov and or other defendants were coerced to give false confession is a hypothesis. Like all hypotheses, it must fail if there is insufficient evidence to support it. A hypothesis that is not supported by any evidence does not have to be refuted, it falls of its own weight. In the case of this hypothesis of Leno's, that those who, like Zvezdov, confessed that there was a conspiracy, that Nikolov was in it, etc., because they were persuaded or coerced to follow a script composed by the investigators, Leno cites no evidence at all. This lack of evidence would oblige any honest investigator to discard it in favor of hypotheses that better account for the existing evidence. But Leno never considers the possibility that the confessions might have been genuine, despite the fact that they are mutually confirmative and that he can find no evidence at all that they were false. Any competent and honest investigator considers all possible explanations that satisfy the evidence, including those that contradict his preliminary hypothesis. Leno consistently fails to act in this manner. On page 324 Leno writes, also on the 13th Genrikh Lyashkov took a damning confession from Rumiantsev, who detailed supposed connections between the Moscow and Leningrad centers. Later on the same page Leno uses scare quotes around counter-revolutionary group, noting that Kotolinov evidently did not contest the label. Correct. The only one contesting the label is Leno himself, and he gives no reason for doing so. When Leno discusses Nikolov's early confessions, during which the defendant claimed he acted on his own, he does not use scare quotes around the word confession. Undoubtedly this may be explained by the fact that Leno's own hypothesis is that Nikolov acted alone. Therefore he does not wish to convey to his readers that these early confessions might be false. Nikolov later explicitly admitted that part of his assignment was to pretend that he was a lone gunman. I was supposed to describe the murder of Kirov as an individual act in order to conceal the participation in it of the Zinovievite group. This passage is taken from the prosecutor's indictment. This document is reprinted by Leno in his book, but with some significant omissions. This passage is one of those that Leno omitted. We will discuss it in more detail in a later chapter on the documents Leno omits. A moment's reflection is enough to make anyone realize that the earliest confessions of a defendant are normally those likely to contain the most falsehoods. Nikolov could not deny his own role in murdering Kirov. He was caught red-handed. But he could deny any role by others, and this he did for at least a day or two. On page 327 Leno writes, the time had come for the press to reveal the true perpetrators of the crime. On page 343 Leno writes, NKVD officials were concerned with demonstrating at trial that Nikolov had belonged to the counter-revolutionary Zinovievite Trotsky organization in 1934. In this case we know that Leno is wrong. We have known since the early 1980s that a bloc of Zinovievites and Trotskyists did indeed exist. Sidov and Trotsky wrote each other about it. It is simply not possible that Leno was ignorant of this fact, published in major journals a quarter century before his own book was published. Furthermore, Leno acknowledges the help of Archgetty, one of the researchers who, along with Pierre Brouet, discovered Sidov's and Trotsky's correspondence about the bloc. Leno fails in his responsibility to inform his readers of this fact. Instead he tries to cast doubt on its existence through scare quotes. Psychologizing, or, when you have no evidence, attack the person. An old adage advises courtroom lawyers, when you have no evidence, attack the person. Leno often permits himself to comment upon Stalin's character. These comments are always derogatory and never accompanied by any evidence. What could possibly motivate an historian to so abandon any pretense at objectivity? Perhaps Leno feels it necessary to prove over and over again that he is on the right side, that although he is arguing that Stalin did not connive at Kirov's murder, that does not mean he is pro-Stalin. After all, very early in his book Leno does make a big point of assuring and reassuring his readers of his impeccable anti-Stalin and anti-communist leanings. Whatever the reasons for it, the fact remains that ad hominem argumentation is a logical and rhetorical fallacy. Moreover, the careful reader understands that the ad hominem argument is a tacit admission that the person who uses it has only weak evidence to support his case, or no evidence at all. Whatever Leno's reasons for employing it, there is simply no legitimate defense for it. We will give some examples of this warrantless psychologizing as further evidence of the basic weakness of Leno's argumentation in this book. Leno describes Stalin's friendship with Kirov, the fact that Kirov stayed at Stalin's apartment on his trips to Moscow, the evidence that Stalin loved Kirov, and Stalin's modest lifestyle. Perhaps reluctant to be painting what could be construed as a positive picture of Stalin, Leno continues. At one level, the question of Kirov's and Stalin's personal friendship is irrelevant. Many people who knew Stalin have commented that he was a great actor, expert at concealing his real feelings and thoughts. He was undoubtedly capable of greeting someone warmly while plotting against them. Leno cites no evidence to support this claim. Nor does he even deign to name a single one of those many people. Much less does he stop to ask himself how they could possibly know this about Stalin, or anybody. How did they know Stalin's real feelings, so that they could know when he was concealing them? Conversely, if Stalin was so expert at concealing his real feelings, how did these people know them? This remark appears to be an example of the well-documented anti-communist double standard. Under this double standard, when a non-communist is warm and friendly, this shows his true nature. When a communist acts the same way, he is being duplicitous, concealing his real feelings and thoughts, which must, of course, be bad ones because he is a communist. Famed press critic A.J. Liebling mocked this knee-jerk anti-communism in the last edition of his book The Press. The formulas most newspapers have fallen back on for foreign news are few. One is, man go to church, good, man, no lie. Man not go to church, bad, lie. Ergo Franco, Salazar, Adenauer, Christian Democrats, good, truthful. Communists, bad, whatever they say, lie. Liebling then usefully demonstrates how this bias affects reporting. Thus, as an example of formula thinking, if Sicilians riot because living conditions are ghastly, and a communist leader says, later, look at Sicily, living conditions are ghastly, then living conditions cease to be ghastly. By agreeing with any charge, the communist takes the truth out of it, first, because he is trying to turn it to his own advantage, which, to revert for a moment to non-formula sanity, has not one thing to do with whether it is true or not; second, because even if it were not true it would be to his advantage, so he would invent it. It is therefore a lie, because communists and liars, they do not go to church, and they invented it. And the Sicilians themselves are liars, because they allowed the communists to agree with them, thus putting themselves in the position of people who agree with liars. Point 48. 48 A.J. Liebling. The Press. New York, Pantheon, 1975, 261. Leno's thesis reflects this formula. Stalin claimed Kirov was murdered by an oppositionist conspiracy. Stalin was a bad man, therefore Stalin was a liar, therefore Kirov was not killed by an oppositionist conspiracy, therefore all the evidence that points to an oppositionist conspiracy was fabricated by Stalin. Leno follows up these sentences quoted above with an anecdote that is supposed to illustrate the duplicity he alleges. Also, surface civility among top leaders and their families in the Stalinist elite often concealed bitter political rivalries. In December 1934, for example, Maria Svanej's husband Alexander would denounce Abel Yanukovych to the NKVD for supposedly plotting a coup against the Soviet leadership. 90 Svanej and Yanukovych saw Stalin regularly together in cordial home circumstances. This passage is revealing, though not in the way Leno apparently intends. His footnote 90 is to the book by Yuri Zhukov, Inoy Stalin. Although Zhukov's book is a work over 500 pages in length, Leno gives no page reference. We have taken the trouble to locate the passage, which is on page 176 of Zhukov's book. Zhukov actually dates Svanej's denunciation of Inukij not to December 1934 but to the first days of January 1935. Lino omits to inform his readers that in the very next paragraph Zhukov cites the confessions of both Inukij and Peterson, both made within minutes of their respective arrests in cities far away from each other, that they had indeed been plotting such a coup. One would never guess from any of Lino's numerous citations to Zhukov's book or to the same author's important article on the 1935 Kremlin affair in Voprory Istorii that Yuri Zhukov concluded, on the basis of the evidence, that Inukij was indeed plotting against Stalin, or that Zhukov was able to cite a great deal of evidence in support of that hypothesis, which he arrives at only reluctantly and towards the end of his article. Much less does Lino inform his readers that, if Zhukov is correct, Lino's own hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman is exploded, since Inukij confessed to being a major player in the conspiracy by the Rights, Trotskyites, and Zinovievites to assassinate Kirov. It was, of course, Svanej's duty, as it was that of any party member or, indeed, of any Soviet citizen, to report information about such a plot. The fact that Inukij was a highly placed and long-trusted person would have made such a conspiracy all the more dangerous. Therefore the passage Lino quotes to illustrate bitter political rivalries among the Stalinist elite does so, but in a very different manner than that intended by Lino. It corroborates a great deal of other evidence now available to us that the opposition conspiracies of the 1930s were genuine and serious, thus helping indirectly to disprove Lino's thesis about Kirov's murder. After outlining an attempt by Stalin to investigate possible fabrication of cases by the OGPU and his concern to get qualified prosecutors, Lino asserts, for Stalin the emphasis on revolutionary legality had to do with establishing order and riding herd on the NKVD and not necessarily with any concern for reducing state violence. One might object that riding herd on the NKVD is precisely an attempt to reduce state violence. In addition, we need to ask, how can Lino possibly know what Stalin's motives were? Lino assumes Stalin must have had authoritarian, manipulative, or bureaucratic motives rather than any motives, such as reducing violence, that Lino's readers could sympathize with. This shows Lino's anti-communist double standard at work again. A non-communist politician who showed concern to obtain qualified prosecutors and to investigate faking of cases by the police would presumably be praised. But Stalin, communist, bad man, lie, so he must be up to something nefarious. Another example of this psychologizing, really, name-calling from Lino. The Soviet leader was suspicious and held grudges. How does Lino know this? Don't ask. This is a minor example compared to many others, such as the following. It is clear that Stalin in the early 1930s was bent on monitoring ex-oppositionists closely and crushing any hint of recalcitrance on their part. But according to the source Lino cites, this has nothing to do with monitoring ex-oppositionists. The editorial board of Bolshevik, the party's leading journal, had proposed publishing a letter by Engels. Stalin wrote an argument critical of Engels' letter and proposing that it not be published, and his document was subsequently ratified by the Central Committee. The Engels article itself was not published, but instead Zinoviev, the expert on international affairs on the editorial board, wrote an article summarizing its contents. This was a violation of at least the spirit, if not the letter, of the Central Committee resolution. Kaganovish's reply a few days later was that Zinoviev had to write an explanation and at the same time said that he himself had disapproved of the Engels article. So this was not a case of monitoring ex-oppositionists closely at all. Had Zinoviev's activities been monitored closely, his article would not have been published in the first place. Had Stalin really been a man who held grudges, Zinoviev would not have been appointed to the editorial board of Bolshevik at all. Zinoviev had already been expelled from the party, sent to work in a provincial town, but then restored to a high party position when he vowed that he now supported the party's line. In the specific incident under discussion, Wilhelm Norin, another Comintern specialist, was removed as editor-in-chief. Norin had never been associated with any opposition. Zinoviev was removed from the editorial board because he had actually written the article in question. Stalin's letter to Kaganovich emphasized that Zinoviev was not just not the only person at fault but that he was not even the main person at fault. 49. 49 Stalin to Kaganovich, August 12, 1934. In Stalin I Kaganovich. Perepiska. 1931–1936 GG. Ed. Klevniuk, Ov. et al. Moscow, Rospin, 2001, p. 432. Lino has misread this incident. What this sequence of events shows, in fact, is that Stalin did not hold grudges and had gone out of his way to give Zinoviev yet another responsible post. Nikiv. Lino states. The Nikiv mutiny and numerous other incidents show that Stalin's reaction to the Kirov murder was typical for him personally and for the Bolshevik regime as a whole. The insistence that a counter-revolutionary conspiracy must be behind the assassination, the immediate resort to extrajudicial procedures, the execution of hostages, the search for a foreign connection, and the anger at the NKVD's supposed incompetence were all practically reflexive. In reality, the Nikiv mutiny shows nothing of the kind. Nikiv tried to raise a revolt among civil defense volunteers by claiming that Jewish communists were running the country. According to the sources Lino cites, Nikiv had quit the party as a protest against the expulsion of the leaders of the opposition in 1927. The authors of this note do not inform us whether the leaders whose expulsion Nikiv was protesting were Zinoviev and Kamina, or Trotsky and his major supporters, or others. 50. 50 The list of those expelled from the party at the 15th Party Congress in 1927 is on p. 1247 of the transcript of the Congress. A number of the Zinovievites later involved in the Kirov murder are among them. Given the fact that Zinoviev, Kamina, Trotsky and his supporters, and many other oppositionists were in fact of Jewish background, while Stalin and his Politburo were not, it certainly must have seemed to the NKVD that something was going on that did not make sense on the surface. Sure enough, Nikiv proved to have contact with the General Bykov, who as far as published documents permit us to see was in touch with Estonian intelligence. Of course, if Lino had evidence that something else was going on, that Nikiv was acting on his own, that Bykov was not involved or had no connection to Estonia, he could inform his readers of that evidence. We may therefore assume that he does not. Aside from anti-communist bias, there is no particular reason to doubt Bykov's alleged ties to Estonian intelligence or, for that matter, to doubt Nikolov's connection with Latvian intelligence through Georges Besaniks, the Latvian consul. Modem scholarship has amply documented the fact that, like Germany, Japan, and Poland, the Baltics had large-scale spy operations inside the USSR, as well as the effectiveness of Soviet countermeasures and penetration of these spy networks. 51 This does not mean, of course, that all suspicions of such activity were automatically valid. But Soviet suspicions of espionage activity were realistic, not paranoid. 51c, for example, Jeffrey Bird's The Soviet War Against Fifth Columnists, The Case of Chechnya, 1942-4, Journal of Contemporary History 42, 267-314. Despite the title, Birds discusses far more than just Chechnya. Lino's use of the phrase numerous other incidents, without identifying a single one of them, is a tell. It is a bluff, a tacit admission that he has no evidence and is fabricating what follows. No extrajudicial procedures were resorted to in the Nikiv case. And a final point, none of the accounts Lino cites as his sources concerning the Nikiv case mention the execution of hostages. What, therefore, are we to think except that Lino must have added this phrase simply to parade his anti-communist bias before his readers? The Azovshchina. We now have a great deal of primary source evidence about the so-called terror. The traditional and more accurate Soviet term for this period was the Azovshchina and the reasons it took place. Rather than refer to it, Lino attributes it to Stalin's character. But to return to the terror's immediate case, Stalin ordered it. He was a vengeful and power-hungry man, and possibly a sadist in the clinical sense. At the same time, his resort to mass operations was a gesture of frustrated rage, or throwing up his hands. Always inclined to believe the worst. Once Stalin decided that the oppositionists were in some sense responsible, the details of individual guilt or innocence did not bother him. It is all false, none of it is supported by the evidence. Stalin ordered no terror but the suppression of rebel and criminal gangs which local party leaders reported were ravaging their areas. In this case we have a good deal of insight into Stalin's reactions to many of these events because many of the documents from that period that have been published are accompanied by marginal notations by Stalin which have also been published. But Leno, so eager to psychologize or channel Stalin to try to characterize his motives and thoughts, makes no reference to Stalin's notations. Perhaps this is because they show no indication whatever of power hunger, vengefulness, or rage. We have a great deal of evidence that Stalin was interested in evidence, in the details of the investigations. Yet this is what Leno offers as historical explanation for this complex and tragic period. Chapter 5. Leno and the fallacy of begging the question. The logical fallacy known as begging the question, is well known to scholars. One source defines it as follows. An argument is circular if its conclusion is among its premises, if it assumes what it is trying to prove. Such arguments are said to beg the question. A circular argument fails as a proof because it will only be judged to be sound by those who already accept its conclusion. Point 52. 52 quoted from http://www.logicalfallacies.info/presumption/begging-the-question. As we will demonstrate, Leno commits this fallacy with astonishing frequency. This fact itself begs for an explanation. We shall suggest a hypothesis that may account for it. First, however, we will establish the truth of this claim through examination of a large number of passages where Leno commits this fallacy. Leno states that Zvezdov was arrested and shot on fabricated charges. This is a baseless statement. This very question the validity of the charges against the defendants in the December 1934 Kirov murder trial is the subject of Leno's book. Here, early in this 800-plus page book, Leno assumes, without evidence, what he is supposedly trying to discover. As we shall see, the real state of affairs is the opposite of what Leno says here. There existed in 1934 and exists today a great deal of evidence attesting to the guilt of Zvezdov and the others tried, convicted, and executed for conspiracy to murder Kirov. There is no evidence whatever that the charges against Zvezdov, or against any of the other defendants, were fabricated. On page 313 Leno asks, why did Zvezdov and the other purported members of the Leningrad Center confess? He proceeds to assume that they were innocent and so must have been cajoled with promises of clemency, threatened with torture, and so on. But it is the job of historians not to make assumptions, but to draw conclusions from evidence. Leno has no evidence that any of the defendants were innocent. Furthermore, Leno himself informs us that Zvezdov was one of those who confessed at trial to participating in the murder. That is, evidence exists that the charges against Zvezdov were not fabricated. Leno does not show that this evidence is faked, or is outweighed by yet other evidence. Indeed, he never even attempts to do so. When a historian wishes his readers to assume the validity of his hypothesis, a reader may be forgiven if he suspects that this must be because the historian in question knows that he does not have the evidence to prove his hypothesis. Such tactics may be understandable on the part of a defense attorney in a criminal trial who knows that his client has a very weak case, though they would evoke objections from the prosecutor. After all, defense attorneys are not after the objective truth. But tactics such as begging the question, assuming that which is to be proven, are entirely out of place in historical research. Leno claims that Stalin had by December 9 chosen a framework for the conspiracy case. The ultimate targets were Zinoviev and Kamenev. This is a critical point in Leno's study to which we devote a special section later in the present study. In fact, Leno cites no evidence about this or, in fact, any decision Stalin made by December 9. Lino assumes that Nikolov's December 13 confession must be false, calling it particularly implausible given the Russian tradition of revolutionary terrorism. But why assume that assassins always followed tradition? Moreover, Lino's statement is wrong-headed on its own terms. Lino argues that the Russian tradition was to strive for maximum public exposure so as to propagate their views. But we know that Nikolov had tried to commit suicide, an act that would automatically preclude a public trial such as Lino claims was traditional. Murder-suicide was never part of the Russian tradition of revolutionary terrorism. What's more, the Russian tradition of revolutionary terrorism was that of secret conspiracies like the People's Will, not of lone gunmen. In this sense, not at all the sense intended by Lino, Nikolov's act was indeed traditional. Therefore the business about the Russian tradition of revolutionary terrorism is no argument at all. Much less is it evidence that the confession was faked. Rather, it is a smokescreen, intended to take the place of evidence Lino does not possess. Lino notes that Nikolov's early confessions were that he acted alone. But he has no evidence to support his tacit contention that only the early confessions were truthful. So he simply assumes it. One might suspect that Lino wants Nikolov's confession to have been faked because if it is genuine it disproves Lino's entire thesis. But the task of an historian is to test his hypothesis against the available evidence. When the evidence will not support his hypothesis, it is the hypothesis the historian must reject, not the evidence. Lino, however, does the latter. Lino makes the following claim. Agranov continued to work Nikolov over. On December 15 and 16 the two of them put together a story of the conspiracy's development that relied on falsifying the conversations that occurred at Nikolov's actual meetings with Shatsky and Sokolov, and on making up meetings with Kotalinov. Since Lino cites no evidence of any falsifying or making up, it is fair to assume that he knows of none. Evidently he assumes this falsification for the sake of his predetermined conclusion, to save it in the face of evidence that disproves it. Lino seems to make this clear by then saying, Nikolov then had a series of almost certainly imaginary meetings with Kotalinov. What is Lino's evidence and argument that these meetings were almost certainly imaginary? He has none. In reality it is not Agranov and Nikolov who were fabricating stories, it is Lino who is fabricating them. Besides, the word almost in Lino's phrase almost certainly imaginary leaves open the possibility that the meetings might not be imaginary, that is, that they did in fact take place. But Lino never considers this possibility. By this point in the book the reader can discern a pattern. When Lino is forced to confront evidence that contradicts his preconceived conclusion that Nikolov was a lone gunman and all the other defendants in all the trials were framed, he dismisses that evidence by assuming it is false. On page 336 Lino admits that on December 15 and 18 Ioskin confessed, the scare quotes are Lino's, that he knew from their meetings that Nikolov planned to attack Kirov. Lino continues. It is likely that Yuskin's interrogators omitted from the protocols Yuskin's attempts to explain that his comments about killing Stalin were meant sarcastically. Why does Lino state that this purported omission is likely? He cites no evidence or even argument to support this statement. Evidently he simply assumes it because if he did not do so it would be inconvenient if not fatal to his thesis. At the December 1934 trial Sokolov made a general confession incriminating Zvezdov, Antonov, Kotalinov, and Nikolov in the terrorist conspiracy. Lino says, he followed the NKVD script closely. But as we have already pointed out, Lino fails to give any evidence whatever that such a script existed. Once again he seems unaware that he has to prove, not assume, that this, or any testimony that contradicts his thesis, was fabricated. On page 460 Lino claims that the charges against Peterson, commander of the Kremlin garrison, were manufactured. Lino's readers would never know it, but a great deal of evidence against Peterson has been published. Whether it was all manufactured or not needs to be discussed, not assumed. As of this writing, no evidence has been put forth by anyone to support a hypothesis that it was manufactured. Other writers, notably military historian N.S. Cheryshev also assume that Peterson was framed but can cite no evidence that this is so. 53 Lino does not even refer the reader to these other historians. 53 Cheryshev nevertheless provides a lot of information about the arrests, charges against, and confessions of Peterson, as well as of many other military officers. A military historian, Cheryshev evidently had privileged access to investigative materials unavailable to anyone else. Peterson, his arrest, and his confession are discussed especially in Cheryshev, Komendanty Kremlia v Labyrintik v Lasti. Moscow, Vesh, 2005, 350-421, Cheryshev, N.S. Nevinovnik N.E. Bivyet. Chekisty Protiv Voenik, 1918-1953. Moscow, Vesh, 2004, 261, 283. Lino raises the Peterson case in the midst of a discussion of the Kremlin affair of 1935. Lino believes this case to have been fabricated as well. Once again he gives no evidence that it was. He cites Russian historian Yuri Zhukov's study of the Kremlin affair several times. But he fails to inform his readers that Zhukov concluded that the Kremlin affair conspiracy was not a fabrication, but was genuine. 54 Zhukov calls this conclusion the most paradoxical hypothesis of all. He feels compelled to spend almost 5 closely printed pages outlining his evidence and reasoning. Zhukov concedes that this hypothesis would also mean that Inukij and Peterson were guilty, and draws some of the corresponding conclusions. Zhukov, that is, does what a historian should do and what Lino consistently fails to do. 54 Lino 459-460 and p. 786 NN. 15-19 and Note 20. Zhukov, Tani Kremlovskogo dela 1935 Goda I Sud Ba Avlia Inukij, Voprov Istorii 9, 82-113. Zhukov outlines his reasons for considering the possibility that the Kremlin affair conspiracy really did occur at some length, pages 108-112. A few pages later Lino writes, "The changes in Stalin's attitude from 1934 to 1935 had to do with his determination to deal with former oppositionists, at least those on the left, for good." Of course Lino does not know what Stalin's attitude or motives were. Once again, he assumes it the fallacy of psychologizing. This specific assumption is an invidious one, in that it represents only one hypothesis, that the former oppositionists were innocent of the conspiracies of which they were charged. But of course the ostensible purpose of Lino's book is to investigate Kirov's murder and determine whether it was carried out by a lone gunman or, as the Soviet state contended at the time, by a clandestine terrorist conspiracy of oppositionists. To make the claim, as Lino does here, that the prosecutions in 1935 and thereafter were due not to the results of investigations but to Stalin's supposed desire to rid himself of former oppositionists, is to assume that which is to be proven, to beg the question of guilt or innocence entirely. By describing the Moscow trial of August 1936 as infamous and claiming it was scripted, Lino evidently assumes he does not have to cite any evidence that the testimony given there is false. That is, Lino attempts to conjure away this evidence, and his duty to analyze it, with words. But the single biggest issue in the 1936 trial was the Kirov assassination. It is discussed extensively by the defendants, who outline a Zinovyevite conspiracy. It is true that other scholars have also assumed that the trial was scripted. But that does not make such assumptions valid. It is Lino's responsibility to study all the evidence in the Kirov murder case, something he neglects to do. No one has ever proven that any of the testimony of any of the defendants at any of the 3 Moscow trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938 was forced upon them. 55. Nor has anyone even cited any evidence to that effect aside from rumor and hearsay. All of the pre-trial materials we now have, a small part of what still exists, still classified top secret in Russian libraries, strongly supports the hypothesis that the defendant's testimony was genuine and that it was not scripted or falsified by the prosecution. 55 We advisedly do not use the words false or fabrication here because some, at least, of the defendants did make false statements lie to the court. But they did so because they chose to do so, to conceal conspiratorial activity that they did not wish to reveal. In similar fashion on page 466 Lino dismisses all the testimony at the January 1937 Moscow trial as a few grotesque confessions of terrified defendants, without examining it at all, much less proving or citing any evidence that, as he claims, the confessions were grotesque or the witnesses terrified. Here is what Karl Radek, along with Yuri Pyatakov, one of the two most famous defendants at this trial, said in his final statement at trial. When I found myself in the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, the chief examining official realized at once why I would not talk. He said to me, "You are not a baby. Here you have 15 people testifying against you, you cannot get out of it, and as a sensible man you cannot think of doing so. If you do not want to testify, it can only be because you want to gain time and look it over more closely. Very well, study it." For 2.5 months I tormented the examining official. The question has been raised here whether we were tormented while under investigation. I must say that it was not I who was tormented, but I who tormented the examining officials and compelled them to perform a lot of useless work. For 2.5 months I compelled the examining official by interrogating me and by confronting me with the testimony of other accused, to open up all the cards to me, so that I could see who had confessed, who had not confessed, and what each had confessed. This lasted for 2.5 months. And one day the chief examining official came to me and said, "You are now the last. Why are you wasting time and temporizing? Why don't you say what you have to say?" And I answered, "Yes, tomorrow I shall begin my testimony." And the testimony I gave contains not a single correction from first to last. I unfolded the whole picture as I knew it, and the investigation may have corrected one or another personal mistake about the connections of some person with another, but I affirm that not a single thing I told the examining officials has been refuted and that nothing has been added. 56. 56. Report of court proceedings in the case of the anti-Soviet Trotskyite Center. Heard before the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. Moscow, January 23–30, 1937, verbatim report. Moscow, People's Commissariat of Justice of the USSR, 1937, p. 549. Proces antisovjetskogo trotskistskogo tentra. M. Nkiu Swaza SSR. I Yuridическое издательство, S. 230. In this passage, as throughout his testimony, Radek appears anything but terrified. The same is true for the other defendants. Lino, or somebody, could claim, maybe Radek was tortured or threatened into claiming he was not tortured or threatened. To anyone who proposes to set forth the hypothesis that Radek, or any other defendant, was tortured, threatened, or otherwise forced to make a false confession, we must make the same demand that we make of any hypothesis: what is your evidence that Radek was tortured, threatened, etc., to make this statement? Lino has no such evidence. What's more, he does not even seem to realize that evidence is necessary. We are forced to conclude that Lino's words about terrified defendants is in reality yet another instance of a tacit admission of defeat. By these words Lino is unconsciously signaling to the attentive reader that he is unable to disprove anything the defendants said and therefore must either dismiss them out of hand or concede that the evidence shows they are probably truthful, in which case, his hypothesis fails. A page later Lino claims, "The course of the murderous campaign that Stalin and Yezhov now unfolded can be summarized briefly." But Lino does not do this at all. He fails even to outline, much less to study, the many and complex events of April to July 1937. A few of them are, the gradual disclosure of the military conspiracy, the interrogations, confessions, and trial of Tkhachevsky and his 7 co-defendants, the first confessions of Iagata, Inukij, and many others, Bukharin's first confession and those of several other of the defendants at the 1938 Moscow trial, the June 1937 Central Committee plenum, the requests by local party leaders for mass repressions. A great deal has been written about these events, and we now have many primary sources for them, though a large number of other primary sources are still withheld by the Russian authorities. But Lino does not refer to any of this scholarship or primary sources. Failing at least a review of this research, Lino is in no position to summarize, briefly or otherwise, what ensued. Much less can he have any idea of what was actually going on and of the respective roles of Zhov, Stalin, and other important political actors. From the annotations on many documents now published 57, it appears that Stalin was reacting to events as they were reported to him, rather than controlling them. Other conclusions might be possible, but one would have to study the evidence. This Lino neglects to do. 57. The Lubyanka volumes published under the auspices of the Международный фонд Демократии record Stalin's annotations on many of the documents. On page 471 Lino writes, "In the course of the terror, Stalin masterminded the distortion of evidence in the Kirov murder. The most persistent distortions came about in the course of Yezhov's fabrication of cases against Yagoda." Lino cites no evidence in support of his claim that evidence was distorted in any of the Moscow trials. Nor does he have even a shred of evidence that Zhov fabricated anything against Yagoda, nor that Stalin masterminded such fabrications. It is Lino who has fabricated here in asserting that these things occurred when he has not the slightest evidence that they did. In reality, we now possess a huge amount of evidence against Yagoda. This includes 8 of his pre-trial confessions, his testimony at trial, and his appeal to the Supreme Court published in 1992. Moreover, at his trial in March 1938, Yagoda confessed to some serious charges but stoutly and stubbornly refused to confess to others. This fact would appear to be strong evidence that his confessions were not made under compulsion. To establish otherwise would require even stronger evidence to the contrary, but Lino cites none. Lino refers to the imagined conspiracy of the 1938 trial without any examination of the trial or its testimony whatsoever. A few pages later he again assumes, without any evidence or argument at all, that the 1938 show trial version of the Kirov murder was false. Lino never troubles himself to try to prove this. Nor does he refer to any other studies that have proven it, hardly surprising, since none exist. As we will demonstrate through an examination of the evidence, the Soviet prosecution's version of the Kirov murder, as corrected by Yagoda himself in his 1938 trial testimony, is by far the most accurate account of the conspiracy to murder Kirov and, in fact, the only one consistent with the evidence. As we have seen, on page 513 Lino asserts it was not Trotsky who collaborated with foreign imperialist powers, as suggested in the indictment in the Kirov murders. It appears that Lino has never studied this matter. A great deal of evidence exists that supports exactly such a hypothesis. Point 58. To assert the opposite would also require evidence and an argument. Lino shows no sign that he even knows this evidence exists. 58. See Grover Furr, Evidence of Leon Trotsky's Collaboration with Germany and Japan. Cultural Logic, at http://clogic.eserver.org/2009/furr.pdf. Likewise, Lino claims it wasn't Trotsky who ordered Kirov's murder. But he never examines the evidence that Trotsky had in fact done so. This evidence is mainly in the third, but also in the second Moscow trial. We will examine it in detail further on. Lino avoids all of this evidence, possibly because it thoroughly refutes his own lone gunman thesis. Lino is quick to state, given Stalin's fabrication of the case against the oppositionists. This statement assumes the very thesis that his whole book is, supposedly, an attempt to prove. If Lino is going to make this assumption, then there was no need to write the book at all. The truth is not simply that this fabrication has never been proven, but that all the evidence presently at our disposal supports the hypothesis that the confessions of the Moscow trial's defendants were genuine, not fabricated nor the result of NKVD compulsion. 59. 59 By genuine we do not necessarily mean true. We know that some of the defendants made statements that were false in order to protect other conspirators still at large. On page 524 Lino says, Lobov, Pozem, and Kozyryov had been dead for 25 years, all shot in the terror. It is true that Lobov, Pozern, and Kozyrev were tried and executed. But it begs the question again. What matters is whether or not they were guilty of the charges against them. Lino assumes they were not, but without any evidence or argument. The few primary sources now available suggests that there is much evidence they were guilty, though we cannot be sure of anything until the investigative materials are made public. 60. Khrushchev told several mutually contradictory stories about Kozyrev. But we now have more evidence against him, from former Soviet documents published within the past decade. Lobov was named by many others as a rightist conspirator. In both cases the Russian authorities have refused to release the investigative files, as is the case in all but a few instances concerning the repressions of the 1930s. But the rehabilitation volumes do not cite any evidence that would support their innocence. This statement illustrates the problem of using terms such as the terror. The term masks an illegitimate assumption that everyone shot during this period was innocent. Applying an epithet to a very large number of historical events over more than a year's time does not free the historian from the obligation to demand and study the evidence in each case, as Lino appears to believe. It is similar to the practice of appealing to the consensus of historians, a form of the logical fallacy of argument from authority rather than to evidence, to decide an historical issue. Lino calls the Soviet case against Kotalinov and the other defendants a fabrication and an amalgam. 61 In reality he makes no attempt to prove this. As we show at length in the present study, there is a huge amount of evidence supporting Kotalinov's guilt. Nothing save his own denials support his innocence. The denials of an accused are of little weight when he is accused by many others, as is the case with Kotalinov. Bukharin himself pointed this out during the Third Moscow trial when he said that the confession of the accused is not at all necessary for conviction, and to insist that it is necessary is medieval. What's more, Kotalinov's own denials are good evidence that he was not subjected to torture. Nor is there any evidence that those who testified against him were tortured, or threatened. 61 In addition, the terms fabrication, something created, and amalgam, a mixture of two things, here of truth and falsehood, are not the same thing, though Lino uses them synonymously. On page 544 Lino criticizes former Soviet NKVD man and defector Walter Krivitsky for the absurdity of presenting testimony from one of Stalin's kangaroo courts as established fact. Krivitsky is certainly to be blamed, for he committed the same error Lino has. Krivitsky accepted Moscow trial testimony without trying to verify it, while Lino rejects it. The greater blame is Lino's, since we now have a great deal more evidence about the Moscow trials than was available in Krivitsky's day. Krivitsky also falsified evidence in his own book. 62 Nor does Lino attempt to justify his use of the term kangaroo court. This is another example of assuming that which should be proven. 62 For example, Krivitsky states that on January 24, 1937 he was reading the transcript of the second Moscow trial in the newspapers when he read that Karl Radek, one of the defendants, had named Tkhayevsky as absolutely loyal to the party and the government. But this is impossible. Radek's statements about Tkhayevsky were not printed in the Russian transcript of the trial. They were only printed later, in the much longer English-language transcript. On the same page Lino refers to the dictator's fabrication of a case against the Zinovievites during the subsequent investigation. Once again, Lino never cites any evidence at all that the case against the Zinovievites was fabricated in any way. He simply assumes that it was fabricated. On page 551 Lino says that Nikolov's December 14 interrogation and December 29 trial testimony was obviously distorted. Here the word obvious substitutes for evidence and reasoning, which Lino fails to give. Conclusion. Lino commits the fallacy of begging the question with great frequency. Indeed, it is the single major fallacy upon which his study is based. He never comes close to proving his contention that Nikolov was a lone gunman. On the contrary, he tacitly gives up the attempt early in his book and thereafter relies on assertion rather than evidence. We might consider the instances of Lino's question begging to constitute a tell, in the sense that the term is used in playing cards. Any attempt by any researcher to beg the question, to assert what he should prove, constitutes a tacit admission of failure, a recognition that he cannot prove his case and has been reduced to hoping his readers somehow will not notice. Lino picked a hypothesis that, on the basis of the evidence that he cites and other evidence that he remains silent about, must be rejected as false. He should have acted as honest researchers, those who are in search of the truth, are supposed to act. When your hypothesis is contradicted by the evidence, abandon that hypothesis and consider others. Whatever his reason, Lino chose not to do this. The collapse of his hypothesis and failure of his book is the inevitable result. Chapter 6. The Leningrad and Moscow Centers. Nikolov and the other defendants in the December 1934 Kirov murder trial were charged with belonging to a Leningrad center of the Zinovievite underground opposition conspiracy that was in touch with a center in Moscow. Lino denies that these conspiratorial centers existed at all. The existence of such conspiratorial organizations would of course disprove Lino's hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman. But there's much more at stake than just the question of whether Kirov's killer Nikolov was a lone gunman or whether he was part of a conspiracy. Kirov's murder was a major issue in all three Moscow trials. The path from a Leningrad-based conspiracy, to a Leningrad center in touch with, then taking leadership from, a Moscow center led NKVD investigators to unravel a large network of interconnected opposition conspiracies which culminated in the Tkhachevsky affair and the so-called Great Terror of 1937 to 1938. The official position of the Soviet government since Khrushchev's day, of the Russian government today, and of all anti-communist and Trotskyist writers, is that no such conspiracies ever took place. All these trials, charges, executions, and imprisonments are said to have been faked, scripted by Stalin and his men, and all those charged and convicted of these conspiracies were innocent victims of Stalinism. This is Lino's position too. If Kirov really was assassinated by a conspiratorial group in Leningrad that was in touch with a similar group in Moscow led by Zinoviev and Kamina, that fact would be fatal to the contention, for that is all it is, that all the rest of these conspiracies were fabrications. If these conspiracies were not fabricated, it would follow that they actually existed. That would strongly imply that the Moscow trial defendants, the military conspirators, and Leon Trotsky were guilty as charged. And such a result would go far to justify the actions of Stalin and the NKVD in suppressing such dangerous conspiracies. Therefore, the question of whether Kirov was killed by a lone gunman or by a real conspiracy is a very important matter to ideological anti-communists. Evidence that these conspiracies actually existed poses a serious problem not only for Lino specifically but for the whole canonical or mainstream interpretation of Soviet history during the Stalin period. Our hypothesis in this study is that Lino's book represents an attempt not to solve the Kirov murder but to construct the best possible argument against the idea that Kirov really was killed as a result of a conspiracy. The evidence we now have contradicts, even dismantles the anti-Stalin paradigm, certainly as far as the Kirov assassination goes. Those who, like Lino, write from within the anti-communist or anti-Stalin paradigm of Soviet history simply cannot accept this conclusion regardless of the evidence for it. Anyone who wants to prop up the anti-Stalin paradigm is faced with the need to conjure away the evidence that it is false and invent evidence that supports it. Lino introduces his attempt to disprove the existence of any such centers as follows. Stalin had by December 9 chosen a framework for the conspiracy case he was building against ex-oppositionists in Leningrad and Moscow. The ultimate targets were Zinoviev and Kamina. According to separate reports by Olga Shatunovskaya and Party Control Committee officials, there exists a note in Stalin's archive listing members of two supposed conspiratorial groups, a Leningrad center and a Moscow center. Control Committee officials stated in 1989 that the note is in Yagoda's handwriting, with corrections by Stalin. If the Control Committee officials are correct, Stalin moved Zinoviev and Kamenev from the Leningrad center, where Yagoda had placed them, to the Moscow center. Shatunovskaya, whose testimony is sometimes unreliable, claimed in the late 1980s that there was a date on the note, December 6. It is significant that the first mention of prominent former Zinovievite Vladimir Rumiantsev in interrogations was also on December 6. Whatever the date of the note, by about December 10 Yezhov was outlining connections between the two centers in his notebook. It seems likely that the Leningrad Center-Moscow Center framework, with Zinoviev and Kamenev at the head of the whole organization, was decided upon at the December 8 meeting in Stalin's office attended by Yagoda, Agranov, and Yezhov, if not a day or two earlier. We will examine carefully the following claims made by Lino in this paragraph. 1. The conspiracy case he was building against ex-oppositionists. 2. Separate reports by 2a. Olga Shatunovskaya, and 2b. Party Control Committee officials, testifying that there exists a note in Stalin's archive listing members of two supposed conspiratorial groups, a Leningrad center and a Moscow center. 3. Party Control Commission officials stated in 1989 that the note is in Yagoda's handwriting. 4. Shatunovskaya claimed in the late 1980s that there was a date on the note, December 6. 5. It is significant that the first mention of prominent former Zinovievite Vladimir Rumiantsev in interrogations was also on December 6. 6. By about December 10 Yezhov was outlining connections between the two centers in his notebook. 7. It seems likely that the Leningrad Center-Moscow Center framework, with Zinoviev and Kamenev at the head of the whole organization, was decided upon at the December 8 meeting in Stalin's office attended by Yagoda, Agranov, and Yezhov, if not a day or two earlier. For the sake of clarity we will examine each statement of Lino's individually in the light of the evidence to us. 1. As we have argued in another part of the present study, Lino has not proven that Stalin was building a conspiracy case against ex-oppositionists. In fact, Lino cites no evidence at all that Stalin was doing this. This is one of many examples in Lino's book of begging the question, or assuming that which must be proven. 2. It is clear from Lino's text that he has never seen this alleged note in Stalin's archive. Lino appears to have taken the story of the note directly from Kirillina. Quoting Shatunovskaya, Kirillina states flatly that Stalin's final considered plan was decided on in this note. 2a. Separate report by Shatunovskaya. It appears that no such report exists, that the statement of Lino's is a bluff. A report is a formal document prepared for some audience, in this case, some party or government body. But neither Lino nor anyone else gives any reference, even an archival one, for this supposed report, or for any document by Shatunovskaya that reproduces the text of this report or note or even discusses it or them. It is a striking omission. Therefore Lino refers to this report but does not provide any reference to it and has clearly never laid eyes on it. The note, whose existence Shatunovskaya allegedly asserted, has never been published. What's more, and setting Shatunovskaya herself aside, no one who has written about the Kirov assassination claims to have ever seen it, not Lino, nor Kirillina, nor anyone else, including the authors of the reports and hearings published in 2004 and upon which Lino relies heavily. There is no reference to it in any of the documents of the commission set up by Gorbachev and Yakovlev to study Kirov's murder. Evidently there is no record of this note at all, except allegedly for Shatunovskaya's claim that it existed. The only evidence that others have apparently identified as Yezhov's are statements by Shatunovskaya. She claimed that handwriting experts from the USSR Procurator's office had identified the handwriting as Stalin's, and that the document was presented to members of the Politburo along with a photocopy of Stalin's handwriting and the certification of the handwriting experts. Later, Shatunovskaya continued, a representative of the Party Control Commission claimed that the handwriting was Yezhov's, not Stalin's. 63 In her letter to Yakovlev of June 12, 1989, Shatunovskaya claimed that this was Kitkov. 64 Shatunovskaya claimed that Kitkov had informed her that the sample of Stalin's handwriting and the certification of the handwriting experts that had been attached to the note were now missing. 63 Shatunovskaya, OG. Raskazai ob Ushedshemvik. Prilochini 2. Vakrug tragedii v Smolnam. At http://www.dabuks.net/ola/smolny.koi.html. 64 RKEB 3, 223. NF. Kitkov was a member of the Commission to study the repressions, including the Kirov assassination. According to the published transcript, one page is missing from Kitkov's testimony about his meeting with Shatunovskaya. But in what remains there is no mention of this incident or of the note in question. 65. 65 RKEB 3, 217 to 218. On August 22, 1991, Kitkov wrote a letter to the Central Committee in which he stated that Shatunovskaya's claims concerning the Kirov assassination were groundless. Kitkov wrote, Shatunovskaya's communication about the substitution and disappearance of a number of important documents was not confirmed. Kitkov specifically stated that they failed to confirm Shatunovskaya's claims that important documents about the Kirov murder were changed or had disappeared. 66 In her letter of June 12, 1989, Shatunovskaya had listed this note as one of 8 documents from the investigation of the Khrushchev era that had been tampered with. 66 RKEB 3, 597. Nowhere does Kitkov even mention the supposed note, much less confirm that he had ever seen it. Therefore, of course, Kitkov does not affirm that he had examined it and told Shatunovskaya the handwriting was Zhov's, not Stalin's. Nor is it credible that Kitkov could have done this without reporting it to his high-ranking superiors on this official commission. Nor would he have had any reason not to report it. The commission was intent on blaming Stalin for illegal repressions and for framing innocent people. This note would have been evidence to support that contention. According to the reply to Yakovlev, Roy Medvedev, who included the story about the note without attribution in his work Let History Judge 67, got the story from Shatunovskaya. 68 But Medvedev does not mention her name or the December 6 date. 67 Medvedev, Royal. Let History Judge. The Origin and Consequences of Stalinism. New York, Knopf, 1971, p. 164, Russian edition Case Yudu Istorii, 318-9. 68 RKEB 3, 501. Lino notes Medvedev's use of Shatunovskaya's version at p. 650. 2b. Separate report by Party Control Committee officials. Lino also speaks of a separate report by the Party Control Commission that discusses this note. Again, he cites no reference for this report, that is, Lino does not identify it. Nor can I locate it anywhere. Shatunovskaya claimed that Kitkov had seen the note, informed her that the attachments to it were now missing, and said the handwriting was not Stalin's but Zhov's. But Kitkov does not mention the note. It is possible that he did so, since one page is missing from the transcript of his remarks. But even if Kitkov did see it and did report about it, neither he nor the commission members thought it important enough to mention it again. As we mentioned above, in his letter of August 22, 1991, Kitkov flatly states that Shatunovskaya's statements about the Kirov assassination or claims that documents had been switched or removed could not be confirmed. We assume that no such reports exist. Lino gives no reference to either of them, and we can find no trace of them. It seems clear that Lino himself has never seen it and cannot prove that it exists or has ever existed. Referring to it is another bluff, to use a polite word, on Lino's part. 3. Lino does not specify whence he learned that Control Commission officials stated in 1989 that the note is in Yagoda's handwriting, with corrections by Stalin, as he claims. This is a very vague reference to a very important document. It cannot be the archival document cited on page 775, Note 38.69. Lino prints excerpts from that document on pages 654 to 655. He would not have omitted any reference to this note. In any case, this is not a report but the draft of a letter. 69. Concerning Kamoji. Shatunovskaya's letter of September 5, 1988. Draft, Opizmiti. Shatunovskoy OGOT 5 Senchebria 1988 G. Pro Enite. I cannot find any reference to the note in the documents and reports by the members of the commission that re-investigated Kirov's murder in RKEB-3. Yakovlev himself, who strongly suspected that Stalin had had Kirov murdered, wrote a lengthy letter of 3,900 words to the Politburo Commission setting forth his reasons. He did not mention this note. The commission members wrote a far lengthier reply of over 23,000 words to Yakovlev's letter. They do not mention this note either. It is logical to conclude that they did not know of any such note. If any discussion of the note by Katkov, Yakovlev, or a party commission could be found, it would constitute evidence independent of Shatunovskaya that this note actually existed. It would be a second witness or the existence of this note. Without it, we have only allegedly Shatunovskaya's word that there ever was such a note. And Shatunovskaya fabricated in plain language, lied a great deal. Lino himself concludes that in 1960 Shatunovskaya invented another note out of whole cloth. For Kirillina writes that Shatunovskaya asserted that the note is dated December 6. However, that date is not mentioned in the document of Shatunovskaya's that Kirillina quotes or in any other document by Shatunovskaya that Kirillina or Lino cites or that we can find. The quotation in Kirillina's book on pages 363 to 4 that immediately precedes Kirillina's mention of the note is taken directly from Shatunovskaya's letter to Yakovlev of September 5, 1988. Kirillina states, "It is not so important whether Stalin himself wrote it or Azhov did, and about this there are various opinions. What's important is something else." Shatunovskaya stated that there is a date December 6 on this note. Obviously, it was on this very day that the plan of struggle against his political opponents, finally thought out in full, came to Stalin. But Kirillina does not quote the part of the Shatunovskaya's letter where the note is mentioned. Moreover, in no published source, neither in her letter to Yakovlev nor in the account in her memoir, does Shatunovskaya mention any date on this note. Kirillina never informs her readers whence she found the information above concerning this date. Therefore it is not any document of Shatunovskaya's but the text quoted above from Kirillina's book that is the source for the December 6 date. As far as we can determine, this is the only source for the date. So the claim Lino cites comes not from Shatunovskaya but from Kirillina. Of course, even if it did come from Shatunovskaya, we would need confirmation of the note's existence. We can't take Shatunovskaya's, or indeed anyone's, unsupported work for an important piece of evidence. 5. Lino never tells us why he believes it is significant that Rumiantsev's first interrogation was on December 6. Perhaps we may surmise that he means something like the following. A. If the Shatunovskaya note existed, and B. If it really were dated December 6. C. Then it might be evidence that Stalin and/or NKVD investigators had thought of Leningrad and Moscow centers before there had been any testimony suggesting the existence of such centers. D. And that in turn might be reason to suspect that Stalin and/or the NKVD had invented these centers and subsequently scripted later confessions about them by torturing, threatening, or otherwise compelling other defendants into confessing that they existed. However, no such note is to be found, much less one with a date of December 6. This fact divests the December 6 date of Rumiantsev's first interrogation of whatever significance Lino would like to endow it with. Lino himself states, by about December 10 Yezhov was outlining connections between the two centers in his notebook. We can assume that Lino has actually seen this document since he gives an archival identifier for this reference. We can assume he cannot date it earlier than about December 10 or he would surely have done so. Then why does Lino expend so much effort on the supposed note mentioned by Shatunovskaya? I believe the following passage explains it. It seems likely that the Leningrad Center-Moscow Center framework, with Zinoviev and Kamina at the head of the whole organization, was decided upon at the December 8 meeting in Stalin's office attended by Yagoda, Agranov, and Yezhov, if not a day or two before. Aside from an alleged date of December 6 on an alleged Shatunovskaya note, the earliest date that the Leningrad and Moscow centers were mentioned by the investigators is about December 10. Lino writes, Stalin had by December 9 chosen a framework for the conspiracy case he was building against ex-oppositionists in Leningrad and Moscow. The ultimate targets were Zinoviev and Kamina. This statement is yet another example of Lino's begging the question here, assuming that Stalin was choosing a framework and building a case in which the ultimate targets were Zinoviev and Kamina. Lino cites no evidence to support any of these assertions or the December 9 date, much less any earlier date. This is assuming what is to be proven with a vengeance. On December 11, defendant Vasily Zvezdov confirmed that he knew that a counter-revolutionary organization of Zinovievites had been revived. Zvezdov identified members in Moscow, including Zinoviev and Bakov, and stated, the former leaders of the Zinovievite opposition who were in Moscow and were tightly connected with Leningrad hope to drag our old Komsomol group of former Zinovievites into a battle with the party leadership. It seems that this is why Lino wishes to establish a date about December 10 or earlier for the beginning of Stalin's alleged frame-up of the oppositionists. Evidently Lino would like to convince his readers that Stalin and the NKVD had somehow forced Zvezdov to make the statement of December 11. But this is all wrong. We know that. On December 4 Nikolov had identified Shatsky, Kotalinov, and Bardin as Trotskyists who had influenced his decision to kill Kirov. On December 5 Nikolov had told investigators, if I'd had trouble killing Kirov myself, I'd have recruited Bardin, Shatsky, and Kotalinov, and they'd have agreed to do it. On December 6 Nikolov confessed to a conspiracy involving at least Shatsky and Kotalinov and implicating Rumiantsev and Ioskin. On December 6 Shatsky had confessed that he had kept up contact with Rumiantsev. On December 7 Shatsky, after first denying that he knew Nikolov, admitted that he did know him. On December 7 Agranov wrote to Stalin that Nikolov's brother Pyotr admitted to taking part in Kirov's murder. Kirillina quotes the following words from a confession of Nikolov of about December 8, the Kotalinov group was preparing a terrorist act against Kirov, and its direct implementation was entrusted to me personally. I knew from Shatsky that the same task had been given to his group as well, and that this work was being carried out by it independently of our preparation of the terrorist act. I first met Shatsky in 1933. Our next meeting was in the summer of 1934, at 28 Krasny Zarya Street, where Shatsky was conducting surveillance of the apartment and establishing all Kirov's movements. He was doing this with the aim of preparing a terrorist act. Kotalinov said that, getting rid of Kirov would weaken the party leadership. Kotalinov worked out the technical aspects of carrying out the act directly with me, approved this technique, specially verified how accurately I could shoot. He was my direct leader in the matter of carrying out the act. Sokolov explained how suitable this or that point in Kirov's usual route was, and in so doing made my work easier. Ioskin was informed about the preparation for the act against Kirov. He worked out with me the variant of the attempt in the Smolny. On December 9 Nikolov's wife Milda Dral had also confessed that she shared the anti-Soviet views of her husband. Therefore, well before December 10 there was plenty of evidence of a Leningrad-based conspiracy of clandestine Zinovievites, and in fact of more than one group of such conspirators. On December 9 Rumiantsev had confessed to meeting with Zinoviev and Kamina. On December 10 Antonov confessed that Zinoviev had organized his supporters' return to the party and had instructed Rumiantsev to do so. These two confessions meant that Zinoviev was continuing to give leadership to Rumiantsev and probably others too, and that Rumiantsev was giving leadership in turn to Antonov and, probably, others. Given all the testimony we know about, If Ezhov had been making notes about a Leningrad center and a Moscow center by about December 10, that would not suggest any fabrication at all. The existence of one or more Leningrad conspiracies, and contact between Moscow and Leningrad, had been well established by December 9. Meanwhile, Lino admits that he cannot prove that Ezhov's outlining connections between the two centers in his notebook was in fact written as early as December 10. Lino says about December 10. It might well have been written on subsequent days. Lino tacitly admits that Ezhov could not have written it before December 10. He states, Nikolai Ezhov returned to Leningrad with Agranov on the morning of December 9 to supervise the Kirov inquiry. His notebooks show that on December 9 to 10 he questioned witnesses about Leningrad NKVD negligence in guarding Kirov. Therefore there is no evidence at all to support Lino's statement that Stalin and NKVD chiefs invented the Leningrad Center-Moscow Center framework. Likewise, it is logical to conclude that no such note as Shatunovskaya and Kirillina mention is available to researchers today. This leaves a number of possibilities. Perhaps this note did exist at one time but has been destroyed. Perhaps it still exists, but the Russian government has reclassified it so that it lies among the immense number of documents from the 1930s that are still unavailable to researchers and whose very existence is still a secret. But probably this note never existed at all. In that case Shatunovskaya imagined it, and then perhaps came to believe it herself. Lino admits that Shatunovskaya's testimony is sometimes unreliable. In fact Shatunovskaya was viewed as very unreliable. Lino himself concludes that she probably imagined another note supposedly written in 1956 concerning an alleged event in 1934. He also concludes that she was probably removed from the Party Control Commission in 1962 because of the poor quality of her work. Lino devotes a good deal of space explaining some of the faults of Shatunovskaya's methods of investigation. As we have seen, Katkov, of the Gorbachev-era commission, wrote that none of her claims could be confirmed. For the purposes of our research what matters is this: neither this alleged document nor any transcript of it, or even description of it, is available to be considered for use as evidence. The very existence of this alleged note is doubtful. Lino cannot point to any evidence that even one person other than Shatunovskaya herself ever laid eyes on it. At best, therefore, the note falls in the category of testis unis testis nullus. A single source, in this case Shatunovskaya, is not enough to establish that an event occurred or, in this case, that a document once existed. Even if Lino could show that someone other than Shatunovskaya had seen it and, to repeat, he does not demonstrate this, it would be of no significance unless that early date of December 6 were also on it. But even if the note were found, and it did bear the date of December 6, it would not prove that Stalin and his men invented the Leningrad Center-Moscow Center framework. That would still remain only one hypothesis, one possibility among others. It would not prove that the defendants who testified in detail about these two centers had been forced to do so or that their confessions had been scripted. For the plain fact is that the Russian authorities have never permitted researchers to see all the evidence that they have on the Kirov case. Without access to all the documentary evidence we could never state with confidence that a December 6 note was the first mention of a Leningrad-based conspiratorial organization. Lino wishes to argue that what he calls the framework of Leningrad and Moscow centers came not as result of deduction from the information obtained through interrogations of suspects, but rather was invented, worked out a priori by Stalin and his men. Ezhov's notes of about December 10 on connections between Leningrad and Moscow will not serve the purpose. Lino says that Ezhov only arrived back in Leningrad on the morning of December 9 and began questioning witnesses. So Ezhov's notes cannot be earlier than about December 10. They could be from a day or two later. I suggest that this is why Lino relies on Shatunovskaya's note and date. Without it there is no reason to suspect that the concept of a Leningrad center and a Moscow center of Zinovyevite conspirators was fabricated by Stalin et al. Rather, the framework of the two centers is an inescapable deduction from the interrogation testimony. But Shatunovskaya's note does not exist, and Lino cannot show that it ever did exist, much less what it said or what, if any, date was on it, much less if such a date were on it, who wrote that date. Hence, I suggest, Lino's insistence on referencing this ghost document. On December 12, Zvezdov outlined the memberships of both Moscow and Leningrad centers in detail, including Nikolov in the latter. Before giving the text of this important interrogation, Lino states: "As we have seen, Stalin, Yagoda, and or Yezhov were the real creators of both centers. Zvezdov was following their script." Lino proceeds to speculate why Zvezdov and others would have confessed to the existence of the centers. We can now see that this claim of Lino's is false, a total bluff. We have not seen any such thing. On the contrary, Lino has failed to prove this claim. Lino has no evidence whatsoever that Stalin et.al. invented the concept of the centers or scripted anybody's confessions. We recall that Lino writes: "Whatever the date of the note, by about December 10 Yezhov was outlining connections between the two centers in his notebook. About December 10 could easily be a day or two later. Lino gives no evidence to support the December 10 date. But even by December 10 the investigators had plenty of reason to posit the existence of a Moscow center connected to the Leningrad centers." 7. Lino cites no evidence whatsoever for the following statement: "It seems likely that the Leningrad Center-Moscow Center framework, with Zinoviev and Kamina at the head of the whole organization, was decided upon at the December 8 meeting in Stalin's office attended by Yagoda, Agranov, and Yezhov, if not a day or two earlier." The statement "it seems likely" requires some evidence and reasoning to substantiate it. Lino has neither. His claim that Stalin et al. Created the concept of the two centers is a hypothesis. Like all hypotheses, it must be supported by evidence or it falls by itself. There is no need to disprove statements that are not supported by any evidence, and Lino has no evidence to support this one. The testimony cited above shows that it was logical and natural for NKVD investigators to form their own hypothesis of two centers of underground Zinovievite activity. This was confirmed in subsequent interrogations of Zvezdov, Tolmazov, Kotalinov, and others. We examine Kotalinov's interrogation of December 12 in the chapter on documents that Lino ignores. Why does Lino insist that Stalin and his investigators invented the framework of the Leningrad-Moscow centers? Perhaps because, in a real sense, the whole mainstream or anti-Stalin paradigm of the high politics of the USSR during the 1930s depends upon the assumption that Nikolov was not a part of a conspiracy but a lone gunman. Lino is aware of this issue, as were Khrushchev and his men, as the following passage shows. If the official charges in the first two trials that former Zinoviev supporters had conspired to murder Kirov were entirely bogus, then the indictments in all of the succeeding show trials collapsed. But if there was some truth to the charge that Zinovievites conspired to kill Kirov, then that preserved the possibility of arguing that the latter charges were also valid, at least in part. According to Lino, this is why Khrushchev's men, undoubtedly acting under their boss's instructions, invented the notion that Nikolov was a lone gunman who had acted alone and had had no connection with the Zinovievite conspiracy. Lino recognizes that Khrushchev's men had to falsify matters in order to make this claim. Therefore Sergev and Rudenko chose to make a clear-cut argument that Nikolov had had no relationship at all with the ex-Zinoviev supporters convicted in the trial of the Leningrad Center. It appears that Sergev or his boss had thought through this strategy, to deny any connection at all between Nikolov and the Zinovievites, even before the secret speech. On January 27, 1956, the KGB destroyed central records on the case file Svoyik, the all-Union surveillance operation against the Zinovievites. It seems likely that Svoyik contained more evidence than Sergev wanted Molotov to see, either of counter-revolutionary talk among former Zinovievites and or of Nikolov's connections with the accused in the Leningrad Center. Sergev concealed other evidence of connections between Nikolov and the ex-Zinovievites Kotalinov, Antonov, and Shatsky. The excerpts from Nikolov's diaries that he released to the Molotov Commission in April 1956 contained no references to these men. But we know from later releases of data that Nikolov did mention all three in his diaries. Sergei presumably feared that Molotov would construe such connections as evidence of criminal conspiracy. At the same time the Molotov Commission was debating these issues, Rudenko, Sergei, and KPK officials were already taking actions based on the assumption that the charges in the show trials were false. Khrushchev's men destroyed some evidence outright and concealed yet more. They did not undertake any kind of honest investigation of Kirov's murder but instead proceeded on the assumption that the charges in the show trials were false. The same issue was further developed in April 1956, when the Molotov Commission was set to work by Khrushchev. Commission members asked Baranov, the KGB, and the KPK to answer a series of questions related to the official 1934-1935 version of the crime. These questions boiled down to, was Nikolov a Zinovyevite? What were his ties to Zinovyevite groups? What activities in Leningrad were the Zinovyevites up to? These questions are attributable to the desire of Molotov and his allies to defend at least the 1934-1935 version of the crime as presented at the trials of the Moscow and Leningrad Center. Nikolov was a Zinovyevite terrorist, and hence his trial, the trials of Kamina and Zinoviev, and probably also the later show trials of 1937-1938, were justified. Meanwhile Khrushchev's men were pushing the view that Nikolov had been a lone gunman. Using investigation records from the NKVD, the prosecutor's office, and the military tribunal, all of these reports explicitly denied the argument that the murder was political or that Nikolov had connections with actual Zinovyevite oppositionists. The trial of Nikolov and the Leningrad Center, according to these memoranda, was a fabrication created by the NKVD leadership in collaboration with Stalin. Nikolov was a lone psychopathic killer. As Lino correctly points out, Khrushchev realized that the Kirov assassination was the keystone event to the subsequent Moscow trials. In order to claim that Stalin fabricated the Moscow trials and what flowed from them, Khrushchev's men had to claim that Nikolov was not a part of a Zinovyevite conspiracy. We don't know whether today's Russian leaders have destroyed any evidence, as Khrushchev's men did. However, Lino frankly admits that today's Russian leaders keep, some, perhaps much, of what they do have hidden. A reasonable hypothesis would be that like Khrushchev's men in the 1950s and early 1960s, today's Russian leaders must hide evidence so as to preserve some credibility for their theory that Nikolov was a lone gunman, that no conspiracy existed, and that all the defendants at the Kirov trials of December 1934 and January 1935, the three Moscow show trials of 1936 to 1938, the Tikhakevsky affair defendants, and all others tried for conspiracy were innocent victims of Stalin. Lino follows the same construction of events. But there is no evidence to support it. It is reasonable to assume that this is the reason for his omissions and distortions, including the Shatunovskaya note and many other undocumented assertions, evasions, and even outright untruths that we examine elsewhere in the present study. As we shall show, the evidence at our disposal today will not sustain the hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman and the Leningrad and Moscow centers were invented by Stalin and his men. On the contrary, the evidence we have points unequivocally to the opposite conclusion, that Nikolov killed Kirov as a result of a conspiracy by a clandestine Zinovyevite organization of which he was a member. Chapter 7. The Block of Rights and Trotskyists. Shortly after the Leon Trotsky Archive at Harvard's Houghton Library was opened in January 1980, Trotskyist historian Pierre Brouet discovered letters between Leon Sedov and his father Trotsky that proved the existence of a bloc between Trotskyists and other opposition groups within the USSR. Sometime in the middle of 1932, Sedov informed his father as follows: "Is organized. In it have entered the Zinovievites, the Stenlomanids group and the Trotskyists. The group of Safar Tarkin has not formally entered yet. They stand on too extreme a position, they will enter in a very short time. The declaration of Z and K concerning their enormous mistake in 27 was made during negotiations with our people concerning the bloc, immediately before the exile of Z and K. 70. Harvard, Trotsky Archive 4782 p1, see Brouet in Kayaz Leon Trotsky 1980 p36, Brouet, Party Opposition to Stalin, p100. About the same time American historian Arch Getty was discovering that Trotsky had secretly sent letters to at least Radek, Sokolnikov, Preobrazhensky, Kollontai, and Litvinov. The first three had been Trotskyists before publicly recanting their views. Getty did not find the letters, only the certified mail receipts for them. Getty realized this meant that the Trotsky archive had been purged. These letters had been removed. Other materials had undoubtedly been purged as well. 71. 71 other materials were certainly removed, purged with traces of their removal remaining. For example, excerpts from a discussion between Trotsky and Sedov concerning the slogan "Remove Stalin" remain in the archive, but the full letters from which these excerpts were made are not there. The only reason to purge the archives would have been to remove materials that would have seemed incriminating, that would have negatively impacted Trotsky's reputation. As an examination of the question of the letter to Radek shows, the letters that we know were removed proved, at the very least, that Trotsky lied during the 1930s by claiming he never maintained contact with oppositionists inside the USSR when, in reality, he was doing so, and by claiming that he would never agree to a secret bloc between his supporters and other oppositionist groups when in fact he had done precisely that. Evidently Brouet found the implications of this fact very disturbing. He never mentioned Getty's discoveries of Trotsky's letters to his supporters and others inside the USSR or the purging of the Trotsky archive, even though Brouet cites the same Getty publications in a very positive manner. 72. 72. We will examine this whole question in detail in a forthcoming work. Therefore it had been well established by scholars by the mid-1980s that a Trotskyite Zinoviev bloc did in fact exist, and that it was formed in 1932, and that Zinoviev and Kamenev were personally involved. Sedov also foresaw the entry into the group of Safarov, who in any case had a group of his own. In an interview with the Dutch Social Democratic newspaper Het Volk during the second half of January 1937, at the time of the second Moscow trial, Sedov stated, in a slip of the tongue, that the Trotskyists had been in contact with the defendants at the first Moscow trial of August 1936. 73. Sedov specifically named Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Smemuov. Concerning Radek and Pyatakov, Sedov went on to say that he Trotskyists have had much less contact with them than with the others. To be more exact, no contact at all. That is, Sedov tried to withdraw his slip about Radek and Pyatakov. 73. Het process te Moscow. We need Wilbeck en al Dudgeschoten. Het Volk, January 28, 1937, pages 1 and 5. My sincere thanks to Sven Erik Holmström for tracking down this article and generously providing me with a copy. But Sedov did not even try to retract the information that preceded it, that the Trotskyists had indeed been in contact with the others Smirnov, Zinoviev, and Kamenev. This interview, slip of the tongue included, was published in a provincial edition of Het Volk on January 28, 1937. It was noticed by the communist press, which called attention to Sedov's slip of the tongue. Arbeideran, Oslo, February 5, 1937, Abgerbladet, Copenhagen, February 12, 1937. Thanks to Getty we now know that the communist press was correct. Sedov's remark really was a slip of the tongue. We know that Sedov was lying because Getty had found evidence of Trotsky's letter to Radek. Trotsky had indeed been in touch with Radek. Sedov's first remark, about much less contact, was accurate. Therefore we have good, non-Soviet evidence, confirmed by the Trotsky archive, of the following. A block of Zinovievites, Trotskyites, and others including at least the Stenlomanids and, perhaps, the Safarov-Tarkhanov group and involving Zinoviev and Kamenev themselves, was indeed formed in 1932. Trotsky had indeed been in touch with Zinoviev and Kamina, as well as others, probably through his son and chief representative Sidov. Trotsky was indeed in touch with at least Radek and Pyatakov. Trotsky really did send a letter to Radek, who was in Geneva at the time, in the spring of 1932, just as Radek testified in the January 1937 Moscow trial. There is no reason to accept Trotskyist historian Pierre Bruet's conclusion that this bloc was ephemeral and died out shortly after it was formed, because we know the Trotsky archive was purged at some time, while Bruet had no evidence to support his statement. Soviet rehabilitation reports. The proven existence of this bloc provides additional evidence that Soviet rehabilitation reports of both the Khrushchev and Gorbachev eras are dishonest and untrustworthy, politically motivated whitewash or cover-up jobs, rather than honest reviews of the cases and determinations of innocence on the basis of evidence. The Shvernik Report, commissioned by Khrushchev in 1962 and finished in 1964, concluded that all the accusations against the accused at the Bukharin trial were falsified and denied the existence of a bloc of rights and Trotskyists itself. No anti-Soviet bloc of rights and Trotskyists existed in reality, and those convicted in this case did not engage in counter-revolutionary activity. In 1989, the Gorbachev-era Rehabilitation Commission of the Central Committee of the CPSU came to the same conclusion. It has therefore been established that after 1927 the former Trotskyists and Zinovievites did not carry out organized struggle with the party, that they did not unite with one another either on a terrorist or on any other basis, and that the case of the United Trotskyist Zinovievist Center was artificially invented by the organs of the NKVD at the direct order and with the direct participation of J.V. Stalin. It has been established that the accusations against those convicted of criminal contact with L.D. Trotsky and L. Sidov are without foundation. This has also been proven by a special verification process carried out by the Procurator's Office of the USR in 1988. As has been now established beyond doubt, the case of the so-called anti-Soviet bloc of rights and Trotskyists was totally falsified, and the trial itself staged by J.V. Stalin and his circle. Not a single reliable fact of the carrying out by the former participants of the Zinovievite opposition after 1928 of any kind of organized activity or organized declaration that could testify to the existence of an organization or the presence of hidden underground activity. In reality, neither blocs nor so-called centers existed. Alexander Yakovlev, Gorbachev's expert who led the anti-communist campaign from the Politburo, repeated the falsehood that no bloc had existed. Yagoda was artificially included among the membership of the non-existent Right Trotskyite bloc. Gorbachev's commission and Yakovlev wrote long after Getty's and Bruet's discoveries in the Harvard Trotsky archive had been published. In fact, we know that this material became known to the Gorbachev investigators and to Yakovlev because Getty's 1986 article was published in the prestigious party journal Voprozy Istorii KPSS in its May 1991 issue. Although it is possible that they did not learn of Getty's article until after 1990, when they exchanged letters on the Kirov murder, they certainly never had any evidence to support their statements that the bloc had never existed. 74 The Shvernik Commission had also concluded that no bloc existed. CRKEB 2, p. 630. Evidently, Bruet's and then Getty's revelations that the bloc of Zinovievites, Trotskyists, and others really did exist incited consternation within Soviet party historical circles. The 1991 Russian publication of Getty's article is accompanied by an afterword by Boris Starkov, writing on behalf of the editors of the party journal. Starkov's commentary clearly shows that the discoveries in the Harvard Trotsky archive were the cause of serious concern for the official Gorbachev-era view of the Stalin years. Starkov seriously distorts what Getty wrote. He mistakenly attributes to Getty the discovery that the bloc of Trotskyists, Zinovievites, and other oppositionists did exist. He attempts to cast doubt upon it and to argue that, in any case, it could not have posed any threat to Stalin. Starkov's note contains no evidence to support his contention. Moreover, he ignores altogether Getty's own discoveries, that Trotsky had indeed been in secret contact with his supporters, such as Radek, exactly as Radek testified at the January 1937 Moscow trial, and that the Harvard Trotsky archive had been purged. Gorbachev's commission and Yakovlev simply ignore this whole issue, declaring that no such bloc existed. This is further evidence that both the Shvernik report and the Soviet rehabilitation reports are falsified. 75. 75 parts of the rehabilitation report on the Moscow trial of August 1936 are copied verbatim, or almost so, from the Shvernik Commission of 25 years earlier. No one could know this in 1988, since excerpts from the text of the Shvernik report was not published until 1993-4 and the full text until 2003. The fact of the copying does suggest that it's possible, even likely, that no new study was carried out in 1987-88. The Harvard Trotsky archive yielded to Brouet and Getty unmistakable evidence that the bloc did exist, that Trotsky was in contact with the bloc's members and his own supporters inside the USSR, and that Trotsky lied consistently about all these matters both in the bulletin of the opposition and to the Dewey Commission. No scholar today denies this. Kirillina, Lino, and Egg simply ignore the whole matter. The NKVD of the 1930s termed the complexly interlocking set of oppositional conspiracies the Klubok, or Tangle. If any of these conspiracies were acknowledged to have existed, it would be hard to deny the existence of the rest, since all the defendants implicated others in a chain that, directly or indirectly, connected them all. Admitting that the bloc of Trotskyites and Zinovievites did in fact exist would present the danger of a slippery slope to any historian who wanted to deny the validity of the other conspiracies. For once it is conceded that the first alleged underground opposition conspiracy really did exist, and therefore that both the Khrushchev and Gorbachev official reports, rehabilitations, and official historians were lying, it logically follows that other conspiracies, which these same sources also denied, might have existed too. Lino's error. The existence of underground organizations of Zinovievites, of Trotskyites, and of other oppositional groupings such as Safarov Tarkhanov and Sten-Lomanids, as well as the existence of a formal Zinovievite Trotskyite Bloc 76 was firmly established long before Kirillina's and Lino's books were written. Either they were unaccountably ignorant of this fact, or they did know of it but concealed the fact from their readers. 76 Brouet conceded that Sedov and Trotsky used the term bloc in their correspondence with each other in 1932. In any case, the existence of the bloc is of capital importance to any understanding of the Kirov assassination and fatal for his case that all the defendants were framed. Nor does Lino seem to be aware that their denial that the Zinovievite Trotskyite bloc existed proves that the Shvernik report of 1963-64, the Gorbachev-era rehabilitation reports, and the reply to Yakovlev document on which he relies so heavily in his book, are not honest attempts to discover the truth. On the contrary, Lino vouches for the honesty of the Shvernik report. Although official discussion of the Kirov murder in 1963-1964 was muted, the ongoing investigation appears to have been impartial. There was no need to doctor conclusions. We will pass over the fact that many other parts of the Shvernik report give evidence of dishonesty as well. This single falsehood about the bloc is obviously, blatantly incorrect, a dishonest cover-up, one Lino either is ignorant of or deliberately remains silent about. Lino reproduces the texts of letters by Zinoviev and Safarov in which they vigorously deny any oppositional activity. Zinoviev claims that he has been loyal to the party from the moment that I returned from Kustanaya. 77 Safarov says that he honorably and frankly broke with counter-revolutionary Trotskyism. 77 This should be Kustana, the town in Kazakhstan to which Zinoviev had been exiled for a year. Apparently Lino does not realize Kustanaya is the genitive case. Thanks to the Trotsky archive we know that Zinoviev and Safarov were lying. Zinoviev says he has been loyal since his return from exile, which was sometime in 1933. Safarov gives no specific time that his break with counter-revolutionary Trotskyism took place. We know that Safarov had been reinstated in the party in November 1928 and served in an important position in the Comintern until his arrest in December 1934 in connection with the Kirov murder. After returning from exile, Zinoviev was placed on the editorial board of Bolshevik, the party's leading political journal. They and other oppositionists were not only reinstated in party membership but were given privileged positions, something that could never have happened without Stalin's approval and, most likely, happened at his initiative. This very lenient treatment of those who had strongly opposed him but who had subsequently vowed loyalty to the party and its line shows that, far from holding grudges as Lino claims, it was Stalin who was the moderate in the party leadership. Zinoviev and Safarov could not possibly have meant, in these letters, "Yes, we were involved in leading secret counter-revolutionary organizations, in a bloc with Trotsky and the Trotskyists or very close to such a bloc, but not since 1932. If they had recanted since 1932 we would know about it. For one thing, it would be impossible for Khrushchev and the rest to deny the existence of the Trotskyite-Zinovievite bloc, as they would have had to expose it. We know this didn't happen thanks to Sedov and Trotsky, who record nothing of the kind. Therefore they did not recant their 1932 membership in a bloc with Trotsky, as they were obliged to do so as party members. Furthermore, there is no way Zinoviev and Safarov would have had important posts in 1934 if they had confessed in 1932 to being in a secret anti-Soviet bloc with Trotsky. Therefore, Zinoviev and Safarov were lying in these letters. This is an elementary deduction from what we know from the important discoveries by Getty and Brouet in Trotsky archives. But we learn not only that Zinoviev and Safarov were lying here. By the same token we also learn that those who named them as part of the clandestine Trotskyite-Zinovievite bloc were telling the truth. A number of the defendants in the Kirov case named Zinoviev and/or Safarov. Consider the following document, omitted by Lino. It is a notice from the prosecutor's office published on January 16, 1935. In the course of an investigation of the case of L.P. Bakov, A.M. Gerdik, A.S. Kuklin and others, brought to justice in connection with the disclosure in the city of Leningrad of an underground counter-revolutionary group that planned and carried out the murder of Com.S.M. Kirov, there have been obtained facts related to underground counter-revolutionary activity by G.E. Zinoviev, E. Evdokimuev, L.B. Kamina, and G.F. Fedorov, whose cases have been preliminarily referred to the review of the Special Commission of the NKVD. In view of these facts and, in part, of confessions by L.P. Bakov which disclose the participation of G.E. Zinoviev, e.g. Evdokimuev, L.B. Kamina, and G.F. Fedorov in the underground organization Moscow Center, and of G.I. Safarov, who has informed the investigation of a series of facts concerning the underground counter-revolutionary activity of the persons named above right up to the present time, the case concerning the accusation of G.E. Zinoviev, e.g. Evdokimuev, L.B. Kamina and G.F. Fedorov has been handed over for review to the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. Lino tries to explain away Safarov's note in this manner. There is good evidence that Safarov, who had called Zinoviev a dirty rag in 1930, was informing on the latter as part of proving his loyalty to the party. Yet, somehow, Lino fails to cite any of this good evidence. This makes us suspect that this remark is a bluff, that Lino does not in fact have any such evidence, good or otherwise. But of course Safarov was trying to prove his loyalty to the party, that is, he was claiming to be loyal. His motive is not the question. The question is, rather, whether he was telling the truth in the note of December 16, 1934 that Lino quotes, or whether he was telling the truth in the confession referred to in the note. Sedov's letter proves that Safarov was indeed telling the truth, though probably not the whole truth, in the statements referred to in the prosecutor's note of January 16, 1935. Safarov had been discussing the entry of his and Tarkhanov's group into the Trotskyite Zinovyevite bloc in 1932, so he knew it existed. Thanks to the Trotsky archive, we know that Safarov was lying in his letter to Stalin of December 16. He had not, as he claimed in that letter, honorably and frankly broke with counter-revolutionary Trotskyism. But when he gave information about the underground Zinovyevite Trotskyite group, as outlined in the prosecutor's note of January 16, he was telling the truth, at least with respect to Zinoviev and Kamina. Sidov's letter also confirms the accuracy of Tsarkov's confession of December 12, 1934, in which Tsarkov names Zinoviev and Kamina as the leaders of the underground organization. Gorshinin's confession of December 21, 1934 is also confirmed. He identified Zinoviev, Kamina, Evdokimuev, Bakov, Kuklin, Fedorov, and others, and said that the organization was active up to the present. Tonizov confessed to belonging to the counter-revolutionary Trotsky-Zinoviev bloc. Moreover, Tolmazov says that during the 1920s Nikolov attached himself to the Trotsky-Zinoviev bloc. He also said that in 1930 Safarov cursed Zinoviev as a dirty rag in the sharpest tones. This corresponds to what we know from Sidov's letter, in which he says that Safarov and Tarkhanov are extreme and will join the bloc in the future but have not done so yet. Kotalinov also confirmed the existence of the Trotsky-Zinoviev bloc and named many familiar names. On December 18, Kotalinov again confirmed that he was a member of the counter-revolutionary Zinoviev Trotskyite organization. Leno's ignorance, whether real or feigned, of the proven existence of the Trotskyite Zinovievite bloc leads him far astray from the truth. He states, the interrogators had finally forged a link between the ex-Zinovievites in the USSR and Trotsky abroad. Elsewhere Leno writes Zinovievites and refers to the supposed right Trotskyite bloc. He notes without comment Yakovlev's 1990 reference to the non-existent right Trotskyite bloc. This, of course, is all wrong. To sum up, it is hard to believe that, somehow, Leno never learned of the existence of the Trotskyite Zinovievite bloc. Leno thanks Getty for his help, and Getty, along with Brouet, was the scholar who discovered the evidence of this bloc in the Harvard Trotsky archive, and whose article was republished in the Soviet Party Journal in 1991. If he was not ignorant of the existence of this bloc, then Leno deliberately concealed it from his readers. The existence of the bloc, Getty's discovery that the Trotsky archive had been purged, Brouet's discoveries of various lies that Trotsky and Sidov made in publication, and to the Dewey Commission hearings about their contacts with the clandestine opposition inside the USSR, all these constitute strong evidence against Leno's hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman unconnected with any organized terrorist opposition group in Leningrad. Chapter 8. Nikolov's first confession. Leno reproduces a text of Nikolov's first interrogation dated December 1, 1934. This document constitutes the only primary source evidence for the lone assassin theory. It is essential to Leno's case. A few days after making it, Nikolov had contradicted it and thereafter consistently discussed his act as part of a conspiracy. One would expect that Leno would examine this confession of Nikolov's carefully. But he fails to do so. It is tempting to form a hypothesis to account for this failure on Leno's part. An analysis of the text of Nikolov's first confession shows that we cannot accept this document, so vital for Leno's thesis, as genuine. Leno uses, praises, and cites Kirilina's account. But he fails to inform his readers that Kirilina also reproduces a text of Nikolov's first confession, and Kirilina's text is significantly different from Leno's. We will study these differences here. Petukhov and Kamchik. But first we must consider a remark in a 1990 article by the chairman of the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR and his aide. In this article, cited by Kirilina, Leno, and Egg, we read the following. At his first interrogation on December 1, Nikolov did not in essence give any testimony. The employees of the Leningrad UNKT only filled out the facts on their forms. Thereafter he refused to sign the transcripts, and in one case even tried to rip up the transcript. Isakov, former employee of the UNKT who was present at these interrogations on December 1 and 2, stated in his explanations of March 15, 1961 that Nikolov was in some kind of state of prostration, looked like some kind of completely alien person. This was not a thinking human being, but a sack of bones and muscles, without any reason. For a very long time Nikolov completely refused to answer anything at all. In my opinion, at that time he could not think of anything. He only wept. According to his words, he had suffered enough from life troubles due to the lack of attention to him by the city committee of the party and personally by S.M. Kirov. Nikolov acted like a person in a seriously depressed condition or affect. He literally fell into hysterics every 5 minutes, after which a kind of stupor set in and he sat without speaking, staring at one point somewhere 78. 78 and Petukhov, v. Kamchik. Delo o Leningradskom Center. Vestnik Verkhovnego Suda SSSR 5, p18. We must assume that Petukhov and Kamchik had access to all the primary sources, including Nikolov's interrogations. Here they state unequivocally that Nikolov did not say anything coherent at all at the first interrogation of December 1, 1934. Kirillina also quotes the testimony of former NKVD man Fomin, which Lino translates. The assistant chief of the Directorate Fedor Timofeevich Fomin afterwards described Nikolov's behavior during the first hours after his arrest in this way, or a long time after coming to consciousness the murderer screamed, babbled, and only towards the morning began to speak and shout. My shot rang out around the world. Kirillina found Fomin's testimony in a Khrushchev-era report by Petr Pospelov, who had continued the quotation from Fomin a little further. I told him that he would not have anything in return for this shot except curses from the people. To the repeated questions asked by myself and by Assistant Chief of the Special Division Ianishevsky, who prompted you, Nikolov, to carry out this shooting? He fell into hysterics and began to shout, but did not give any answer of any kind. 79. 79 Zapiska PN. Pospelova Obyubystv Kirova. Svobodnaya MYSL 1992, number 8, p. 68. In an earlier article prior to writing the first edition of her book, Kirillina stated that there were 2 medical reports on Nikolov dated December 1, 1934, both of which attest to the fact that the suspect was incoherent. In Nikolov's investigative case file there are 2 documents of medical observation dated December 1. One was from 2 hours after his arrest. It says, Nikolov does not answer questions, at times he moans and screams, he shows no signs of poisoning, there are signs of a general nervous excitement. 80. Kirillina, A. Sledstvo delo Leonida Nikolova. S. Peterburgskie Vedomosti. December 4, 1993. Lino cites Isakov's testimony and the article by Petukhov and Kamchik, as does Kirillina. But this only compounds the problems. We'll consider them one at a time. Kirillina and Lino both claim that Isakov was present at the December 2 interrogations of Nikolov, citing Petukhov and Kamchik. But Petukhov and Kamchik state that Isakov was present at the interrogations of both December 1 and December 2. Lino also states Fomin's and Lsakov's signatures are both on December 1 and December 2 interrogations of Nikolov. He does reproduce a December 2 interrogation signed by Fomin, Ianishevsky, and Isakov. But Isakov's signature is not on either Kirillina's or Lino's December 1 interrogation, while Fomin's is on Lino's but not on Kirillina's. In her 1993 article cited above, Kirillina stated, at the interrogations of December 1, 2 and 3 Nikolov in fact did not answer one single question posed to him by the investigators. Only his personal data were written, on the forms along with his statement, repeated many times, I have accomplished an act of individual terror of personal revenge. He refused to sign the transcripts. This wording is so similar to that of Petukhov and Kamchik that Kirillina may have copied it directly from them. So we are immediately confronted by problems with any purported confession by Nikolov of December 1, 1934. Neither Kirilina nor Lino mention the fact that Petukhov and Kamchik deny that Nikolov gave any coherent confession at all at his first interrogation. The statements by Isakov and Fomin too are consistent with this conclusion. They leave no doubt that Nikolov made no confession on December 1. Lino is embarrassed by the discrepancy in the dates. He tries to resolve this problem by saying it seems that NKVD officers were unable to conduct a real interrogation of Nikolov until around midnight of December 1 to 2 or even later. However, the first interrogation Lino reproduces is dated December 1. Why would the NKVD men give a false date? Lino has already conceded that there can scarcely have been a single interrogation of Nikolov of December 1. He was forced to assume that the interrogation dated December 1 that he reproduces must be of around midnight of December 1 to 2 or even later. But if there can scarcely be a single interrogation of December 1, it follows that there surely cannot be more than one. So, where is the interrogation of December with Isakov's signature to which Lino refers? Two different texts of Nikolov's interrogation of December 1. We have seen that there are serious problems with accepting as genuine any version of a Nikolov interrogation dated December 1. But there's more. Kirilina and Lino reproduce different texts, both purporting to be that of Nikolov's interrogation of the same date, December 1. Kirilina's text is the shorter one. For the most part it appears to be closely similar to the first part of Lino's text. But there are several significant differences. In Kirilina's text Nikolov refers to letters to Kirov and Stalin, while this reference is unaccountably absent from Lino's letter. Kirilina's text begins by identifying the two NKVD officers conducting the interrogation, Lobov and Medved. No such lines exist at the beginning of Lino's text. Kirilina's text ends with Lobov's signature. Medved's signature is lacking. At the end of Lino's text there are 5 signatures: Medved, Fomin, Moloknikov, Yanishevsky, and Stromin. Lobov's name is absent entirely. Neither Kirilina's nor Lino's text bears Isakov's signature. Kirilina's text ends with Nikolov's signature. But Lino's text informs us that Nikolov refused to sign the transcript and tried to rip it up. Lino's text is also significantly longer than Kirilina's. It is as though Kirilina's text, minus the 5 words about Nikolov's letters to Stalin and Kirov present in Kirilina's text but absent from Lino's, has been expanded by the addition of an extra part at the end. Here we will examine this additional section in Lino's text. After the end of the text common to both Kirilina and Lino, the first sentences of Lino's text read as follows: Question: Your brother Peter knew of this plan? Answer: If he knew of this, he would have handed me over instantly. It seems highly unlikely that already on December 1, within a few hours of Kirov's murder, the NKVD would have been able to locate, arrest, and interrogate Nikolov's brother about Nikolov's written plan. Neither Kirilina nor Lino mention any interrogation of Pyotr Nikolov before December 3. Therefore, these lines are incompatible with any interrogation of Nikolov of December 1. The passage immediately following this one concerns a possible connection with Germany. Question: In your appointment book there is the address and telephone number of the German consulate in Leningrad, written in your hand. Who gave you this address and telephone number? Answer: The address and telephone number of the German consulate in Leningrad I copied from the 1933 telephone book. Question: With what purpose? Answer: I made that notation on purpose in order to show the party afterwards that I allegedly suffered much and in order to take the easiest route to exposure and signaling. I was obsessed with the idea of drawing down on myself suspicion of contacts with foreigners, and so that due to that I'd be arrested and then I would have the chance to expose all the outrages I knew about. This alleged statement by Nikolov appears very confused and raises a number of puzzling points. The interrogators had just begun to ask Nikolov about the assassination plan they had found on his person. But after asking only one question about it, they drop the matter and move on. Then the interrogators told Nikolov that his brother Pyotr knew about the plan. Nikolov denied this, and again the interrogators just dropped the whole matter. This is simply not the way interrogators act. They could scarcely have contented themselves with a single simple answer to questions about the assassination, let alone about the possible existence of a conspiracy. Nikolov's answer about the German consulate information in his address book makes no sense at all. Visiting the German consulate might have drawn suspicion on him, as Nikolov supposedly claimed he wanted to do, although we later discover that he really had visited the Latvian consulate and no one had noticed. But it is absurd to say that copying an address into his phone book would draw down suspicion. Who would even know it was there? Moreover, Nikolov had clearly tried to kill himself seconds after killing Kirov, so he could not have had the chance to expose all the outrages. However, it would indeed have had the effect of drawing the NKVD investigators onto a false scent looking for a German connection to the assassination if Nikolov had in fact killed himself, as he had attempted to do. That is, it is consistent with other evidence that Nikolov had deliberately falsified in advance some of his written materials. Nikolov was now under arrest for murdering Kirov. Yet in none of the interrogations reproduced by Kirilina or Lino does he expose all the outrages. Though he claims he committed murder to draw attention to injustices against him, he does not give any harangues about those supposed injustices, or even any details. With the attention of the whole NKVD and party on him, here is all he says: my estrangement from the party, from which I was alienated by the events at the Leningrad Institute of Party History, second, my unemployment and the absence of material and most importantly moral aid from party organizations. Over the last 8 to 10 years of my life's road and work there has accumulated a backlog of unfair attitudes on the part of specific government persons towards a living human being. For a time I bore all of this as long as I was involved in directly useful civic work, but when I ended up discredited and alienated from the party, then I decided to signal all of this before the party. I saw and still see that attack as a political act. With this murder I wanted to get the party to pay attention to a living human being and to the heartless bureaucratic attitude towards him. All these complaints are vague and extremely general. There is not a single specific example of a supposed injustice among them. Yet Nikolov has just testified that it was to expose specific examples of unjust treatment towards himself that he has murdered Kirov. In failing to expose any outrages, Nikolov's statements strongly suggest that he was not prepared with any list of such outrages, and therefore that exposing outrages was not his motive at all. With all the Soviet fears of German Nazism, how likely is it that the NKVD interrogators would have stopped asking about this German connection after 2 short, introductory questions? One final point: in justifying his act of murder, Nikolov first states, I request that you note down that I am not an enemy of the working class, and that if my recent hard experiences at the Institute had not occurred, I would have borne all of the difficulties I have suffered and would not have gone so far as attempting the assassination. But after one brief riposte by the interrogator, Nikolov both reverses and contradicts himself. He reverses himself in that he first denied being an enemy of the working class, and then changed his mind. Yes, I have to admit that I really did act morally as an enemy of the working class by making my attempt on Comrade Kirov's life. His self-contradiction about his motive is even more striking. But I did so under the influence of psychological distress and the deep impression made on me by events at the Institute, which placed me in an impossible situation. At first he continues with his explanation of the murder as a kind of protest against recent hard experiences at the Institute and difficulties, reminding us of his claim to wish to expose all of the outrages I knew about. But then he says he acted under the influence of psychological distress. These latter words make the murder appear not as an act of conscious political protest, as he had insisted up to this point, but rather reduces it to the act of a psychologically disturbed person. These remarks depoliticize his act of murder. Conclusions. From the preceding analysis we can draw several conclusions that are important for our evaluation of Leno's book and for our further inquiry into Kirov's assassination. Leno had to be aware of these issues. But he does not point them out to his readers, much less analyze what they might mean. This glaring omission does suggest, however, that Leno is aware of the difficulties for his preconceived lone gunman thesis that the problems around this first interrogation create. Thanks to Petukhov and Kamchik we can be reasonably sure that there never was any December 1st interrogation of Nikolov. Nikolov was incoherent. The NKVD men noted his personal details although we apparently do not have that document and nothing else. But if that is the case, then both Kirillina's and Leno's texts are fakes, or contain falsified parts such as the date as well as more substantive falsifications. We cannot exclude the possibility that they were created by Khrushchev's men in 1956 when, as Leno informs us, Khrushchev was trying to suppress any evidence that Nikolov may have really been acting as a part of a conspiracy, and therefore trying to provide evidence that he had been a lone gunman. If he had not been a lone gunman, evidence would have to be created. The fake December 1st interrogations would fit that need. But we think it more likely that these fake interrogations were created at the time, in December 1934. As we shall see later in our examination of Genrik Iagada's pretrial confessions, Iagada testified that he had only reluctantly agreed not to stand in the way of an attack against Kirov. Iagada's disapproval of the assassination suggests that he might have tried to make Nikolov's act appear like that of one individual in order to draw attention away from the conspiracy. At least Iagada would have tried to mislead the investigation. Medved had the direct responsibility for Kirov's security and would bear the consequences of its failure. But according to Iagada, Medved was not initiated into the conspiracy. It would not have made any difference to Medved whether Kirov were killed by a conspiracy or by a lone gunman. Inukij story. Thanks to a document published by Leno, we know that Abel Inukij did his best to support a lone gunman theory virtually from the day Kirov was killed. Inukij spread the story that Kirov was having an affair with Nikolov's wife Milda Dral. Defendants in the Kremlin affair of 1935 spread the same rumor. It seems likely that they got it from Inukij. There has never been any evidence to support this rumor. Nikolov never mentions it, or any personal animosity towards Kirov, even in his voluminous diaries. Leno gives good evidence on this point. Why would Inukij spread this obviously false story? Leno thinks he did so out of resistance to the glorification of Stalin and to parroting Stalin's line about class enemies. But that does not account for this specific false story, which is entirely groundless. It would be understandable, perhaps, if it originated from people who were utterly in the dark about events. But as a very high-ranking party member and government official, Inukij would certainly have been privy to what was going on. Moreover, Inukij could not possibly have known that Kirov's murder was not an expression of hostility to the Bolsheviks unless, as he later confessed, he knew about the conspiracy to assassinate Kirov beforehand. Not to express the view that, at the very least, the assassination might have been the result of political opposition would be considered very suspicious, would attract unfavorable attention to him as, in fact, it did. Why would Inukij risk doing this unless he had a powerful motive to do it? Iagada's confessions suggest an answer. Inukij had the same motive that Iagada had to try to deflect evidence away from any conspiracy. Inukij and Iagada were involved in a conspiracy of their own and therefore did not want Stalin and the NKVD to be sharply on the lookout for conspiracies. Only two 1937 interrogations of Inukij have been made public so far. 81 They confirm his involvement in the rightist conspiracy. Although Inukij does not mention the Kirov assassination in these two confessions, he must have done so in others. Iagada did discuss the Kirov assassination in pretrial interrogations and implicated Inukij. NKVD interrogators would therefore certainly have interrogated Inukij very thoroughly about the Kirov assassination too. 81 Lubyanka 1937-1938, number 60 pages 144 ff, Genrik Iagada number 166 pages 508 to 517. Between 4 and 5 pages of this latter confession have been omitted from this transcript. No reason is given for their omission. This alleged December 1st interrogation is the only one in which Nikolov insists he killed Kirov on his own initiative alone. Kirilina reproduces one sentence which she states is from a December 2nd interrogation of Nikolov. Lino reproduces a longer passage from a December 2nd interrogation that does not contain that sentence. Nikolov is not asked whether he acted alone or not and does not say. We have one interrogation of Nikolov from December 3rd. Kirilina says she reproduces it in full. Evidently this is true, since it conforms to Lino's 3 partial quotations from it. Nikolov makes no statement about whether or not he is a lone gunman. We have one interrogation of Nikolov of December 4th. Kirilina tells us that he had new investigators. Evidently by December 4th Medved's men of the Leningrad UNKVD were under suspicion and had now been replaced by Ezhov's men. In the part transcribed by Lino, Nikolov now states that his ties to Trotskyists influenced his decision to kill Comrade Kirov, and he names Shatsky, Kotalinov, Bardin, and Sokolov. This agrees with Kirilina's brief citation of this same interrogation. This confession obviously encouraged the interrogators. Lino says that Nikolov was interrogated 5 times on December 5th. Agranov's letter to Stalin of December 5th, translated in Lino, reveals that Nikolov had begun to implicate others among the Trotskyite-Zinovyevite bloc. The Russian text has been available for a decade in Vasily Swama's Zaprishchiny I Stalin. Kirilina says after December 4th Nikolov confessed that he was a member of an underground counter-revolutionary organization. Its members stood on the platform of the Trotskyite-Zinovyevite bloc. The former opposition had their own special accounts to settle with Kirov in connection with the struggle he had organized against the Leningrad oppositionists. This document may well be the very first time anyone had disclosed to the NKVD that the bloc of Zinovyevites and Trotskyites existed. But Kirilina does not tell us how long after December 4th Nikolov made these statements, or why she does not seem to know. Was she able to see the actual transcript? Or is she copying from some copy of something or other that was given to her? Kirilina very often does this, withholds from her readers information vital to assess the evidence she presents. Lino does the same thing. On December 6 for the first time Nikolov specifically implicates Shatsky and Kotalinov as participants in the terrorist act. According to Lino, Nikolov said that Kotalinov was planning to try to murder Stalin. From this point on Nikolov and the other suspects elaborate the details of the conspiracy. The only interrogation Kirilina or Lino know about in which Nikolov explicitly claims he was a lone gunman and explicitly rejects the idea of a conspiracy in Kirov's murder is that of December 1st. As we have shown, that interrogation is more than problematic. We do not have one text but at least 2. Therefore they cannot be genuine as they exist now. It appears as though an original confession of an early date, but not of December 1st, has been seriously tampered with. Since neither can be genuine as it stands, we cannot accept either of them as evidence of anything without grave reservations. This does not mean that Nikolov never claimed that he was a lone gunman. On the contrary, we can be certain that he did make this claim, since he explicitly retracts it later on. In the indictment of Nikolov and the rest, a document we will study later, we read the following statement. In Confessions of December 13 of this year, L. Nikolov directly states, I was supposed to describe the murder of Kirov as an individual act in order to conceal the participation in it of the Zinovyevite group. This statement directly contradicts Lino's lone gunman thesis. Lino omits it from his lengthy excerpts from the indictment. In any case, we would expect Nikolov to make an early statement of this kind. Nikolov was caught red-handed. He could not possibly deny that he murdered Kirov. What he could deny was his participation in a conspiracy. Indeed, if he really were part of a conspiracy, we would expect him to deny it. The first rule of a conspiratorial organization is not to tell the authorities about the other members so that the conspiracy may continue. What the problematic nature of Nikolov's first confession means for our inquiry is this. We have no reliable text of the claim Nikolov made. This first confession has been tampered with for some reason. Nikolov had not planned to escape after killing Kirov. He had planned to commit suicide on the spot and almost succeeded in doing so. His ties with the Zinovyevite and Trotskyite oppositionists with whom he was later to be tried and executed would, no doubt, have been discovered by the NKVD when they seized his diaries. But evidently those writings do not explicitly discuss any conspiracy. Had Nikolov succeeded in killing himself, the Leningrad Zinovyevites who ultimately stood trial with him would surely have been interrogated. But there would have been no evidence to implicate them. Without something else in writing either on his person or at his home to explain the reason for his action, his diaries would have been the only thing available. In them Nikolov does discuss his dissatisfaction in terms of his personal situation, though in a vague and general way. According to his wife Milda Dral, Nikolov had researched prominent political assassins of the past like Andrei Gelyabov, one of the organizers of the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881. Genrikh Lyashkov, not a reliable witness but one who was involved in the investigation, confirms this in a general way, although Lyashkov might have simply learned about this from Dral. Gelyabov was one of probably 8 members of the Narodnaya Volya who plotted the Tsar's assassination and one of 5 who was executed for it. Therefore, if Nikolov did research Gelyabov, it would suggest that Nikolov was more interested in assassins who were indeed part of an underground conspiratorial organization than in those who acted alone or from personal as opposed to political motives. We can conclude that Nikolov did indeed wish to appear to the world as a lone gunman acting from personal motives. This would be logical whether he really acted on his own or was part of a conspiracy. A lone gunman would have no motive to name anyone else, and a conspirator would want to defend his co-conspirators. Of course NKVD investigators would have been aware of this too. Therefore, even if we did have evidence that Nikolov claimed for a time that he was a lone gunman, no investigator would have simply accepted this as the truth. Lino and Kirilina should not have done so either, if they had really been interested in an objective investigation of this murder. Assuming for the sake of argument that Nikolov was part of a conspiracy, what would have been the best scenario for that conspiracy? Best of all would be an assassination in which the perpetrators escaped unrecognized. That would best demonstrate the power of the conspiracy, its intelligence and reach, the depth of its support. Arguably, the next best would be a suicide assassination such as that Nikolov planned. Therefore neither an assassination and successful suicide, nor an assassination and initial insistence by the assassin that he was acting alone, would be convincing evidence either of a lone gunman or of a conspiracy. NKVD investigators would have understood that too. We can infer that Nikolov did not implicate the oppositionists Kotalinov, Shatsky et al. Before December 4, since that seems to be the first time their names are mentioned. Nikolov mentions Kotalinov and others in his diaries. Once Nikolov's diaries had been studied by the new NKVD team unconnected with Leningrad, it was only a matter of time before Nikolov was closely questioned about his relationships with them. Any investigator would consider it too much of a coincidence that Nikolov should have been closely connected with several of these prominent oppositionists, and yet that this connection be completely unrelated to his assassination of the party leader of Leningrad who had disciplined these same oppositionists and replaced their leader Zinoviev. Lino claims that it was Stalin who told Ezhov's investigators to look for the killer among the Zinovievites before December 4, when the names of the Zinovievites first appear in Nikolov's confessions. Elsewhere in the present work we show that there is no basis for Lino's claim. Even if it were true, however, Stalin could simply have learned that their names were mentioned in Nikolov's diary. Therefore it would not mean what Lino wants it to mean, that the NKVD interrogators, under strict instructions from Stalin through Ezhov, had somehow forced or persuaded Nikolov to falsely accuse the oppositionists. The text of Nikolov's confession of December 1, 1934. Below we reproduce Lino's text with the insertion, in translation, of those parts of Kirillina's text that differ from Leno's in boldface. Kirillina's full Russian text is at http://tinyurl.com/nikolaev-dupros. In your web browser. Leno 256 to 259. Protocol of Interrogation of Leonid Nikolov, December 1, 1934. Rugani, F6, OP13, D. I, LL 92 to 99. Question: Today, December 1, in the corridor at Smolny you shot Central Committee Secretary Comrade Kirov with a revolver. Tell us who else participated in the organization of this attack with you. Answer: I state categorically that there were no other participants in the attack I made on Comrade Kirov. I prepared the whole thing by myself, and I told no one of my plans. Question: Since when have you been preparing this attack? Answer: The idea of killing Comrade Kirov actually occurred to me at the beginning of November of 1934, from that time I have been preparing for this attack. Question: What reasons motivated you to carry out this attack? Answer: One reason my estrangement from the party, from which I was alienated by the events at the Leningrad Institute of Party History. Second, my unemployment and the absence of material and most importantly moral aid from party organizations. My whole situation developed from the moment of my exclusion from the party /8 months ago which tainted me in the eyes of party organizations. I wrote to various party instances the Smolny Ward Committee, the Party Committee of the Institute of Party History, the Regional Party Committee, and the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the Leningrad Commission on Party Control, and also the Central Control Commission of my difficult material and moral situation many times, but I got no real help from any of these. Question: What specifically did you write in all of these communications? Answer: I wrote everywhere that I had been trapped in a situation without exit and that I had reached the critical moment that pushed me to commit a political assassination. Question: What was the main goal of the attack you made today on Comrade Kirov? Answer: The attempt on Kirov's life had the main goal of making a political signal before the party that over the last 8 to 10 years of my life's road and work there has accumulated a backlog of unfair attitudes on the part of specific government persons towards a living human being. For a time I bore all of this as long as I was involved in directly useful civic work, but when I ended up discredited and alienated from the party, then I decided to signal all of this before the party. I have fulfilled this historic mission of mine. I must show the whole party the extreme to which they forced Nikolov for repressing self-criticism. Question: A plan written in your hand for an assassination attempt was found on you during the personal search. Tell us with whom you worked up this plan. Answer: Who could have helped make such a plan? Nobody helped me in making it. I composed it myself personally under the influence of the events around me at the Institute of Party History. In addition, I composed it under the influence of the unfair attitude towards me when I worked at the Regional Committee and the Regional Control Commission. I affirm categorically that I worked up this plan personally. Nobody helped me with it and nobody knew about it. Transcribed accurately. Kirillina's text ends here. Question: Your brother Peter knew of this plan? Answer: If he knew of this, he would have handed me over instantly. Question: In your appointment book there is the address and telephone number of the German consulate in Leningrad, written in your hand. Who gave you this address and telephone number? Answer: The address and telephone number of the German consulate in Leningrad I copied from the 1933 telephone book. Question: With what purpose? Answer: I made that notation on purpose in order to show the party afterwards that I allegedly suffered much and in order to take the easiest route to exposure and signaling. I was obsessed with the idea of drawing down on myself suspicion of contacts with foreigners, and so that due to that I'd be arrested and then I would have the chance to expose all the outrages I knew about. Question: With what foreigners did you have ties and discuss the attack you were planning? Answer: I never had any ties or talked with any foreigners. It would have been bad indeed if I'd given my plan to foreigners, comrades. I worked out the whole plan personally myself and I carried it out right to the end by myself. Question: tell us more clearly what purpose you were pursuing when you made your attack on Kirov? Answer: I saw and still see that attack as a political act. With this murder I wanted to get the party to pay attention to a living human being and to the heartless bureaucratic attitude towards him. I request that you note down that I am not an enemy of the working class and that if my recent hard experiences at the Institute had not occurred, I would have borne all of the difficulties I have suffered and would not have gone so far as attempting the assassination. Question: how can we make sense of your statement that you are not an enemy of the working class when by your actions you have joined the camp of the enemies of the working class? Answer: yes, I have to admit that I really did act morally as an enemy of the working class by making my attempt on Comrade Kirov's life, but I did so under the influence of psychological distress and the deep impression made on me by events at the Institute, which placed me in an impossible situation. Transcribed correctly from my words and read back to me in its entirety. Note: while confirming that the above is correctly transcribed, the interrogated prisoner Nikolov, Leonid Vasilievich, categorically refused to sign the present protocol of his testimony, and attempted to rip it up. Interrogated by Chief of the Leningrad Regional Directorate of the NKVD Medved, Deputy Chief of the Leningrad Regional Directorate of the NKVD Fomin, Chief of the Economic Affairs Department of the Regional Directorate of the NKVD Moloknikov, Deputy Chief of the Special Political Department of the Leningrad Military District Yanishevsky, Deputy Chief of the Special Political Department of the Regional Directorate of the NKVD Stromin. Chapter 9. Stalin's remark to target the Zinovievites. The more or less official position on the Kirov assassination, common to the Khrushchev-era Shvernik report, the Gorbachev-era Politburo Commission, Kirilina, and now Lino, has been that Leonid Nikolov was a lone gunman. According to this version, everyone else was framed, falsely accused, in many cases somehow forced to confess, and then convicted and executed. This would include the Zinoviev supporters tried, convicted, and executed together with Nikolov in late December 1934, and all the defendants in all three Moscow trials who claimed to have been involved in, or to have known about, the assassination, plus all those who, like Abel Inukich, were accused of involvement with the assassination but were not in the public trials. Since Khrushchev's day it has been ideologically unacceptable to conclude that Nikolov was part of a conspiracy. For if Nikolov's act was indeed the result of a conspiracy of underground Zinoviev supporters, then an underground conspiracy or series of conspiracies really did exist in the USSR. The whole anti-Stalin paradigm of Soviet politics in the 1930s would be seriously jeopardized. Elsewhere in this study we discuss Lino's fear lest he be mistaken for an apologist for Stalin simply because he concluded that Stalin did not have Kirov murdered. There has never been any evidence to support that version. But that did not stop it from becoming virtually canonical both in Russia and in the West. Major scholars such as Robert Conquest and Amy Knight published whole books in which they falsely claimed to have proven Stalin's guilt. Alexander Yakovlev, a member of Gorbachev's Politburo and perhaps the world's leading anti-Stalinist during this time, urged the Gorbachev-era Politburo Commission to investigate very seriously the possibility that Stalin had murdered Kirov. The commission explained to Yakovlev in a very carefully crafted reply that the version he preferred simply could not be supported by the evidence. Given the fact that this commission itself did not try to discover the truth but also decided on the lone gunman theory, their letter to Yakovlev really means that they did not have the materials with which to frame Stalin for Kirov's murder. That is also why Khrushchev's Shvernik Commission decided to plump for the lone gunman theory. They could not satisfy Khrushchev's desire to frame Stalin. With Kirilina's, and now with Lino's, works the Stalin killed Kirov hypothesis is definitively dead. Today those who adhere to the mainstream position insist that Stalin framed everybody except for Nikolov. But they face a serious problem. There is no evidence at all to support the frame-up hypothesis. Rather, we possess very strong evidence that Nikolov was indeed part of a conspiracy, just as the prosecution in the Kirov trial of December 28 to 29, 1934 and the 3 Moscow trials, claimed. The Gorbachev-era Politburo Commission, then Kirilina and now Lino and Egg have striven to prove that Stalin framed everyone except Nikolov. Lino is the latest author to do this 82 and his is the most detailed attempt in print. 82 Lino's book was published in 2010, Egg's in 2009, in Norway. The thesis of the present study is this: all the evidence now available including, of course, all the evidence cited by Kirilina, Lino, and Egg, plus all the evidence available to us today and to them as well but which they did not cite supports the hypothesis that Nikolov was indeed a part of a conspiracy to murder Kirov. Moreover, it was Nikolov himself who implicated the underground Zinovyevite oppositionists in Kirov's murder. As we shall demonstrate, the evidence now available simply does not permit of any other conclusion. Those who worked falsifying the history of the Stalin years for Khrushchev and Gorbachev knew this too. During Khrushchev's time a former NKVD man remembered that NKVD commanders had instructed him and other officers to build a case against the Zinovyevite opposition. We will demonstrate that what this former NKVD man, a certain Makarov, testified in 1961, is demonstrably false. Then we will present the only genuine evidence we have and prove it shows that Nikolov himself incriminated the others who were tried and convicted with him. The evidence that Stalin framed the Zinovyevites. Lino cites 2 pieces of evidence to support his hypothesis that Stalin framed the Zinovyevites. One of them is Genrikh Lyashkov's 1939 essay in the Japanese magazine Kaizo. We devote a chapter later in this study to a detailed analysis of Lyashkov's essay. Here is the only other bit of evidence Lino cites. According to Officer Makarov, Agranov, Nikolai Yezhov, and Genrikh Lyashkov told interrogators at a December 3 meeting to press the prisoners hard for evidence implicating the Zinovyevite opposition in the killing. If this is so, then Stalin must have spoken to them in the same vein on December 2 or 3. Based in part on this evidence, Alexander Yakovlev suggested in 1990 that Stalin arrived in Leningrad with prepared, well-thought-out ideas, and immediately these began to be implemented. Stalin said from the beginning that Zinovyevites had done the deed. This claim by Makarov is vital for Lino's thesis, though even Lino has doubts about it, as witnessed by his phrase "if this is so." As we will show, Makarov's claim here is demonstrably false. The source of Lino's statement, at note 36, page 772 to this passage on page 271, reads, Reply to Yakovlev 473, 482. Here are those passages, both from page 473. In his statement to the Party Control Commission of the CC of the CPSU of January 22, 1961, former employee of the Special Political Division of the Leningrad OGPUNI, Makarov indicated that until January 1935 he had conducted the agent work on the underground Trotskyist, Zinovievist, and Democratic Centralist groups, and among them was the work on the Svoyaki file where were concentrated the materials of the Leningrad and Moscow agent work concerning active members of the opposition who lived in Moscow and Leningrad. On December 2, 1934, after a report to J.V. Stalin of the materials in the Svoyaki cases, Agranov ordered him to prepare all the facts for the arrest of the former members of the Zinoviev opposition named in this file, including Rumiantsev, Kotalinov, and Bashkirov, and in the evening of that same day he was ordered to prepare facts for the arrest of Zvezdov, Antonov, and others who were not named in the Svoyaki file but who were in their records as Zinovievists. That same evening the arrests indicated by Agranov were carried out. Makarov may have made these statements or he may not have. We can't verify this because we do not have his testimony. But even supposing it exists, it is false, as we shall show. Moreover, Lino must be aware of this too. According to Lino himself, Kotalinov was arrested on December 5, Rumiantsev, on December 6. Antonov and Zvezdov had still not been arrested on December 7. But Makarov said they were arrested on the evening of December 2. Therefore Makarov's statement is wrong. It is possible that Makarov, pressured by Khrushchev-era researchers to inculpate Stalin, was deliberately lying. Lino himself admits that Khrushchev and his aides were suborning false testimony for this purpose. To understand the positions that Sergev and the USSR prosecutor's office took in their memoranda, it is necessary to see precisely what was at stake in the deliberations of the Molotov Commission. The commission was charged with investigating the show trials of the later 1930s and determining whether the charges were valid. The Kirov murder and the trials of the Leningrad Center and Moscow Center that immediately followed were just the starting point of the inquiry, but everything that followed depended on these events. If the official charges in the first two trials that former Zinoviev supporters /592/ had conspired to murder Kirov were entirely bogus, then the indictments in all of the succeeding show trials collapsed. The latter indictments were built on the earlier ones, albeit in a confused and illogical way. But if there was some truth to the charge that Zinovievites conspired to kill Kirov, then that preserved the possibility of arguing that the later charges were also valid, at least in part. Therefore Sergev and Rudenko chose to make a clear-cut argument that Nikolov had had no relationship at all with the ex-Zinoviev supporters convicted in the trial of the Leningrad Center. It appears that Sergev or his boss had thought through this strategy, to deny any connection at all between Nikolov and the Zinovievites, even before the secret speech. On January 27, 1956, the KGB destroyed central records on the case file Svoyik, the all-Union surveillance operation against the Zinovievites. It seems likely that Svoyik contained more evidence than Sergev wanted Molotov to see, either of counter-revolutionary talk among former Zinovievites and/or of Nikolov's connections with the accused in the Leningrad Center. Sergev concealed other evidence of connections between Nikolov and the ex-Zinovievites Kotolinov, Antonov, and Shatsky. The excerpts from Nikolov's diaries that he released to the Molotov Commission in April 1956 contained no references to these men. But we know from later releases of data that Nikolov did mention all three in his diaries. I have put in plain boldface above the passage in which Lino outlines the importance of the Kirov case for anyone wanting to understand the rest of the Moscow show trials. Obviously, Khrushchev and his men realized that by the evidence available in the archives, these trials and the conspiracies detailed at them did not appear to have been faked. It was they themselves who would have to fake, falsify, withhold, and destroy evidence, in order to build a case that these conspiracies did not take place. I have put in italic boldface the passages where Lino summarizes some of the falsifications that Sergev, Khrushchev's man, accomplished in order to try to convince the Molotov Commission that Nikolov was not linked to the clandestine Zinovievite conspirators. Early in his book Lino explains how Khrushchev's men set out to incriminate Stalin in plain language, to frame him. The 1960–1961 investigation run by the Party Control Committee was aimed explicitly at inculpating Stalin in the Kirov murder. Lino is speaking of a separate investigation from that outlined above, which took place in the period 1953 to 1957. The exposure of the dishonesty of the phony Khrushchev-era investigations, we could use scare quotes and write investigations, is one of the most useful parts of Lino's book. It also fits Lino's purpose, which is first of all to demolish the Khrushchev-Gorbachev account that Stalin had Kirov assassinated before going on to assert his own claim that Nikolov was a lone gunman. But Lino does not seem to realize that this also undermines the credibility of Makarov's statement, which was made to the Party Control Commission on January 22, 1961. Precisely the investigation Lino admits was aimed explicitly at inculpating Stalin in the Kirov murder. Nor does he appear to realize that the arrest dates he himself cites prove that Makarov's statement is incorrect. At least, he fails to point out this obvious fact, obvious from the information he cites in his own book to his readers. Lino does say, first, many of the second, third, or more hand tales the Kirov murder are directly contradicted by documentary evidence. But this is exactly the case with the third-hand account of Makarov, of which we have only the text of the last. The dates of December 2 and December 3 are crucial to any attempt to argue that Stalin framed the Zinovievites. Below is the specific passage that Lino cites, also from the reply to Yakovlev. On December 3, 1934, at a meeting of the investigators, Ezhov, Agranov, and Lyashkov urged them to obtain as quickly as possible confessions from those arrested that there was in Leningrad a terrorist center of the underground organization of Zinovievites, according to whose assignment Nikolov had carried out the murder of S.M. Kirov. In conclusion, Ezhov urged the investigators to demonstrate the greatest perseverance and in the shortest possible time to soften up the arrested men and to obtain from them confessions about their participation in the Zinovievist terrorist organization. But a passage on page 482 of reply to Yakovlev proves that this cannot be true. Only on the following day, December 3, 1934, at the time of a conversation with the leaders of the UNIV, Medved and Fomin, Stalin first said, "The murder of Kirov is by the hand of an organization, but of what organization it is hard to say at this moment." In other words, on December 3 Stalin had no idea what kind of organization was responsible. The reply recognizes this fact. We can consider it established that until December 4 there was no talk of Zinovievists, as on that day Agranov, in his report to Stalin, named Kotolinov and Shatsky Trotskyists, and not Zinovievists. Quoting the passage above from the reply, Lino admits that on December 3, Stalin told Medved and Fomin that Kirov's murder is the doing of some organization, but it's hard to say at the moment what organization. But thereupon Lino goes on to claim he was less candid than he had been with Yezhov and Agranov, to whom he had probably already issued instructions to build a case against the ex-Zinovievites. Lino bases this probably on Makarov's statement from reply. But, as we have already demonstrated, Makarov was wrong about the arrest date. As we have just seen, the authors of reply, Iri Isidov et al., the very work upon which Lino is drawing here, discount this date as well. Furthermore, as Lino himself admits, Makarov's testimony was part of the attempt by Khrushchev and his men to inculpate Stalin. Lino himself discusses the fact that researchers have proven that false memories can be constructed by the influence of others. In addition, the passage of 16 years between the alleged event Makarov claims to remember and the date of his testimony to Khrushchev's men means that Makarov's memory of precise dates would be unreliable even if there had been no pressure to inculpate Stalin, a fact that Lino also recognizes. We know that during the two following days, December 4 and 5, the NKVD investigators were still investigating possible Trotskyist involvement in the Kirov assassination. They would not have done so if Stalin had ordered them to follow up on a Zinovievite connection. Lino admits that in Agranov's telegram to Stalin of December 4 there is no mention of the Zinovievites or other specific communist opposition groups. Aside from Lyashkov's 1939 article, we will return to it in detail later. Makarov's 1961 testimony is the only alleged evidence that Stalin in any way ordered the NKVD investigators to implicate the Zinovievites. And Makarov's 1961 testimony is false, that is, if he made it at all, for, as we have already noted, we have it only at third hand. Shortly after this, Lino makes the following claim. Interrogation protocols show a sharp turn in the investigation on December 4. On that day Agranov began pressing Nikolov for the first time about his connection with the Zinovievites. But this statement of Lino's is flatly false, as the evidence Lino cites immediately proves. Question: what influence did your connection to former oppositionists Trotskyists have on your decision to kill Comrade Kirov? Answer: my ties with the Trotskyists Shatsky, Vanya Kotolinov, Nikolai Bardin, and others influenced my decision to kill Comrade Kirov. However, I knew these people not as members of any group, but as individuals. Lino acknowledges that he has a problem here. Government investigators in 1956 and 1990 used the fact that both Nikolov and his interrogators at first labeled Kotolinov and the other oppositionists Trotskyists to argue that as of December 4 Stalin had not decided to target the Zinovievites. Lino tries to get around this obvious contradiction thus. The boundary between Zinovievites and Trotskyists was not clear, either in reality or in the minds of the regime's security officers. NKVD men could not tell Zinovievites from Trotskyites. Lino does not even try to cite evidence to defend this absurd statement. Why does Lino do this, rather than following the evidence wherever it leads? Apparently Lino wants not to discover the truth but to argue that Nikolov was a lone gunman. It appears as though Lino may be doing what Khrushchev and his men did 60 years ago, trying to bolster a preconceived conclusion that is not supported by the evidence. Let's review Lino's sleight of hand here. Lino states, on that day Agranov began pressing Nikolov for the first time about his connection with the Zinovievites. But what Agranov actually said was, "What influence did your connection to former oppositionists Trotskyites have on your decision to kill Comrade Kirov?" On December 4 Agranov was looking for a connection not to Zinovievites but to Trotskyites. Agranov's statement disproves Lino's contention. In any case, no matter what opposition groups were named, the fact of their naming would not constitute evidence that Stalin had taken the initiative to frame, or even to implicate, either Trotskyites or Zinovievites. Rather, this evidence favors the opposite thesis that it was Nikolov himself, not Stalin or NKVD investigators, who first raised the issue of involvement of oppositionists in the assassination. It might be objected that this question and answer could suggest that it was the NKVD interrogators, rather than Nikolov, who had insinuated the issue of oppositionists into the investigation. But this was not the case. Lino admits that Nikolov had mentioned Kotalinov, Antonov, and Shatsky in his writings. I remember how Kotalinov and I visited managerial offices collecting funds for Komsomol work. In the ward committee there was a strong team Kotalinov, Antonov, and Shatsky on the periphery. In 1924 to 1926 Kotalinov joined the new opposition and at one of the Komsomol congresses traitorously declared that we are not ST but L83, now he gnaws the granite of science. 83 We have located Kotalinov's speech in the transcript of the Komsomol Congress in question and discuss it in one of the following chapters. Lino has taken this passage too from reply, p. 462. Nikolov mentions Kotalinov and Antonov in his diary, I remember how. Lino concedes that the NKVD would have seized these and other writings of Nikolov's on the very day of Kirov's murder, December 1, 1934. Leningrad NKVD officers seized this journal together with Nikolov's testament and other notes when they raided Nikolov's apartment on the evening of December 1, 1934, immediately after Kirov's murder. The NKVD also confiscated various other writings by Nikolov in a raid on the apartment where his mother and sister Yekaterina lived, probably also on December 1. So from December 1 the Leningrad NKVD had Nikolov's writings, in which he mentioned Kotalinov, Antonov, and Shatsky. And, as Lino admits, Agranov had good reason to question Nikolov about Kotalinov and Shatsky. In the NKVD library there were informer reports on both men in a file labeled Politiken, which covered the activities of former Zinoviev supporters in Leningrad. This is also taken from the reply to Yakovlev, though for some reason Lino changes the name of the file from the plural, Politikos, to the singular 84. In the archival agent materials titled Politikos there was a list of persons that included Kotalinov, Levin, Mandelstam, Myasnikov, Rumiantsev, Sositsky, Tolmazov, Konik, Antonov, Sokolov and Zvezdov. On December 4 Agranov wrote the following note to Stalin. Via an agent report, based on Nikolov's own words, it has been established that his best friends were the Trotskyites Kotalinov, Ivan Lvanovich and Shatsky, Nikolai Nikolaevich. Although Lino cites an archival source for this statement, in fact it too is in the reply to Yakovlev, which also states the following. Together with this, in the presence of the jailhouse workers of the NKVD Nikolov in his cell on December 4 supposedly uttered aloud in his sleep the names of Kotalinov and Shatsky. Katsefa, who had overheard this, immediately reported this to Agranov. On December 4 Agranov informed Stalin by government communication, through an agent. It has been explained from the words of Leonid Nikolov that his best friends were the Trotskyists Kotalinov and Shatsky. Subsequently, in a talk on February 3, 1935 at a meeting of the operatives of the NKVD of the USSR, Agranov said that once they had received these facts, we seized upon the slip of the tongue and developed the investigation in this direction. 84 Lino does the same thing with the file he calls Svoyuk, brother-in-law. In the Russian original it was called Svoyaki, in the plural. The Khrushchev-era report of 1956, which Lino cites approvingly, claims Katseva could have received from them the task of persuading Nikolov to confess to being a participant in the Zinovyevite opposition, and they also gave him the names of Kotolinov and Shatsky. This is not evidence but pure speculation. Nothing could more clearly show the desperation of the Khrushchev-era researchers. They were obviously so frustrated by their inability to find any evidence to support either the story that Stalin had ordered Kirov's assassination or that Nikolov was a lone gunman that they were forced into distortions like this one. Katsefa's testimony was as inconvenient for Khrushchev's men as it is to Lino's preconceived notions. Lino calls Agranov's recounting of Katsefa's story a schoolboy lie but never gives any evidence or reason for calling it a lie. This is the equivalent of wishing it away, as Khrushchev's men had done. Once again, this is a tacit but obvious admission by Lino that his hypothesis runs counter to all the evidence. Lino is forced to rely heavily on the interpretation of the April 1956 KGB report from which he cites the statement. Katsefa claimed that several days after his arrest Nikolov gave revealing testimony of his participation in the Zinovyevite organization. Katsefa at the time supposedly heard Nikolov pronounce in his sleep the phrase, "If they arrest Kotolinov, there's no need to worry, he is a strong man, but if they arrest Shatsky, he's a punk, he'll give everything away." Katsefa then supposedly wrote this phrase down in his notebook and immediately reported it to Agranov and Mironov, after which he received an order to prepare a detailed official report. As we have seen, by Lino's own admission, the 1956 investigation was set up for the purpose of fabricating a case against Stalin. But Lino needs to have a reason not only to cast doubt upon Katsefa's story but to suggest that the NKVD had instructed Katsefa to get Nikolov to inculpate the Zinovyevites. The April 1956 report continues. Katsefa's claim is dubious, as Radin, whom we questioned, who was together with Katsefa in the cell with Nikolov, does not confirm it, but says that Nikolov often spoke deliriously in his sleep, mentioned some last names, but never pronounced complete phrases. For this reason it is to be supposed that Katsefa, who was the person closest to the leaders of the USSR NKVD / a relative of Oplovsky / could have received from them the task of persuading Nikolov to confess to being a participant in the Zinovyevite opposition, and they also gave him the names of Kotolinov and Shatsky. This is just more desperate speculation by Sarav, who was trying to provide Khrushchev with the phony evidence his boss needed to begin rehabilitating the Moscow trial's defendants. Kirillina, upon whose AC count Lino often relies and whose work he praises highly, does not suggest that this account was fabricated and gives the date, the night of December 4. Given the date of Agranov's report to Stalin, this would have been December 3 to 4. Kirillina gives as her source for Katsefa's story the article by I.U. Sidov in Trud of December 4, 1990. But in reality this time the quotation from Katsefa is not in that article but in the 1963 Zapiska of the Shvernik Commission. There it reads as follows. From the materials of the case and the verification it is clear that one of the reasons for the arrest of the so-called co-participants of Nikolov was the report of the NKVD worker Katsefa, who was guarding Nikolov in his prison cell. In this report, written on December 4, 1934, he reported to Agranov that Nikolov in his sleep had supposedly uttered the following words. "If they arrest Kotolinov there's no need to worry, he is a strong-willed person, but if they arrest Shatsky he is a punk, he will give up everything." Despite the obvious clumsiness and meaninglessness of these words and of the report itself, Agranov immediately reported to Stalin by telegraph that by agent work it had been established that Nikolov's best friends were the former Trotskyist Kotolinov and the former anarchist Shatsky, from whom he had learned much. Soon Kotalinov and Shatsky, who really were former Zinovievists, were arrested, and confessions were obtained from Nikolov that his ties to these persons influenced his decision to carry out the murder of Kirov. 85. 85 Zapiska Komisii Prezidium a Tisk KPSSV Prezidium Tisk KPSS of Rezultatach Rabati po Rasildovani I Operkin Repressi I Obstoyatelestv Politisheskik Procesov 30 kh Goduf. In RKEB 2, 541-670. Here at 546 to 547. But all the effort expended by Khrushchev's men and by Lino in attempting to discredit Katsayev's statement was pointless. For, as Lino has already admitted, the NKVD men had more than enough reason to question Nikolov closely about his ties with proven opposition figures. No investigator would have ignored or chalked up to mere coincidence the fact that prominent oppositionists, with good reasons to harbor hatred of Kirov, should have been so close to Nikolov as to appear in his diaries. According to Sadov et.al., reply to Yakovlev, it was Nikolov himself who began talking about Kotalinov and Shatsky. On December 4, 1934, Nikolov explained during interrogation that he knew Kotalinov, Shatsky, and Bardin individually, and not as members of any grouping, and that these persons, in his words, had not taken part in the crime he had committed. In an interrogation of December 5, Nikolov again stated, "I did not draw Kotalinov into this, since I wanted to be the sole perpetrator of the terrorist act against Kirov according to my own convictions." At a second interrogation, also on December 5, Nikolov confessed that if for some reasons or other I was delayed in carrying out the murder of Kirov, then I would have set about creating a group to carry it out and would have drawn in, first of all, Bardin, Kotalinov, and Shatsky. Lino translates the relevant parts of Nikolov's confessions of these dates on pages 281 and 287. Nikolov's statements here would have immediately aroused the suspicions of any investigator. First, Nikolov implies that Kotalinov would have agreed to be recruited to the murder scheme if Nikolov had asked him, then he states openly that Bardin, Kotalinov, and Shatsky would have agreed to do it. Nevertheless, Agranov's December 5 telegram to Stalin is further evidence that the NKVD was still not looking for Zinovievites but for Trotskyites. That means that as of December 5 Stalin had not directed investigation toward Zinovievites. Agranov wrote, 1. According to Leonid Nikolov's testimony, the Trotskyists Shatsky, Bardin, and Kotalinov were of a terrorist frame of mind. Nikolov confessed, Nikolai Bardin is unquestionably of a terrorist frame of mind, he had the same frame of mind as I did, and I even consider that Bardin's frame of mind was more strongly disposed than was my own. Further, in answer to the question whether Kotalinov had been drawn into the preparation of the terrorist act against Kirov, Nikolov confessed, I did not draw Kotalinov into this, since I wanted to be the sole perpetrator of the terrorist act against Kirov according to my own convictions. Secondly, I thought Kotalinov would not have agreed to the murder of Kirov but would have wanted to aim higher, that is, to carry out a terrorist act against Stalin, to which I would not have agreed. Lino cites this document from archives. It would have been helpful of Lino to inform his readers of the fact that it has long been available in print and on the internet in Russian. 86. 86 http://delostalina.ru/?p=$1633. Once again, it is in Vasily Swama's book Zaprishchiny I Stalin. There is no talk of Zinovievites. Agranov calls Shatsky, Bardin, and Kotalinov Trotskyites. Agranov et al. Certainly knew the difference between Zinovievites and Trotskyites, despite Lino's lame attempt to confuse the two. But more than that, in order to save his hypothesis that it was the NKVD investigators, under Stalin's instructions, who inculpated the Zinovievites as terrorists, Lino has to account for Nikolov's statement here. If Lino wished to argue that the statement of Nikolov's was false, then he would have to argue that the investigators either had somehow forced Nikolov to make this statement, had somehow persuaded him to falsely accuse them, or had fabricated the statement outright and Nikolov never made it at all. But Lino does not claim any such explanation. It's easy to see why he has no evidence. But this means that here Lino tacitly concedes it was Nikolov and no one else who first accused the Zinovievites of terrorist aims. Lino continues to try to rescue his theory that Stalin, via the NKVD, fabricated the involvement of the Zinovievites. On December 5, while encouraging him to monologue about the moods of his old Komsomol acquaintances, Agranov and Dmitriev seemed to have nudged Nikolov towards incriminating them directly in Kirov's murder. It appears that Lino would like very much to imply that the interrogators somehow forced Nikolov to incriminate these men. But he has no evidence at all, so he has to make do with mere assertion. Here Lino also misconstrues normal investigative procedure. Any interrogator would have done as Agranov and Dmitriev did, follow the investigator's adage to keep the suspect talking. Particularly since Nikolov had just claimed the Zinovievites had terrorist intentions themselves. Lino continues. For example, they had him describe again his meeting with Shatsky in August. In Nikolov's quite plausible account, Shatsky expressed anger at Stalin's 17th Party Congress speech calling for the firing of former oppositionists. But Stalin never called for any such thing at the 17th Party Congress, a fact that the interrogators could easily check since the transcript of the Congress had already been published, and in addition Stalin's speeches had been printed separately. Therefore, if Nikolov really said this, Lino does not quote the text and it has not been published elsewhere, then he was now telling flagrant and therefore more desperate lies. This in turn would have been a signal to the investigators that Nikolov had exhausted any cover story he might have worked out in advance and was now nearing the end of his endurance. For in addition to being false, the story would not have helped Nikolov even if it had been true. Why does Lino not point this out? We can't say, but even if the story of Shatsky's motive were true, it would not provide any evidence for Lino's contention that the NKVD men somehow compelled Nikolov to inculpate the Zinovievites. Lino continues. Agranov and Dmitriev also prompted Nikolov about the supposed terrorist moods of Kotalinov and Bardin until he said that if I'd had trouble killing Kirov myself, I'd have recruited Bardin, Shatsky, and Kotalinov, and they'd have agreed to do it. Again Lino cites an archival document here, and once again it is in Sidov et al., reply to Yakovlev. We have already quoted it above, here it is again. At a second interrogation, also on December 5, Nikolov confessed that if for some reasons or other I was delayed in carrying out the murder of Kirov, then I would have set about creating a group to carry it out and would have drawn in, first of all, Bardin, Kotalinov, and Shatsky. Sidov et al. Don't claim that the NKVD men prompted Nikolov's statement. But in a way they must have done so. They would have been fools not to just keep Nikolov talking about his terrorist intentions. Nikolov was running out of plausible lies. Sooner or later he would begin to contradict himself, let something of the truth slip. When Lino comes to discuss the first occasion when Nikolov directly implicated Shatsky, Kotalinov, Rumiantsev, and Iuskin in Kirov's assassination, he puts quotation marks around the word confession. Eventually Nikolov confessed that he had recruited Shatsky to watch Kirov's apartment for him, and strongly implied that Kotalinov had masterminded a conspiracy to murder Kirov. Moreover, he said that Kotalinov was planning to go to Moscow to assassinate Stalin. Nikolov also implicated Vladimir Rumiantsev, the farmer Zinovievite who had returned to a prominent position on the Vyborg Ward Executive Committee, and Ignat Grigorevich, a longtime acquaintance. This argument by scare quotes is a characteristic of Lino's presentation that we discuss in more detail elsewhere in this essay. It appears that Lino employs it when he wants his readers to doubt or discount the veracity of some statement, but he cannot give any reason why they should do so. The reason in this case appears obvious: the statement contradicts Lino's preconceived conclusion that Nikolov was a lone gunman, so presumably Lino would like to discredit it or otherwise conjure it away. But Lino has no grounds to do that, so the scare quotes are his only recourse. Therefore the scare quotes are also a tell. Like a poker player trying unsuccessfully to bluff Leno's unjustified quotation marks telegraph his anxiety to the attentive reader, I have nothing in my hand. If Nikolov's confession is genuine, Leno's whole thesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman, that all the defendants were framed and murdered falls apart. But Leno has no evidence whatsoever to suggest that Nikolov's confession is anything but genuine. Hence, the bluff. Leno has also read a number of these December 6 interrogation confessions of Nikolov's. According to this note, there are 7 confessions totaling 41 pages in length. These would appear to be very important texts. But Leno does not quote anything from these documents. Why not? If he were an objective researcher, Leno would be obligated to inform his readers why he is omitting all these confessions. He is especially obliged to do so since these 7 confessions come at a crucial time in the investigation, when Nikolov was beginning to directly implicate others, to change his story from lone gunman to conspirator. Leno correctly notes that the better treatment Nikolov was given when he proved cooperative was normal investigator practice. How were these and later confessions extracted from Nikolov? Like police interrogators all over the world, NKVD officers alternated soft treatment with coercion, threats, promises, and bargaining. It is interesting that Leno takes it for granted Nikolov was not tortured. But it is less than forthright of Leno to refer to coercion and threats, since he has no more evidence of them than he does of torture. Leno tries hard to find some form of coercion or threats. For example, he states, Nikolov was almost certainly promised that his family would not be harmed if he cooperated with the investigation. He has no evidence whatsoever for this statement, so he tries to invent some. At note 18 to this passage, Leno writes, Kirillina, Neizvestny Kirov, 251, provides the evidence that Nikolov hoped to save his family. Unfortunately, she does not provide a citation for her quotes. But this statement is not accurate. Here is what Kirillina writes at that page. Nikolov undoubtedly loved his wife very much. At his interrogations he repeatedly said that on or about December 9 Milda Dral confessed that she shared the anti-Soviet views of her husband. Thanks to Kirillina, we know that on December 11 Dral confessed that she had been hiding the fact that her husband held oppositional views. Nikolov blamed the CC of the AUCP for its militaristic policy, for spending huge sums on national defense, building military factories, and by doing so raising an artificial furor about an invasion threatening the USSR. This hubbub, in his words, was calculated to distract the attention of the workers from the hardships caused by the erroneous policy of the CC. The character of his sentiments and exasperation against the party apparatus took an especially sharp character after his expulsion from the party. Although Kirillina is one of his main sources, Leno omits any mention of this. Why? He does mention the following facts concerning Dral. That on January 10, 1935, Milda Dral signed testimony asserting that Nikolov had visited Bosniaks to discuss the question of detaching various national regions from the USSR, that at her trial on March 11, 1935, Milda Dral confessed that she had been seeking a pass to the party meeting of December 1 in order to help her husband. When asked help him in what, she answered, somewhat vaguely, it would have been obvious there, according to the circumstances. To the question what aim she was pursuing by obtaining a pass to the December 1 meeting of the party active at which Kirov was to have made a report, Milda Dral replied that she wanted to help Leonid Nikolov. In what? It would have been obvious there, according to the circumstances. In this way we have established that the accused wanted to help Nikolov to carry out the terrorist act. There must be other interrogations of Dral, plus her trial transcript, in which she states that she really was trying to get a pass to the party meeting to which her husband was also trying to get a pass. These materials would no doubt help complete the picture of Dral's involvement in the murder. We can be sure that if these materials exculpated Dral in any way, they would have been made public, as Gorbachev's men were trying hard to find any and all evidence that Nikolov was a lone gunman. The matter of the time of Drol's first interrogation has always been somewhat of a mystery. But Drol's confession of March 11, 1935, cited above, implies that Drol must have been at Smolny at or near the time of the assassination. And this in turn could explain Yuri Zhukov's claim that Drol's first interrogation began at 4:45 p.m., only a quarter of an hour after the assassination. As Lino notes, this too implied that Drol was arrested near Smolny. It might still be the case that Drol was not arrested until 6:45 p.m., as Lino suggests. But it would be a considerable coincidence if Drol had been seeking a pass to the meeting, and therefore had been at Smolny, but had then left and was arrested at her home. Since Drol's presence in or near Smolny at the time of the assassination would naturally be incriminating, this may explain why Drol's interrogations and the transcript of her trial have not been made public to researchers. But whatever the case, the fact that she had been seeking a pass is itself deeply suspicious, given that her husband had been doing the same thing on the same day and with the intention of killing Kirov. Judge Ulrich interpreted this as a confession that Drol was an accessory to Kirov's murder and was prepared, if necessary, to act as an accomplice. It's difficult to interpret her words any other way. And, unlike us today, Ulrich had before him the transcripts of her interrogations and had heard her testimony at trial. Neither Lino nor Kirilina present any evidence that any of Pyotr's, or Milda Drol's, or for that matter, Nikolov's own testimony, was obtained through compulsion. All the evidence we have points towards Nikolov's brothers and wife's guilt in helping him. Therefore there is no evidence at all that Stalin ordered or suggested the NKVD men to inculpate any oppositionists, whether Trotskyites or Zinovievites. This is strong evidence in itself that these men were guilty. When taken together with the other evidence, including the fact that a number of them confessed, while others implicated those who did not confess, any objective student is forced to conclude that the case against the Zinovievites was very strong. Chapter 10. Yuri Isidov, reliable researcher. Early in his book Lino states, "The archives of the Federal Security Service are effectively closed, although a number of KGB documents on the murder have been released and reliable researchers have seen and reported on relevant files." Late in the book Lino quotes from an article by Sidov in THIRD of December 4, 1990. This article proves that, far from being reliable, Sidov is a liar. Svoyaki. In this article Sidov wrote, "We brought to light several archives, do not like the eyes of outsiders, and which to this day are still closed. These are the agent surveillance documents on persons counted as Zinovievites and other well-known oppositionists. We are talking about, for example, the operational file Svoyaki on which Stalin was briefed on December 2, 1934. Lino has to know that Sidov is not being truthful here, for earlier in his book Lino noted, on January 27, 1956 the KGB destroyed central records on the case file Svoyaki, the all-Union surveillance operation against the Zinovievites. It seems likely that Svoyaki contained more evidence than Serov wanted Molotov to see." Here, in the text, Lino prevaricates, destroyed central records on the case file Svoyak might suggest that some of the Svoyaki file might have been preserved. But the relevant part of Lino's footnote, which references a June 14, 1990 report by Sidov and other official Soviet researchers, simply reads, N49, p. 799. About the original text of this report we are left in no doubt. Svoyaki did not exist when Sidov et al. Did their work. Unfortunately, the file Svoyaki itself has not been preserved. It was destroyed on January 27, 1956. On the same page the report does state that some of the materials from this file were included in the files on some specific defendants. In the Directorate of the KGB of the USSR for Leningrad province materials from this case file are only partially present, discovered in the files on V.I. Zvezdov, V.S. Levin, and N.P. Myasnikov and in the agent file Undergrounders. Here there are documents for the year 1928 under the heading Zinovievites, in one of which it is stated that at a meeting of left Zinovievites at Gerdix Rumiantsev was present, and in another it is stated that Kotalinov was maintaining contact with Trotskyists for the mutual exchange of information and of literature. In this same file there is a series of documents headed Svoyaki, in which is given a short list of the contents of statements of 1928 to 1930 of an informational character concerning the political affiliations of the persons under investigation and their meetings with each other, and also a list with the lists of first, middle, and last names of those covered in the case file, to the total of 26 persons, among whom of those brought to criminal justice in the case of the murder of S.M. Kirov, Rumiantsev, Mandelstam, Kotalinov, and Levin are named. In his 1990 article in THIRD-WORLDISM plainly states that the operational file Svoyak was one of the archives he and other Soviet investigators brought to light. The USSR was still in existence when Sidov wrote this article in THIRD in 1990. The July 14, 1990 report he co-authored and in which he revealed that the Svoyaki Delo had been destroyed in 1956 was not published until 2004. Therefore, no one reading Sidov's article in 1990 could know that Sidov was not telling the truth about the Svoyaki file. Nor is this the only falsehood in Sidov's 1990 THIRD article. Sidov wrote, "Under such circumstances, when all 13 of the defendants unanimously denied their guilt, and in which there is no other evidence aside from the oral, contradictory, and abstract confessions of Nikolov, the direct perpetrator of the crime, the court had no legal basis to sentence these persons to death. As we now know, this statement is false." Of course, Sidov and the other Gorbachev-era investigators knew this in 1990, when Sidov published this article. They had access to the investigative materials and the trial transcript. But no one else at that time had any way of knowing that Sidov was lying. It is hard to understand how Lino could have missed this, as he must have done when he called Sidov a reliable researcher. According to Alakiri, Lina, 4 of the defendants, in addition to Nikolov, confessed both during the preliminary investigation and at trial. These were Antonov, Ioskin, Zvezdov, and Sokolov. Of the 14 persons brought to trial in the case of the Leningrad Center, only 3, Zvezdov, Sokolov, and Antonov, confessed their participation in the murder of Kirov at interrogation during the preliminary investigation. At the investigation and from the beginning at the trial, Antonov, Ioskin, Zvezdov, and Sokolov admitted their guilt in participating in the terrorist group and in the preparation for the murder of Kirov, and gave similar confessions against other defendants. According to Lino, things were a bit more uncertain than Kirilina's account allows. Late in the course of the investigation, Antonov, Zvezdov, and Sokolov all claimed that they had heard in general that the organization of ex-Zinovievites was planning terrorist activities against the Soviet leadership. This was as far as any of the ex-Zinovievites the NKVD placed in the Leningrad Center went in confessing terrorist activities. The indictment's assertions that Antonov and Zvezdov had confessed themselves guilty in full were deceptive. But Lino cannot possibly know that the indictments were deceptive. He would only be able to say this honestly if he had access to all the investigative materials, including all the interrogations of Antonov, Zvezdov, and Sokolov. For all anyone knows, they may well have confessed themselves guilty in full in materials to which Lino did not have access. But Lino states himself that he did not have access to everything. Therefore he cannot know whether the indictments were deceptive or not. Agranov's report to Yagoda. He is a Zinovievite. He was closest to Kotalinov. I do not precisely remember whether he took part in our legal struggle with the party during the first years of the appearance of the Trotskyite Zinovievite bloc, or whether he signed the platform of the bloc, or whether he belonged to the category of persons who remained in an illegal position and did not stand forth openly as members of the organization. Our counter-revolutionary organization bears political responsibility for the terrorist act of Nikolov, member of the organization, in whose ranks he was nourished. Importance of Tsarkov's confession. Tsarkov confirms that Nikolov was a member of the underground Zinovievite group. He does so in a forthright manner, by identifying him as a member. We recall that Kotalinov tacitly admitted that Nikolov was a member without explicitly stating that he was one. Although Tsarkov does not say that Nikolov was assigned or ordered by the group to assassinate Kirov, he does say that murderous intentions were held by the younger members of the Leningrad organization. This is confirmed by a passage from the face-to-face confrontation between Ignatiy Ioskin and Nikolov on December 19 and partially reprinted by Lino. Question to Ioskin: did you suggest to Nikolov that he organize a terrorist attack on Comrade Stalin, and did you agree to be a participant in preparation of that act? Answer: yes. In conversation with Nikolov I told him that to kill Kirov it was necessary to kill Stalin. Question to Nikolov: do you confirm Ioskin's testimony? Answer: yes, I confirm it. I want to add that in this conversation Ioskin also talked with me about a trip to Moscow to make preparations for a terrorist act on Stalin. This evidence goes against Lino's hypothesis that Nikolov acted alone. Rather than honestly acknowledging that this evidence goes counter to his hypothesis, Lino states: it is likely that Ioskin's interrogators omitted from the protocols Ioskin's attempts to explain that his comments about killing Stalin were meant sarcastically. Lino has no evidence at all to support this likely interpretation. On the contrary, judging from Tsarkov's confession, it is quite possible that Ioskin urged Nikolov to assassinate Stalin instead of Kirov and offered to help him in that act rather than in the Kirov assassination. That is, it is likely that Tsarkov was an accessory before the fact in the case of Kirov's assassination, but may well not have played any role in planning or carrying out this specific murder. According to Lino's summary of the indictment, no fewer than 5 members of the Leningrad Zinovyevite group attested to terrorist moods among the former oppositionists, thus confirming what Tsarkov said. In addition, Lino says that Ioskin testified that he knew Nikolov was planning to attack Kirov beforehand, confirming our interpretation of the passage above. On the same page Lino states: Kotalinov now suspected that the investigators had lied when they told him that Nikolov had belonged to the Zinovyevite opposition. This statement refers to something Kotalinov evidently said during the trial and which Lino briefly summarizes. It would have been more accurate for Lino to say that Kotalinov claimed he suspected the investigators had lied to him. In reality, there is plenty of evidence that Nikolov really was a member of the Zinovyevite group. Moreover, Kotalinov had, indirectly but unmistakably, identified him as a member as well. Tsarkov's testimony that Nikolov was indeed a member refutes Lino's statement here. Kotalinov continued to deny that he knew anything about Nikolov's membership or intentions. But denials of guilt are to be expected both from the guilty as well as the innocent. For example, Kotalinov testified that Rumiantsev was one of the leaders of the Leningrad organization, in which he agrees with Zvezdov and others. Yet Rumiantsev himself stoutly denied even being a member, much less a leader. Clearly one of the two was lying, and it must have been Rumiantsev. Similarly, Kotalinov was lying when he denied knowing about Nikolov's membership in the Zinovyevite group. With all the testimony we have that Nikolov was close to Kotalinov, including Tsarkov's, there is no reason to believe Kotalinov's denials. Gorshin interrogation of December 21, 1934. There is also at least one interrogation of Ivan Gorshin in the Fokoganov archive. Neither Kirillina nor Lino refers to it. Point 88. The points of interest for our purposes are the following. Gorshin blames Zinoviev and Kamina personally, and the Moscow Zinovievite Center. He does use the word center for Nikolov's crime. Gorshin testified that the Moscow Center held meetings at which all the members of the center were present. Gorshin himself claims to have been a member of the center. He stated that he himself was especially close to Zinoviev, with whom he has had a number of discussions not only in 1932 and before, but since Hitler's taking power January 1933, and the revolution in Spain. The reference to Spain probably refers to the events of 1932, but those to Hitler's taking power certainly refer to a later year, 1933 at the earliest. Gorshanin also states that he met with Zinoviev after the latter's dismissal from his position on the editorial board of the party journal Bolshevik in August 1934, less than 4 months before Kirov's murder. 8988 Because the photocopy is poor, I have been unable to decipher a few words, especially on the first page. 89 Zinoviev was dismissed from the editorial board of Bolshevik by a Politburo decision of August 16, 1934 initiated by Stalin. Klevny Uk, Ovetal, Stalin Ikoganovich. Perepiska. 1931–1936 GG, N2P 433. Gorshanin explicitly states that the Moscow Center continued to spread hostility against the party leadership up to the present day, December 1934. Question: what do you know about the political policies of the Moscow Center and about its attitude towards the leadership of the VKP? Answer: the Moscow Political Center of the Counter-Revolutionary Organization of Zinovievites has remained up to the present with its position of critical attitude towards the decisions of the Central Committee of the VKP and its hostile attitude towards the party leadership. I know about this from what individual members of the centers have said and, mainly, from its leader Zinoviev, with whom I met in his apartment on Kolominsky Perulok. Zinoviev testified that he had no disagreements with the party's line after 1932. Therefore, Gorshanin's testimony is strong evidence that Zinoviev had been lying. The NKVD interrogator was probably referring to this very confession of Gorshanin's in the following exchange during the December 22, 1934 interrogation of Zinoviev. Question: the depositions of Gorshanin establish that at the end of 1933, the fascist coup in Germany and Hitler's coming to power, you personally explained to him the incorrect line of the Comintern and the Central Committee of the Communist Party, which facilitated Hitler's coming to power. Answer: I cannot confirm that in any way. Zinoviev, like Kamina, continued to change his story. In January 1935, at the time of his trial, he admitted that he was not telling the truth here. Arrested again in July and August 1936, in pretrial confessions both Zinoviev and Kamina went much further still and admitted direct involvement in the Kirov assassination. We examine those statements elsewhere in this study. Gorshanin testified that Zinoviev and Kamina represented the overall leadership of a clandestine oppositional group that continued to meet and conspire against the party leadership's line right up to December 1934. In your admissions of December 19 of this year, you stated that the political and moral responsibility for the terrorist act against Kirov, carried out by Nikolov Leonid, falls upon the Moscow Center of Zinovievites and, in the main, personally upon Zinoviev and Kamina. Tell us what you know about of the center, about its activities and its personnel. Concerning the Moscow Zinovievite Center, I know that, despite the fact that after the 15th Party Congress it was formally dissolved and liquidated, in reality, judging by the meetings and it has in fact continued to exist until today. In the personnel of the center, in my until the present time, are the following persons: Zinoviev, Grigory Ivzevich, Kamina, Lev Borisovich, Evdokimuev, Grigory Yeremevich, Kuklin, Alexander Sergeyevich, Bakov, Ivan Petrovich, and Charav, Yakov Vasilyevich. In comparison with the old Moscow Zinovievite center that existed in the period before the 15 Congress, consisting only in that in it also participated Mikhail, and Fedorov Grigory. underscore 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 in the personnel underscore 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 of the center in the recent period also underscore 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 I assume that Kurdic Artem Moisevic also underscore 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 as a member of it. Kotalinov interrogation of December 19, 1934. Kirilina reprints the text of this interrogation but Lino never mentions it. The significant points in this short document are these. Kotalinov admits to being one of the leaders of the Leningrad Group. In this connection I admit that I have been in an organization and have been one of the leaders of the Leningrad Group. He agrees that the mood created by this organization objectively was bound to lead to terror against the leaders of the party and government and that he shared responsibility for this. I admit that our organization bears the political and moral responsibility for the shooting by Nikolov. We have created a mood that objectively had to lead to terror against the leaders of the party and government. As an active member of this organization I too personally bear responsibility for this. He repeated that Kamina had edited the statement he had written asking for readmission to the party in 1928 and admitted it amounted to dvurushnичество or duplicity and that Kamina helped him in this. My declaration concerning my readmission to the party, given in 1928, was first edited by Kamina, to whom I went for advice. This declaration was two-faced and the declaration was in essence a deceiving of the party. Kamina, in editing this declaration, aided me in this deception. Kotalinov stated that after that his duplicity against the party continued, since he did not break with the opposition. After that this deception of the party on my part continued, since I did not break with the opposition. He admits he knew that Zinoviev and Kamina continued to lead their organization from Moscow and that he had read a letter from Zinoviev to Rumiantsev. That Zinoviev and Kamina and their followers lead our organization from Moscow I could have guessed and supposed, since they continued their contact with us. For example, I read the letter of Zinoviev to Rumiantsev. This document repeats what Kotalinov confessed earlier, especially in his interrogation of December 12. He claims he had not met with Nikolov since 1932 or 1933. Specifically, by accepting blame, both on his own part and on the part of the organization, for Nikolov's murder of Kirov, Kotalinov tacitly agrees that Nikolov was a member of the Leningrad Group, since it was that group that spread the mood of hostility against party leaders. He states that someone was bound to commit such violence, while never even claiming that he himself tried to do anything to prevent such a result. Kotalinov agrees with Gorshinin and others that Zinoviev and Kamina continued to lead the underground Zinovievite group, and thereby impugns their claims that they had abandoned all oppositional activity and contacts after 1932. Milda Dral interrogation of December 11, 1934. Kirilina quotes two passages from this interrogation confession. Lino does not mention it. At the interrogation of December 11, 1934 M. Dral testified, Nikolov blamed the CCAUCP for its militarist policy, spending immense resources on national defense, on building military factories, and for this reason it raised an artificial hubbub about the preparation of an invasion of the USSR. This hubbub, in his words, was calculated to distract the attention of the working people of the USSR from the hardships caused by the incorrect policy of the CC. Dral also asserted that his mood and hostility against the party apparatus took an especially sharp character after his expulsion from the party. Dral stated that Nikolov accused the party of spending great resources on military preparedness, which he said were meant to distract the attention of Soviet workers from the hardships caused by the party's incorrect policies. Dral said that Nikolov's mood and hostility were especially sharp against the party apparatus after his expulsion from the party. This statement strongly implicates Dral herself. Kirilina states that she, Kirilina, had interviewed R.O. Popov, who had been in charge of the special political office of the Leningrad NKVD in 1934 and who claimed that he had personally interrogated Drol and written the transcript himself. On December 2, Drol had stated that she considered him a secretive person and never heard political conversation from him. Evidently quoting from the same source, Kirilina summed up Drol's confessions of December 1 through 3 this way. In general, the confessions of Milda Drol of December 1 and 3 come down to the following: he was dissatisfied about his expulsion from the party, but his sentiments did not take an anti-Soviet character. It was more a case of an affront at the insensitive, as he put it, relationship towards him. During the more recent past Nikolov was of a depressed condition, was more silent, rarely spoke to me. His mood was also influenced by our unsatisfactory material situation and the lack of his ability to help his family. Describing Nikolov as a person, Milda Drol noted that he was a nervous, quick-tempered, however these traits did not assume any especially sharp forms. According to a report to Stalin by Agranov on December 9, as summarized by Lino, Milda Drol had confessed that she shared the anti-Soviet views of her husband. This means Drol admitted that she had been lying earlier when she stated that Nikolov's attitude had not been anti-Soviet. By December 9, Drol was not only admitting that her husbands did indeed harbor anti-Soviet views, but also conceded that she herself shared them. Drol's statement of December 11 amounts to a further admission that she had been lying. She knew Nikolov's anti-Soviet views in some detail. It is apparent that Lino has deliberately avoided discussion of these gradually escalating admissions by Drol. After the one clause Lino devotes to Agranov's December 9 statement about her, Lino next mentions Drol in connection with the January 10, 1935 statement. On January 10, 1935, Milda Drol signed testimony asserting that Nikolov had visited Bosniaks to discuss the question of detaching various national regions from the USSR. Lino also reveals that Drol stated on March 8, 1935 that she knew Nikolov had visited the Latvian consulate in Leningrad in October 1934 and knew about Consul Bosniak's 5,000 ruble loan to Nikolov. Lino clearly does not believe Drol told the truth in these statements. But he gives no evidence or any reason for doubting them. Absent evidence, neither Lino's nor anybody else's doubts are of any relevance. Later in his book, Lino states that Bosniaks has been rehabilitated by the Soviets. But that is not evidence that he or Drol were innocent. Anti-communist researchers have conceded that Soviet-era and post-Soviet rehabilitations are made for political reasons only. Those we have been able to examine seldom contain any evidence of the innocence of the persons rehabilitated. 90. A number of rehabilitation reports are studied in detail in Grover Furr, Khrushchev lied. On p. 387-8 Lino reproduces a statement by Ulrich, the judge in Drol's case, to the effect that Drol admitted being an accessory to Nikolov's murder of Kirov. Given the fact that Drol first lied about Nikolov's attitude, then revealed more about it, and at length admitted that she shared his anti-Soviet views, further progressive admissions by Drol should not be surprising. They certainly do not constitute evidence that her confessions were scripted or are otherwise faked. Rumiantsev, Tarasov, Evdokimov, Gorshanin Interrogations, December 22, 25, 1934. Kirilina quotes briefly from these 4 interrogations. For some reason Lino does not mention them. We'll examine Kirilina's quotations here. N.N. Tarasov, December 22, 1934. On December 22, 1934 N.N. Tarasov stated at interrogation, the country finds itself in a difficult situation. The party leadership sees no exit from this situation. Stalin is leading the country to getting involved in a war, proceeding from the position that it is better to perish in war with the bourgeoisie than as a result of the failure of an internal policy that is the result of bad leadership. Stalin is leading the proletarian revolution to its doom. V.V. Rumiantsev, December 22, 1934. In a statement that supported Tarasov, V.V. Rumiantsev, interrogated the same day, confessed as follows: as concerns the conversation about resorting to war, which would lead to the doom of the proletarian revolution, I deny that. In the event a war breaks out, the current leadership of the AUCP will not be able to deal with the problems that will arise, and the return of Kamenev and Zinoviev to the leadership of the country will be unavoidable. These two short paragraphs confirm that the Zinovievite group in Leningrad had a political position or line on the party leadership, that they were relying on war with one or more capitalist countries to bring Zinoviev and Kamenev to power. This confirms the first part of Tsarkov's confession of December 13, 1934, which we have discussed above. Did Rumiantsev or Tarasov continue and confirm the second part of Tsarkov's confession, that, once it had become clear that no war was going to take place, the Zinovievites planned to remove Stalin by the only remaining means, violence? Kirillina does not tell us. She too is wedded to the preconceived idea that Nikolov was a lone gunman. But any investigator, seeing that these two men confirmed the first part of the Zinovievites' plan as outlined by Tsarkov, would certainly have examined them closely about the second part, assassination. G.E. Evdokimov, December 24, 1934. At interrogation on December 24, G.E. Evdokimov stated, in November 1934 he criticized the work of creating a united front, and blamed the French Communist Party and also the Comintern leadership because in France they were going for a united front. I.S. Gorshanin, December 25, 1934. I.S. Gorshanin went even further in his criticism of the foreign policy of the USSR. On December 25 he confirmed at interrogation, Stalin is consciously not activating the activity of the Comintern and is transferring the center of all attention to the official diplomacy of the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs and, in essence, is sacrificing the interests of the world proletarian revolution to the idea of building socialism in one country. Both of these statements reflect the viewpoint, common to both the Trotskyists and the Zinovievists, that the Comintern could have stimulated revolutions in advanced industrial countries if the Soviet leadership had chosen to do so. We know from the Trotsky archives that it was in part on this basis that the Zinovievites joined with the Trotskyists in a bloc in 1932. Evdokimov's statement affirms that Zinoviev was lying when he said that after 1932 he neither met nor engaged in political discussions with the former oppositionists. Both Zinoviev and Kamenev later admitted that they had been lying when making that claim. The confessions of Kotolinov, Gorshanin, and Evdokimov are good evidence that Zinoviev and Kamenev were not forced by some nefarious means to admit to oppositional activity they never did but, on the contrary, were lying when they denied such activity when they were interrogated in December 1934. Prosecutor's indictment of December 25, 1934. On pages 345 to 352 Lino translates most of the text of the indictment of the defendants composed by prosecutor Andrei I.A. Vyshinsky. However, there are some ellipses places where the text has been omitted. Lino notes them by inserting. He doesn't tell the reader what he has omitted. Lino also fails to tell the reader that the complete text of the indictment has been published, much less where. Lino quotes it from an archival copy, obviously inaccessible to readers. In short, Lino makes it very difficult to find the complete text of the indictment and discover what he has omitted. However, the indictments were published at the time. I have taken the text of the indictment from the pamphlet Obvinitelny materially podali podpoleno I kontrarevali uchenoi gruppi Zinoviev, January 1935, hereafter OM. A comparison with the translated text published by Lino shows that the texts are identical except that the country name Latvia and the name of the Latvian consul Bisenieks are omitted in the published Russian text, these omissions being marked with the troetaki or three dots that indicate an ellipsis. We will first give the full text and translation of the sections of the indictment omitted in Lino's text. Then we'll examine them. Materials in square brackets are part of Lino's text inserted to make sense of the omitted parts. Omission number 1, Lino 347, OM 10-11. And added. The participants in the group stood on the platform of the Trotskyist Zinovyevist bloc. They considered it essential to replace the existing party leadership with all possible means. As the investigation has established, the whole work of the underground counter-revolutionary terrorist group was carried out under conditions of strict conspiracy. Concerning the strictly conspiratorial character of the relations within this group, literally all the members of this group summoned as accused in the present case. In particular, the accused Koenig has confessed. For conspiratorial reasons only the members of the center had information about the organizational structure of the organization. However, according to Rumiantsev, I knew that our organization had a number of links in places where youth are concentrated. On the conspiratorial nature of the underground counter-revolutionary group, Myasnikov, one of the leaders of the Leningrad group, speaks in his confessions. It was at his direction that a full archive of the Trotskyist Zinovyevist opposition was seized at one of the apartments of the participants of this group. Omission number 2, Lino 349, OM 15-16. The Kotalinov group, Nikolov stated further, was preparing a terrorist act against Kirov, and the immediate accomplishment of it was assigned personally to me. I knew from Shatsky that the same task had been given to his group too, and that this work was being carried out by it independently of our preparation for a terrorist act. I know from Kotalinov that his group was preparing a terrorist act against Stalin, utilizing those contacts that it had in Moscow. As I stated in my interrogation of December 6, 1935, Shatsky and evidently his group were also preparing a terrorist act against Stalin. So each of the groups had a special assignment concerning terror and were pursuing them independently of each other, though their immediate aims often coincided. This is obvious from the way the preparation for the murder of Kirov went. It was being prepared by myself, mainly in the area of the Smolny, and by Shatsky, mainly in the area of Kirov's apartment. Speaking about Shatsky's role in this affair, Nikolov confessed. I first met Shatsky in 1933. Our next meeting was in the summer of 1934, at 28 Krasnik Zor Street, where Shatsky was carrying out surveillance on the apartment and establishing all of Kirov's movements. He was doing this in connection with the preparation of a terrorist act. During October 1934 I met Shatsky again near Kirov's apartment, where he was continuing his surveillance. Since Shatsky was surveilling Kirov's apartment, I shifted my attention to the Smolny and intended to kill Kirov at this spot. Concerning the circumstances that immediately preceded the defendant Nikolov's making his final decision about carrying out the terrorist act against Com.Sm. Kirov, they may be described in the following manner. Omission number 3, Lino 349, OM 17. Detailing the contents of this conversation, LV. Nikolov confessed that it was precisely then that he and Kotalinov worked out the possible variants of the assassination attempt, and it was decided that which one of the variants of the attack that were under discussion should be taken would have to depend on the circumstances. At that time, according to LV. Nikolov's confessions, Kotalinov said that the removal of Kirov will weaken the existing leadership of the AUCP, that the former opposition has its own accounts to settle with Kirov in connection with the struggle he had organized against the Leningrad oppositionists. Afterwards. Omission number 4, Lino 350, top, OM 18, top. Sokolov explained Kirov's route before the October 1934 celebrations. Omission number 5, Lino 350, second ellipsis from top, OM 18, center of page. The investigation has established that L. Nikolov, as a result of decision taken by the counter-revolutionary underground terrorist group to murder Com.Sm. Kirov, during a long period of time together with his accomplices, prepared very carefully for the accomplishment of this revolting crime. Omission number 6, Lino 350, third ellipsis, center of page, OM 19. Murder of Comrade Kirov as an individual act, and in this fashion to hide the real motives of this crime. In his confessions of December 13 of this year, Nikolov L. directly states this. I was supposed to portray the murder of Kirov as an individual act in order to conceal the participation of the Zinovyevist group in it. Omission number 7, Lino 350, bottom of page, OM 20. In one of his confessions the accused Nikolov directly states, I informed him that I had decided not to accept employment during the period when I was preparing the act, in order to have enough free time to carry out the murder of Kirov. Kotalinov approved my decision. Milda Dral, the wife of the accused L. Nikolov, confirms the same thing. She testifies. From the end of March 1934 until his arrest he did not work anywhere. The explanation for this is not that Nikolov could not find work, but that he had a determined aversion to being occupied by any kind of work. Having devoted himself wholeheartedly to preparing the terrorist act, I assume that he did not want to tie himself down with work anywhere. The final omission is a list of the 14 defendants with short biographies. It will not be reproduced here. Discussion of passages omitted by Lino. Some of the passages above add considerably to our evidence in the Kirov assassination matter. Lino does not explain why he has omitted them. Omission number 1, Nikolov confirms the existence of a Trotskyite Zinovievite bloc. The very existence of such a bloc was denied during Khrushchev's time and again during Gorbachev's. But we know that it existed because we have the letters in which Sedov and Trotsky exchanged information about it. So Nikolov's statement confirms other evidence that Khrushchev's and Gorbachev's men were lying. Yet Khrushchev-era and Gorbachev-era research really, cover-ups constitute Lino's main evidence that Nikolov was a lone gunman. Konnik's statement about links, in places where youth were concentrated confirms Zvezdov's confession in which he lists the members of the various links of the conspiracy, including Nikolov in the Leningrad center. Omission number 2 confirms the existence of parallel conspiracies and gives another explanation for Shatsky's role. According to this passage, Shatsky was not mainly helping Nikolov at all, but instead was involved in a parallel plot to kill Kirov at or near his home. This gives the lie to Genrikh Lyashkov's statement at one of his press conferences arranged for propaganda purposes by the Japanese. Lino takes Lyashkov's statement and articles at face value. We discuss Lyashkov, and Lino's treatment of him, in a separate chapter. In omission number 3, Nikolov directly accuses Kotalinov of helping him to plan different scenarios for the assassination of Kirov. He also testified that Kotalinov gave a motive, revenge for Kirov's actions against the opposition in Leningrad. Omission number 4 gives Nikolov's claim that Sokolov was directly involved in planning the Kirov assassination. We already knew that Sokolov was one of those who confessed to being a knowing accomplice in Kirov's assassination, a confession that discomfits both Kirilina and Lino. Omission number 7 is very significant. Lino's case that Nikolov was a disgruntled loner relies heavily on his supposed inability to find work, and on his sense of victimization at the hands of Leningrad authorities. Here Nikolov confessed that he had refused work in order to concentrate on the assassination. Moreover, his wife Milda Dral confirms that Nikolov could have obtained work but chose not to. Dral's statement is not easily compatible with any assumption that she was innocent, either. She says "I assume," by which she gives the impression that she did not know Nikolov was preparing for the murder. But she also states that she knew he did not want to get any job. This directly contradicts her claim in her first confessions that Nikolov was unable to work because he was waiting for the resolution of his appeal to the party, and he could not work in production because of his health. This constitutes important additional evidence that Dral was an accessory to her husband's crime. She assumed that his decision not to seek work was related to his planning the assassination. Moreover, this puts his act in a quite different category, not one of individual revenge because of perceived injustice towards him, but of political opposition. Evidently many investigative materials in the Kirov case have been withheld even from Kirilina, head of the Kirov Museum for many years, and from Lino as well. From what we have, however, it seems clear that what has been withheld must strongly incriminate Nikolov's wife and the other 13 men tried and executed with him. After all, the official Russian government position is that all but Nikolov were framed. Had there been anything at all that pointed towards their innocence, it would surely have been released. Yet there is no evidence to support that conclusion. Kirillina and Lino try to support this official position. They too would hardly have missed the opportunity to cite any evidence that supported it. Yet they have nothing. None of the documents and passages omitted by Lino contains any evidence that would strengthen his contention that Nikolov was a lone gunman. All of those that contain information of evidentiary value run counter to this contention of Lino's and strengthen the other evidence we possess that Kirov was murdered as a result of a Zinovyevite conspiracy. In light of these facts, it seems likely that Lino omitted some of them deliberately because an examination of them weakens, rather than strengthens, his preconceived conclusion. It is also possible that he did not bother to check the Fokoganov archive for material relevant to the Kirov assassination, though it had been publicly available for a decade by the time his book was published in late 2010. Chapter 12. Evidence Lino ignores, Kirov murder to 1936 trial. Kirillina and Lino examine most of the available evidence from the December 1934 investigation, indictment, and trial of Nikolov and his co-defendants, albeit with some important exceptions. We have carefully reviewed and studied both the evidence Kirillina and Lino did examine and that which they ignored, and have critically dissected Kirillina's and Lino's treatments of it. We reached the following conclusions. On the evidence now available to researchers, there is simply no room for doubt that all of Nikolov's co-conspirators were guilty of conspiracy to murder Kirov. The evidence of their guilt is overwhelming. In fact, there is virtually no evidence that suggests any other conclusion. We devote an entire chapter to each of the two exceptions, Nikolov's alleged first confession, and Lyashkov's 1939 article in Kaizo. Upon close inspection we find that neither document is really evidence. Lino and Kirillina fail in their attempt to refute the validity of the evidence against Nikolov's co-conspirators. Like the Khrushchev and Gorbachev-era official commissions before them and upon whose work they draw heavily, both Kirillina and Lino proceed from the preconceived idea that the Kirov co-defendants must have been innocent. Neither Lino nor Kirillina investigated the Kirov murder objectively. Rather, they have tortured the evidence in order to arrive at the respectable but preconceived conclusion that Stalin framed everybody but Nikolov. As we have shown, the evidence will not sustain that hypothesis. Kirillina's book stops at the December 1934 trial. Lino claims to have studied all the relevant evidence, including that which became available after the trial. But this is not so. Lino did not study all the relevant evidence. Between the end of 1934 and the end of the Third Moscow trial in March 1938, a large amount of new evidence came to light. The Kirov murder figured prominently in the so-called Kremlin affair of 1935 and in all three of the Moscow trials. In addition, some of the pre-trial investigative materials never before available have been published since the end of the USSR in 1991, including a significant body of material dealing directly with the Kirov assassination and the Moscow trials. Lino fails to study any of this evidence. Instead, he either dismisses it unexamined with disparaging remarks about it, or ignores it, in effect concealing its existence entirely from his readers. In this chapter we will assemble and study all of the evidence that came to light after the December 1934 trial but before the 1936 Moscow trial, which we will examine in a separate chapter, outline and expose how Lino omits, dismisses, and/or distorts this evidence. One must assume Lino is compelled to resort to these devices in service to his preconceived idea that the defendants were framed. The evidence available to us from the Nikolov investigation and trial of December 1934 by itself is more than sufficient to justify the conviction of all the December 1934 defendants. Naturally, the prosecution had all the pre-trial investigative material available to it, including much that was not available to Kirillina or Lino and is still secret today. However, we can be reasonably certain that none of the evidence that remains classified and unavailable today supports the lone gunman hypothesis, for if I did, it would have been published by the Russian authorities to support their official position that Nikolov acted alone. The additional evidence uncovered during the period 1935 to 1938 both confirms Nikolov's role as a part of a conspiracy in Kirov's murder and exposes the wider network of conspiracies of which the Kirov assassination was one part. 1935. Lino was not permitted to read the transcript of the January 15 to 16 trial of Zinoviev, Kamina and others of their supporters. He states, Zinoviev apparently continued to deny that any organized center existed. But this statement cannot be true. Moreover, Lino ought to have been aware that it cannot be true. Lino does not mention that on January 13, 1935, just before the trial took place, Zinoviev wrote a statement more than 3,000 words in length in which he confessed that there was indeed a center. This statement was first published in the official journal Izvestia Tisk KPSS No. 7, 1989, and republished in the collection Реабилитация политических процессов 3050 KH Godov in 1991. In it Zinoviev stated the following. I stated during the investigation that since 1929 we in Moscow have had no center of former Zinovievites. And I have often thought about this. What kind of a center is this? It is simply Zinoviev, plus Kamina, plus Evdokimuev, plus 2 or 3 more persons. And they practically never see each other anymore and no longer carry out any systematic anti-party fractional work. But, in fact, this was a center. The remaining cadres of former Zinovievites regarded it as such. They either did not know how to really dissolve their group into the party or did not want to do so. All the other anti-party groups and grouplets also regarded it as such. All the anti-party elements once again set forth our candidacies 91. 91 Реабилитация. Политические процессы 30 kh 50 kh Godov, 160 to 161. Surely Lino knows about this document because he cites both the journal in which it was originally published and the 1991 book in which it and other similar documents were collected. 92 But he never mentions the statement by Zinoviev. 92 Zinoviev's statement was first published in Izvestia Centralnogo Komiteta KPSS 7, 74-80 and was reprinted in RPP 159-164. The statement is significant for a number of reasons. In it Zinoviev in effect admits he was lying in his earlier statement of December 22, 1934, large parts of which Lino reproduces on pages 328 to 333 of his book. Zinoviev admits that a center existed. While claiming that the center did not carry out any systematic anti-party factional work, Zinoviev still admits that it was viewed as a center by former Zinovievites and other anti-party groups, that it fostered hostility towards the party leadership, that it was a center of struggle against the party. Most telling, he also admitted that, like all party members, he was obliged to inform the party of anti-party activity by his former supporters but did not do so. Zinoviev's statement is hard to believe in places even for a person who, like most readers of Lino's book, is not independently familiar with the evidence in the Kirov case and that from the Harvard Trotsky archive. For example, he states that he was unaware that a Leningrad organization of Zinovievites even existed and admits that this was, at the very least, extremely naive on his part since he met with at least one of its members, Levin, in 1932 and was aware that Levin considered him an authoritative person, someone whose views would be spread among others in Leningrad. Zinoviev continued to lie. That Zinoviev was continuing to lie in this statement we can affirm with certainty. For one thing, as we have seen, Gorshanin testified that he had heard anti-party statements from Zinoviev up to the present day, something that Zinoviev had already denied in his December 16 letter to Stalin and his December 22, 1934 interrogation. There is other important evidence that Zinoviev was lying here. He concealed the existence of the bloc with the Trotskyists formed in 1932, about which we know from the Sedov-Trotsky correspondence in the Harvard Trotsky archive. Clearly the prosecutors did not yet know about the Trotskyite-Zinovievite bloc, or its existence would have surfaced at the January 1935 trial. Just as clearly, Zinoviev did not want them to know about this block. He could have told them, made a complete confession as he claimed he was doing. But he did not tell them. As we shall see in another chapter, Zinoviev could not tell them everything without putting his own head, and those of many of his fellow conspirators, in a noose. Both the statement on the January 15 to 16, 1935 trial and Agranov's statement of February 3, 1935 make it clear that in the first months of 1935 the prosecution could not prove that the Moscow Center encouraged or knew about the Kirov assassination. These important admissions are further evidence that no one was tortured or otherwise threatened to confess. However, they take on another dimension when we put them together with Genrikh Iagata's pre-trial admissions of 1937, which we will examine later. Renewed investigation of the Kirov assassination. The Russian government still keeps all but a small number of the investigative materials from the 1930s top secret. We don't know precisely the stages by which the investigation proceeded or how the investigation into another anti-government conspiracy, the Kremlin affair of 1935, led to the reopening of the Kirov murder investigation as it seems to have done. One of the Kremlin affair defendants was B.N. Rosenfeld, Kamina's nephew. From the testimony that we now have, it seems clear that the investigators concluded that Kamina had not told the truth at the time of the January 1935 trial. We will examine Rosenfeld's testimony along with that of others in the chapter Inukij and the Lone Gunman story. Along with other evidence in the Kremlin affair that bear directly on the Kirov murder. Yuri Zhukov's article published in Voprozy Istorii in 2000 is the only detailed study of the materials of this affair. Zhukov concluded that this conspiracy probably did exist in fact. Ezhov reported to the June 1935 Central Committee plenum that the investigation of Inukij and a subsequent interrogation of Kamina showed that Zinoviev and Kamina had organized the murder of Kirov and had planned other murders. Getty points out that Stalin and other Politburo members did not follow up on this accusation. Evidently they were not ready to believe it on the basis of the evidence that was then available. This is yet more evidence, if more were needed, that Stalin was not out to frame anyone. On January 5, 1936, Valentin Olberg was arrested. On January 5, 1936, in Gorky, without any evidence of criminal activity, V.P. Olberg, who had just arrived from Germany in order to live permanently in the USSR, was arrested. A month after his arrest he had confessed that he arrived in the USSR from abroad supposedly with a special assignment from L.D. Trotsky to carry out counter-revolutionary work and to organize a terrorist act against J.V. Stalin. 93. 93 ISV. Tisk KPSS 8, 82, RPP 176. According to Getty, who has had access to some archival materials. His wife testified that Olberg had received money and false passports from Trotsky's son Sidov and other Trotskyists in Paris and Prague. We know that Olberg's wife was telling the truth insofar as that he had indeed been in touch with Trotsky. 4 letters of his to Trotsky are in the Harvard Trotsky archive. He had also attracted suspicion by traveling on a Honduran passport, obviously obtained illegally. Evidently Olberg began to implicate others, including Trotsky. I.A. Morovitsky's confession. On January 2, 1936, during the investigation of another Zinovievite conspiratorial group in Leningrad, Iagata and Vyshinsky sent to Stalin a report revealing that one of these defendants, Morovitsky, claimed he had been recruited by Kotalinov for the purposes of assassinating party leaders. Morovitsky said that Kotalinov had recruited him to the clandestine Leningrad Zinovievite group in October 1933. Kotalinov told me that our views concerning collectivization and other measures of the current party leadership are shared by many party members who, like he himself, Kotalinov, are members of the underground Zinovievite group that exists in Leningrad and which sets as its task the removal of the existing party leadership and putting at the head of the leadership Zinoviev, Kamina, Evdokimuev, and others. Kotalinov proposed that I join this organization and I gave him my assent. The last time I met with Kotalinov was in October of 1934 when he gave me the assignment of selecting especially reliable people and preparing them for active terrorist activity. When he gave me this assignment, Kotalinov stated that the time was coming when we would have to take up arms and shoot at the party leadership from above, since by democratic methods the current incompetent leadership could not be forced to depart from the leadership of political life. Morovitsky named 3 persons whom he had recruited. Others arrested at this time also confessed that they considered themselves to be acting for Zinoviev, Kamina, and Trotsky. Tills corroborates what we know from the Trotsky archive materials, that Zinoviev and Kamina, together with others, really were in a bloc with Trotsky from 1932 on. M.N. Yakovlev's confession. On June 1, 1936, Yagoda sent to Stalin the transcript of an interrogation of a certain M.N. Yakovlev, who had been interrogated on May 27, 1936 as a member of a Trotskyite Zinovievite organization in Leningrad. Yakovlev, who had been arrested in 1935 and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment as a member of a counter-revolutionary Zinovievite group, stated the following. In June 1934, Kamina, who had traveled to Leningrad, informed him that the center had decided to prepare and carry out the assassination of Kirov in Leningrad and a further assassination in Moscow. Yakovlev was supposed to prepare to assassinate Kirov and not to mention Zinoviev's or Kamina's name when talking with other participants in the group. Kamina told him that Bakov, who was subsequently one of the Zinovievite defendants at the January 1935 trial, had organized the Rumian-Safe Kotalinov group to prepare Kirov's assassination also. Yakovlev and Maturin confessed that from Kamina's and Bakov's words they knew that the Trotskyists and Zinovievists had united on the basis of terrorist struggle against the leadership of the AUCP and that there exists a unified center made up of Zinoviev, Kamina, Bakov, Smirnov, Turvaganian, and Mrakovsky. We can independently verify that this center existed. Sidov's letter to Trotsky in the Harvard Trotsky archive reveals that Trotsky was in touch with Smirnov. Several days before his arrest said to our informer, X has begun to name names, I await arrest any day. 94. 94 Sidov to Trotsky 1932, Trotsky Archive 4782. Smirnov, an old-time Trotsky supporter, would logically have been the contact for Turvaganian and Mrakovsky as well. Basic conspiratorial principles dictate that one person makes contact for the group. 95 This identification was made by Pierre Brouet, the world's leading Trotskyist historian, who discovered the document in 1980. By the same letter, confirmed by Sidov's January 1937 slip of the tongue, we know that the Trotskyists were in a bloc with Zinoviev and Kamina. Is organized. In it have entered the Zinovievites, the Stenlomanids group and the Trotskyists and the government by means of terror. He asked me what I thought about this, received my positive response, and set forth his direct proposal that it was essential to prepare a terrorist act against Kirov while at the same time telling me that in Moscow an attempt on Stalin's life was under preparation by the organization. Question: Confess what specifically Kamina told you about the decisions of the center of the organization about the preparation of terrorist acts against the leaders of the AUCP and government. Answer: Kamina told me that in the current conditions terror was the sole possible method of struggle against Stalin. Kamina said that every other way would inevitably lead to our final destruction. The only chance for success lay in terror. Therefore, while we have forces, we must use this last means. Question: Did Kamina tell you in June 1934 that other groups also were preparing a terrorist act against Kirov, in particular, the terrorist group that carried out the murder of S.M. Kirov on December 1, 1934? Answer: Yes, Kamina spoke to me about this. When we were discussing the question about the preparation of a terrorist act against Kirov, Kamina asked me whether I was in contact with the Rumian-Safe Kotalinov group. I answered him in the negative. Kamenev then said that instructions about preparing and carrying out the murder of Kirov were also given to the Rumian-Savko-Talanov group and recommended that I avoid contact with this group on conspiratorial grounds. Question: did Kamenev tell you who among the members of the center had organized the terrorist Rumian-Savko-Talanov group? Answer: Kamenev told me that the Rumian-Savko-Talanov group was organized by Bakov on the instructions of the center. Besides that, from Maturin, the former secretary of Zinoviev's and active member of the organization, I know that he, Maturin, had a personal meeting in the summer of 1934 in Leningrad with Bakov, who gave him, Maturin, the task of organizing a terrorist group for the murder of Kirov, and also said to Maturin that he had assigned the Rumian-Savko-Talanov group to make preparations in a parallel manner for a terrorist act against Kirov. Getty describes some ensuing parts of the investigation as follows. By July 23, Kamenev was admitting membership in a counter-revolutionary center that planned terror, but he denied being one of the organizers. He implicated Zinoviev as being closer to the matter. 3 days later, Zinoviev was confronted by one of his followers, Kirov, who directly accused him. Zinoviev asked that the interrogation be stopped because he wanted to make a statement that, in the event, amounted to a full confession of organizing assassination and terror. 43. The secret letter of the Central Committee of July 29, 1936. The footnote 43 to this passage is to an interrogation of Kamenev of July 23 to 24 and of Zinoviev of July 26, 1936, both in an archive. Neither of these has been published. But we do have some other pretrial materials. On July 29, 1936, the Central Committee sent a closed letter to all party leadership bodies above the very local levels. It was evidently drafted by Zhov and revised by Stalin, whose handwritten editions remain in the original. 96. It appears to be the first attempt to outline the breadth and depth of the network of conspiracies as it was then understood by the party and NKVD leadership. It also set the stage for the first Moscow trial 3 weeks later. 96. A facsimile of a page of this report with Stalin's handwritten editions is reproduced in Izvestia Task KPSS 8, p. 102. The closed letter cites selected quotations from interrogations of Zinoviev, of July 23 to 25, of Kamenev, of July 23, July 24, and July 23 to 24, of Mrakovsky of July 4 and July 19 to 20, of Kirov, of June 5, of Maturin, of June 30, of Bakov, of July 17-19, of Pickle, of July 22, of Dritse, of July 23, of V. Olberg, of February 15 and May 9, of Bermaniron, of July 21, of Nathan Lai, of July 21, of L.S. Esterman, of July 2, of Mukin, of December 11, 1935, of Moise Lai, of July 21, of Constant, of July 21, of A.A. Lavrentiev of November 9, 1935, of Reingold, of July 9 and July 17. The full texts of these interrogations probably still exist in the archives, but as of 2012 are still being kept top secret, unavailable to researchers. The whole letter concerns the discovery by the NKVD of a large-scale Trotskyite-Zinovievite conspiracy that planned the Kirov assassination and much else. The letter provides a context for the Kirov assassination, which was only one part of the alleged aims of the conspiracy. We cite below only those quotations from the confessions that mention the Kirov assassination directly. Kamenev. We, that is the Zinovievist center of the counter-revolutionary organization, the membership of which I have named above, and the Trotskyist counter-revolutionary organization in the persons of Smirnov, Mrakovsky, and Turvaganian, agreed in 1932 about the union of both, i.e. the Zinovievist and Trotskyist counter-revolutionary organizations for cooperative preparation of terrorist acts against the leaders of the CC and first of all against Stalin and Kirov, 101, RPP 198. Yes, I am forced to admit that even before the meeting in Ielitsko, Zinoviev informed me about the planned decisions of the center of the Trotskyist Zinovievist bloc concerning the preparation of terrorist acts against Stalin and Kirov. At that time he told me that the representatives of the Trotskyists in the center of the bloc, Smirnov, Mrakovsky, and Turvaganian, categorically insist upon this decision, that they have a direct instruction from Trotsky on this, and that they demand a practical transition to this undertaking towards the realization of the aims which form the basis of the bloc. I agreed to this decision since I shared it completely. Kamina. Transcript of interrogation of July 23 to 24, 1936, ISV. Tisk KPSS 8104, RPP 199. Zinoviev. I was indeed a member of the United Trotskyist Zinovievist Center organized in 1932. The Trotskyist Zinovievist Center considered as its chief task the murder of leaders of the VKP and, first and foremost, the murder of Stalin and Kirov. The center was connected with Trotsky through its members In. Smirnov and Mrakovsky. Direct instructions from Trotsky for the preparation of Stalin's murder were received by Smirnov. Getty Namuov, 251 to 252, ISV. Tisk KPSS 8101, RPP 198. Karev. I also confess that Bakov and Karev, members of the organization, were entrusted by me, in the name of the United Center, with the organization of terrorist acts against Stalin in Moscow and Kirov in Leningrad. These instructions by me were given in Ielitsko in the fall of 1932. Zinoviev. Transcript of interrogation of July 23 to 25, 1936, translation by Getty Namuov, 232, 104, RPP 199. Zinoviev stated that at the basis of the admission by the Zinovievist Center of terror as the basic means of struggle with the existing party leadership, contact had been established with the leaders of the Trotskyist organization in the USSR, Ivan Nikitich and Mrakovsky, and that a decision of the unified Trotskyist Zinovievist Center exists concerning the organization of terrorist acts against Stalin in Moscow and Kirov in Leningrad. Zinoviev said that the preparation of terrorist acts against Stalin and Kirov was assigned to Bakov, who was supposed to use for these ends his contacts with the Zinovievist groups in Leningrad and Moscow. Zinoviev also proposed to me in turn to select people close to me from the organization which I led in the Academy of Sciences in Leningrad who would be capable of carrying out a terrorist act against Kirov. At my conversation with Bakov I found out that for the organization of the terrorist act against Kirov he intended to use the Zinovievist groups of Rumiantsev and Kotalinov that existed in Leningrad and that were in contact with himself, Bakov. Karev, N.A. Transcript of interrogation of June 5, 1936, 104, RPP 200. Motorin. Zinoviev instructed me that the preparation for a terrorist act should be accelerated as much as possible and that by the winter Kirov must be killed. He chided me for insufficient decisiveness and energy and told me that on the question of terrorist methods of struggle it was necessary to reject all our prejudices. Motorin, N.M. Transcript of interrogation of June 10, 1936. 105, RPP 200. This whole document concerns the discovery of a broad conspiracy, only part of which was concerned with the assassination of Kirov. As such, all of it is in fact relevant evidence, since the Kirov assassination was but a part of this larger conspiracy. Pretrial confessions of Zinoviev and Kamina. The texts of only 2 pretrial interrogations of Zinoviev are available to researchers. The first is dated July 28, 1936. It begins with an explicit reference to the confrontation with Karev to which Getty refers. Although it may not be the very first confession of Zinoviev's after he broke off his face-to-face confrontation with Karev, it does fit Getty's description of a full confession of organizing assassination and terror. Zinoviev said the following about the Kirov assassination specifically. Question: what concretely was done by the United Center to carry out the terrorist plans? Answer: at that time, in 1932, the center took a decision to organize terrorist acts against Stalin in Moscow and Kirov in Leningrad. Question: you confess that Gurdik was in touch with the participants of the organization in Leningrad. We wish to turn once more to the question of Gurdik's ties to Kotalinov. We know for certain that Gurdik in 193 returned from Leningrad to Moscow and spoke about the terrorist character of his ties to Kotalinov. You must have known about this. Answer: yes, I admit that in 1934, I can't remember the month, but in the middle of the year, Evdokimov told me about one of Gurdik's trips to Leningrad, during which Gurdik got into contact with Kotalinov. In addition, as a result of this meeting, Kotalinov told Gurdik that he was taking a direct role in the preparation of the murder of Kirov. Zinoviev goes on to link Kamenev with M.N. Yakovlev, whose only published confession we have discussed above. Question: with which of the participants of the organization did Kamenev maintain contact in Leningrad? Answer: in 1934 Kamenev told me that in Leningrad he met with Yakovlev Moise, a member of the organization, to whom he confirmed the decisions of the United Trotskyite Zinovievite Center to organize the murder of Kirov. Question: was Yakovlev carrying out the work of preparation for the murder of Kirov together with the Rumian-Safe Kotalinov group or independently? Answer: Yakovlev was preparing the murder of Kirov in parallel with the Rumian-Safe Kotalinov group. I must add that a plan was developed for hiding the traces of the crimes that were under preparation by the United Trotskyite Zinovievite Center. The forcible removal of the leaders of the party and government had to be very carefully disguised as white Gurdist acts or acts of personal vengeance. Zinoviev's statement about disguising the murder as an act of personal vengeance is of capital importance, in that it constitutes strong evidence against Kirillina's and Leno's hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman. Elsewhere in this study we examine a passage from a confession by Nikolov, reproduced in the text of the December 1934 indictment, that he had tried to disguise the assassination as an individual act. Abel Inukij and those with whom he was in contact in the Kremlin were spreading precisely this rumor that Nikolov had acted from personal motives. Inukij's remarks are also consistent with Yagoda's pre-trial confessions. We will examine them later. We also have the text of a shorter confession of Zinoviev's of sometime in August, 1936. The month and year are clearly readable, but not the date. Zinoviev's statements in this confession are numbered in the text. The second and third points concern the Kirov assassination. It reads as follows. 2. After Kirov's arrest since 1933, the matter of organizing of terrorist acts in Leningrad was transferred to the Zinovievite M. Yakovlev, about which this had been preliminary agreed with Kirov. In 1934 it was assigned by the United Center to Kamenev to meet in Leningrad with Yakovlev. Kamenev fulfilled this in the summer of 1934, and at that time I told Kamenev that it was necessary to give the control and general leadership of this action to Bakov. 3. Kamenev informed me in November 1934 that he had met with Bakov, who had just returned from Leningrad, and who informed him that he had met in Leningrad with Levin, Rumian-Safe, Katalinov, and I think Mandelstam. At this meeting was decided the question about where and when to murder Kirov. Nikolov, the murderer of Kirov, with whom Bakov spoke, was at that meeting. Bakov familiarized himself in detail with the state of the preparation of the terrorist act against Kirov and finally sanctioned the attempt in the name of the United Trotskyite Zinovievite Center. Here Zinoviev again reveals that the Moscow Center, which he headed, had directed the assassination of Kirov. He also reveals that Nikolov had been present at the meeting, evidently in the fall of 1934, between Bakov, representing the Moscow Center, and the main leadership of the Leningrad Center. Zinoviev's revelation that Nikolov was also present at the meeting is strong evidence of Nikolov's direct participation in the Leningrad group of Zinovievites, and, of course, it is evidence too of the central role in the Kirov murder of both the Moscow and Leningrad centers. It contradicts Leno's hypothesis of Nikolov as a lone gunman. We have only one pre-trial confession by Kamenev, of August 10, 1936. Concerning the Kirov assassination, Kamenev confessed as follows. Question: what precisely did Sokolnikov know about the bloc that existed between Trotskyists and Zinovievists? Answer: he knew that this bloc was being organized on the basis of terror and that the practical task of the bloc was the organization of assassination attempts against Stalin and Kirov. Question: that means Sokolnikov not only knew from you, that terrorist attempts on Korns, Stalin and Kirov were being prepared by the center of the Trotskyist Zinovievist bloc, but that he personally participated in the decision to create the leading terrorist group. Do you confirm this? Answer: yes, I confirm it. Kamenev's accusation of Sokolnikov set off an investigation that was to lead to the Second Moscow Trial of January 1937. In the early 1980s, Getty discovered evidence in the Harvard Trotsky archive that in 1932 Trotsky had sent a letter to Sokolnikov, no doubt urging him to return to clandestine opposition. There may almost certainly were more letters of this kind, for Getty also discovered that the Trotsky archive had been purged, no doubt of incriminating material. Chapter 13. Evidence Lino ignores, the First Moscow Trial. In this chapter we examine the Kirov testimony in the First Moscow Trial of August 1936. There is a great deal of it. Lino simply omits discussion of it entirely. Lino evidently takes the position that the testimony in this and in the other two Moscow trials was fabricated by the NKVD in some way. But he fails to give any evidence that this is so, nor does he make any kind of argument to justify these very considerable omissions. In effect, Lino simply chose to ignore this and a great deal of other evidence. This may be because this evidence contradicts his preconceived conclusion that Nikolov was a lone gunman. In reality, no one has ever come close to proving that any of the Moscow trials were faked. However, in the highly politicized and biased field of Soviet history, the position that the Moscow trials were all fabrications and all the defendants framed is not merely the mainstream position, it is the only position that is tolerated. Anyone who suggests that the Moscow trials may not have been fabrications faces ridicule or worse. So there is a great deal of professional pressure to regard the trials as fabrications and little incentive to do any serious research on them. Any objective investigation must always confront the question of verification. Therefore, in this chapter we will discuss two questions. First, what is the Kirov testimony in the First Moscow Trial? Second, to what extent can we confirm or disconfirm the testimony in the First Moscow Trial? The first public Moscow trial of August 19 to 24, 1936 was preceded by a great deal of investigation. Only a very small amount of the documentation this investigation produced, confessions, statements, and some physical evidence as well, has ever been made public. Most of it by far is still top secret in Russia today. Neither Kirillina nor Lino had access to anything like the full extent of it. Nor, of course, do we. But in the materials we do have there is a great deal of testimony about the Kirov assassination. All of it corroborates the hypothesis that the defendants in the December 1934 trial of Nikolov and others were guilty, and that the trial was not in any sense a frame-up. However, it goes beyond the December 1934 trial, in that some of the defendants in the January 1935 Kamenev-Zinoviev trial later confessed to direct planning of Kirov's murder. Like Lino, or like any researcher or investigator, we are faced with the task of evaluating all this evidence according to objective criteria. We have already seen that Lino ignores material from between the December 1934 trial and the August 1936 trial, and also ignores the pre-trial materials of the 1936 trial. Likewise, he ignores the testimony at the 1936 trial itself. In his brief two-page summary of this trial, Lino does not examine any of the testimony. He simply assumes that there was no merit to the charges and that Stalin was out to destroy the former oppositionists. Whatever the specific trigger, if any, for reopening the Kirov investigation, Stalin's decision was obviously part of his ongoing drive to crush former party oppositionists. The show trial of Zinoviev and Kamenev made it clear that Stalin's agenda was total destruction of the former left opposition. In reality, there is nothing obvious or clear about these conclusions. There is no evidence whatsoever that Stalin had a goal of crushing or destroying former oppositionists. On the contrary, there is good evidence that prior to the Kirov murder, Stalin was trying to conciliate former oppositionists or people whom he believed were former oppositionists, whose opposition he believed was in the past, as they promised it was. The omission of any study of the 1936 trial is yet another of many examples of Leno's committing the logical fallacy of begging the question by assuming that which should be proven. Leno does not prove or even argue, but instead assumes, that the August 1936 trial is a fabrication. Leno dismisses the pre-trial and trial testimony without bothering to examine it. The word obviously serves as Leno's excuse for the lack of any evidence to support his statement. It is another of Leno's tells, a sign that what he has to say is a bluff, that he has no evidence to back it up. This makes no sense if Leno's goal is to re-examine the Kirov murder and find out what really happened. It makes sense only if Leno has a preconceived conclusion that he wants to promote at any cost that Nikolov was a lone gunman and that all other defendants were framed, forced, or induced somehow to give false testimony. One who commits the fallacy of assuming that which should be proven demonstrates that he is not interested in finding out the truth. And he certainly will not stumble across it by accident, as it were, by refusing a priori to seriously examine the evidence that does not support his hypothesis. In the present study we assume, as any investigator or researcher should, that the result of our inquiry is not a foregone conclusion. Therefore we must study all the evidence, not just that which Leno examines, but also the very considerable amount of evidence that Leno leaves unexamined. Questions of methodology. How can these materials be assessed as to their truthfulness? What, in fact, can we reasonably expect to learn from them? This problem confronts Egg, Leno, and Kirilina as well, though they do not directly address it. They have some interrogations, trial transcripts, and investigative materials, so we too have whatever of these materials they have chosen to disclose to us. In addition, we have all the evidence that, for whatever reasons, they omit. Although a full examination of the Moscow trials is beyond the scope of this study, we do wish to emphasize the following point: there is no evidence that any of the defendants in these trials was framed, falsely convicted, innocent. Not one shred of evidence has ever been produced that the defendants in the 3 Moscow trials were anything but guilty of those charges to which they confessed. No one has ever produced any evidence that the defendants were forced to testify in some manner dictated by the prosecution or NKVD. None of the rehabilitation documents and reports produced during Khrushchev's and especially during Gorbachev's era contains any evidence that the defendants were innocent. All the conclusions of all these rehabilitation reports are assertions only. As we shall see, there is good evidence that some of the defendants at least did not tell the whole truth, and that both Iagata and other defendants, as well as Ezhov, distorted and concealed some matters at the trials. But none of this deception tends to exculpate any of the trial defendants either. It simply adds another dimension to their guilt, and to the picture of the conspiracies that we already have. From what we know, the defendants' testimony reflects what they wanted to say. A central problem in evaluating the Moscow trial's testimony is the question of independent corroboration of statements made at the trial through evidence that could not have been arranged, planted, or otherwise created by the prosecution. Of course, the lack of independent corroboration would not mean that the trial testimony and confessions were faked by the prosecution. In the case of a skillful conspiracy, there might be no independent evidence at all. It would just mean that we would have no way of comparing this testimony with independent evidence. Even if we had no independent corroboration, we could evaluate the internal consistency of the statements made by different defendants at different times. Fortunately, some evidence external to the Moscow trials and even to the USSR itself does exist. All of this external evidence tends to corroborate the confessions of the accused. The block, its formation and composition. The major prosecution claim that frames the 1936 trial is that a bloc was formed in 1932 between Trotskyites and Zinovievites, with other forces also joining. This bloc really did exist, as is confirmed in Sidov's letter to Trotsky of sometime in mid-1932. Sidov names Zinovievites, the Stenlominids group, the group of Safar Tarkhan, and I.N., as well as Zinoviev and Kamina. All of these groups were named by prosecution and defendants in the August 1936 trial. Sidov identified I.N. Smirnov as the leader of the Trotskyite group, and this is confirmed in the trial transcript. Sidov's letter and the trial transcript confirm that the bloc was formed by 1932. Active planning for murder of Kirov. According to testimony at the 1936 trial, active planning for Kirov's assassination began in the summer of 1934, and Leningrad conspirators were contacted in the autumn of 1934. This appears to coincide with certain indications in Nikolov's diary, upon which Lino has remarked. Concerning Nikolov's farewell letters to family members, dated August 1934, Lino comments. Moreover, some farewell letters that he wrote to family members in August, but may not have delivered, suggest that he was considering suicide, or possibly the assassination of party officials. For Nikolov, the murder and suicide went together. We recall that he tried to kill himself seconds after shooting Kirov. According to trial testimony, specific organizational plans for Kirov's assassination began in the autumn of 1934. In order to prepare the murder, Bakayev went to Leningrad in the autumn of 1934 and there established contact with the active members of our organization, Kotolinov, Levin, Rumyantsev, Mendel Stanon, and Myasnikov, who formed the so-called Leningrad Terrorist Center. The Leningrad Center had an active group of terrorists, directly engaged in preparations for the murder of Kirov. 97. This was also fully confirmed during the investigation by the accused Evdokimov, who stated the following. I learned from Bakayev that in the autumn of 1934, he, Bakayev, together with one Trotskyite terrorist, whose name I do not know, went to Leningrad to establish contact with the Leningrad Terrorist Center and to organize the assassination of Kirov. While in Leningrad, Bakayev and the above-mentioned Trotskyite terrorist met Nikolaev and arranged with him that he would assassinate Kirov. At the end of Mrakovsky's examination, Vyshinsky asks Bakayev in what part of 1934 he went to Leningrad. Bakayev, in the autumn. Vyshinsky, for what purpose? Bakayev, to ascertain the preparedness of the organization to assassinate Kirov. Vyshinsky, did you give the instructions to make preparations for assassination of Kirov? Kamina, yes, in the autumn. Vyshinsky, in the autumn you and Evdokimov instructed Bakayev to go to Leningrad to check up on the progress which was being made by the Leningrad Trotskyite Zinovievite group in its preparations to assassinate Kirov? Is that right? Do you confirm that? Kamina, yes, that is true. I confirm that. Continuing, Evdokimov says that for this purpose Bakayev, in the autumn of 1934, went to Leningrad to check up on the progress of preparations for the terroristic act against Sergei Mironovich Kirov by the Leningrad terrorists. These terrorist groups began to shadow Sergei Mironovich Kirov and waited for an opportune moment to commit their terroristic act. 97. Report of court proceedings. The case of the Trotskyite Zinovievite Terrorist Center. Moscow, People's Commissariat of Justice of the USSR, 1936, 30-31. The time period autumn 1934 corresponds with Nikolov's lengthy diary entries of October 1934, in which he writes of dying for my political convictions, and his letter of explanation before the party and the fatherland. Nikolov also wrote a letter to Kirov on October 30, 1934. Within the next few days he tried to outline concrete plans for assassinating Kirov. Marxism and terrorism. The question of reconciling the use of terror with Marxism, which, as is well known, rejects the use of terror, arose at the trial. Vyshinsky, how did Zinoviev and Kamina reconcile terroristic activities with Marxism? Rheingold, in 1932, Zinoviev, at Kamina's apartment, in the presence of a number of members of the United Trotskyite Zinovievite Center, argued in favor of resorting to terror as follows: although terror is incompatible with Marxism, at the present moment these considerations must be abandoned. There are no other methods available of fighting the leaders of the party and the government at the present time. Stalin combines in himself all the strength and firmness of the present party leadership. Therefore Stalin must be put out of the way in the first place. Kamina enlarged on this theory and said that the former methods of fighting, namely, attempts to win the masses, combinations with the leaders of the rightists, and banking on economic difficulties, have failed. That is why the only method of struggle available is terroristic acts against Stalin and his closest comrades in arms: Kirov, Voroshilov, Kaganovich, Arhonikij, Postishev, Kossier, and the others. Trotsky and terror. Trotsky proclaimed repeatedly in print and at the Dewey Commission hearings that he was unalterably opposed to terror in English, to the use of violence and assassination against political opponents. In the words of Trotsky's advocate Goldman, the accusation of individual terror, as will be shown on the basis of Trotsky's numerous articles, beginning in 1902, is in direct contradiction with the whole bent of his thought, with his political education, with the lessons of his revolutionary experience, and finally, with the entire tradition of Russian Marxism. 98. 98. The case of Leon Trotsky. Report of hearings on the charges made against him in the Moscow trials. By the Preliminary Commission of Inquiry, John Dewey, Chairman. New York, Harper Brothers, 1937. First Session, p. 11. Trotsky spoke many times in opposition to terror. Almost the whole of the seventh session of the Dewey Commission hearings was devoted to this point. For example, on the 28th of December, 1934, 4 weeks after the Kirov assassination, Trotsky wrote in the Bulletin of the Opposition: if Marxists have categorically condemned individual terrorism, even when the shots were directed against the agents of the Tsarist government and of capitalist exploitation, then all the more relentlessly will they condemn and reject the criminal adventurism of terrorist acts directed against the bureaucratic representatives of the first workers' state in history. Sidov devoted Chapter 10 of his Livre Rouge 99 to demonstrating how vigorously Trotsky opposed terror. Entrée maintenant dans la voie de la terreur individuelle, renoncer au marxisme, signifierait pour Trotsky non seulement renoncer à lui-même, mais aussi réduire à néant les fruits de 40 années d'activité révolutionnaire. Cela signifierait se suicider politiquement. To now take the path of individual terror, to renounce Marxism, would signify for Trotsky not only renouncing himself, but also reducing to nothing the fruits of 40 years of revolutionary activity. That would signify political suicide. Lors du coup de revolver de Nikolaev, les communistes internationalistes ont déjà condamné la terreur individuelle de la façon la plus impitoyable, la plus résolue. Ils maintenant aujourd'hui ce point de vue plus fermement que jamais. Si Stalin, par politique, son régime et l'extermination de l'opposition, peut créer un état d'esprit terroriste, le devoir révolutionnaire dict impérieusement auxiliary bolcheviks léninistes de repeater encore une fois de toute leur énergie, la voie de la terreur individuelle n'est pas notre voie, elle ne peut être que la voie qui mène à la perte de la révolution. At the time of Nikolov's revolver shot we, the communist internationalists, had already condemned individual terror in the most pitiless and most decisive fashion. Today we maintain this point of view more firmly than ever. If Stalin, by his policy, his regime, and the extermination of the opposition, can create a terrorist state of mind, then revolutionary duty imperiously demands that the Bolshevik-Leninists repeat once again with all their energy, the path or individual terror is not our path, it can only be the path to the destruction of the revolution. 99 El Siduf. Livre Rouge sur le procès de Moscou. Paris, Editions Populaires, 1936. In interviews with his biographer Fieferman, former Trotsky secretary Jan van Heijenoort insisted that in his own opinion Stalin should have been assassinated but that Trotsky would never consider it. When he later described the enormous amount of work the Trotskyists had to do to prepare for the hearings, van Heijenoort wrote the odd sentence, "Needless to say, in all this work, there was nothing falsified, nothing hidden." Why needless to say? Why wouldn't Trotsky, the ex-commissar of war, have plotted a return? Why wouldn't there have been many plots against Stalin by those who, early on, were keenly and painfully aware of his diabolical cruelty and single-mindedness? 50 years after the Moscow trials, van Heijenoort's response to such questions was excited and emphatic. "Yes, that's exactly my opinion. But Trotsky always said we are against personal terrorism. I say that is bunk. Of course Stalin should have been eliminated." 100. Anita Bergman Fieferman. Politics, Logic, and Love, The Life of Jean van Heijenoort. Wellesley, Massachusetts, A.K. Peters, Limited, 1993, 140. But we know that, like Kamina, Sidov did in fact believe that terror was an appropriate tactic for Marxists. Mark Zborovsky was an NKVD agent who managed to gain Sidov's confidence. Zborovsky wrote reports to his handlers while acting as one of Sidov's closest collaborators. In a report dated February 8, 1937, Zborovsky wrote that on January 22, 1937, the eve of the Pyotr Kovrodek trial, Sidov suddenly began speaking to him of terror. February 8, 1937. On January 22, L. Sidov, in our conversation at his apartment about the question of the second Moscow trial and the role in it of some of the accused, stated, "Now there is no reason to hesitate. Stalin must be killed." For me this statement was so unexpected that I did not manage to react to it in any way. L. Sidov immediately redirected the conversation onto other questions. On January 23, L. Sidov, in my presence and also that of L. Estrina, uttered a sentence with the same content as that of the 22nd. In answer to the statement of his, L. Estrina said, "Keep your mouth shut." They did not return to this question again. 101. 101 Zborovsky Archive, f.31660D 9067 Papka number 28. Info Kaganov Archive, Library of Congress. Online at http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/zbor_Stalin0238.pdf. Some of these same documents are confirmed by John Costello and Oleg Tsarev, Deadly Illusions. Tsarev, a former KGB man, had privileged access to KGB files for a time in the early 1990s. Mark Zborovsky. In a report with a handwritten date on it of February 11, 1938, but which is possibly from the previous year, 1937, Zborovsky reported again. Since 1936 Sonny had not talked with me about terror. Only about 2 or 3 weeks ago, after a meeting of the group, Sonny again began to speak on this subject. At first he only tried to theoretically prove that terrorism does not contradict Marxism. Marxism, in Sonny's words, rejects terrorism only insofar as the conditions of the class struggle are not suitable for terrorism, but there are situations in which terrorism is essential. The next time Sonny began to speak about terrorism when I arrived at his apartment to work. While reading newspapers, Sonny said that since the whole regime of the USSR is held up by Stalin, it would be enough to kill Stalin for everything to fall apart. He had stated this thought earlier too, but until this time he had never formulated it this sharply. This last time he repeatedly returned to it, and underscored the necessity to kill Stalin with special care. In connection with this conversation, Sonny asked me whether I feared death generally and whether I would be capable of carrying out a terrorist act. To my answer that it all depends on the circumstances and whether it was called for, Sonny said that I do not at all correctly understand what a real terrorist is and began to explain to me what kind of persons people suitable for carrying out terrorist acts are. Moving to the tactics of terror, he stopped on the question of cotters, considering that this is the basic point. A terrorist, in Sonny's words, just always be ready for death. Death must be for the terrorist a daily reality, and he illustrated this thesis with the example of the psychology of the Narodovoltsi. Here he tossed out the remark that I, in his opinion, am too soft a person for this kind of affair. 102. 102 Costello, John, and Oleg Tsarev. Deadly Illusions. New York, Crown, 1993, 283, 469 n.44. Tsarev Costello, Roku v. Iliazii, 322-3, and n44p.531. The other texts of Zborovsky's reports are in facsimile in the Fokoganov Archive, LOC. This archive also contains facsimiles of the reports published by Costello and Tsarev, thus verifying that they are the same ones. Sidov was surely reflecting his father's view here. Sidov himself had no political organization or goals independent of those of his father, whose primary and, on very sensitive issues, sole political confidant he was. In his testimony at trial, Smimov had claimed that first Sidov, in his meeting with him in 1931, and later Trotsky, through Gavin, had endorsed violence as the only way to take power. In his Livre Rouge, Sidov conceded that he had met with Smimov in Berlin in July 1931. Soviet agent Zborovsky's reports that Sidov recommended assassination, and specifically Stalin's assassination, is consistent with what Radek and others testified that Trotsky had advocated in letters and communications to them. It is to be expected that Trotsky and Sidov would publicly deny the use of terror. Thanks to Pierre Bruet's research in the Harvard Trotsky archive, we know they lied to preserve their conspiracy when they thought it useful to do so. The rights and terror. Despite his denials, therefore, the evidence now available supports the hypothesis that Radek was telling the truth when he testified at the January 1937 Moscow trial that Trotsky, along with other oppositionists, did advocate that Stalin be assassinated. This is to be expected in light of what we now know about the plans of the rightists, with whom Trotsky's supporters had, with Trotsky's blessing, formed a bloc. We can be certain that Bukharin, one of the main leaders of the rights, was indeed advocating that Stalin be assassinated. In his memoirs published in Switzerland in 1971, Jules Humbert Draws, a Swiss communist in the Comintern and close ally of Bukharin's, revealed that Bukharin told him the rights were planning to kill Stalin as early as 1928. Humbert Draws met and talked with Bukharin for the last time in early 1929. The Swiss communist was about to leave for a conference of Latin American communist parties. In his memoirs, published in Switzerland in 1971, Humbert Draws recalled this incident as follows. Before leaving, I went to see Bukharin for one last time, not knowing whether I would see him again upon my return. We had a long and frank conversation. He brought me up to date with the contacts made by his group with the Zinoviev Kamena fraction in order to coordinate the struggle against the power of Stalin. I did not hide from him that I did not approve of this liaison of the oppositions. The struggle against Stalin is not a political program. We had combated with reason the program of the Trotskyists on the essential questions, the danger of the kulaks in Russia, the struggle against the United Front with the Social Democrats, the Chinese problems, the very short-sighted revolutionary perspective, etc. On the morrow of a common victory against Stalin, the political problems will divide us. This bloc is a bloc without principles which will crumble away before achieving any results. Bukharin also told me that they had decided to utilize individual terror in order to rid themselves of Stalin. On this point as well I expressed my reservation. The introduction of individual terror into the political struggles born from the Russian Revolution would strongly risk turning against those who employed it. It had never been a revolutionary weapon. My opinion is that we ought to continue the ideological and political struggle against Stalin. His line will lead in the near future to a catastrophe which will open the eyes of the communists and result in a changing of orientation. Fascism menaces Germany and our party of phrasemongers will be incapable of resisting it. Before the debacle of the Communist Party of Germany and the extension of fascism to Poland and to France, the International must change politics. That moment will then be our hour. It is necessary then to remain disciplined, to apply the sectarian decisions after having fought and opposed the leftist errors and measures, but to continue to struggle on the strictly political terrain. Bukharin doubtlessly had understood that I would not hind myself blindly to his fraction whose sole program was to make Stalin disappear. /380/ This was our last meeting. It was clear that he did not have confidence in the tactic that I proposed. He also certainly knew better than I what crimes Stalin was capable of. In short, those who, after Lenin's death and on the basis of his testament, could have destroyed Stalin politically, sought instead to eliminate him physically, when he held firmly in his hand the party and the police apparatus of the state. 103. 103 Memoirs de Jules Humbert Draz. De Lenin à Stalin. Dix ans au service de l'Internationale communiste 1921–1931. Neufchâtel, à la Baconière, 1971, pages 379–380. The original French text is as follows. Humbert Draz, who published this account in 1971, wrote without any pressure from the NKVD. He wrote, and lived most of his life, in his native Switzerland. Moreover, he was Bukharin's friend and political ally. At the time of writing he hated Stalin, as is clear from his remark about crimes Stalin was capable of. Thus he had no motive that we know of to lie or to exaggerate what he knew. Furthermore, Humbert Draz claims he heard of the plans to murder Stalin from Bukharin's own lips. This corroborates the confessions of many other rightists, some of which have been published. It also corroborates Bukharin's recently published first confession and his testimony at his 1938 trial. 104. Thanks to Sedov's letter to his father and Trotsky's reply, we know that Trotsky did enter a bloc with the Zinovievites and others. If Trotsky had held any kind of principled objection to assassinating Stalin, he would not have entered into a bloc with persons whose goal that was. He would also have not advocated removing the leadership, a phrase which could not have reasonably been understood any other way than by assassination. No forms of activity except illegal ones were available to the defeated oppositions. Moreover, this same phrase is used by the oppositionists in the USSR to mean assassination. We know the Rights had been planning to assassinate Stalin. Trotsky seems to have arrived at the same conclusion. 104 Grover Furr and Vladimir L. Bobrov, Nikolai Bukharin's first statement of confession in the Lubyanka. Cultural Logic 2007. At http://clogik.eserver.org/2007/fur_bobarov.pdf. This article was first published in the St. Petersburg Historical Journal Clio 1, 2005, 38-52. I have put the Russian version online at http://tinyurl.com/fur-Bukharin. Yuri Gavin. In 1990, Pierre Brouet announced that he had discovered that Trotsky and Sedov lied concerning their ties to some party members inside the USSR. One of these figures was an old Bolshevik of Latvian background, Yuri Petrovich Gavinis, or, in its Russian form, Gavin. At the 1936 Moscow trial, Gavin was named by I.N. Smuryov, one of the chief defendants and a longtime Trotskyist, as the person who had met with Trotsky in 1932 and received terrorist instructions from him, that is, instructions to assassinate Stalin and, perhaps, others. Vyshinsky, quoting Smirnov. I admit that the attitude which regarded terrorism as the only way of changing the situation in the Soviet Union was known to me from a conversation with Sedov in Berlin in 1931 as his own personal position. I admit that this line on terrorism was confirmed by L. Trotsky in 1932 in his personal instructions conveyed to me through Y. Gavin. Vyshinsky, another question to Smirnov. Do you corroborate the testimony of Mrakovsky that in 1932 you received a reply from Trotsky through Gavin? Smirnov, I received a reply from Trotsky through Gavin. Vyshinsky, and in addition, did you receive verbal information on the conversation with Trotsky? Smirnov, yes, also verbal conversation. Vyshinsky, you, Smirnov, confirm before the Supreme Court that in 1932 you received from Gavin the direction from Trotsky to commit acts of terrorism? Smirnov, yes. Vyshinsky, against whom? Smirnov, against the leaders. Vyshinsky, against which? Smirnov, Stalin and others. Smirnov stated that he had also had contact with Sedov but that Gavin had conveyed to him a letter from Trotsky himself. Vyshinsky, was the letter you received through Gavin sent by Sedov or by Trotsky? Smirnov, Gavin brought a letter from Trotsky. Vyshinsky, what then do you admit? Smirnov, I admit that I belong to the underground Trotskyite organization, joined the bloc, joined the center of this bloc, met Sedov in Berlin in 1931, listened to his opinion on terrorism and passed this opinion on to Moscow. I admit that I received Trotsky's instructions on terrorism from Gavin and, although not in agreement with them, I communicated them to the Zinovievites through Turvaganian. Vyshinsky, and, while not in agreement, you remained a member of the bloc and worked in the bloc. Smirnov, I did not resign officially from the bloc, but actually I did no work. Smirnov's behavior seems inconsistent with a forced or faked confession. Smirnov continued to stubbornly insist that he was not a member of the bloc even though he passed on the instructions about terrorism to the Zinovievites, a point Vyshinsky energetically contested. Smirnov returned to this topic in his last plea. This was the mistake I made, which later grew into a crime. It induced me to resume contact with Trotsky, it induced me to seek connections with the Zinovievite group, it brought me into a bloc with the group of Zinovievites, into receiving instructions on terrorism from Trotsky through Gavin in November 1932, it brought me to terrorism. I communicated Trotsky's instructions on terrorism to the bloc to which I belonged as a member of the center. The bloc accepted these instructions and began to act. Both Sedov and Trotsky publicly denied any meetings with Gavin. Sedov, Livre Rouge. Gavin, par exemple, don't nous parlerons plus amplement, bien sûr il mentionne à diverses reprises comme ayant transmis les instructions terroristes de Trotsky à Smirnov, est absent du procès. Gavin, for example, whom we will later discuss more fully, is mentioned several times as a courier of terrorist instructions from Trotsky to Smirnov, and is absent from the trial. Celui qui est mentionné comme ayant transmis les instructions de Trotsky sur la terreur, c'en est pas Goldsman, mais I Gavin, qui aurait personnellement reçu de Trotsky de instructions terroristes et les aurait transmises à in. Smirnov. C'est de Gavin, comme de l'unique personne qui a transmis de instructions terroristes de Trotsky au Centre unifié par l'acte d'accusation. The one named at the trial who figures as the transmitter of Trotsky's instructions about terrorism is not Holtzman, but Y. Gavin, who supposedly personally received terrorist instructions from Trotsky, and passed them on to in. Smirnov. The charges speak of Gavin as the only person who had passed on terrorist instructions from Trotsky to the Unified Center. Fent il répéter que Trotsky n'a pas transmis par l'intermédiaire de I Gavin, pas plus que par l'intermédiaire d'actuel quan d'autres, de instructions terroristes etness par rencontre à l'étranger avec Gavin, pas plus que ilness rencontre avec aucun de accuses. Is it necessary to say that Trotsky did not transmit through I Gavin, any more than through anyone else, any kind of terrorist instructions and did not meet with Gavin abroad, any more than he met with a single one of the defendants? Trotsky, at the Dewey Commission hearings. Goldman, did you ever hear of a man by the name of Gavin? Trotsky, yes. Goldman, who is he? Trotsky, he is a Latvian Bolshevik. He, if I remember, gave all his sympathies at a certain time to the opposition. As Holtzman, for example. In 1926 or 1927, he was connected for a time with Smilga, a member of the Central Committee. But he disappeared from my eyes absolutely after 1926. Goldman, in the testimony of Mrakovsky, and also Smirnov, there is a reference that you sent communications through Gavin to Smirnov about the necessity of killing Stalin. Trotsky, I don't know anything about it. No, it is an absolute falsehood. He is not among the defendants. Goldman, no, he is not. He is a witness. Trotsky, not even a witness. Goldman, that's right. Trotsky, he disappeared. Goldman, it is simply mentioned by Mrakovsky, by the defendant Mrakovsky. But in 1990 Brouet revealed that Trotsky and Sedov had lied. Gavin did meet with Sedov at least. In 1936 Trotsky and Sedov denied having any contact with him and seems to have agreed to bring back to the Soviet Union a message to the Trotskyist group itself in spite of his worry about the latter having been infiltrated by the OGPU.105. 105 Pierre Brouet. Party opposition to Stalin and the First Moscow Trial. In John W. Strong, ed. Essays on Revolutionary Culture and Stalinism. Columbus O.H., Slavica Publishers, 1990, pages 98 to 111, p. 99. Brouet does not identify the letter or letters either in the Sedov papers at the Hoover Institution or in the Trotsky archive at Harvard in which Trotsky and his son discuss Gavin. According to Vadim Rogovin, one of those letters may be Trotsky Archive 4858.106. Brouet suggests that other letters are at Hoover but gives no further details. In Brouet's 1988 biography Trotsky we read only this. Gavin, l'ancien émissaire de Trotsky, est fusillé sur un civière.107. 106 Rogovin, Bila li Alternativa, Chapter 9, in Russian at http://web.mit.edu/people/fjk/rogovin/volume4/9.html. 107 Chapter 56, at http://brui/works/1988/00/pb_tky_56.htm. The detail of being shot on a litter is taken from Roi Medvedev, Let History Judge, an unreliable book full of Khrushchev-era falsifications. In the same chapter Brouet also accepts Medvedev's account that Stalin had Sergei Orjonikij assassinated, a story for which there is no evidence at all and which has long been abandoned even by anti-communists who insist that Sergei committed suicide, also a falsehood, as Vladimir Bobrov has demonstrated. 108. Brouet writes. The correspondence between Trotsky and Sedov demonstrates that father and son were astounded at the beginning of the trial when they saw that Smirnov and Halsman, already guilty in Stalin's eyes, did not content themselves with confessing the truth but accused themselves of fantastic crimes. It would be important to see the text of such letters. If they are as Brouet describes, they might constitute evidence that Smirnov's and Goltsman's testimony was false. But Brouet neither quotes the text nor cites the specific letters in which this exchange supposedly took place. Therefore we can't verify Brouet's claim that Trotsky and Sedov were astounded or that they discussed between themselves which of the accusations made by Smirnov and Goltsman were true and which were not. Vadim Rogovin may have been informed of the contents of the Trotsky archive by Brouet. I have not found any evidence that he had access to the Trotsky archives himself. We know that these men, the two most prominent Trotsky scholars in the world at the time, were in communication with each other. 109 Yet Rogovin cites only a letter in which Sedov discusses what he and Trotsky should admit and what they should conceal. This does not constitute evidence that they thought Smirnov's and Goltsman's testimony false. 109 I know this from the person who drove Brouet when he was doing research in the Nikolovsky archive at the Hoover Institution during the 1980s. Therefore we have evidence that Trotsky and Sedov lied about Gavin. Gavin had indeed met with Sedov and, in Brouet's words, seems to have agreed to bring back to the Soviet Union a message to the Trotskyist group itself. Smirnov confessed that this letter, which he dates to November 1932, contained terrorist instructions. Bruet and Rogovin deny this but give no evidence for this denial. Neither Bruet nor Rogovin have any coherent explanation for Trotsky's and Sedov's lying here. Bruet attempts to explain it thus. Sedov at first wondered whether he should tell the truth, publicly, but finally decided to deny everything, except proven contacts, which seemed to him the only way of hindering the annihilation of the defendants. Rogovin opines. Facts such as these argue that Trotsky and Sedov decided to deny everything that was not already thoroughly known to Stalin's inquisitors. Such statements do not explain why Trotsky did not simply publish the letter he did give to Gavin, with the names of individuals deleted. Gavin and many others were already known to the NKVD, so this would not have further endangered them. Publishing the letter would have been a major challenge to Stalin and the NKVD, and be strong documentary evidence that Smirnov, G.O. Eltsman, and others were lying when they said that Trotsky was urging terror assassination. But if the letter Sedov passed to Gavin really did advocate terror, as Smirnov and Vyshinsky claimed, then of course Trotsky and Sedov could not publish it. Therefore their failure to admit to the discussion with and message to Gavin, and their failure to publish the message they gave Gavin, at the very least leaves open the possibility that Trotsky had indeed advocated terror in this letter. As we shall see in our examination of the Kirov evidence in the second Moscow trial of January 1937, exactly the same situation arose a few months later with respect to the letter to Radek. In the early 1980s, Getty revealed that the Trotsky archive at Harvard had been purged of incriminating materials. No further evidence of Trotsky-Sedov contacts with Gavin or the other clandestine oppositionists inside the USSR during the 1930s can be expected from that source. This suggests that Trotsky's letter to the bloc sent by Gavin was incriminating in some way and so was among the materials purged from the archive. It is possible that such materials may be held in former Soviet archives still top secret in Russia. The Hotel Bristol question. In 2010, Swedish researcher Sven-Erik Holmström proved that Trotsky laid down a smokescreen of lies and fabrication before the Dewey Commission. In his careful study of G.O. Eltsman's testimony at the 1936 Moscow trial, the testimony by Trotsky and his witnesses at the Dewey Commission hearings, photographs of the Grand Hotel Copenhagen and Bristol Conditori, and the communist press of the time, Holmström has shown that the communist press was correct. G.O. Eltsman was telling the truth about the Hotel Bristol. It was Trotsky and his witness, Esther Field, who were lying. 110. 110 Holmström, Sven-Erik. New evidence concerning the Hotel Bristol question in the first Moscow trial of 1936. Cultural Logic, 2008. At http://logic.server.org/2008/holmstrom.pdf. As Holmström points out, Trotsky took a serious risk in lying about the Hotel Bristol matter. The Danish Communist Party did check up on Pi's story and published their findings in their newspaper. Had anyone in the mainstream press followed up on this story, the fact that Trotsky had lied would have become broadly known. This in turn might have discredited the Dewey Commission's investigation. In fact, the Commission itself could have easily taken the trouble to verify the Hotel Bristol issue. That it failed to do so is additional evidence that the Commission was heavily biased in Trotsky's favor. If G.O. Eltsman really had been lying in his testimony about meeting Trotsky, Trotsky could have simply denied meeting G.O. Eltsman anywhere in Copenhagen in November 1932, though it is a matter of record that Trotsky was indeed present in Copenhagen at the time. G.O. Eltsman had no other proof of the meeting. The fact that Trotsky took the risk of lying about it for the purpose of raising what amounted to a red herring concerning the name of the hotel in question suggests that he may have had something to hide that was worth the risk of being caught in a lie in order to conceal. 111. 111 Holmström suspects that G.O. Eltsman did meet with Trotsky but that he did not meet with Sedov, as he claimed at the 1936 Moscow trial, but with someone else whose identity he wanted to conceal. Holmström's study of the question of Yuri Pyatakhov's claim that he visited Trotsky in Norway in December 1935 is well advanced. Conclusion. There is no direct confirmation from sources outside the Soviet Union of the charge that the Trotskyite-Zinovyevite bloc conspired in the murder of Kirov. But such confirmation is hardly to be expected. In the interests of secrecy, the details of such a conspiracy would be confined to a small number of persons. Experienced conspirators like Trotsky and his son would not have told anyone who did not need to know. We do have confirmation of a number of details in the Moscow trial from the best possible source outside Soviet control: Trotsky and his son. Trotsky and Sedov publicly denied these allegations, evidence that they believed this information would add to the credibility of the chief criminal allegations made in the trial, as in fact they do. Corroboration of those allegations we can check does not, of course, prove that all allegations and accusations made at the trial were equally correct. But it does add to the credibility of those charges that cannot be directly corroborated. We also know that Trotsky's and Sedov's public statements cannot be taken at face value. To the extent that we have corroborated allegations made at the trial that Trotsky and Sedov publicly denied, we can be assured that they would probably also deny other, even more incriminating accusations, especially if they were in fact true. Chapter 14. Evidence. Lino ignores the second and third Moscow trials. The second Moscow trial is formally known as the case of the anti-Soviet Trotskyite Center and informally as the Pyatakov trial after the two most famous defendants. It took place between January 23 and January 30, 1937. Lino dismisses the evidence given at this trial even more briefly than that of the first trial. The second major show trial of the terror opened on January 23, 1937. Stalin and Yezhov supervised. The state constructed a giant conspiratorial edifice on the basis of private grumbling about Stalin and a few grotesque confessions of terrified defendants. This is another example of Lino's recourse to the fallacy of begging the question, assuming that which must be proven. 112 Lino has no evidence that the defendants' confessions are false or that the state, not the defendants, constructed the conspiracy. The reason is simple: no such evidence exists. 112 One famous definition, petitio principia, is, therefore, committed when a proposition which requires proof is assumed without proof. James Weldon. A Manual of Logic. Volume 2, p. 279. Petitio principia is translated as begging the question. As for Lino's claim that the defendants were any more terrified than defendants in any capital trial anywhere, I suggest that no objective person who studies the transcript could come away with that opinion. On the contrary, the principal defendants gave the impression of calmness and lucidity. A well-known example is the following passage from Karl Radek's closing statement. When I found myself in the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, the chief examining official realized at once why I would not talk. He said to me, "You are not a baby. Here you have 15 people testifying against you. You cannot get out of it, and as a sensible man you cannot think of doing so. If you do not want to testify, it can only be because you want to gain time and look it over more closely. Very well, study it." For 2.5 months I tormented the examining official. The question has been raised here whether we were tormented while under investigation. I must say that it was not I who was tormented, but I who tormented the examining officials and compelled them to perform a lot of useless work. For 2.5 months I compelled the examining official, by interrogating me and by confronting me with the testimony of other accused, to open up all the cards to me, so that I could see who had confessed, who had not confessed, and what each had confessed. This lasted for 2.5 months. And one day the chief examining official came to me and said, "You are now the last. Why are you wasting time and temporizing? Why don't you say what you have to say?" And I answered, "Yes, tomorrow I shall begin my testimony." And the testimony I gave contains not a single correction from first to last. I unfolded the whole picture as I knew it, and the investigation may have corrected one or another personal mistake about the connections of some person with another, but I affirm that not a single thing I told the examining officials has been refuted and that nothing has been added. In 113 Report of court proceedings in the case of the anti-Soviet Trotskyite Center. Heard before the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. Moscow, January 23–30, 1937, verbatim report. Moscow, Moscow, People's Commissariat of Justice of the USSR, 1937, 549. This passage is famous. But other defendants were almost as cool under Vyshinsky's questioning. Such passages expose Leno's purpose in describing the defendants as terrified. Leno appears to be unwilling to deal with the testimony about the Kirov assassination. Perhaps this is because, like so much other evidence, it is incompatible with his preconceived conclusion that Nikolov was a lone gunman and everybody else was framed. Whatever his motives, Leno uses language in an attempt to justify ignoring the testimony. Declaring the testimony grotesque and the defendants terrified is also a tacit admission that he has no evidence to refute the trial testimony and so is reduced to the bluff of denial. Was the trial testimony falsified? Leno begs the question in that he assumes that the trial testimony was falsified in some way he does not specify. In this he follows the example of ideologically anti-communist researchers. It is easy to find historians of Soviet history who make this assumption. But it is impossible to find one who proves it, or indeed has any evidence for it at all. There has never been any evidence that the testimony at the Moscow trials was falsified, the defendants forced to mouth confessions composed or dictated by others. But though there is no evidence that the testimony in this trial was falsified, there is a lot of evidence of the contrary, that it was genuine. Here are a few examples of corroboration between testimony at the January 1937 trial and other established facts. Radek and others testify that they disagreed with the assassination of individuals. This corresponds to what Yagoda testified independently, as we will see in the chapter devoted to him. Radek's claim that he had received a letter from Trotsky in the spring of 1932 is confirmed by a certified mail receipt found by Getty in the Harvard Trotsky archive. Radek testified that Bukharin had told him he had taken the path of terrorism. We know from the memoirs of Jules Humbert Draws, published in Switzerland in 1971, that Bukharin had decided to assassinate Stalin long before this. Sokolnikov testified that the United Center of Zinovievites and Trotskyites had decided on planning terrorist acts against Stalin and Kirov as early as the autumn of 1932. This corresponds with the testimony of Valentin Astrov, one of Bukharin's followers, one of whose confessions has been published. Astrov had the chance to recant this after the fall of the USSR but explicitly refused to do so. Astrov also insisted that the NKVD investigators had treated him with respect and used no compulsion against him. Muralov stated that Ivan Smemov had told him about his meeting abroad with Sedov. In his Livre Rouge, Sedov admitted that he had met with Smemov, though he claimed the meeting was entirely innocent. Muralov stated that Shestov had brought a letter from Sedov in 1932 with a secret message written with antipyrin, or invisible ink. We know that Sedov used antipyrin to write secret messages since at least one such letter of Sedov survives in the Harvard Trotsky archive. In it he recommends that his father Trotsky write him back with antipyrin as well. Radek stated that it was he who had recommended to Trotsky that Vitov Putna, a military commander loyal to Trotsky, be the person to negotiate with the Germans and Japanese on Trotsky's behalf. This corresponds with Putna's later confessions as recorded by Marshal Budyeny. 114 Furr, Grover, and Vladimir L. Bobrov. Marshal S.M. Budyeny on the Tkakhevsky trial. Impressions of an eyewitness. Clio number 2, pages 8–24. At http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-for g/research/budeneny_klio12.pdf reprinted in MN. Tkakhevsky. Kak my predali Stalina. Moscow, Algorithm, 2012, 174–230. Most of this evidence might be explained as faked if there were any evidence that the confessions, and the alleged plots, had been scripted by the NKVD. But there is no evidence of any such conspiracy to fabricate the trials, while we do have evidence that they were not scripted. In light of these facts, it is impermissible for any competent and objective researcher to simply dismiss without any consideration the very significant evidence given in the trial transcript concerning Kirov's assassination. The Kirov assassination. Radek had the most to say about the Kirov assassination plans. The following text is from the English version of the trial transcript, which is more than twice as long as the Russian version and so contains far more detail. Vyshinsky, in what year was this? Radek, this was in 1930-31. And here there were those transgressions which would have justified my being brought to trial even if I had not belonged to the bloc. There was the fact that, knowing from these talks of their vacillations which already exceeded the bounds of vacillations, I did not consider it possible to inform the leadership of the party of it. For example, if you were to ask me about my responsibility for the murder of Sergei Mironovich Kirov, I must say that this responsibility began not from the moment I joined the leadership of the bloc, but from that moment in 1930 when a man with whom I had close relations, Safarov, came to me looking black in the face and tried to convince me that the country was on the verge of ruin, and I did not report this. And what were the consequences? Safarov was connected with Kotalinov. If I had told the party about Safarov's frame of mind, the party would have got at the group of the former leaders of the Leningrad Young Communist League who later became the leaders of the assassination of Kirov. And so I declare that my responsibility dates not only from the time I joined the bloc, but that the roots of this crime lie in the Trotskyite views with which I returned and which I had not thoroughly abandoned, and in the relations I had retained with the Trotskyite Zinovyevite cadres. This specific passage is not in the Russian transcript, where Safarov is not mentioned at all. Both the Russian and English texts contain the following passages by Radek. Vyshinsky, did you know from Rakovsky about the preparations for terrorist acts against the leaders of the party and the government? Radek, the conversation about Kirov was connected with the fact that in April 1933 Rakovsky asked me whether I could mention any Trotskyite in Leningrad who would undertake the organization of a terrorist group there. Vyshinsky, against whom? Radek, against Kirov, of course. Vyshinsky, he requested your assistance? Radek, naming a person is assistance, that is clear. Vyshinsky, and then? Radek, I named such a person. Vyshinsky, you named? Radek, yes. Vyshinsky, who was it? Radek, Prigozhin. Vyshinsky, Prigozhin. Who could find a murderer? Radek, yes. Vyshinsky, this was in April 1933? Radek, yes. Vyshinsky, and when was Kirov killed? Radek, Kirov was killed in December 1934. 115. 115. The account in the Russian transcript is slightly abbreviated. We know from the Trotsky archive that Sedov informed Trotsky in 1932 that Safarov would shortly join the newly minted bloc of Zinovyevites, Trotskyites, and some others. Radek testified that Safarov told him in 1930 that the country was on the verge of ruin and, by implication, that Stalin must be stopped. Further, Safarov was connected with Kotalinov, thus implying that the Zinovyevite underground group existed as early as that date. Radek testified that the decision to turn to terror came from the spring 1932 letter from Trotsky, and this meant terrorist acts should be planned against Stalin and his immediate colleagues, including Kirov. Vyshinsky, did you know anything about the preparations for the assassination of Sergei Mironovich Kirov? Radek, when we discussed the projected terrorist struggle, the question arose against whom it should be directed in the first place. Vyshinsky, this was in 1932? Radek, when the question arose against whom terrorism should be directed, it concerned terrorism directed against the leading corps of the Central Committee of the CPSU and the Soviet government. And although not a single name was mentioned during this conversation, I know very well who are the leaders and did not have the slightest doubt that the acts were to be directed against Stalin and his immediate colleagues, against Kirov, Molotov, Voroshilov, and Kaganovich. Vyshinsky, were those your deductions or did he say this? Radek, there was no necessity to say it because I knew very well who lead the party and the Soviet government. Vyshinsky, and so it may be considered established that you learned about terrorism from Rakovsky. Radek, yes. Vyshinsky, this was before you received the letter from Trotsky? Radek, this was after I received the letter from Trotsky. The letter from Trotsky was received in February or March 1932. Vyshinsky, that is, in February 1932 you received a letter from Trotsky in which he already spoke of the necessity of getting rid of. Radek, removing. Vyshinsky, of the necessity of removing, consequently you understood that terrorism was meant? Radek, of course. In April 1933 Rakovsky asked Radek if he could find someone in Leningrad to assassinate Kirov. Radek mentioned someone who might be able to organize a terrorist group there, Prigozhin. Then Rakovsky told him that the Trotskyists had no one in Leningrad but that the Zinovievites did and were planning to assassinate Kirov. Rakovsky named Bakayev as overall leader of the Zinovievite terrorist groups. Vyshinsky, consequently, many months before this villainous crime, you, Radek, knew that the Trotskyists were preparing to murder Kirov? Radek, I can say even more. I knew that it was being prepared in general, and by the Zinovievites because since it had been decided to strike at the leaders, Kirov was one of the most prominent leaders, and the Zinovievites had their main center in Petrograd. It was clear that their terrorist organization intended to strike at Kirov. Moreover, Rakovsky told me then that we had nothing in Leningrad, the Zinovievites were preparing there and of course we ought to have our own group. That much in this connection he told me, but he did not tell me when and what would be. He only told me that the Zinovievites in Leningrad /91/ were preparing for an assassination. He told me that, and I very clearly, without any ambiguity, knew that this concerned Kirov. Vyshinsky, when you say here that Rakovsky informed you of the role of Bakayev, what do you mean by that? Radek, he did not tell me that Bakayev personally directed the assassination of Kirov, but he named him as the leader of all the terrorist groups of the Zinovievites. I did not know whether Bakayev would commit this assassination or entrust it to somebody else, but it was clear to me that the preparations for the assassination could not proceed without Bakayev. Sokolnikov, another leader with Radek and Pyatakov of the Reserve Center of Trotskyists, also claimed he knew of terrorist planning in 1932 and of Bakayev's role. Sokolnikov said that Kamenev had told him in the autumn of 1934 about an impending assassination attempt against Kirov. He also confessed that he knew as early as 1932 that the Leningrad Center included Kotolinov, Mandelstam, Levin, and others. The President, did you know of the preparations in 1934 for the assassination of Comrade Kirov? Did you know who were the members of the terrorist center which prepared and carried out the assassination of Comrade Kirov? Sokolnikov, I knew in the beginning of the autumn, or the end of the summer of 1934, I cannot say definitely, that an attempt on the life of Kirov was being prepared in Leningrad. As to who was to carry it out, that I did not know. I was not informed about the details of this affair. But in 1932 I heard who the members of the Leningrad Center were. The President, thus, you confirm your testimony that you knew of the existence in Leningrad of the terrorist center, and in particular, that the members of the center were Levin, Kotolinov, Mandelstam, and others. You confirm this? Sokolnikov, yes, I confirm it, I knew that in 1932. The President, did you know that the preparations for the terrorist act against Comrade Kirov were carried out under Bakayev's personal direction? Sokolnikov, I was not told about that directly, but I knew that the direction of the preparation of a terrorist act was entrusted to Bakayev. The President, to what extent were you connected with Reingold and his activities? Sokolnikov, Rheingold directed the terrorist groups in Moscow. I used to meet him, but he gave me no information about his work. About the functions that he was carrying out I learned from Kamina. The president, Rheingold, had more direct connections with you than with Kamina. Sokolnikov, but he gave me no information about his activities. The president, Rheingold, frequently visited you and discussed things with you more than he did with Kamina. How is it that you did not know about his activities? Sokolnikov, I met him, but he gave me no information about his terrorist activities, and I cannot testify to the details of his work. The president, if you did not know the details of Rheingold's terrorist activities, how is it you knew such a detail as the fact that in November 1934 Bakayev went to Leningrad personally to prepare the murder of Comrade Kirov? Sokolnikov, I had no connection whatever with the preparations for the murder of Kirov except that, as a member of the organization, I bear responsibility for all the actions and all the crimes committed by the organization. The reason why I knew about Bakayev is that Kamina mentioned him to me. I had known Bakayev for a long time, and evidently Kamina, in conversation with me, mentioned him. This corresponds with Kamina's confessions both before and at the 1936 trial. We have discussed them in a previous chapter. It also confirms the confessions of Valentin Astrov, a former follower of Bukharin's. Astrov confirmed these confessions in articles published in the post-Soviet period. 116. 116 We discuss Astrov elsewhere in the present work, and at greater length in our essay Verdict Vinovan, Chapter 1 of Grover Furr and Vladimir Bobrov, 1937. Pravosyudy Stalina. Obzhalovani Ione Podlas hit. Moscow, Exmo, 2010. Muralov confirmed that I.N. Smirnov had told him in 1931 of his visit with Sedov and of Trotsky's new line about resorting to terrorism against the leadership of the Communist Party and the government. Vyshinsky, tell us about the part you played in the West Siberian underground Trotskyite Center. Muralov, in the beginning of 1931. While I was on an official business trip in Moscow I met Ivan Nikitich Smirnov. He told me that he had been abroad and had seen Sedov. He told me about Trotsky's new line about resorting to terrorism against the leadership of the Communist Party and the government. Smirnov advised us to re-establish the Siberian Center to consist of persons known to me and him, those who returned to the party in 1929. These names were mentioned: Semetsky and Boguslavsky. The first task of the center was to gather Trotskyite forces and to organize serious terrorist acts. On my arrival in Novosibirsk I arranged to meet Semetsky and Boguslavsky and told them what Ivan Nikitich Smirnov had proposed, which I accepted as proper. They also agreed with me and we three began to function as the Trotskyite counter-revolutionary center in Siberia. I was the leader. Semetsky was to gather the cadres chiefly among the young people in the universities. I instructed the Trotskyite Kadoros to organize a terrorist group. He formed it in 1932. The designated object of the terrorist act was the secretary of the Territory Committee of the CPSU, Ich. In the same year, 1932, Shestov arrived in Novosibirsk and brought a letter from Sedov. This letter contained a lot of fiction and was written in the ordinary way, but what was not fiction was written with antipyrin and when made visible was found to be Trotsky's directive to proceed to terrorist activities. The letter confirmed what Smirnov had said. This confirms what Bruet was told by Lilia Dalin, that Sedov was the only person who knew all of Trotsky's plans. It is also consistent with Mark Zborovsky's reports to Moscow that Sedov had confided to him that Stalin should be assassinated, despite the fact that both Sedov and Trotsky publicly denounced assassination as contrary to Marxism. We also have at least one letter in the Harvard Trotsky archive by Sedov written with antipyrin, a kind of invisible ink made visible when heated with an iron. Like Radek and Pyatakov and, as we shall see, like Iagata Muralov was opposed to working by socialist revolutionary, guerrilla methods of individual assassination, but nevertheless participated in plans for assassination. Vyshinsky, tell the court please, Did you meet Pyatakov after the murder of Sergei Mironovich Kirov? Muralov, I did. Vyshinsky, in Moscow. Muralov, in Moscow. Vyshinsky, and did you discuss the murder of Sergei Mironovich Kirov? Muralov, we did. We discussed the impression this act had left on everybody, and noted that after all, the directive was being carried out, one man had already been removed. Vyshinsky, one had been removed. And did not Pyatakov say that now it was the turn of the others? Muralov, he did not say that now it was the turn of the others, on the contrary, he said that it was necessary to do this in an organized way. Generally speaking, we did not say that it must be each in turn, or all at once. At all events we said that we must be well prepared, and reproaching me in this respect, he said that we must not act in this blunt soldier-like fashion, but cautiously, in an organized way, and so forth. Vyshinsky, cautiously, in an organized way, but act? Muralov, yes. Vyshinsky, at the preliminary investigation, when you were examined at the office of the Procurator of the USSR, you testified as follows. Permit me to read volume XXV, p. 109. In 1934, after the murder of Sergei Mironovich Kirov, I met Pyatakov in Moscow, and in conversation with me he said, one of those listed in the plan has been wiped off, now it is the turn of the rest, but we must not be impetuous. Is that right? Muralov, I confirm it, that is what I said. Vyshinsky, but was it not said that terrorism in general produces no result if only one is killed and the others remain, and therefore it is necessary to act at one stroke? Muralov, both I and Pyatakov felt that it was no use working by socialist revolutionary, guerrilla methods. We must organize it so as to cause panic at one stroke. We regarded causing panic and consternation in the leading ranks of the party as one of the means by which we would come into power. The Second Moscow Trial, conclusion. The testimony at the Second Moscow Trial concerning the Kirov assassination situates that act in the context of a much broader conspiracy composed of a number of independent underground groups in touch with one another through a coordinating center. It also exculpates the Trotskyite conspiracy from direct participation in the Kirov assassination. The conventional explanation of the anti-Trotskyite campaign of the 1930s is that it was a fabrication that demonstrated how Stalin saw Trotsky as his main rival and wanted to demonize him for that reason. However, if that had been the case, why would the NKVD script confessions that showed the Trotskyites were not directly involved in Kirov's murder? Of course they knew such an attempt was being planned by the Zinovievites. In a legal sense this made them responsible as well. But there is clearly a moral and a legal difference between being informed that an assassination is being planned and actively assisting in its accomplishment. Trotsky is portrayed as demanding assassinations, but his men did not carry them out. It is also hard to square with the fact that two of the leading Trotskyite defendants, Radek and Sokolnikov, were given only prison sentences on the grounds that they did not participate either in the assassination of Kirov or in the sabotage to which the rest of the defendants confessed. Why would this have happened if Trotsky had been the main target of the trial? The fact that some parts of Radek's confessions can be verified and that we have no evidence of any scripting of the confessions by Stalin or at his direction ought to compel any honest investigator to treat these confessions as genuine unless and until evidence of such scripting or other evidence of falsification were to come to light. Absent such evidence, the confessions at this trial reveal that the conspiracy to assassinate leading party members goes back to the formation of the bloc in 1932, and plans to murder Kirov to at least April 1933. Nikolov's act appears as the culminating stage of a much broader conspiracy. Evidence Leno ignored, the Third Moscow Trial. Genrikh Iagada was the only one of the defendants in the March 1938 trial who had a close connection with the actual murder of Kirov. The testimony of other defendants gives more information concerning the conspiracy of the rights, but it does not reveal anything more about the assassination plot or execution itself. We will also examine the other testimony related to the Kirov assassination because it gives convincing evidence that the testimony of the defendants was not scripted or fabricated in the least, but genuine. Defendants Ivanov, Rykov, and Bukharin insist that they had no prior knowledge about the conspiracy to assassinate Kirov despite their prominent roles in the conspiracy of the Rights and the relationship of the Rights to the Trotskyite and Zinovyevite conspiracies. Sharply differentiated confessions in which a defendant admits to some capital crimes, while staunchly denying his guilt in others, is strong evidence that the defendant was not acting under torture or threats. This is especially striking in the case of Bukharin. Bukharin claimed that he had no prior knowledge of the Kirov assassination plot despite his admitted membership in the bloc of Rights and Trotskyites. Vyshinsky did the bloc stand for the organization of terrorist acts, the assassination of leaders of the party and the Soviet government? Bukharin, it did, and I think that the organization of this must be dated back roughly to 1932, the autumn. Vyshinsky, and what was your relation to the assassination of Sergei Mironovich Kirov? Was this assassination also committed with the knowledge and on the instructions of the bloc of Rights and Trotskyites? Bukharin, that I did not know. Vyshinsky, I ask you, was this assassination committed with the knowledge and on the instructions of the bloc of Rights and Trotskyites? Bukharin, and I repeat that I do not know, Citizen Procurator. Vyshinsky, you did not know about this specifically in relation to the assassination of S.M. Kirov? Bukharin, not specifically, but... Vyshinsky, permit me to question the accused Rykov. The President, you may. Vyshinsky, accused Rykov, what do you know about the assassination of Sergei Mironovich Kirov? Rykov, I know nothing about the participation of the Rights or the right part of the bloc in the assassination of Kirov. Vyshinsky, in general, were you aware of preparations for terrorist acts, for the assassination of members of the party and the government? Rykov, as one of the leaders of the right part of this bloc, I took part in the organization of a number of terrorist groups and in preparations for terrorist acts. As I have said in my testimony, I do not know of a single decision of the Right Center, through which I was related with the bloc of Rights and Trotskyites about the actual commission of assassinations. Vyshinsky, about the actual commission. So, do you know that one of the aims of the bloc of Rights and Trotskyites was to organize and commit terrorist acts against leaders of the party and the government? Rykov, I said more than that, I said that I personally organized terrorist groups. But you are asking me whether I knew of such aims through some third person. Vyshinsky, I am asking whether the bloc of Rights and Trotskyites had any relation to the assassination of Comrade Kirov. Rykov, I have no information regarding the relation of the right part to this assassination, and therefore I am convinced to this day that the assassination of Kirov was carried out by the Trotskyites without the knowledge of the Rights. Of course, I might not have known about it. 117. 117 Report of court proceedings in the case of the anti-Soviet bloc of Rights and Trotskyites heard before the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. Moscow, March 2 to 13, 1938, verbatim report. Moscow, People's Commissariat of Justice of the USSR, 1938, 373 to 374. Bukharin's and Rykov's stubborn refusal to admit any knowledge of the role of the bloc in the assassination of Kirov is strong evidence that his testimony was not forced or fabricated. As we shall see, Vyshinsky had to address the court with the claim that he had successfully proven their complicity despite their denials. In their concluding statements, both Bukharin and Rykov again insist that they were ignorant about the assassination. Rykov, the assassination of Kirov has formed the subject of 2 trials. Both the direct perpetrators and the organizers and leaders of this assassination have appeared in court. I do not recall that my name was mentioned then. Bukharin. I categorically deny my complicity in the assassination of Kirov, Menzinsky, Kuibyshev, Gorky and Maxim Peshkov. Of course, it might be the case that Rykov and Bukharin were lying here and really had known about the Kirov murder in advance. It is possible they thought that the question of complicity in these murders might have been a decisive one in determining whether they and others would face the death penalty or merely receive prison terms, as Radek and Sokolnikov had at the January 1937 Moscow trial. Both Radek and Sokolnikov knew of Kirov's assassination but did not play any role in it, and had been spared execution. Vyshinsky, the prosecutor, argued that it was highly unlikely that such leaders of the rights as Rykov and Bukharin could have been ignorant about the Kirov murder no matter what they said at trial. Genrik Iagoda testified that they had to know of the Kirov murder plot. Vyshinsky, very well, please be seated. Permit me to question the accused Yagoda. Accused Yagoda, do you know that Yanukovych, of whom the accused Rykov just spoke, represented the right part of the bloc and that he had direct relation to the organization of the assassination of Sergei Mironovich Kirov? Yagoda, both Rykov and Bukharin are telling lies. Rykov and Yanukovych were present at the meeting of the center where the question of assassinating SM Kirov was discussed. Vyshinsky, did the rights have any relation to this? Yagoda, direct relation, because it was a bloc of rights and Trotskyists. Vyshinsky, did the accused Rykov and Bukharin in particular have any relation to the assassination? Yagoda, direct relation. Vyshinsky, did you, as a member of the bloc of rights and Trotskyists, have any relation to this assassination? Yagoda, I did. Vyshinsky, are Bukharin and Rykov telling the truth when they say that they knew nothing about it? Yagoda, that cannot be so, because when Yanukovych told me, that they, that is, the bloc of rights and Trotskyists had decided at a joint meeting to commit a terrorist act against Kirov, I categorically objected. Vyshinsky, why? Yagoda, I declared that I would never permit any terrorist acts. I regarded it as absolutely unnecessary. Vyshinsky, and dangerous for the organization? Yagoda, of course. Vyshinsky, nevertheless. Yagoda, nevertheless. Yanukovych confirmed. Vyshinsky, what? Yagoda, that at this meeting they. Vyshinsky, who were they? Yagoda, Rykov and Yanukovych at first categorically objected. Vyshinsky, to what? Yagoda, to the commission of a terrorist act. But under the pressure of the remaining part of the bloc of rights and Trotskyists. Vyshinsky, principally the Trotskyists. Yagoda, yes, under the pressure of the remaining part of the bloc of rights and Trotskyists they gave their consent. So Yanukovych told me. Iagoda insisted that both Rykov and Bukharin were lying in denying that they had prior knowledge of the plot to kill Kirov. Yet when pressed by Vyshinsky, Iagoda admitted that he did not know this at first hand but had heard it from Yanukovych. This is evidence that this testimony was genuine. Vyshinsky was eager to prove that Bukharin and Rykov had prior knowledge of Kirov's murder. But none of his star witnesses would oblige him by admitting this. In his summation to the court, Vyshinsky claimed that this prior knowledge was proven. But it is clear from the transcript that it was not in fact proven. There is no direct testimony to that effect, this is only Vyshinsky's deduction. Yanukovych and Yagoda were members of the center and closest associates of Bukharin and Rykov. How can we believe that Yanukovych and Yagoda, who had a share in the assassination of Sergei Mironovich Kirov, who were closest associates of Rykov and Bukharin, and who were the center of the whole system of terrorist acts against leaders of the party and the government, how can we believe that Rykov and Bukharin did not know what was known to Yanukovych, the immediate friend, accomplice, and coadjutor of Bukharin and Rykov, and what was known to Yagoda, the closest friend, accomplice and coadjutor of Bukharin and Rykov? These are the circumstances which completely prove the participation of Rykov and Bukharin in the organization of the assassination of Sergei Mironovich Kirov. Report 679-680. Had Iagoda been subject to torture or threats, he could have claimed direct knowledge of Bukharin's and Rykov's prior knowledge, thus substantiating Vyshinsky's case. Had Rykov and Bukharin been subject to torture or threats, they could have done likewise. The fact that they insisted upon their innocence in this regard while admitting to other very serious crimes argues that they were guilty of at least what they confessed to. Bukharin devoted his own final statement to the court to a detailed denial of a number of the charges against him, charges of which the prosecution spent a great deal of time and effort trying to prove him guilty. We will discuss the issue of torture in a separate section of the present study. Bukharin's biography Stephen Cohen, perhaps the greatest authority on Bukharin in the world, has stated his conviction that Bukharin was not tortured. 118. 118 Cohen, Stephen. Bukharin N.A. Lubyank. Svobodnaya MYSL 21, number 3, 58-63, at 60-61. Bulanov's testimony. Bulanov's testimony appears to corroborate Iagoda's in one respect while contradicting it on another important matter. Bulanov testified that Iagoda informed him in 1936 that he and Zaporozhets had had prior knowledge of the Kirov murder plot. This far Bulanov's testimony agrees with that of Iagoda. But then Bulanov testified that Iagoda had arranged the murder of Borisov, Kirov's bodyguard, supposedly because Borisov had been ordered not to prevent the assassination attempt. Yagoda further told me that Borisov, an employee of the Leningrad administration of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, had a share in the assassination of Kirov. When members of the government came to Leningrad and summoned this Borisov to the Smolny to interrogate him as a witness in connection with the assassination of Kirov, Zaporozhets, being alarmed by this and fearing that Borisov would betray those who stood behind Nikolaev, decided to kill Borisov. On Yagoda's instructions, Zaporozhets so arranged it that an accident occurred to the automobile which took Borisov to the Smolny. Borisov was killed in the accident, and in this way they got rid of a dangerous witness. This is from the published trial transcript. But in 1995 Russian researcher Yuri Imurin revealed that the original transcript of Bulanov's remarks says something quite different here. In the original transcript, Bulanov, I can't tell you exactly, the story was rather confused, but I seem to remember also that Commissar Borisov, who was the sole participant in the murder, who was supposed to give to the members of the government, who themselves had traveled there and were conducting the investigation, was supposed to give confessions, which he could have given, that Iagoda had also been there. Then this Commissar Borisov could not appear at the interrogation and was killed through an automobile accident. When he told me that he had been informed of the murder, then I understood that unusual concern of Iagoda's which he showed when Medved, Zaporozhets, and the other employees had been arrested and given over for trial as ordered. 119. 119 Yuri Imurin. Ubийство v Smolnom. Rodina 10, p.66. In the original transcript Bulanov admitted that his memory of the details was imprecise. I seem to remember. Bulanov did remember Borisov's death. It seemed suspicious to him, as it did to others at the time. But in the original transcript Bulanov could not be certain that Iagoda had told him this. In fact, he does not even directly attribute the story to Iagoda. Lino states that this is an example of how almost totally incoherent Vyshinsky's case was. But Lino is mistaken. Iagoda claimed he did not order Borisov to be killed, and Bulanov was unable to contradict him. Iagoda's testimony was not shaken on this point. Lino's false conclusion is based upon his claim that Iagoda retracted his testimony about Kirov's murder. That Iagoda never did so we have demonstrated in a separate section of this study. This passage is evidence that yet another defendant testified honestly. Bulanov could have been forced to directly inculpate Iagoda in Borisov's death. But Bulanov was not forced. Instead, he admitted his recollection was unclear. Genrikh Iagoda was the only defendant in the March 1938 trial who had a close connection with the actual murder of Kirov. The testimony of other defendants gives more information concerning the conspiracy of the rights, but it does not reveal anything more about the assassination plot or its execution. Here we will examine the other testimony related to the Kirov assassination because it gives convincing evidence that the testimony of the defendants was not scripted or fabricated in the least, but genuine. Defendants Ivanov, Rykov, and Bukharin insist that they had no prior knowledge of the conspiracy to assassinate Kirov despite their prominent roles in the conspiracy of the Rights and the relationship of the Rights to the Trotskyite and Zinovyevite conspiracies. Bukharin's and Rykov's stubborn refusal to admit any knowledge of the role of the bloc in the assassination of Kirov is strong evidence that their testimony was not compelled or scripted. As we shall see, Vyshinsky believed that they were lying. As we saw above, when he addressed the court, Vyshinsky claimed that he had successfully proven their complicity. But in their concluding statements, both Bukharin and Rykov once again insisted that they were ignorant about the assassination. There are no logical or rational grounds, much less evidentiary grounds, for doubting that the defendants at this trial testified what they wanted to testify. Had Iagodov been subject to torture or threats, he could have claimed direct knowledge of Bukharin's and Rykov's prior knowledge, thus substantiating Vyshinsky's case. Likewise, had Bukharin or Rykov been tortured or threatened, or their families threatened, they would hardly have strenuously denied their guilt when the prosecution was eager to inculpate them. Chapter 15. Iagodov's confession. Lino claims that Genrikh Iagodov, NKVD commissar from 1934 to 1936 and later defendant at the March 1938 Moscow trial, recanted a confession concerning Kirov's assassination. Lino quotes from a report by Khrushchev-era NKVD chief Ivan Sergev of August 31, 1956. In his final words to the court, Yagoda declared, "Not only is it false to say that I was an organizer, but even to say that I was an accomplice in the murder of Kirov. I am guilty of a very serious dereliction of duty, that is true. I will answer for that in full measure, but I was not an accomplice. An accomplice, you know as well as I do, comrade procurator, what that means. None of the materials of this trial or the preliminary investigation show that I was an accomplice in this villainous murder." Yagoda in essence recanted his earlier testimony with regard to the participation of the rightists in the murder of Kirov. 120. 120. For some reason Lino does not use the official Soviet translation of this passage, from the trial transcript published in Moscow in 1938. As a convenience to the reader who may wish to check this for herself, this passage is on p. 786 of the trial transcript, and is as follows. Lino accepts Sergei's interpretation of this passage, writing, "It is not only untrue to say that I was an organizer, but it is untrue to say that I was an accomplice in the murder of Kirov. I committed an extremely grave violation of duty, that is right. I answer for it in an equal measure, but I was not an accomplice. Citizen Procurator, you know what complicity is just as well as I do. The entire material of the court proceedings and the preliminary investigation has failed to prove that I was an accomplice in this vile murder." As we have seen, Yagoda recanted his confession at the trial's end. Lino's statement is false. In this section we shall show that Iagodov did not at all recant his confession concerning Kirov's assassination and his role in it. On the contrary, Iagodov confirmed all the essential aspects of his confession concerning his role in the Kirov assassination. The only thing he did recant was that he was legally an accomplice, a technical legal matter concerning the definition of which he and Soviet prosecutor Andrei Vyshinsky disagreed. We will first prove that this is the case. Then we will conclude this section with a discussion of how it is that Lino could have misunderstood what Iagodov said. Briefly, Iagodov's confessions disprove Lino's thesis that Nikolov acted alone, that there was no conspiracy to kill Kirov. Lino evidently misread Iagodov's testimony accordingly. Lino's misreading was possibly facilitated by the fact that Sergev had also misread it back in the 1950s. But, as Lino himself notes, Sergev was deliberately falsifying matters as a part of Khrushchev's attempt to malign Stalin. Lino ought to have been more cautious in accepting Sergev's interpretation. Iagodov's testimony. In his introductory remarks at the March 1938 Moscow trial, Soviet prosecutor Andrei Vyshinsky introduced the matter of Iagodov's involvement with Kirov's murder this way. The investigation has established that the vile assassination of S.M. Kirov committed by the Leningrad Trotskyite Zinovievi Terrorist Center on December 1, 1934, was also committed in pursuance of a decision of the Bloc of Rights and Trotskyites, members of which are being charged in the present case. The investigation has established that one of the participants in this vile murder was the accused Yagoda, who testified as follows: that preparations for the assassination of S.M. Kirov were being made in accordance with a decision of the conspiratorial center, I had previously learned from Yanukovych. Yanukovych told me not to hinder the organization of this terrorist act, and I agreed. With this purpose I summoned Zaporozhets from Leningrad and instructed him not to hinder the terrorist act that was being prepared against S.M. Kirov. This is the essence of the charge against Yagoda concerning Kirov's murder. We shall show that, in Yagoda's view, this meant he was not an accomplice in Kirov's murder, while Vyshinsky insisted that he was indeed an accomplice. All that Yagoda and Vyshinsky disagreed about was the legal definition of accomplice. We now have the entire text of the specific pretrial interrogation of Yagoda from which Vyshinsky quotes here. It is in a collection of documents related to Yagoda that includes the texts of 7 of Yagoda's pretrial interrogation confessions. The paragraph above is taken word for word from the pretrial interrogation confession of Yagoda that is dated January 10, 1938.121. Elsewhere we have examined the bona fides of these confessions, demonstrated that they are genuine, and shown that even anti-communist authors have accepted them. 122. 121 Genrik Yagoda. Narkom Vnutrenik del SSSR, Generalny Komisar Gosударственной Безопасности. Spornik Dokumentov. Kazan, 1997, p. 235. The Russian language quotation in this 1997 volume is the same, word for word, as that in the Russian language trial transcript. 122 Grover Furr, Evidence of Leon Trotsky's Collaboration with Germany and Japan. Cultural Logic, at http://clogic.eserver.org/2009/fur.pdf, p. 140 and notes 91 and 92. Hereafter cited as furr, evidence. The fact that we have the texts of all these pretrial interrogations is important for several reasons. They prove that Vyshinsky honestly quoted from the pretrial investigation materials. That is, these pretrial interrogations are evidence that the trial was conducted honestly, insofar as the prosecution quoted accurately from real pretrial evidence. The pretrial interrogation confessions contain no indication that Yagoda was forced to testify falsely because of threats or torture. Yagoda denies guilt in the earliest of these pretrial confessions. In subsequent confessions, Yagoda gradually discloses more and more details as he confesses to more crimes. This conforms to a pattern common in the investigation of criminal defendants, an initial wholesale denial of guilt, followed by gradually escalating confessions to more and more crimes as the suspect becomes convinced that the investigators have enough evidence from other sources to convict him despite his denials and decides that his best course is to cooperate. Lino knows about these pretrial confessions by Yagoda, as we shall prove. But he never cites them, even in his footnotes. Perhaps this is because these pretrial confessions disprove his preconceived idea that Nikolov was a lone gunman. Rather, they corroborate the hypothesis that Kirov was indeed assassinated by a right Trotskyite conspiracy, thereby also corroborating Moscow trial testimony generally. Lino claims that his goal in his book is to solve Kirov's murder. But what Lino's book really does is to set forth a best possible case for the hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman and that Stalin framed the defendants in the December 28 to 29, 1934 trial and in the 3 public Moscow trials of August 1936, January 1937, and March 1938. Here from the official transcript of the March 1938 Moscow trial is Yagoda's trial testimony about the Kirov assassination and his role in it. Vyshinsky, are Bukharin and Rykov telling the truth when they say that they knew nothing about it? Yagoda, that cannot be so, because when Yanukovych told me, that they, That is, the bloc of rights and Trotskyists had decided at a joint meeting to commit a terrorist act against Kirov. I categorically objected. Vyshinsky, why? Yagoda, I declared that I would never permit any terrorist acts. I regarded it as absolutely unnecessary. Vyshinsky, and dangerous for the organization? Yagoda, of course. Vyshinsky, nevertheless. Yagoda, nevertheless. Yanukovych confirmed. Vyshinsky, what? Yagoda, that at this meeting they. Vyshinsky, who were they? Yagoda, Rykov and Yanukovych at first categorically objected. Vyshinsky, to what? Yagoda, to the commission of a terrorist act. But under the pressure of the remaining part of the bloc of rights and Trotskyists. Vyshinsky, principally the Trotskyists. Yagoda, yes, under the pressure of the remaining part of the bloc of rights and Trotskyists they gave their consent. So Yanukovych told me. Vyshinsky, after this, did you personally take any measures to effect the assassination of Sergei Mironovich Kirov? Yagoda, I personally. Vyshinsky, yes, as a member of the bloc. Yagoda, I gave instructions. Vyshinsky, to whom? Yagoda, to Zaporozhets in Leningrad. That is not quite how it was. Vyshinsky, we shall speak about that later. What I want now is to elucidate the part played by Rykov and Bukharin in this villainous act. Yagoda, I gave instructions to Zaporozhets. When Nikolaev was detained. Vyshinsky, the first time? Yagoda, yes. Zaporozhets came to Moscow and reported to me that a man had been detained. Vyshinsky, in whose briefcase? Yagoda, there was a revolver and a diary. And he released him. Vyshinsky, and you approved of this? Yagoda, I just took note of the fact. Vyshinsky, and then you gave instructions not to place obstacles in the way of the murder of Sergei Mironovich Kirov? Yagoda, yes, I did. It was not like that. Vyshinsky, in a somewhat different form. Yagoda, it was not like that, but it is not important. Vyshinsky, did you give instructions? Yagoda, I have confirmed that. Vyshinsky, you have. Be seated. The passage above constitutes Yagoda's confession of guilt in Kirov murder. Yagoda said that he had vigorously opposed any terrorist acts but had been outvoted in a meeting of the bloc of rights and Trotskyists. He admitted to having prior knowledge that an attempt on Kirov's life would be made. But in answering Vyshinsky's questions some matters are left unclarified here. What did Yagoda mean by his answer, to Zaporozhets in Leningrad? That is not quite how it was. What did he mean by denying he had approved of releasing Nikolov but rather admitting I just took note of the fact? When Vyshinsky asked whether he, Yagoda, gave instructions not to place obstacles in the way of the murder of Sergei Mironovich Kirov, what did Yagoda mean by saying, it was not like that? It was not like that, but it is not important? Lino does not ask these questions, much less answer them. But they can be answered. At the end of this chapter we will return to them and answer them. Later in the trial Vyshinsky returned to Yagoda, peppering him with a long list of more than 20 rapid-fire questions. On the whole, Yagoda appears to have handled the series of questions rather well. He answered yes to most of them, but was careful to give differentiated replies, while also refusing to assent to some of them. As an example we cite the following exchange. Vyshinsky, did you know of their espionage activity and did you shield this espionage activity? Yagoda, yes. Vyshinsky then draws an apparently logical conclusions from Yagoda's admission. Vyshinsky, I consider that since you shielded this espionage activity, you helped them, assisted them. Yagoda, no, I do not admit being guilty of that. Had I been a spy, I assure you that dozens of states would have been compelled to disband their intelligence services. Vyshinsky, so they passed on materials to foreign intelligence services with your knowledge. Yagoda, no. Vyshinsky, Were you informed that they passed on materials to foreign intelligence services? Yagoda: undoubtedly. Vyshinsky: since you were informed of it, then it was with your knowledge. Yagoda: with my connivance. In this passage Yagoda agrees that he had shielded espionage activity, yet denies that he helped, assisted this activity. He agrees that he was informed that spies were passing materials to foreign intelligence services, yet insists that, though this occurred with his connivance, it did not occur with his knowledge. The word pokrovitelstvo, which is translated here as connivance, might be more accurately translated as protection. 123. 123. See the Russian text at http://www.hrono.ru/docum/1938 butarin/vec8-5-38-1.php. After a few more rapid-fire questions, Vyshinsky raises the issue of the Kirov murder. Vyshinsky: and do you admit being guilty of organizing and effecting terrorist acts, first the murder of Comrade Kirov on the orders and instructions of the bloc? Yagoda replied. Yagoda: I admit being guilty of complicity in the murder. As we shall see, this the legal matter of complicity, sushastai, is the only confession Yagoda really did recant later in the trial. Later in the trial Vyshinsky addresses the question of the legal definition of complicity. First of all, the question of complicity. The court investigation has shown that not all the accused participated to an equal extent in the crimes which were reviewed at this trial. Hence the question, to what extent and in what degree can and should each of the accused be held answerable for the charges preferred against them in the indictment? The second question, to what extent and in what degree have the charges preferred against the accused been proved? Vyshinsky argues that Yagoda, Bukharin, and other members of the bloc of rights and Trotskyists are accomplices in every one of the crimes undertaken by any of the bloc's members. Each of the accused must be held answerable for the sum total of the crimes as a member of a conspiratorial organization whose criminal objects and aims, and whose criminal methods of carrying out these aims, were known to, approved of, and accepted by each of the accused. There is an opinion current among criminologists that in order to establish complicity it is necessary to establish common agreement and an intent on the part of each of the criminals, of the accomplices, for each of the crimes. This viewpoint is wrong. We cannot accept it and we have never applied or accepted it. To establish complicity, we must establish that there is a common line uniting the accomplices in a given crime, that there is a common criminal design. To establish complicity, it is necessary to establish the existence of a united will directed toward a single object common to all the participants in the crime. If, say, a gang of robbers will act in such a way that one part of its members will set fire to houses, violate women, murder and so on, in one place, while another part of the gang will do the same in another place, then even if neither the one nor the other knew of the crimes committed separately by any section of the common gang, they will be held answerable to the full for the sum total of the crimes, if only it is proved that they had agreed to participate in this gang for the purpose of committing the various crimes. Yagoda insistently disagreed with Vyshinsky's definition of complicity. In his final statement to the court he made the following statement, the same one quoted, as we have seen, by Sarav in his report of August 31, 1956. This passage is also quoted by Lino on page 59 of his book and referred to again on page 666. Not only is it false to say that I was an organizer but even to say that I was an accomplice in the murder of Kirov. I am guilty of a very serious dereliction of duty, that is true. I will answer for that in full measure, but one was not an accomplice. An accomplice, you know as well as I do, Comrade Procurator, what that means. None of the materials of this trial or the preliminary investigation show that I was an accomplice in this villainous murder. Lino, following Khrushchev's man Sarav, writes Yagoda recanted his confession at the trial's end. In reality, as the passages above make clear, Yagoda never retracted the confession he made, which we have quoted above from pages 375 to 6 of the trial transcript. The sole statement Iagata did retract was the one he made on page 577 and quoted above: "I admit being guilty of complicity in the murder." Iagata did not accept Vyshinsky's view that his agreement with the overall aim of the bloc of rights and Trotskyites made him an accomplice to Kirov's murder. Iagata evidently believed, to use Vyshinsky's language, that in order to establish complicity it is necessary to establish common agreement and an intent on the part of each of the criminals, of the accomplices, for each of the crimes. Since Iagata opposed Kirov's murder, did not actively aid it, but nevertheless agreed not to stand in its way, we may say that, in English usage, Iagata considered himself not an accomplice, one who actually participates in the commission of a crime, but an accessory, one who assists in the commission of a crime. 124. 124 The Oxford English Dictionary, Complicity. 1. The being an accomplice, partnership in an evil action. Accessory. B. Adjective 1. Of persons, acceding or adhering to, assisting as a subordinate. In law, participating or sharing in a crime, though not the chief actor, participant, privy. Black's Law Dictionary, accessory. Contributing to or aiding in the commission of a crime. One who, without being present at the commission of a felonious offense, becomes guilty of such an offense, not as a chief actor, but as a participator, as by command, advise, instigation, or concealment, either before or after the fact of commission. An accessory after the fact is a person who, knowing a felony to have been committed by another, receives, relieves, comforts or assists the felon, in order to enable him to escape from punishment. Now we can return to Iagata's enigmatic words that we put in boldface in his confession above, in which he leaves somewhat vague the precise nature of what he did and did not do. That is not quite how it was not like that, it was not like that, but it is not important. In clarifying what Iagata meant by these phrases, we can confirm that in Iagata's confession at trial he did claim a role in Kirov's murder, which he never retracted or, as Leno writes, recanted. In his pre-trial interrogation confession of April 26, 1937, published in 1997, we read the following. Question. Above you admitted that if it had not been for your and Malkhanov's traitorous role in the OGPU-NKVD, the centers of the Organization of Rights, Trotskyites and Zinovievites, or more accurately, the centers of the bloc of these organizations, could have been liquidated in time? Answer. Yes, that is undoubtedly the case. Question. That means that the murder of Kirov could have been prevented? Answer. Unquestionably. Question. And you did not do this? Answer. No. Question. That means you are an accomplice to this vile murder? Answer. No, I cannot admit to that. Question. You had materials about the active terrorist centers? Answer. I had. Question. Kirov was killed by them? Answer. By them. Question. You concealed the activity of these terrorist organizations? Answer. I did. Question. How can you dare to deny your complicity in the vile murder of Kirov? Answer. I am not an accomplice in this murder, but undoubtedly must be responsible for the fact that I did not prevent the murder of Kirov. To the interrogator's continued astonishment at Iagata's denial of complicity in Kirov's murder, Iagata answered. Answer. You must understand that such disparate acts as the murder of Kirov would not enter my personal plans as People's Commissar of Internal Affairs. I well understood that such acts could lead, if not to my complete downfall as a participant in the organization of rights, then in any case to my complete responsibility as Commissar and responsible for the security of the members of the government. So nothing could come of this for me personally but loss. And at just this same period my own personal plans had gone rather far and did not fully coincide with the plans of the bloc. Later in the same interrogation confession, Iagata explained how his fears were realized. The murder of Kirov, about the concrete preparation for which I did not know, elicited in me a natural alertness in the CC. I was put under the supervision of Ezhov, who pressed me and demanded the complete defeat of the organization of Trotskyites, Zinovievites, and Rights. These passages in his pre-trial confessions explain through amplification what Iagada stated at trial. Lino knew about the generic Iagada volume, but he does not quote from it nor mention its existence to his readers. These confessions disprove Lino's contention that Iagada retracted his confession. They also provide additional evidence confirming the existence of a right Trotskyite Zinovievite conspiracy to assassinate Kirov. The existence of this conspiracy also refutes the main thesis of Lino's book. No one who examines these passages carefully and objectively would assent to Lino's contention that Nikolov was a lone gunman and everyone else those tried, convicted, and executed along with Nikolov on December 28 to 29, 1934, and the defendants at the three public Moscow trials of 1936-8 was innocent, framed by Stalin. In a later pre-trial interrogation confession of May 19, 1937, Iagada gave more details about the events leading up to the decision to murder Kirov. For the reader's convenience, I have bold-faced certain sections of the text. Answer: the second meeting of the center of the conspiracy took place during the summer of 1934. Not long before this meeting I was at Inukij's. He said that during the next few days a meeting of the center of the conspiracy would take place, at which the Trotskyites and Zinovievites will demand that their plan for terrorist acts against members of the Politburo of the AUCP be confirmed. In the most determined fashion I told Inukij that I would not permit the carrying out of disparate terrorist acts against members of the CC, that I will not permit them to pay with my head in order to satisfy Trotsky's appetite. I demanded of Inukij that he bring this declaration of mine to the knowledge of Rykov, Bukharin, and Tomsky. My categorical tone must have had its effect on Inukij, and he promised me that at the meeting the Rights would oppose disparate terrorist acts. Inukij and I agreed that he would inform me about the center's decision immediately after the meeting.